Lin John is a medical student and an excellent student. At the university, everyone knows him as a nice, excellent student who recently received a good scholarship and dreams of becoming the best doctor. However, Lin himself suspects that he has neurosis. A certain system appears before him, which only he can see. The hero suspects that a recent breakdown is to blame, so he needs to take a psychological test. However, the test results showed that he was fine. A little later, the system appeared before him again. She offered Lin to receive a certain gift, and the man agreed. Thus, he opened the teaching of medicine in this system. Lin understood that although the system had helped him achieve some victories, it would not help him become a better doctor. There were many factors he had to deal with on his own, such as competition among his peers, or there is a problem with patience. Honing his medical skills was a passion for Lin. However, he knew that he was still far from his goal of becoming the best doctor in the world. He needed to practice and work a lot to achieve what he wanted. It was an ordinary day. Lin was riding the subway to the university and was wondering if there was a method that could prove the existence of his system. Maybe he should have just clicked on it and seen for himself. However, he did not trust this method. Lin believed only in science. He came to Manhwa Hospital to undergo an examination and prove that this system was just a figment of his imagination. Lin underwent numerous tests and examinations, took analyses, but everything was normal with his body. Now he had to go back to the university to pick up the results of the mental test. On his way to the university, Lin met 108 people, but no one paid attention to his system. It was obvious to him that only he could see her. He suspected his recent breakdown and mental problems were to blame, so he definitely needed to get diagnosed. Lin knocked on the door of the cabinet where the test results were kept. A young girl wearing glasses looked out of the door, clearly unhappy at being disturbed. However, when she saw Lin, she immediately changed her anger to mercy and greeted him. The hero said that he was looking for the headman to borrow equipment. Then, the girl let Lin into the office and asked how his health was. She heard that he had gone for a CT scan and MRI, so she decided to find out what was going on. Lin said he was just writing a report, that's why he went there. The headman said that she had already looked at the results of his tomography. There were no problems with the hero's health. Lin tensed up. Everyone said he was fine, but he knew he wasn't. Then he noticed the girl's computer, which had programs installed that could diagnose schizophrenia. After looking at the test results, the girl said that Lin was fine. Then she decided to leave the equipment at his disposal and leave the office. When Lin was left alone, he took the sheets of paper with the test results. He decided to use the computer to do the calculations right now and find out if he had any problems. He wondered what kind of gift set he would receive if it turned out that he was not sick. Soon, the calculations were ready. As it turned out, Lin was absolutely mentally healthy, which means that his system is real. So he decided that it was worth accepting the gift. As it turned out, the system gave him mastery of 6 methods of suturing. Lin considered this a rather meager reward, since suturing is just stitching. However, the system said that it could not give him another gift, since it could only teach medical skills. So, all she could give Lin was the skill of stitching, but the hero didn't really like that gift. However, the hero conducted a Turing test on the system and was sure that it was not some human sitting behind it. The system's responses contradicted the rule of man and machine. Lin decided that in that case he was an example of the gift of the art of suturing. He decided to practice on a banana peel. Lin felt that his hands had become more dexterous than before. In lectures, they said that the seams should be even, then there will be no new scars on the skin. When Lin touched the banana, he felt knowledge appear in his head. He just moved his wrist, but the needle moved very smoothly. Soon the stitches were in place, the distance between them and the knots were the same. The job was done perfectly. Lin realized that the system had many gifts in store for him, and the skill of suturing was just one of them. Soon the day of the medical university student's internship arrived. Lin stood in the company of his dorm mates, Charlie and Vincent. Vincent asked the hero why he was so quiet today, and then Lin said that someone was coming here. They were the director of Manhua Hospital, Dennis, and the renowned surgeon of the hospital, Connor. Dennis said that for the students, this is the first day of their internship in the practice room, and what happens next is entirely up to them. Lin, the head of the home clinic, noted that Yunhua's practice room should be more interesting than his home clinic. Dennis announced that Connor, the most famous and capable doctor in Yunhua, would be working with the students today. Connor said that being a surgeon requires many skills, and one of the most important is suturing. Hearing this, Lin immediately perked up. Connor said students could now forget everything they learned at university. In their surgery, every new doctor wants to try himself at the operating table. All this will be in the practice room. And to get there, students will need to stitch the tails of 10 white mice. The students were immediately delighted. They were very excited, but still wanted to try their hand at suturing. Connor said that these mice have very thin tails, so the task will be incredibly difficult. In order to sew the tail, the blood needs to flow normally. It is definitely not possible to do it with one hand. However, this did not frighten the students. They all wanted to try the operation themselves. Charlie was confident because they had already practiced stitching at university. Then Connor decided to choose one of the students, a guy named Chris. The student was seated in front of a microscope and everything necessary for the operation was prepared. Connor chuckled. Chris was very tense. His hands were shaking. The doctor told him to work faster and finally insert the needle. Chris wasn't careful enough and ended up damaging a vessel in the tail. Connor chuckled again. Now the students realized that suturing wasn't such a simple thing. Lynn thought about it. The diameter of the blood vessel in the tail of the white rat was 0.5 millimeter, and it was not as easy to work with as a banana peel. Connor asked who else wanted to try stitching a rat's tail. Without waiting for an answer, he pointed his finger at Lynn, calling him to him. Chris was dejected after the failure, and the other students did not really expect Lynn to do any better. Dennis said that Dr. Connor would demonstrate his skills to everyone, and that students should pay attention to his methods. Soon Lynn put on a mask and gloves and announced that he was ready to begin the operation. Connor said they usually cut it into 60 or 80 pieces, but today the situation is different, so there are fewer pieces. The doctor was going to use a simple and popular method of suturing. Lynn drew attention to the technique of execution after the tail is sewn. You need to put a small stitch. 6 loops will be quite enough to ensure normal blood circulation and eliminate bleeding. It was also necessary to ensure that no cavities or scars were left. Connor looked at the hero with suspicion. In his opinion, all the interns think that theoretical knowledge will be enough for them, and they behave too proudly. He then asked Lynn if he knew what stitching method had just been demonstrated, and the hero replied that it was a discontinuous stitch. The doctor noted that the student was clearly a good student, and then asked him to come to the table to show everyone his skills. Lynn was perplexed. Had the doctor really already demonstrated everything? He wanted to see something much more interesting. However, he also liked this turn of events because he had never performed such an operation in front of a famous surgeon, and now he could not miss this chance. Connor watched carefully as Lynn worked. The needle went in well and his hands didn't shake. Apparently, it wasn't the first time he had done something like this. There was no feeling that the needle was resisting. It was as if it was sliding on the ice, as if it was working in unison with Lynn's mind. As it turned out, the hero had just broken his own record for sewing speed. Moreover, all the seams were perfectly even. Everything was much better than during his practice at the university. Lynn's classmates looked at the rat's stitched tail in surprise. They were amazed at how quickly the man finished the operation. Dennis couldn't believe his eyes. Lynn's stitching speed was faster than Dr. Connor's. Connor himself looked at the operating table in confusion. He didn't believe that Lynn had managed to do it so quickly. Even the microsurgeons working in this province could not outpace him in sewing speed, and this young man was only an intern. Then Lynn stood up from the table, took off his gloves, and announced that he had completed the operation, noting to himself that the masterful suturing skills that the system had given him did indeed make the job easier. Connor looked nervously at the seams under the microscope. Everything was clean and beautiful, perfect spacing, neat stitches. He didn't want to admit it, but Lynn sewed excellently. However, the doctor still did not believe that what was happening was real. Lynn simply could not have reached such a level as an intern. And then Connor asked him which hospital he had done his internship at. The hero replied that he simply sometimes works out in his home clinic. Connor assumed that he works in some large clinic. However, Lynn replied that the clinic was called Nizhnaya Kanavka. The doctor was shocked because it was a very tiny institution. He did not believe that Lynn could come out of there with such masterful skill in suturing. Soon, Dennis approached the hero. He noted that Lin Jiang's stitching skills were quite good, and then asked which department he would like to go to. The other students were shocked because many hospitals are very strict with newcomers. The training there is comparable to an apprentice in the Middle Ages. Most of them do not have the right to choose the department, but Lin was given such a chance. The hero thought for a moment, and then he suddenly heard a strange sound. It was that same system. She gave Lin a task to suture 10 patients, and as a reward, he would receive the skill of interrupted suturing. Lin was surprised that the system could now give him tasks. However, the reward for such a task was quite good. This method of stitching is very good, often used and very useful. Then the hero said that he wanted to go to the emergency room. Dennis noted to himself that this guy really was not an easy one. Charlie and Vincent immediately ran to their friend. They were quite surprised at how much of a risk Lin was taking by choosing this department, because he could have chosen the hand surgery department. However, Lin thought of everything as he needed, because by entering the emergency room, he would be able to complete the task in 10 days. Soon, Lin and several other students arrived at the hospital for their practical training, and the nurse told them that they were not allowed to leave, interact with patients, answer questions from patients and their families without permission, and several interns would be left to live in the living room. The woman brought the students to the nurse's office because she needed help with the arrivals. The girl looked at the students sullenly and soon walked out the door, leaving them alone. She was busy and did not want these incompetents to cause her problems. The students were outraged that no one wanted to work with them, and everyone around them had no time for them. If they cannot perform surgeries during their internship, they cannot hope to get a job in the medical field. Suddenly, a nurse from the emergency department of Manhwa Hospital, her name was Vanessa, ran into the room and asked which of the interns knew how to sew. The young men immediately jumped up from their seats, offering their candidacy. Each of them wanted to help the pretty nurse. Vanessa smiled nervously. These boys couldn't even control their emotions, let alone get stitches. She looked carefully at everyone present, trying to figure out which of the guys was the most reserved. Among the crowd, she noticed Lin. He was the only one who looked unperturbed, so the girl decided to choose him. On the way to the office, the girl said that the patient was about 40 to 50 years old, and after falling, a tree branch pierced his palm. Soon, Vanessa led Lin to the hospital bed where the patient was lying. A doctor was already working on him. It was an emergency room doctor. His name was Chandler. He glanced at Lin, noting that the guy looked very serious. The hero watched the doctor at work. Using anesthetics seems simple, but you need to be able to hit the right place. And this is not easy. And if you damage the nerves, the consequences will be very serious. Chandler asked Lin to wash the patient's wounds if there were no foreign objects left in them. Then after washing, they could begin to apply stitches. Lin noted how well Chandler communicated with patients. He finally met a doctor who spoke well. Moreover, Lin had a task from the system, and he hoped that he would receive a more serious reward if he completed it correctly. Then the hero asked if he could start applying the stitches. Chandler agreed, thinking to himself that young people today have it hard. They constantly need help and support. This operation is quite simple. It involves facial treatment of the wound, and then everything is quite simple. However, in reality, everything goes wrong. Chandler decided to close his eyes while Lin sorted out the stitches. He wanted to rest, but he didn't dare go far, so that if something happened, he could help the intern. After a fairly short time, Lin heard the sound of the system notifying that the first of 10 patients had received stitches. And then the hero decided to wake Chandler up so that the doctor could check his work. The man couldn't believe his ears at first. This intern couldn't do it that fast. He thought Lin just did it all haphazardly to show off his speed. However, when the doctor looked at the patient's hand, he was even more surprised. The suture was placed perfectly. Chandler had worked in emergency medicine for many years and had seen many surgeons, and it was said that a torn aorta could be stitched up in 2 minutes by gifted people. But this guy's level of skill was simply brilliant, as if he were the owner of some hospital who had come to Manhua on an exchange. The man was distracted from his thoughts by a nurse who, on shaking legs, approached the bed and asked Chandler for help. Stuttering with fear, she said that there was a patient at the third bed, but judging by the girl's appearance, there was clearly something wrong with him. As it turned out, the patient was a large man with a broken head. His entire body was covered in tattoos, and he looked like a crime boss. Around his bed, there were about 10 equally large, intimidating men with tattoos. Chandler noted that the situation here was indeed dire, and Lin thought that he might have another chance if the doctor allowed him to work with the patient. Chandler asked the men to clear the area around the bunk, but they had no intention of straying far from their boss. Then, the doctor and Lin approached the patient. Chandler decided to hand the matter over to the intern and let him stitch the wound. He thought that if this guy had such enviable sewing skills, then he should be given a more difficult task. Lin was extremely pleased that he was given another patient. Again, he had the opportunity to cure a man together with Dr. Chandler. Then, he walked up to the man and asked him to turn sideways. The patient looked at him menacingly, saying that he had been to many hospitals in his life, and if Lin handled this poorly now, then everyone here would be in trouble. Despite the threats, the hero got to work, and the man decided to switch to Dr. Chandler, as his facial expression suddenly changed to one of extreme surprise. Before the man could say a word, the doctor said that his wound had already been stitched up. The patient was about to turn around to look at himself in the mirror when Lin grabbed his head and turned it straight, as he still needed to check the quality of the stitches. The hero thought that when he was at school, he was always afraid to watch his classmates sew up a banana. It was just awful. Soon, the stitches on the patient's head were completely ready, and they looked just perfect. Chandler thought the wound was stitched up while the patient was talking, and he didn't even notice it. The doctor had never seen such an operation before. Moreover, Lin used such a complex technique only for a wound on the head. Looking in the mirror, the patient exclaimed with happiness. This wound was stitched up faster than it was inflicted on him. Everything was stitched up evenly and in a line. He asked Lin for his business card so that he could come to him again if something happened. But the hero said that he didn't have a business card. Moreover, he still needed to bandage the patient. However, the man said that there was no need to bandage anything since the wound was already perfectly stitched up. He was very pleased with this guy and promised to come to him again. He headed towards the exit with his friends, intending to find new adventures on the street. The system notified Lin that the second of the 10 patients had already received his treatment. Apparently, the hero would soon complete his task. Meanwhile, one of the students, Reggie, was trying to get closer to Vanessa. The girl was not very happy with the fact that the man was just messing around and following her, but the student insisted that he actually wanted to offer his help to Chandler. Vanessa said that the doctor had been called away to rest because all the patients who had arrived wanted to see Lin. Soon they came to the procedure room. The same patient whose head wound Lin had recently stitched up brought his friend to the hospital. It turned out that his arm, which had his favorite unicorn tattoo on it, was injured, and he wanted to ask the doctor to stitch the wound and save the tattoo. He had already had his tattoo ruined once by a botched restoration, so now the pony looked like a deer, but he still didn't want to lose his tattoo. Lin noted that the wound was quite large now. The muscle tissue was slightly torn, but after he stitched it up, the tattoo would be a little disproportionate, but it wouldn't be noticeable. At that moment, Reggie walked into the office. He was surprised why people would choose a regular intern as their doctor. The man immediately rushed to drive away the overly loud intern so that he would not interfere with the doctor's work. It didn't take Lin long to apply the stitches, and soon the patient could see how neatly his wound was stitched up. The tattoo was completely preserved and seemed to look even better than before. Reggie was confused. He didn't understand where Lin learned to stitch so well. After all, he was just an intern. He was sitting in the same waiting room with Lin. He thought that the hero was also just an intern, and now he understands that he has a lot of experience in medical school, but Lin confirmed that he was just an intern. The hero noted to himself that he was so concentrated that he almost let slip about his system and the gift for a beginner. Soon the system informed Lin that he had already helped 5 out of 10 patients. Apparently, he had to complete the task for today. By noon, Lin had actually managed to help 10 patients, and as a reward, he was given the technique of interrupted vertical mattress suture, which is mainly used to stitch loose skin and is more suitable for urology. Lin was already eager to try out the new skill. The hero went to his home clinic, where his parents worked. Lin Jiang's father, Robert, asked his son why he was not wearing a white coat yet, since he needed to become a doctor as soon as possible to get his medical practitioner certificate. As it turns out, Dr. Xiong's price has gone up another 50 yuan. This happens every month, and if Lin studies well, he will soon be running the family business. At this moment, Lin's mother, Tanya, came down to the first floor and asked why their son had to take over the family business after his internship at Manhua Hospital. She was unhappy because their son had clearly become. After the first day of the internship, Robert hastened to justify himself by saying that he was giving his son money, trying to find a job for him, and that he only wanted the best for him. Suddenly, the family heard a loud sound near the front door. There were 2 men. One of them had a serious injury to his arm and needed medical attention. Soon, the patient was placed in a hospital bed, and other patients from the clinic gathered around her, concerned about the condition of the man's hand. The patient, whose name was Zach, explained that the knife fell off a cutting board and landed on his hand. His vision immediately became blurry as soon as the man touched the knife, and he ended up losing too much blood. Dr. Stanley from the Nizhnyaya Kanavka clinic immediately volunteered to help him. After examining Zach's arm, he said that the wound was very serious, so he needed to go to the hospital immediately. Hearing this, Lin thought that the best doctor in this clinic should have taken care of the patient himself instead of sending him to the hospital. This was a very low act for their meager clinic. Then the hero put on a white medical coat and offered his help to Dr. Stanley. The system immediately gave him a task: to heal Zach's hand and get a satisfactory result. and as a reward, he would receive an ordinary treasure chest. Stanley chuckled. Lin had only just started his internship yesterday. He was unlikely to be able to help a patient who had been bleeding for a long time. Then the doctor decided to call Edith, the only nurse in the Nizhnaya Kanavka clinic, to help him. He asked the woman to give him hydrogen and peroxide. He was going to help Zach, but first the wound needed to be disinfected. Lin looked at the table where all his utensils were lying. This set was quite sufficient to treat the patient satisfactorily. Stanley looked at Lin washing his hands with disbelief. Was he really going to do it all himself? The doctor said he was just going to disinfect Zach's arm to stop the bleeding. That would be enough. The cut was very simple but deep. The tendon could have been damaged as well, so the patient would be better off going to the hospital. Lin stated that Zach's palm was only injured and that there was nothing serious about his wound. The other patients agreed with the hero, because Manhua Hospital is almost 10 kilometers from here. Zach can only get worse by the time he gets there. Stanley said they'd be better off focusing on reliability and stability. However, Lin insisted on his own. He prepared everything necessary to treat the patient. After disinfecting the wound, the anesthetic is not susceptible to secondary infection. The hero asked Edith to dilute the lidocaine and prepare more peroxide, hydrogen, and iodine. Stanley tried to stop Lin, but the hero had already started stitching up Zach's arm, so the other patients asked the doctor to be a little quieter. Lin thought if his tendon was cut, his hand would be completely different, and his grip would be weak in the future. He might not be able to do fine work. Suturing a tendon might be a tricky task for an emergency room doctor, but it's a simple matter for a surgical doctor. If he went to the hospital, he would have a better stitch, but he could only get average medical care at best. And Lin didn't have a system that would do 100 workouts a day for nothing. However, he believed in his abilities. He would definitely be able to reduce the likelihood of failure. Soon, the hero finished stitching. The stitches were simply perfect. Stanley looked at Zach's hand in surprise. Even if the intern graduated from medical school and worked in the hospital for 4 years, he would never be able to do such a stitch. Is it really that good at Manhwa University? Lin began to bandage Zach's arm, and the man thought about how quickly his wound was stitched up. At that moment, Robert approached the hospital bed. He said that with such abilities, Lin would be able to practice in their clinic without any problems. But the hero said that first he needed to complete his internship. Suddenly, Ian, Zach's son, burst into the clinic, looking extremely worried and trying to find his father. He asked why he went to such a small clinic with such a serious wound. But the man said that his wound was stitched up perfectly and he now feels fine. However, Jan did not calm down. He shouted that his father's earnings depended on his hand, and if everything went badly with it, then Lin and his entire clinic would pay for it for the rest of their lives. The hero said that Ian could take Zach to the hospital, but they should not forget about exercises to restore the arm. Then the man would have a better chance that his arm would work normally. Ian was unhappy that there was a chance that his father's arm would not recover, but Robert was quick to reassure him that the chance was very low, since Zach's wound was not serious and very simple. He asked the young man not to panic, but instead to get checked at the hospital and pay for the medical expenses after the examination if he did not see any problems. Jan snorted in displeasure and then said that he would take his father to the hospital for a checkup. Lin watched them go. A system appeared in front of him, but his task was still considered uncompleted. It looks like it will only end after an examination at the hospital. Yan shouted after him that this clinic was just awful. They allowed an ordinary intern to perform such a procedure. It was absolutely unacceptable, and if there were problems with his father's hand, he would not leave Lin alone. At that moment, a girl on a motorcycle drove up to the doors of the clinic, and upon hearing the name Lin Zhang, she took off her helmet. Apparently, she came to the right clinic. She took a large box from her motorcycle and headed towards the hospital entrance. Robert opened the door and said that the doctor was not there at the moment, so if the girl needed first aid, she should go to the hospital. Having looked the girl over from head to toe, he asked why she had come. She said she was looking for Lin, and before Robert could answer her, she said that she would just give him the fish. She said that Lin Zhan had treated her brother's wound and he asked her to thank him with fish. Robert's eyes immediately lit up with interest. It turned out that his son was so good that he had become a doctor just a few days ago and was already receiving gifts. Hearing a strange noise, Lin went downstairs to find out what was going on. Robert said that this girl was sent by her brother, and the hero asked who her brother was and why she came. The girl said her name was Layla, and her brother was the same man with the deer tattoo on his arm that Lin had helped a few days ago. Layla didn't expect the young doctor to be so cute, so she decided to cook salmon for him herself. Lin noted that the dish was simply excellent. The fish was much fresher and sweeter than what they usually buy. Layla said that all the salmon is monopolized by their family, competing with imported goods on the local market. The girl then suggested trying the dish from Lynn's mother, Tanya, and the woman also noted the excellent taste of the fish. Then Layla asked if she was interested in her daughter-in-law who cooked fish so well. Tanya and Robert were shocked by such a proposal, but the girl said that she was just joking. In fact, she is not ready to get married yet. A few hours later, Jan and Zach returned to the Nizhnyaya Kanavka clinic. Robert asked what the hospital said after examining his hand. Zach said that he went to Manhwa Hospital for a checkup. The doctor said that thanks to Lin and his excellent skills, his hand can function well, but his son made a terrible scene, so now they came here to ask for forgiveness. Layla asked Lin if these men had insulted him, but the hero said that it was not quite like that. The girl asked Lin to let her know if someone offended him, then she and her brother would take appropriate measures against these people. They are especially tough on mean people. Lin looked at her with confusion, but Layla asked him not to think too much about it. She then suddenly yelled at Ian and Zach, demanding that they immediately apologize for their behavior. Zach then asked his son to show Lin's family the silk flag they had made. The young man unfolded the package, showing everyone a luxurious red flag with gold frills and embroidery. It spoke of a magic hand that restores health. Robert noted that this was a great message and would be a great compliment to Lin. Next time they could show this flag to those who thought Lin was still inexperienced. Tanya said that this gift is a good thing and they are very happy to receive them. They do not need any more apologies. She asked her husband to bring fireworks because it is impossible to present a silk flag without a ceremonial atmosphere. Meanwhile, Lin received his treasure chest as a reward for completing the quest to heal Zach's arm. Apparently, all the rewards that the system gave him were also visible exclusively to Lin. Opening the chest, the hero took out a small flask from there. It was said that it was an energy serum. The next day, Lin went to Yunhua Hospital with the other students. They were again put in the waiting room. There were not many patients in the hospital today. Soon, the system informed Lin that he had a new mission, which was that the hero needed to complete as many procedures as possible, and as a reward he would receive a basic treasure chest for helping 10 patients. At that moment, a nurse ran into the office. She said that they had an important task. She needed Lin's help. The students were soon taken to the ambulance parking lot and were met by the emergency department director, Josh, who informed them that there had been an explosion at the plant, presumably caused by a boiler. Chandler said that Lin would go with him, and he would instruct him along the way. Soon, ambulances arrived with patients, and they were immediately taken to intensive care. Every minute, more and more patients arrived and were sent to the emergency room. Josh asked to send one of the patients to the procedure room and left him with Chandler. The man asked Lin to disinfect the patient's wound and put in stitches. As soon as the hero arrived at the patient with a cut eyebrow, he immediately began to apply stitches. Vanessa asked Lin not to overexert himself because they would need his help later. Lin thought, today had been a very busy day since he arrived from Yunhua, and he guessed that this was not the end yet. Vanessa thought to herself that, as expected, Dr. Lin was different from those men who showed off a lot. Soon, another patient was brought into the office. Chandler realized that in this situation, the ambulance would soon stop bringing them patients. One of the interns said that many patients were asking to be sent to Yunhua Hospital, but Lin said that he had already started treatment, but he doubted whether he could help the others. Chandler said that no one had the right to stop him if he wanted to help patients. The man thought to himself that this was the only doctor who did not want to take an extra rest. The decision was then made to speed up in order to save as many patients as possible. The man had more than 10 wounds all over his leg, and they were of varying depths, so Lin had to use different disinfection methods. For longer wounds, he will use a simple suture. For superficial wounds, he will use a running suture. For large and deep wounds, he will use a cross suture. And for a wound below the knee, he will use a blocking suture. Soon Lin announced that he had already finished the work. Seeing Chandler's surprised look, the patient asked if something had happened to his stitches, but the doctor said everything had come out fine. He even called Vanessa to take pictures of the man's stitches. This photo should have served as an excellent teaching aid for the interns, as the job was indeed done very well. The doctor turned to Lin, saying that he would soon be given another patient since he had already dealt with this one. The hero asked if he could stitch up this patient, then he could probably stitch up other people. But Chandler warned him against the guy looking for patients on his own. If he directly selects patients for surgical sutures, he will not be able to avoid the flow later. Lin thought, the explosion was a major public incident, and patients did not necessarily need to be treated immediately, and besides, the families of the victims would soon arrive, several times outnumbering the number of patients, and the doctors would have to deal with the worried families, which would slow down the pace of treatment. Chandler then asked Lynn to stay there and asked Vanessa to call a new patient. The girl asked if the hero had any requests, and Lynn said that he would prefer patients who needed stitches since these wounds could lead to tissue ruptures. It would be better to choose patients who needed to be cured quickly. Soon, the nurse brought a new patient into the office, an adult woman with a wound on her arm. Lynn immediately began treatment. The system informed him that this was the fourth of 10 patients he was supposed to help, based on his assignment. After some time, the task was completed. Lynn was able to help 10 patients. He received the energy serum twice, which turned out to be very simple. Apparently, it was some kind of thing for beginners. Chandler soon called Lynn back to stitch up another patient's wound. It was a man with a wound on his arm. The doctor said that Lin John was a young expert in their department. He was the best at stitching. The patient couldn't believe that such a young man could do so well, but Lin said that he was ready to stitch up any wound, whether it was a head wound or something else. After some time, the mission was completed again. The hero was able to help 10 more patients, the emergency room is not too busy today, and Lin simply could not miss this opportunity. Not only did he have to receive awards, but he also had to practice. The head doctors and nurses worked with seriously injured patients and passed them on to young doctors. But this problem had to be solved, because if there were no serious injuries to the head doctors and nurses, they would be gone in a few hours. In other words, Lin had only a few hours to help someone else. Then he turned to Chandler, asking if he could take someone as his assistant. The doctor was surprised. He did not understand why this boy needed someone's help. Lin explained that, Doctor. Chandler disinfected the wound and the hero stitched it up, meaning that they are faster when working together than when working separately. He thought if they found a person in charge of disinfection and a person in charge of bandaging, they would work much faster. Chandler stated that he simply wanted to help an inexperienced intern disinfect the wound, and Lin appreciated the help. But it would have been better if he had been given a few interns to help. The doctor chuckled. Apparently, the hero wanted to give a chance to other students, and then he asked him who he needed, men or women. Lin said it didn't matter. His classmates would do. Vanessa smiled. The number of patients today was much higher than usual. The interns were dreaming about their time. Charlie and Vincent soon arrived at the office and were glad that Lin had decided to call them for help. Vincent asked how many bribes he had given the doctor to be able to hire interns to help him. Lin replied that he didn't give him a penny. He just needed someone to disinfect and bandage him. Then Charlie said that he would do the bandaging. Since disinfection was too dirty a job for him, Vincent could do it better. Soon, Vanessa brought another patient to the interns. Vincent, Lin, and Charlie were sitting at the table, helping the patients in exactly that order. And the hero asked the nurse to continue inviting patients to them. Vincent completed his task quite quickly and referred patients to Lin for stitches. Patients noted that this large hospital had incredibly good service. The hero noted that both the disinfection and the bandaging were at the highest level. In the end, everything worked out even faster than he thought. And now all that was left was to just wait for Vanessa to bring them a new patient. Chandler watched the interns work from the sidelines and noted that Lin carefully considered the smoothness of each seam. Soon, Vanessa entered the office. She pointed her finger at the door where a crowd of people was already standing. These were the next patients she brought to Dr. Lin. The hero immediately became inspired. He was going to take advantage of the chance to run everything here while the head doctors and nurses were away. He was willing to help patients with minor injuries. Vanessa watched Lin and his work with a smile, noting that this young man was simply a sweetheart. Soon, all the patients were given medical assistance. The nurse said that only patients with internal injuries remained. However, Charlie and Vincent were so inspired by the work that they were ready to serve other patients as well. However, Vanessa reported that there were no more patients who needed stitches, so Lin could go home. But the hero understood that he was only 2 patients short of completing the task of helping 40 people. So he said that he would stitch up 2 more patients and then go home. Chandler said that Charlie and Vincent could go home. The young man offered the doctor to eat together after a busy day at work. But the man said that he had not finished his work yet. Soon, Lin was sent to the break room to have lunch. His partners licked their lips greedily, looking at the hero's food. It looked so good that they immediately wanted to try it, and Lin happily agreed to share the dinner with his comrades. At that moment, he received a call and it turned out to be Layla. The hero immediately began to think that perhaps with the help of this girl he could finally complete his task. Lin immediately asked if something had happened to her brother again, but Layla said that was not the case. Then he asked if something had happened to the girl herself. Layla blushed, saying that they had wounded, but she would call Lin a little later. The girl hung up and turned to one of her friends, Ashton. asking him about some nightclub. They soon arrived at their destination. Ashton warned her not to interfere in the affairs of this club, but Layla said that she had no intention of doing so. A few moments later, a whole crowd of men poured out of the doors of the club, all of them wounded. Layla smiled, asking Ashton to pick out the ones with minor injuries. She wanted to help Lin, but she knew he was just an intern and wouldn't be able to cope with serious injuries. Soon, Layla arrived at the hospital with the patients. She was very happy to see Lin. Charlie and Vincent immediately began to smile at the girl, asking their boss Lin to give them a few patients each. However, Layla had no intention of helping these strangers, so she yelled at them, ordering them to get back to their work and stay out of the way. Ashton said that he had already driven 2 cars with patients, and then the girl asked him to stop, otherwise Lin would get too tired. The hero decided not to delay and immediately began work. The treatment took several hours. After 10 or more hours, Chandler, Charlie, and Vincent were very tired. If it weren't for the energy serum, Lin would be feeling just as tired now. But this incredible rice wine-flavored thing has a very strong effect. He really wanted to sleep, but the desire to continue was stronger. The hero was sure that he could cope with this task. He needed to cure 49 more patients. Early in the morning, the head doctors and nurses returned to the hospital. They discussed how Lin had been able to treat more than 50 patients overnight and did not even go to bed. At that moment, Josh came up to them and shouted at the students, asking why they didn't go and help their friend. However, the students replied that they wanted to help him, but all the patients insisted that Lin be the one to treat them. Josh walked into the office and frowned when he saw Chandler sleeping there, as well as Lin, who was still working with the patients. The hero didn't notice that Josh had walked inside, continuing to stitch up his 52nd patient. Josh thought, "This guy has reliable and precise movements, standard and stable stitches. He has all the basic qualities of a good doctor, but even under such pressure, he calmly manages his pace. And for an intern, this is quality work." The man was thinking, trying to figure out what his secret was. He had positioned the local anesthesia correctly. The wound cleaning was going well. The wounds were leveled. It was a pretty good job. According to the medical record, the patient is not sick. He only has small injuries in different places, depending on the depth of the injury and the morphology of the tissue. The sutures undergo various changes. It is almost impossible for the doctor to stitch the wound, like a notebook. Lin Jian worked for more than 10 hours, treated 50 patients, and still did not make a single mistake. Josh then turned to Dr. Chandler, asking him to review Lin's surgical records and find out the patient's condition when the stitches would need to be removed. The man then turned to the hero, asking him to come early tomorrow. He would allow him to perform operations all day. Lin was pleasantly surprised by this offer. It was a great opportunity to practice his skills. The other students couldn't believe their ears. Was the intern really going to stand at the operating table? At this point, the system informed the hero that he had completed the task of putting on 50 stitches, and for this he was entitled to a medium treasure chest, which he decided to open when he came home. The system gave him a level 1 skill book. According to the rank given by the system, God level is the highest expression of skill. He even surpassed boss level. In Lin's opinion, Manhua was one of the top 3 hospitals in the city, and there were only a few doctors in the city who were considered masters at suturing. The hero thought that maybe he needed to raise his suture technique to God level, but his instinct told him that boss level was only slightly behind God level, so it would be better to improve other techniques from basic to perfect level. Lin decided to choose the basics of surgery. The second option was the basics of internal medicine, but the hero could only choose one. After choosing, a list of skills available to him opened up in front of him. As it turned out, these were all the basic surgical techniques. In theory, a surgeon who learns 6 operations is considered a great surgeon. Ordinary doctors are usually unskilled in 1 or 2 areas, and a student should be good at everything by the time he graduates. Lin decided that the bleeding control skill would be the most useful for him, and as soon as he selected it, 4 more skills opened up in front of the hero, meaning that he could only choose one of the 4 options. However, it was still a good gift. There was no good or bad medical method. There was only working and non-working, and since Lin was in the emergency room, he should choose the one that could be used immediately. Thus, he gained the skill of controlling bleeding with his bare hands. A hologram of his internal organs appeared before him, and he thought about squeezing his thumb and index finger together to control the bleeding. At that moment, the hero realized that the effect of the energy capsule had ended. Now he felt all the fatigue, and the next moment, he fell asleep. The next day, Lena had to come to the hospital early at Josh's request, but time was almost up, and the guy was still not there. The director looked around at those present, but Lena was not among them. At that moment, someone entered the department. It was a hero. Once Josh realized that everyone was there, he gathered everyone present and led them to a planning meeting. Soon they came to the room of Lin's patient. Josh asked the hero to retell his card. Lin replied that the patient was a 19-year-old woman in good physical condition with a laceration on her elbow caused by a fall down the stairs, and that surgical treatment was performed on the wound. The size of the wound rupture is very deep, and if you use a thick thread, it will leave a huge scar, which can affect the patient's life in the future. Instead, you need to use a zero-size thread. Because the tension force is large, you should not do physical exercise and do not bother your hand too much. Josh agreed with Lin's decision, but there are many reasons for a scar to appear, related to the patient's physical condition and the condition of the wound, so choosing a zero-size thread is unacceptable. The patient's mother became worried, thinking that her daughter had serious problems with her arm. However, he told them not to panic and asked Lin to tell the women everything while he put in the stitches. The hero reported that during suturing, his main task is to pay attention to the angle and depth when he inserts the needle into the skin. He must make sure that the part where the knot is tied protrudes after the suture, which then plays the role of a buffer before the formation of a scar. The needle must be deeply inserted into the thin edge of the wound, and also, one of the reasons is a skin defect. The knot should not be too tight to avoid poor circulation around the wound, which can delay healing, and the stitches should be removed in a way that reduces the chance of scar tissue forming. Josh turned to the audience, asking them to learn everything Lin had just said. However, he did not allow them to use this method in practice. Josh said there are many ways to cover scars, long sleeves, tattoos, etc. However, as a doctor, he decided to say that first of all, it was necessary to get treatment. The patient burst into tears and said she didn't want to have scars or tattoos. John explained that Lin had taken this into account when he was doing the stitches, but only because he was experienced. However, if the skills of the others present were not up to par, they shouldn't even dream of doing it. They first needed to understand what needed to be done to stitch carefully before asking his permission. Then Josh decided to give Lin a rest, but first he needed to bandage the patient. The girl thanked the doctor for taking good care of her wound. Then the system unlocked a new achievement, to receive sincere gratitude from the patient, and as a gift he was entitled to a basic treasure chest. The hero asked the girl to change the bandages from time to time and make sure that she would not get any new injuries in the near future. If she removed the stitches in time, the scar would be less noticeable. The girl's mother asked if they could remove her stitches in another hospital since their home was very far from here. Lin said that they could remove the stitches anywhere, as long as it was a hospital or clinic. However, the girl wanted Lin to remove her stitches, so the hero said that she could come here, but he couldn't promise that he would be on duty at that time. The patient said that she would definitely wait for Dr. Lin's shift. The hero objected. She can't just wait for his change. Timely removal of stitches will reduce the growth of scars. They can be removed much earlier, but it can't be postponed. Once the observatory was finished, John went to the recovery room with the others. One of the patients suddenly screamed. His relatives immediately called a doctor. The man asked the nurses to prepare the defibrillator. The girls inserted the device into the vein and prepared for the transfusion. John and Lin watched the process, and the doctor asked the intern what drug should be administered. Lin replied that epinephrine and lidocaine should be administered, followed by an injection of dextrose and an intravenous infusion of lidocaine. The doctor did as the hero said, and the patient's resuscitation was in full swing. However, the doctor soon needed something else. Lin noted that this was a standard rescue procedure, and soon the man's blood pressure returned to normal. Josh asked the hero why he chose lidocaine. Lin replied that lidocaine has strong antiarrhythmic properties. Then he tried to remember even more information about this drug. In textbooks, he read that it has antibacterial and protective properties. Josh said that lidocaine is used in this emergency situation to prevent an inflammatory reaction. Lidocaine can effectively reduce the patient's hospital stay. The man asked Lin to read 2 research papers a day and then invited him to come along with him. The hero thought this whole situation in the intensive care unit was too different from normal situations. He felt terribly dizzy after only 2 hours of work. He really wanted to take the energy serum. Suddenly, one of the nurses said that the emergency room should get ready. Lin and Josh looked at the girl in surprise. The man said that the hero would go and see the patient with him. Soon they saw nurses wheeling a patient in a hospital wheelchair. As it turned out, the patient had been in a car accident. He had an open abdominal wound measuring 20 centimeters. Some parts of the intestine were exposed and actively bleeding. A sterile pad was used. The patient was urgently taken to the intensive care unit. Josh reported that ribs 3 to 12 are clearly dislocated, heart rate is 105, bleeding is severe, and they need to prepare for a blood transfusion. Lin thought, the vital functions are fine, but the patient's condition is terrible, the second degree of critical condition of the patient, and it is less dangerous than the previous one, who was in a coma. One of the doctors said that they need to take blood from a vein, a blood test for kidney function, blood type, electrolytes, and all this needs to be done before the blood transfusion. Josh asked for a second venous access device, 500 milliliters Ringer's solution, 10 milliliters omeprazole, 10 milliliters saline, and a single intravenous injection. The man said he would go talk to the patient's family members and invited Lin to come with him. He said that besides excellent medical skills, communication with the patient's family is also very important. If Josh talks a lot, then Lin will not remember anything, so he should just observe and remember. Soon the men entered the room where the victim's relatives were. The patient's wife asked what her husband's condition was. Josh said he was a responsible doctor and needed to ask the woman some questions about the patient's liver disease or chronic illnesses. The woman replied that her husband was a civil servant, had an alcohol addiction, and also had problems with 3 levels: high blood sugar, high cholesterol, and high blood pressure, all 3 problems related to obesity. While Josh was questioning the woman, Lin thought that the director's questions were just bullshit. He knew that the patient was a government employee and that he did not have any infectious diseases. However, some diseases are deliberately hidden by a person. So he continued questioning the woman. Josh said they were going to do a blood transfusion, so the patient's wife needed to sign a consent form for the transfusion. The contract and confirmation of transfer to the intensive care room arrived. Now she just needed to pay. The man told Lin that he should always have the patient's relatives sign an agreement. It is necessary to protect their interests. He also asked what the hero thought about their conversation. The man replied that the director should keep the pace of the conversation and be a little firmer. Josh said it's important not to give patients unnecessary hope. They don't need it. And the mission of doctors is to save patients. At this moment, one of the doctors approached the director. He said the bleeding wouldn't stop. They gave the patient an intramuscular injection of Reptilacy, ice solution, and norepinephrine. They simplified the use of red blood cells and plasma of one blood group, and also gave several injections of ethyl silate. The patient has only 1,400 milliliters of fluid. Josh went to the patient and asked to prepare for emergency surgery, perform a laparotomy, and increase fluid replacement. Suddenly, the nurse reported that the patient was in a state of shock. At this moment, Lin ran out of the office to wash his hands. One of the doctors, Clyde, was in the bathroom. He apologized, saying that while working at the rehab center, Lin had to deal with a lot of people. Then he said that the guy could wash his hands with sanitizer, but he shouldn't use it too often. Then Lin said that he was preparing for surgery. Clyde couldn't believe his ears. He thought, even in such a situation, this guy is calm, which is unusual for an intern, but how will he perform the operation? Clyde snorted in displeasure. Everyone knew that Dr. Josh valued him, but no matter how valuable he was, he wouldn't be able to operate on someone who was soon to die. He wouldn't be able to do everything he wanted to do just because he was lucky with his looks. At that moment, Chandler approached Clyde. He said that Lin had just started his internship. He understands the future. Clyde noted that he was lucky that Josh did not kick him out on the first day. The man decided to see what Lin had decided to do with the patient, and as soon as he turned back, his face distorted in horror. The hero stuck his hand right into the open wound on the patient's stomach. All the doctors and nurses standing around were in shock. The guy acted without surgical training. Was this really murder? Josh screamed, ordering Lin to stop immediately. However, the hero did not pull out his hand. His divine level of manual dexterity allowed him to determine that the patient's lower Gleason capsule was torn. It would be difficult to stitch it up. If the bleeding was not stopped, the man would lose too much blood. But suddenly, Lin managed to find the source of the bleeding. He grabbed the liver with 4 fingers and squeezed the bleeding point with his little finger. Everything was going well, but it was a matter of time. Josh looked at the intern in shock. He uses his hands to stop the bleeding, and still the bleeding stopped. Dr. Dalton reported that the bleeding had indeed stopped, and Lin had stopped it with his own hands. Josh was shocked. In such a hospital, few people reach such a level. How could a regular intern do such a thing without experience? However, the technique of safe bleeding can only temporarily stop it. Surgical intervention is necessary. Josh ordered Lin not to touch any other organs and then called Chandler to complete the operation. Already having arrived in the operating room, Lin thought. He did not expect that his first experience in the operating room would be like this. An hour later, the operation was already nearing completion. Lin was able to observe the director at work from such a close distance, and it was a very valuable experience. As a result, the patient's condition was stabilized. Josh asked Lin how he knew the bleeding point was in Gleason's membrane. The hero explained that since the bleeding did not stop and the abdomen was mostly open in the front, and there were no other problems such as hemothorax, he paid attention to the bleeding. But Lin thought to himself that he did not think that he would reach the divine level. His stock of knowledge had increased, as well as some muscles. Josh thought, this guy's technique, knowledge, and adaptability were at the level of first-class doctors. Before he thought that Lin was a simpleton, but he turned out to be a real genius. The director asked him where he learned this technique, to which the hero replied that he learned it at his family's clinic in Nizhnaya Kanavka. Josh said that she was not far from their hospital. It was a community health center on Lower Canal Alley. Usually this clinic sent patients to their department. The man never noticed them practicing anything like that. When Lin said that he learned about it from his attending physician, and Clyde was surprised that there really was such a capable doctor working in their clinic, and then asked his name, Lin only replied that he had been studying this technique for a month. Clyde was unpleasantly surprised that he managed to learn this in just a month. But the hero replied that the main key to learning this technique is talent. Meanwhile, Josh continued to examine the patient. He noted that the liver was in satisfactory condition. Clyde said the patient was very lucky. The director's stitches were amazing. The patient would clearly have no problems with them in the future. Josh replied that he was unlucky. However, Lin did a great job of stopping the bleeding. However, no matter how good his technique was, he had to follow the rules. Even if he was sure that everything would work out, he still shouldn't interfere with the process like that. Clyde chuckled to himself. He really wished the principal would put this kid in his place and make him learn the rules. Lin agreed, saying rules should be followed as long as they are consistent with operating procedures. Clyde snorted in confusion. He didn't understand what Lin was talking about. It seemed to him as if this upstart refused to follow the rules of administrative procedures. Josh explained that you should not touch the liver with your hands, otherwise you can easily cause damage and complications in the intestines and liver. The technique Lin used was very unique. The blood flow was smooth. Then he asked him where and which finger he pressed to stop the bleeding. Lin said that when he reached out, he found that the source was in a hard-to-reach place, so he used the inside pad of his little finger. Clyde looked at the men's dialogue with bewilderment. He hoped that Josh would teach him a lesson, and now he was asking questions to this intern himself. The hero continued. He said that he grasped the liver with only the phalanx of his finger and held it carefully so that it would not tear. The director thought that in order for the organ not to be displaced, it is necessary to press lightly with the finger and minimize secondary damage. The inflexibility of the little finger has bothered surgeons for hundreds of years. Even for an experienced doctor, it is difficult to do this. But this guy was really talented, and therefore they can all learn from him. Then Josh called Lin over, asking him to change his clothes and start closing the stomach. Clyde was shocked. This intern was just an intern and he was already allowed to perform abdominal closure. When he was his age, he could only perform abdominal closure after a year of certification. And he still remembered the tremors all over his body and the dissatisfaction of the nurses. But this guy, being calm and smart, looked so good. Soon the operation was completed. All the bandages were in place. Lin asked to pass him the needle holder. The first thing to think about was how to stitch the deepest layer of the peritoneum. In that case, there was no need to think about beauty. The next step was the anterior rectus sheath. This step was for ordinary people, but Lin was not going to do it. And the next step was subcutaneous and skin sutures, and this was more acceptable. Clyde waited for Lin to finish her work. He was sure no matter how calm this intern pretended to be, he still performed a belly closure on his first day. He was still bound to make mistakes. Everyone makes them. However, as soon as the man lowered his gaze, he shuddered in surprise. The seam was perfect, and what's more, Lin did it very quickly. Clyde was perplexed. He didn't believe that this guy had only recently graduated from medical school. Then Josh said that Clyde would be Lin's mentor, since he had so much free time to look at his stitches. Although the man agreed, he thought to himself that he wouldn't be able to teach this intern anything, since he had apparently been training on corpses since childhood. Suddenly, the same thought came to Clyde and Josh's mind. Lin Zhang used the technique of stopping bleeding with his bare hands, and clamped the source with his little finger without any surgical area. Leaving the operating room, he needed to write a report and send it to the research center. However, Lin was still an intern and did not understand the value of this operation. Then the director turned to the hero, asking him to write a dissertation on the topic of today's operation. When he asked if the guy knew how to write a dissertation, Lina was suddenly notified by the system. It set him a new task, to write a dissertation, and as a reward, he was supposed to get a medium treasure chest. The hero got his first medium chest and a divine level of controlling bleeding with bare hands. The medium chest was more interesting because there was always an energy serum inside the basic one. Besides, he will be able to write his dissertation because he has memorized all the steps, so he won't even have to think too much. Josh said that he unfortunately didn't have time to teach Lin all the basics of dissertation writing, so he delegated the job to Dr. Chandler. Having learned that the director himself asked Lin to write a dissertation and also promised to list him as an author, the man noted that this intern was incredibly lucky. However, the hero did not understand what Chandler was getting at. The doctor then explained that their hospital was a provincial hospital and that Director Josh played an important role in the emergency department. He has always been a member of the Standing Committee of Changji Province Emergency Medicine Society and also a committee member of China Emergency Medicine Society. He is a leading expert in the city and also a celebrity in the emergency department. He wanted Lin to write his dissertation, an opportunity many people dream of. However, the hero still did not really understand the significance of all this. Chandler then decided to just drop the subject. The next day, Lin returned to intensive care. Everyone around looked at him strangely. One of the doctors tried to hide from his sight, thinking to himself that although he accepted Lin as he was, now everyone was afraid of him. No boy his age could perform such a technique. This was his first consultation, but there must be a limit to his abilities after all. He is only an intern, and if he makes a mistake, no one can help him. Lin Jan still didn't know the rules and was only causing trouble, so they should go their separate ways. Josh asked who would take Lin to the emergency room today, but no one dared to answer. Then the director called the hero to go with him. A few hours later, Lin came to the patient's room, where several young guys in sports uniforms had already gathered. They thanked Dr. Lin for saving their coach. They never thought he would get into a car accident. The hero asked them to speak more quietly. Since the patient needed to rest, he also noted that he did not save him alone. Dr. Josh was closely monitoring the operation. However, the boys said that they saw everything themselves. If Lin had not pressed on their coach's organs, he would have bled out and died. As it turns out, someone filmed Lin stopping the man's bleeding with his own hands. This video was on the city forum. It quickly gained popularity, and now Dr. Lin was on everyone's lips. The hero only chuckled vaguely, not knowing how to react to this. One of the guys said that Dr. Lin has the complete package of being a celebrity, good looks and great skills, and it would be illogical if he remained unpopular. However, Lin was not interested in all this. His goals were completely different, but he did not say it out loud. Then one of the guys said that some of them go to an esports club that is located in MANHUA. The hero immediately became interested because he played King of Glory while he was in school. The boys said that this year their club is focused on King of Glory, so they and the doctor can add each other as friends and play in their free time. Lin said that he has nothing to do now, so he can play now. The guys played for 2 hours. The hero really liked how well he spent his time. But now it was time for him to get back to work. He decided to find the very video in which he stopped the bleeding with his bare hands. The video collected many comments. For the most part, people admired how the young man managed to save the man. But Lin noticed one long comment. The user, who identified himself as a doctor, said the act was incredibly reckless and that it was impossible to stop the bleeding with bare hands without surgical equipment. There are only a few surgeons in the country who can do this, but none of them would dare to take such a risky step because the slightest mistake could cause irreparable damage. And the doctor in the video does not understand how much risk he is taking. The man said that if he were in charge of the hospital, he would immediately conduct a medical investigation. Lin thought, because of its fame, Manhua Hospital was the leading hospital in Changxi Province. But one should not underestimate provincial hospitals. Those specialists are very influential in the medical field. The dissertation that Director Josh wanted Lin to write was not only of scientific value, and it was not just for training. Dissertations were a powerful weapon in the medical community. It was used to familiarize a doctor, explaining the steps to attack others and to repel attacks. The dissertation is the surgeon's weapon, and in this case, the dissertation is a very urgent matter. Lin headed to the university to write his dissertation, where he was met by his fellow students. Charlie showed him a video of himself stopping bleeding and asked where he learned the technique. He began asking him if he had ever touched a live liver. However, Lin did not want to answer these questions and sent Charlie to another classroom. The hero headed towards the bookshelves to find the necessary reference literature. Charlie realized that Lin was going to do something really boring, so he decided to go and do his own thing. The hero sat in the library until late at night. He planned to work until the early morning, so it was time to take the energy serum. In the morning, Lin came to the hospital with the finished work. Josh was surprised that he did not sleep all night, because this could affect the quality of the dissertation. At that moment, Chandler approached the men and asked if he should arrange a shift for Lin. Josh said that would be unnecessary since he hadn't slept last night. It would be better to arrange for him to take over tomorrow. Chandler said that the emergency doctor had ruined his regimen, and the endocrine system of his biological clock was completely disrupted. No one dared to say that they could not go to bed late, but the director values Lin and is ready to provide him with rest, because you cannot work 2 days in a row, so the hero was asked to come to work tomorrow evening. After looking at Lin's work, Josh said it was a pretty good sketch. He then looked at the section titled Identifying Bleeding Sources Without Surgical Equipment. This unexpected section not only ensures the legality of the surgery, but also instantly improves the style of the document. Chandler was interested in this work because the director rarely praises anyone, so he wanted to see it. At that moment, Clyde approached him and asked if Lin really wrote the dissertation himself. He said that his dissertation featured an operation performed by the director, so he should include his name in it. Lin asked the man if he would like to include his name in the work as well. Clyde said he didn't care if his name was on it, he was just worried about their department's chief surgeon, Director Josh. Josh intervened in the conversation. He said that the dissertation was not even written, so there was no point in discussing it. Lin was a newbie, so there was no point in rushing him. The man also asked Clyde to write the dissertation next month and send it to him, and Chandler should hurry up with writing the articles. Then he told them that they were free to go and do useful things. Josh and Lin went on a patient round, and they came to a man who the hero had recently given stitches to. He said the 28-year-old patient was injured by a rebar at a construction site, and Lin disinfected and stitched the wound. Josh touched the patient's wound and asked what he felt, but the man felt nothing. The director said that this was good because when patients are given local anesthesia, they feel some pain for a week, and this means that the operation went well, which is very good. The man and his wife thanked the doctors for their help, and Lena received a notification from the system. He unlocked a new achievement thanks to the patient's sincere gratitude. This happened to him for the second time. Both cases were confirmed by Josh, so Lin decided to stay close to him and learn from him. As a gift, he was given a chest. Lin decided to open it, expecting to receive a new portion of energy serum. However, the chest did not contain a serum. It was a chip that allowed the hero to learn new skills. This time it was the M-Tang technique, which is used to suture tendons. Lin thought that the tendon was one of the many tissues in the hand. The most difficult to treat was the damaged tendon. On the other hand, such an operation was the most difficult among other hand surgeries. And in addition, the system gave him amazing skills, forcing him to go to the hand surgery department. Josh looked past the thoughtful Lin and asked him why he wasn't happy when the patient praised him. Then he said that the guy should go to the break room with Chandler today. The director said that the doctor could leave non-critical situations to Lin, but he was not allowed to take everything on himself like that time. 2 days later, the hero brought the director his completed dissertation, saying that he had completed it so quickly because the words seemed to come into his head on their own. Josh was skeptical, saying that the dissertation should not be underestimated no matter the length. Lin must be serious while writing it. However, as soon as the man looked at the work, his face immediately distorted in surprise. The work looked much more interesting than its rough version. Josh called over Dr. Lewis, an expert in research documents, and asked him to look at Lin's dissertation. Lewis noted that it turned out that Lin really did have experience in controlling bleeding, but his writing style was a bit rough, and the English abstract was slightly out of line with academic journal standards. The man thought to himself that the letter was lame. His writing style was good in some places and not so good in others, but he was still very envious of how well the work was done. Josh confirmed that his style still needed some tweaking and that the English essay needed to be rewritten, and then he asked where Lin wanted to publish her work. But the hero said that he had not thought about publishing. However, the director insisted on publication and asked one of the assistants to show Lin the journal Chinese Resuscitation Medicine. He said that the publication fee was very high, about 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. He asked Lin to write an application after a while. fill in the name of their hospital in the corresponding column, and request publication in the department. He then turned to Louis, reminding him that a few days ago they had wanted to hold a consultation for the victims of the factory explosion, and they needed to inform the medical department about Arnold from the provincial hospital. Louis was surprised. He recognized the name. Arnold was an expert from a provincial hospital, and he was at odds with director Josh. Josh said that in the comments left under Lin's video, there are many experts giving objective assessments, most of them questionable, but Arnold was being outrageous with his swearing. The director realized that he was the chief surgeon back then, and Arnold was using Lin to get to him, and the man needed to sort it out. Soon the day of the outpatient consultation arrived. A man came to Manhua Hospital. It was Arnold, an expert from Changshi Provincial Hospital. He said he had been thinking about having another negotiation when he heard the call from their hospital, and had even brought suitcases from his hospital, and was now offering to work with Josh. The director thought to himself that this scoundrel was showing off too much, but he didn't show it. Soon they, along with Arnold and Lin, came to the office where many doctors had already gathered. Arnold suggested starting the discussion, since everyone was gathered. However, Josh stopped him as Director Luke from the People's Liberation Army General Hospital had not yet arrived. Arnold chuckled, saying that Josh treated the other directors like his extended family. A few seconds later, the office door opened and a plump, middle-aged man in a tracksuit walked inside. It was that same Luke. He apologized for being late. Josh pulled out a chair for the man and invited him to sit down, then moved to the head of the table. He plugged in the projector and prepared to start the meeting. The situation involved critical burns to 2 patients and was quite significant, but everything was under control. Arnold thought to himself that since there were no critical cases, there was nothing to brag about. Luke said they were still able to assign guards to patients with 80% burns. Someone had to be with them at all times, so he suggested delegating some manpower to do that. Josh and Luke said they had handed the case over to Dr. Oliver and Dr. Lewis. However, Luke said that in his experience, Lewis was too old to keep up with them. Josh thought that the jokes were inappropriate here, but the decision was quite reasonable for the patients. Luke said that a young doctor could handle the patient, and it would be better if he watched him around the clock. They should schedule the activity for a month and see if they could save both of them. Thinking that Luke had thought this through carefully, Josh agreed with the plan and promised to think about it later. He then let Lux go, as it was not easy for him to get here, and now they wanted to talk about another situation. Suddenly, Luke saw a video on the screen where a young intern was controlling the bleeding, and with his bare hands. Arnold couldn't believe his eyes. Was this really that same video? Luke was a little annoyed that the cameraman didn't come closer, because the content he saw was incredibly interesting, but it was filmed terribly. Josh said the video was taken by the patient on his phone, but if the men wanted quality footage, they could make more. He also said that Director Lewis looked at Lin's dissertation, and the technique turned out to be real witchcraft. It needs to be leaked to the masses. The hero stood up and gave a copy of his work to Arnold. The man noted that this doctor had become a real internet star, but he didn't like it. He felt like he was popular just because of his good looks. Looking at the dissertation, he thought that most of what was written here was complete nonsense. The practical part was simply terrible. It was easy to find a lot of loopholes in it. Josh asked the man if he knew if the technique could be performed without surgical equipment and if the dissertation gave a clear explanation. But Arnold did not understand what the man was getting at. The director then showed the comment that Arnold had written, saying that it was the most reckless decision he had ever seen, and asked if he had seen anything like it. Arnold chuckled at how fiercely the man stood up for the intern. Then, Josh shouted that they had an outpatient consultation today. They had to learn from each other and solve problems, and now he wanted to solve this particular problem. He disliked those who made baseless accusations against others, as well as those who used their status to oppress others. Even though Lin Jiang was an 18-year-old intern, Arnold could not abuse his authority because he was the head doctor and had a higher status than him. Arnold was confused, saying that Josh was now also blaming him for no reason and abusing his authority. Then the director said that everyone had seen the dissertation, so he had every reason to blame Arnold, and he would even beat him up if he were younger. Luke tried to stop the men, saying that it was wrong to resolve everything with violence. If they wanted to argue, then they should wait until the others finished reading the dissertation. Arnold cleared his throat, saying he didn't say the bleeding couldn't be controlled that way. He said he was wrong when he said about medical practice. All the doctors that day were irresponsible with human life. The man stood up and started shouting, saying that there was too little time in the video for the examination. And even if there was no mistake found, it did not mean that the doctors did everything correctly. Josh chuckled, saying that from what Arnold was saying, his abilities were no better than the interns. Moreover, it would be an honor for Arnold to be placed on the same level as Lin. Luke tried to calm the men down by offering to let the author of the dissertation speak. Arnold was confident that he was better than some intern, and then Josh gave Lin his word. The hero rose from his seat. He was not quite ready to speak, especially in such a situation. Arnold said he had a couple of questions about his dissertation, wondering how confident Lin was that he would be able to perform the operation successfully, and whether he had thought about the consequences if it failed. The hero said that if the operation failed, the patient would face death or severe bleeding, both before and after the operation, as well as liver failure, ascites, biliary fistula, bleeding, or rupture of the digestive tract. Thus, Lin confirmed that he knew about the consequences, but still continued the operation. Arnold laughed, because he had just received Lin's confession that he had violated medical regulations. Then the hero said that in fact there was no accident. Everyone present in the office was shocked by this answer. Only Josh remained calm. He was pleased with Lin's answer and chuckled contentedly. Arnold was really angry. He didn't want to let these two humiliate him, but he needed to calm down. He then asked Lin if he thought the failure of the operation would affect his future, given his high-level skills. Lin said he thought about it, and then Arnold asked why he was still doing this. Who was giving him orders? Josh thought about how this bastard was digging his own hole. Then Lin said that if you look at the situation from the other side, his technique benefited the patient, and that was the main thing. Arnold was shocked by this answer and clenched his teeth in anger. Luke chuckled, saying that Lin clearly thought well with his head. Rules are of course very important, but the most important thing is what decision they will make at the most crucial moment of the operation, and what benefit they will bring to the patients. If they guarantee compliance with the rules and refuse the best therapeutic plans, then it will be useless. Josh said that was exactly what he meant. They were all in the emergency room. Honest men don't act so foolishly. If they had been lucky, they would have found the source of the bleeding right away. But Josh was unable to do so. If they had been unlucky and had not stopped the bleeding immediately, one could only guess whether the patient would survive or not. They chose the best solution. And if they constantly followed the rules, people would die every minute. Then Arnold shouted that if he ignored the rules, he wouldn't be a doctor for long. He pointed his finger at Lin, saying that if he made one more mistake, his career as a doctor would be over. However, to everyone's surprise, the hero said that he did not agree with this. Doctors are like cells that try their best to play their role as much as possible. But in order to live, a person needs to lose some functions. Lin explained that it must be a cancer cell. Arnold screamed. It seemed to him that this child was simply making fun of him. Josh chuckled, calling the man an old fool who was trying to keep disgusting people on top. He hoped that the administration would soon find out about his dirty deeds and his desire to grab a bigger piece for himself. Arnold gritted his teeth and said that he had to attend another meeting today. Josh said he hoped he wouldn't see him for a long time, but there was still something he wanted to say. The director said that the comment Arnold left under the video should be removed immediately and that he would post a report tomorrow at this time. As he left the office, Arnold thought that at the next meeting they would definitely go to the province, and then their battle would begin again. When he left, Josh suggested that the doctors end the meeting without further questions. After the consultation, director Josh and Lewis went to eat, so Blake, one of the interns, invited Lin to join them. However, Chandler immediately grabbed the hero by the hand and led him somewhere. When they were alone, the man said that he was worried because Lin did not watch his language, and if he did not stop, there would definitely be curious people. Then the hero asked if he had said something wrong. Chandler explained that he shouldn't talk about the rules because they couldn't talk about those things, and as for the relationship with the doctor, Lin could discuss it with him alone, but she shouldn't bring it up without a reason. Deciding to end the topic, the man invited Lin to go with him to his shift today. The hero was incredibly happy that he finally had a job. Being on duty is the most unpleasant part of working in a hospital, second only to arguing with patients. Usually the shift lasts for 24 hours, but the unlucky ones sit for all 36. It prevented doctors from getting rid of laziness, maintaining health, getting married. Most doctors cannot avoid this, but there was an exception. Lin was full of energy. It was his first time on duty, so he was very excited. Chandler said the doctors in their department were divided into 3 rows. The first row consists of beginners and inexperienced doctors. There are toilets here, but no showers. The second row was mostly for experienced doctors. Everything was the same here, only designed for 2. And the third row was designed for 1 person. It was the most comfortable. Bed linen is changed by nurses. Moreover, there will be no time to sleep on night duty. Emergency calls will not be long in coming. Chandler said that if he could handle it, they wouldn't have to wake up the second-line doctors. And it was also important not to disturb the third-line doctors. No matter who took over, there would be swearing. It was also very important not to disturb the director. The man said that Lin would not work alone. He would only work when someone was watching him, and the hero realized that this meant that he would not be able to practice without a medical license. Soon Lin came to the nurses' station. They had already heard that today he began his first night shift. All the girls were very glad to see the doctor and happily invited him to take a seat at their table. They brought him a glass of water and did everything to make Lin feel comfortable. The young nurses noted that the doctor's skin was simply magnificent, but the hero said that he only used homemade soap. The head nurse was then forced to say that Lin could not stay there, but promised to inform him about the patients. The surveillance camera was also for the nurses. There weren't many patients in the hospital right now, so Lin could sleep. The hero asked to call him if patients had tendon ruptures. He needed to practice his new M-Tang technique. Then the hero said goodbye to the nurses and went to rest. The young girls looked after him. The young man clearly seemed special to them. When Lin arrived in his room, Dr. Lewis was already there. He said that the guy should sleep until someone woke him up. In case of an accident, there were 7 people left on duty today. With these thoughts, Lin went to bed. He was lucky to sleep through the night as no one woke him up. And when the hero woke up, he found a note on the dresser next to his bed, as well as essential items. The nurse informed him that she did not wake him up because there were no patients with tendon ruptures today, and also asked him to rest more. Soon Lin packed his things and returned to his family clinic in Nizhnyaya Kanavka. His father sat with the man, seeing his son. Robert said that business was going well today, and not because of the flu outbreak. He said that some people from Verkhnyaya Kanavka noted that their family had excellent skills and they had gone to great lengths to advise them. Moreover, the girl who gave them the carp yesterday said that it was a thank you gift. Lena's mother gave her a sun hat in return, and she liked it very much. At that moment, Lin's phone rang. It was Layla. She asked worriedly why Lin wasn't in the hospital now. As it turned out, she brought a whole carload of sick people to the hospital, and the guy wasn't there. Robert thought about it. Since childhood, his son had often been showered with gifts by girls, but this was the first time he had heard of people being given to him. Layla asked what she should do with all these patients now. Robert immediately saw the benefit in this. Perhaps it would be possible to bring patients to their clinic. He asked Lin to give him the phone so he could personally ask the girl what kind of problems those patients had. Layla said that the patients there were mostly injured, some with cut arms, some coughing up blood, some covered in bruises. Robert said they don't have the equipment to give blood transfusions. They mostly do stitches for external injuries, and the girl said they all have external injuries. She promised that she would soon bring patients to their hospital. The man gave the phone to his son, assuring him that everything would be fine. Soon, a whole car full of wounded men pulled up to the clinic. Some of them were surprised that they had been brought to such a small clinic. But Layla reminded them that her brother had received stitches here. Then she turned towards the entrance and shouted to Lena that she had arrived. The hero was playing a mobile game at the time and wouldn't have even noticed the girl if it weren't for his father. Layla said that there was a traffic jam on the road, so she was a little late. Then she leaned over to Lin, telling him not to rush, because the patients were already here and were in no danger. At that moment, wounded men entered the clinic. They were surprised, because Layla asked them to hurry, and now she wanted to send them back. The girl looked at them with displeasure, realizing that they had just ruined her brilliant plan. Lin said he couldn't keep the patients waiting. Then he handed the phone to Layla, asking her to finish the game for him. However, the girl had absolutely no idea what to do. Lin told her that it was okay, since he was far from being a professional at this game either. When the hero left, the girl thought, this was Lin's game, and if she loses, she will admit defeat. A few moments later, it dawned on the girl that right now she was holding Lin's phone in her hands. Then she decided to just close the game and watch something more interesting. Meanwhile, Lin came into the procedure room and asked Dr. Stanley to help the patients with bruises. He then asked the patients to come into the office one by one to receive help. One of the patients asked if Lin was really able to stitch up the tattoo of the king, Layla's brother, and the hero answered in the affirmative. Then the man asked the hero to stitch up his wound so that after recovery it would look like a huge scar. He wanted this scar to show what a strong and brutal man he was. Although it was an unusual request, Lin fulfilled it. The man was very pleased with the result. Everything looked exactly as he wanted. At that moment, Lin's system sent a notification. He again received a reward for the patient's sincere gratitude. As it turned out, it worked even when there was no other doctor nearby. Ashton soon brought in girls with minor injuries, telling Layla that this was already the third car. Most of the people from the first car had already been treated. Nurse Edith asked the girl where she got these patients from. Layla said that they were drinking at the bar. She suddenly thought that Lin might have heard this and thought something bad about her. But the hero was up to his ears in work and didn't even pay attention to them. Soon, it was the turn of one of the girls. She had a wound on her shoulder. Stanley said that it could be stitched up with ordinary threads. However, the girl said that she already had one ugly scar and would not like to get a second one. Her shoulders are always exposed due to her profession, so she simply cannot have scars there. She needs a thinner thread. Stanley noted that it would be very difficult to stitch with a size 0 thread because it would be difficult to control and might have to be changed over and over again. The girl looked at the thread and said that it looked too thick for her. She would like an even thinner thread. Stanley and Edith were extremely surprised by this request, but Lin said that it would not be a problem. He asked Edith for the thinnest thread they had. Hers was a size 5-0. Stanley wanted to stop him, being sure that Lin would not cope, but the hero promised that everything would be fine regardless of the size of the thread. Soon the stitches were put in. The girl looked at herself in the mirror and she liked what she saw incredibly. The stitch was almost invisible, and then she asked Lin to stitch up her partner too. Robert was happy. The old patient brought in a few more, and if this continues, their clinic will soon be full of people, so they need to hire a part-time doctor. When Lin Jan is on duty at the hospital, the clinic will be open. And when the time comes, the news will be announced on the news or written in the newspapers. And then Nizhnaya Kanavka will become popular and all their efforts will pay off. On Monday morning, Lin returned to the hospital and was immediately greeted by a concerned nurse. She said that there was an accident on the highway, there were victims, the helicopter was already on its way. Dr. Josh asked to change clothes and start preparing for the operation. Lin immediately ran towards the operating room. He heard Dr. Clyde ask for staff from the cardiology and cardiovascular surgery department to be brought in. Lin noted that his voice sounded much more serious than usual. When the hero changed his clothes, he was immediately called to operating room number 1. In the operating room, Clyde thought, they only have 2 newbies, and the configuration is terrible for patients with serious injuries. A newbie can use a retractor at this level of surgery. In Clyde's opinion, Lin was an intern with excellent skills, but he was terrible at managing. However, although he did not like Lin, he decided not to pick on him. He wondered if he would feel uncomfortable if he stood behind him and watched. Then Clyde said that Lin would help. Everyone present, as well as the hero himself, were very surprised by this decision, but the hero did not object. Soon 2 more patients were wheeled into the room. The 15th was still conscious, and the 16th had a normal pupillary response to light. His body, abdomen, and limbs were injured and bleeding. Apparently, his bleeding did not stop. Clyde told the lab technicians to run blood tests and x-rays, ultrasounds, and move the CT scanner closer. We also need help from staff from other departments. The situation is such that the patient cannot be transported, so the operation must be performed on site. Now we need to cut the tourniquet on the legs. Lin thought, the operation is complicated, but if he studies each wound, maybe everything will work out. The patient will get better if he uses his technique. The hero asked the system who is the best in the world in this technique. As it turned out, it was Adam Fizz. He has a legendary level. Then Lena became interested in what level he was. The system reported that he was ranked 126th in the world, 13th in China, 2nd in the province, and 1st in the city. At this time, Clyde was working with the patient. Everything looked like chicken blood. When he cut the tourniquet on the patient's leg with scissors, blood immediately gushed from the wound. Clyde asked Lin to apply pressure to the pressure gauge immediately. However, to his surprise, the hero immediately reached out his hand to the patient's wound. He put his arm around her and soon the bleeding stopped. Clyde looked at Lin in surprise. He had completely forgotten about this technique of his. The man said no matter how good his technique was, he should not do that during surgery. Lin thought, Dr. Clyde is the head doctor, and he is an assistant, which means he must adapt to him. When the hero let go of his hand, the doctor easily guessed his thoughts. And although Clyde did not like this guy, with his successful techniques the operation would end faster. Then he suggested that Lin stitch the patient's entire arm. When the hero began, the man noted that the nurse was handing Lin the instruments faster than he was handing them to her. Nurses are more familiar with medical methods than doctors. They understand what doctors need. However, when Lin asked to hand him the microscopic glasses, Clyde became alarmed and asked what the intern was going to do with them. Lin said the blood vessels were open and the tendon was sutured. Realizing that the boy was causing trouble under his watch, Clyde yelled at him to stop as he only needed to treat the wound. Lin looked at him in bewilderment because the doctor asked him to stitch up his arm. Clyde was indignant, saying that it didn't matter, but the hero reported that the patient's arm was not working. The doctor shouted that he had only asked Lin to treat his hand, not to stitch up the tendons, which was why his hand wasn't working and that he should stop all of this immediately. However, Lin stood his ground. He had to at least finish. He was worried about the wounds. There were several bleeding wounds that didn't need stitches yet. Lin promised to do his best to stitch up the tendons without delay. Clyde was afraid of the delay, but what worried him even more was that Lin John had broken the rules again, no matter how well the wound was sutured or not. It would be a big problem if the patient lost the functionality of his hands. Clyde came up behind Lena and asked him to stop. The hero said that he was using the M-Tang technique, and if he stopped now, the tendon would be damaged. This answer made Clyde furious. This guy was clearly making fun of him. Who was he to use the M-Tang technique? Lin asked why not try, since the patient had a ruptured tendon in the second zone. The tendon of the human hand has 5 zones. The second zone is from the second joint to the front of the palm. It is the most difficult, meaning that almost no one can suture the tendon in zone 2 normally. This happened when Tang Jinbo, a professor at Nantong University, began to use the M-Tang technique. In addition, in self-testing, a good indicator, that is 70 to 80%, was achieved with the help of special equipment, not to mention technology. Clyde looked at Lin with displeasure. The powerful control that the head doctors had over the newcomers was based not only on rank, but also on the skill of responsibility. If the head doctor pointed out a mistake, the newbie would have to do as he was told. And now Clyde couldn't do anything, which meant he had no control over the operation. Lin said that doctor. Clyde couldn't come up with a better option, so he would continue. Everyone present looked at Lin in surprise. Could it be that he became the chief surgeon in the operation? Then Clyde asked to call Director Josh here. One of the doctors came out of the operating room and met Howie, the chief of hand surgery. He said that the M-Tang technique is used in the operating room. The men were shocked because they thought that Director Pan was the only one who knew how to use this technique. He even went to Japan for in-depth study. Doctors learn from experienced people, learn all kinds of techniques, but practicing a new skill is very expensive for doctors, so not everyone can afford it. Doctors learn new techniques, but focus on only one. And in this hospital, the best in the M-Tang technique is Director Pan. The doctor then called Howie into the surgery so that he too could see that Director Pan was no longer the only one using this technique. Soon, Director Josh arrived in the operating room and asked what had happened. Clyde reported that Lin was performing the operation without permission. Josh looked at the intern, who silently continued the operation, but confirmed Clyde's words. Josh asked the intern why he wasn't following the rules. Lin replied that he didn't know it was illegal, but he had already stitched up the tendons. Everyone present in the operating room looked at the young man in surprise. Clyde was furious because this guy kept pulling off all these tricks and the director still encouraged him. When the doctor realized that the director had not paid attention to his words, he became even more angry. Josh said that the chief surgeon was in complete control of the situation, and that Lin was required to inform him of what he was going to do and get permission before performing any procedures, especially ones like this. And Lin said that he would do just that from now on. The director asked Lin if he understood what he had to do. The hero assumed that Josh was offering him the position of chief surgeon. Clyde looked at what was happening in horror. This guy was going to replace him, but he wouldn't have known anything if he hadn't taught him. The doctor then turned to Howie, a hand surgeon. He asked to speak to Director Cheyenne in the operating room. Josh noticed the men's conversation, as Director Pan usually used this technique. Howie said that the M-Tang technique is Director Pan's specialty. Director Cheyenne is not very good at it. Then Josh asked to give him magnifying glasses. Now it was important to know how well the operation was going. Since he had never performed surgery on a hand, this was unfamiliar to him. However, the director immediately saw that the edges were neat, the seam was strong, and the damage was not that great. Then he asked Lin to finish the operation. Clyde asked the director why he told the intern to continue, and Josh objected, not understanding what else he could tell him. Clyde wondered if Director Josh was taking charge, and it didn't matter what happened to the patient, but he asked him if he could finish the operation on the hand once Lin was done. Josh said that if his man could do it, he wouldn't let anyone else do the surgery. Clyde was surprised by this answer. He forgot that Director Josh is the first in China who always defends rights. His values are based on expanding professionalism. At that time, expensive medicine was used to ensure the income of the doctor, and the surgical department was always left without funds. Surgeons had no choice but to fight for the right to operate on patients. No one was against it. The aim of Chenxi Province's medical and healthcare reform is to pay good fees for medical services and reduce the price of medicines, which has made the province's drug prices closer to the market price. And the cost of operations has increased tenfold. Looking at the operating table, Clyde thought, Lin created a tense environment, but he can easily perform vascular anastomosis. The choice of suture position is carefully thought out, and the blood vessels and nerves are not affected. This kid's technique is so good, Principal Josh will never accept the fact that anyone in the department uses this technique for sewing. Josh watched closely as Lin performed the surgery. He said that there were too many people in the operating room. He asked everyone who was not busy to leave. The director even threw the anesthesiologist out of the office. The man knew that if the director raised his chin that high, it meant he was really serious. He immediately rose to his feet and headed towards the exit. When only trusted people remained in the office, Josh suggested taking a break. Now he was determined to talk to Lin. Clyde thought that the director should teach him a lesson, no matter how good his technique was. Josh said that Lin acted on his own 2 times, but there are consequences. If he had been in another hospital and other doctors had seen all of this, he could have immediately said goodbye to his education certificate. Since Lin had broken the rules twice, Josh was forced to warn him. He said that his internship was continuing, but its purpose was to practice, and therefore the guy should be punished for all misdeeds, and the hero replied that he could do it. Clyde thought that this intern was making fun of the chief surgeon, for which he should be punished very severely. Josh said that their department was doing internships in the emergency department, and the director would make Lin's internship period longer than the others, and the hero had no objections to this. The director also said that he asked the nurse to look at the records for the last 3 months. The emergency department transferred about 30 patients with tendon injuries to the hand surgery department. This is equivalent to 1 case every 3 days. This is not a small number. He asked Lin if he wanted to practice his technique there. The hero would like to do this, but he didn't think it was possible. But Josh said if this surgery was successful, then with the doctor's permission, Lin would be able to do it. Tendon injury surgery can be big or small. If they do it, they would need to write it all down. Then Clyde thought, the board meeting is about to start. He had always been worried about this, but he forgot that the person under his supervision was using the MTang technique just like that. Manhua Surgical Hospital was very advanced. If the director was right, then their department would be able to use the MTang technique in emergency situations. If all went well, it would add to their results for the year. Their department had difficulty performing new techniques, but he believed they would set a new record. Clyde looked at Lin with hope, sincerely hoping that everything would work out for him, because now everything depended on him. Soon the hero finished the operation. Clyde immediately ran up to check the result. Josh also took a look at the result and reported that the job was done well. Everyone present looked towards the director with slight surprise. The nurse smiled sweetly and said that since the operation was over, it was time to rest. Josh was the first to leave the operating room, thinking that it was time to open up the position of deputy director. If Lin can pass this level, then everything will go smoothly from here on out. Josh then headed up to the 9th floor to greet Chief Medical Officer Vincent, who had come a long way to get here. Vincent, Associate Director of Hand Surgery, said he was not used to such a friendly version of Josh. Then the man said that he would like to invite him for a consultation. He offered him a drink, but Vincent said that he felt awkward about such flattery, and therefore should immediately go to the patient's room. When the men arrived at the right place, Vincent said that the place looked like an observation room, but in fact it was a chamber to prevent information leaks. If Director Jin or Director Pan see this, they might be furious. Josh pretended not to notice his words and said that their hand surgery department still had patients in their intensive care unit, so he offered to provide treatment to the patients that Cheyenne didn't want to take, since it wouldn't be wise to take them away. According to the rules, after transferring the patient to another department after receiving emergency care or basic treatment, specialized departments will consider the patients who were difficult to cure or even died, and then many patients were left in the emergency department. This situation is called preventing a disaster for other departments. But in the end, the patient became weak. Josh, along with Vincent and Lin, came to the patient who was unconscious, with Clyde standing by his bed. He said the patient's name was Max. He was 42 years old. The man was injured in a car accident. He had a negative head CT scan, various degrees of fracture and intra-abdominal hemorrhage in the cervical vertebrae and limbs. The first stage of the operation lasted 3 hours. The left tendon was damaged. The MTang technique was used for suturing. Vincent thought to himself that none of this had anything to do with him. He guessed that it was all because of this young intern. Josh then asked Lin to tell him step by step how he was able to stitch up the wound. The hero said he first decided to fix the knot of the first loop at 0.3 inches near the proximal dorsal tendon of the hand, inserted the trocar vertically through the tendon of the hand, and pulled the game out 0.2 inches near the distal dorsal tendon. Vincent looked at the patient's hand in amazement. Earlier, when he saw the MTANG method in action, statistics claimed that it would increase the chances of success of the operation by 10 to 20%. But the workload for doctors would more than double. However, Lin's words sounded as if it was a very easy operation. Then he remembered that Josh had asked him to evaluate the operation, not to listen to the lectures. Josh asked if he had any problems, but Vincent was quick to reply that everything was fine. Then the man asked him to just tell it like it is. There is no need to hide anything. In any case, the operation was delicate, carried out during a rescue operation, and now they are consulting with specialists from the hand surgery department to check if they missed anything. The patient's relatives thought that they were happy that Max's life was saved, and now doctors have even decided to check the functioning of his hand. Vincent asked if the patient would be able to move his arm on his own. Max's wife said Dr. Lin was already asking the man to move his arm when he regained consciousness. They said he was able to move all 5 fingers. Vincent replied that in that case everything was fine. After all, this technique had some advantages. Clyde didn't understand why the ward was in such a mood, because Vincent always scolded everyone, and now he was praising Lin. The man asked Max to move his fingers. He was able to do so, and Vincent said that this indicated that the tendon was not damaged after the operation. Then the doctor asked Max to make a few more movements with his hand. The man succeeded. And then Vincent thought, in the prognosis of suturing the tendon of the hand, the most unpleasant stage is the fusion and rupture of the tendons. Lin Jiang did quite well, so the prognosis is excellent. The women noticed the doctor's expression change and asked how well his tendon was stitched. They expected Max to at least be able to take care of himself. Then Vincent said that Max would definitely be able to lead a normal life. The man was happy with this outcome of events, but he did not understand the reason for his joy, because it was not he who performed the operation, but an ordinary intern. He noted that Josh had brought him here specifically to brag, despite breaking the rules. Soon other doctors came into the room. They heard that someone else had mastered the MTANG technique, and Director Vincent gave his assessment of this. The man handed Josh a hand function assessment form, and they were supposed to do it together and be thorough about it. Everyone present was surprised. There was a bill for the operation on paper. Usually it takes 16 weeks for the tendons to heal after the operation. The first stage of the operation lasts from 3 to 4 weeks. Usually it takes 3 weeks to receive the bill after the patient receives an assessment of his condition. Vincent asked Lin if the MTANG technique required the surgeon to suture the tendon. The hero replied that cutting the tendon would stimulate his speedy recovery. The doctors present immediately began to discuss what had just happened. Director Vincent called Lin a doctor, even though he was just an intern. At this point, the system sent the hero a notification that he had unlocked a new achievement, gaining fame, and thus earned a basic treasure chest. He became curious about how many achievements he could unlock, but the system did not give him an answer. Lin decided to open the chest. There was energy serum again. The man thought he had used 8 energy serums and 1 bottle in total. He had 7 bottles left. Then he decided to ask who was the best in their hospital at MTANG, and the system called his name. In the evening, Lin returned to his home. He told his mother that he had no plans for today. Suddenly, Lin noticed that there was someone else in the room. A little boy. The hero knew him. It was Duncan from the 12th Spring Temple in the suburbs of Manhua. Tanya patted the boy on the head, inviting him to stay with them for dinner. The family had planned a vegetarian dinner today. The woman asked what Duncan had come to see them about. The boy said that his master asked him to give them some ink. The abbot said that Mr. Lin would now be the chief surgeon, so Duncan came to congratulate him. Lin patted him on the head, telling him that he was still just an ordinary intern. Duncan said that the abbot saw a video of Mr. Lin on the internet. He said that Mr. Lin had grown a lot and that he would definitely become the chief surgeon. Robert said that Abbot Duncan seemed to be a clever man, and the boy should listen to him carefully. Then the parents turned to Lin, asking when he would become chief surgeon. The hero said that it didn't depend on him, because he was still an intern, thinking to himself that his parents were exaggerating too much. 2 months had passed since that day. Lin was still working in the hospital. He didn't even notice how his hair had grown. One working day, Vanessa came up to him and said that the head nurse had sent her to Lin, and from that day on, she would be helping him with tendon surgeries. She asked how many people of equipment Lin would need, But the hero had no particular wishes. Vanessa asked him to think carefully, since it would be more difficult to get the equipment that suited him later if he didn't say so at the beginning. But Lin wanted to decide this after meeting with the patients. The girl objected. The patients would arrive within 24 hours if Lin wanted them. The hero was surprised that Director Josh had already found patients for him. Vanessa said there were a lot of people with tendon injuries, and more were arriving every couple of days. If Lin wanted to get to work right away, she could call the emergency department and ask them to send a couple of patients with flexor tendon injuries. She could also ask Director Josh to send out requests to local clinics, and if they were lucky, they would get new patients soon. Then Lin asked who would assist him. To his surprise, Vanessa replied that Principal Josh had taken on the job. She said that Dr. Lin was not yet qualified to perform surgeries on his own. So, in all reports, the director would be listed as the chief surgeon and Lin as the assistant. But during the surgery, it would be the other way around. Vanessa said that the director himself wanted to tell Lin everything, so it was a secret. The hero thought about it because the director always has so many things to do, and a director assistant sounds strange. Moreover, he needs a second assistant. At that moment, Josh approached Lin. He said that the second assistant would be Dr. Larry, who had just finished his internship. Larry looked at Lin and was quite surprised, not believing that the director wanted to make him an intern's assistant. At this point, Josh decided to leave the men. Lin thought to himself that the second assistant looked like an idiot. However, this does not matter, since he will have to do practically nothing. An hour and a half later, Larry and Vanessa set out to look for Lin. He said he would be in the practice room. However, when they opened the doors, they were horrified, as the whole room was hung with pig's hooves. Lin said that he bought them himself. They are needed for practicing the operation on the flexor tendons. They can try working with them right now. Lin horizontally cut the distal tendon at the metatarsophalangeal joint, which is a good analog for the injury to the flexor tendon in the second zone of the metatarsophalangeal joint. Larry watched him carefully, but he still didn't fully understand this stitching technique. However, when Lin showed everything, Larry realized why the director asked him to be an assistant. He is a real professional. His technique is simply incredible. The hero explained that after they tied the knots, they had to pay special attention to the fact that they had to secure the second loop into the knot of the first loop before making the vertical stitch again, and then they had to tie another knot at the very end of the tendon. Larry noted that Lin was really teaching him, and what would happen if he could master this technique. If he wants to prove himself in the surgery, he can't just rely on Dr. Lin, because he is an outstanding doctor, which means that after he leaves, Director Josh will look for those who can replace him. Larry believed that this would be his finest hour. Soon the day of the surgery arrived, and the first thing Larry noticed was that Lin used a basic suture on the patient so that his assistant would understand everything. And now the hero began to use the M-Tang technique. He asked Larry to watch this carefully and remember everything in detail. After a short time, Lin announced the completion of the operation. The patient's relatives were standing outside the office, and Josh told them that the operation was successful. Larry said he learned a lot from Dr. Lin today. He asked the hero what they would do next. Lin asked his assistant to teach him how to write medical papers. Larry was very surprised because he had already forgotten that Lin was still an intern. However, he was surprised that during his internship he never wrote medical documents. The hero said that instead he disinfected, stitched, controlled the bleeding, and used M-Tang. However, all these procedures had to be recorded in the medical record, but instead of Lin, other interns did all this. Then Larry began teaching Lin how to write medical charts. Vanessa came into the office and said that the previous patient could already clench his fist a little. Larry was incredibly happy about this and said that the man should go and see the patient. Vincent was already in the room. He said that the swelling had gone down. The arm was recovering very well. According to the standard, the patient can only be discharged when his flexion limit is less than 5 degrees, and when the strength of his arm is restored to 75% of the strength of a healthy person's arm. But overall, everything is fine. The patient's relatives thanked the doctor for the treatment, and the system gave Lin an ordinary treasure chest. John offered Vincent to look at Lin's results today. The man was surprised at how quickly he completed the operation. Then he said goodbye to everyone and went to examine the next patient. Josh asked Lin to pay more attention to the previous patient. He will be responsible for the first and fifth beds for 2 days. If the patients recover, then Josh will find others for the guy. He also said that they could have dinner at 7 p.m., perhaps with the headmistress Jacqueline joining them. Lin happily accepted the invitation. Soon it was evening. The business manager of the medical company, Manhwa Selena, together with her partner, a medical representative named Huang, was heading towards the restaurant. She said that people are so easy to spread terrible rumors about the food in the departments, so you have to choose small, beautiful restaurants. You need to consider the details. The food must be good. Huang noted that the girl is true to herself, but this time, she was very nervous. Selena said that head mistress Jacqueline had a lot of power in Manhua Hospital. They should take advantage of it. But Huang needed to establish a good relationship with her. Soon, the director of Manhua Hospital, Jacqueline, arrived at the restaurant, followed by Josh and Lin. Seeing the young man, Selena immediately blushed. She did not expect to see such a handsome man. Huang thought that with such a face and figure, he would certainly be suitable for the role of a medical representative. Selena hurried over to Lin, complimenting his appearance. She asked him if he would like to become a representative of the medical industry. However, the girl immediately caught herself thinking that she shouldn't get lost over such a trifle, because right now, the most important thing for her was work. So she hurried to greet directors Josh and Jacqueline. The woman introduced Selena to Lena, saying that he was the chief surgeon at Mtang Technique in Yunhai in the emergency department. Selena shook the guy's hand, saying that from now on they would take care of each other. She then asked the guests to come to the table and talk in a more pleasant atmosphere. Juan thought it was his time to show off and used his signature skill, the sunny smile. When everyone sat down at the table, Jacqueline said that they should first order food for Dr. Lin. The young people have a good appetite, so they, the old people, will eat modest dishes, Juan thought. Selena got him to accompany the director, but now he asks him to accompany Dr. Lin. Apparently, she is using him. However, the man decided to keep a straight face because he is a medical representative. He wanted to offer Lin help in choosing dishes, but the hero asked the waitress to bring him only a glass of water. Juan was offended at being so brazenly ignored. Once everyone's drinks were brought, Selena said that the torn tendons needed to be scanned with an MRI. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient if every patient had to be sent to the medical technology building. In the future, when the MTang program is launched, it will take very little to get on the waiting list, but it will require an MRI machine. Juan didn't understand why Selena was so straightforward, because the prices for MRI machines are very high. Of course, there are cheap and expensive models, even if they are domestically produced. The nominal price of imported models with superconducting magnet is more than 10 or 15 million yuan. This machine is worth more than a person. Seeing the mockery on her partner's face, Selena immediately whispered to him to put on a smile and create a normal atmosphere at the table. Jacqueline said that if they bought an MRI machine specifically for the Mtang technique, then the newcomer Lin would become a real big shot in their hospital. Josh said if I was going to buy one, I should go with their department. He always wanted an MRI machine, and now they can't even do one MRI, which is too bad. Jacqueline chuckled, saying that this was not something to discuss over dinner. It was a trap they had set for their guests, so the man should forget about the expensive MRI machine. They should settle for just a pet. Lin brought the director a bottle of wine, saying that he was almost finished, so he would go on duty at the hospital. Jacqueline said that Josh can drink whatever he wants, but not too much because he is a surgeon. Huang wanted to raise a toast to the head mistress, but the woman interrupted him, saying that it was amazing that Lin Zhan had performed his first operation using the Mtang technique in the emergency department of Yunhua Hospital, and the hospital would definitely support him. However, they cannot buy an MRI machine and pay for a new operating room, but we can buy a suitable microscope. Unfortunately, the director of the hand surgery department also once used the Mtang technique. It was a complete failure. Otherwise, Jacqueline could have allocated part of her budget for the doctors to improve their equipment. Josh said that Dr. Lin and Deputy Department Director Pan have been using the Mtang technique successfully, but the hospital only tests the person who performed the first case, which is unfair to their department. The man suggested postponing the purchase of the MRI machine and focusing on the Mtang technology project. Then, the other hospitals would invest a lot of money to win this race. Selena recalled being told once that developing new technology was like planting trees. When you plant a seed, it takes several years for it to grow into a tree, but first you have to wait for someone to sow the seeds. Jacqueline said that Dr. Lin is just like a gardener. Josh said that Lin is a doctor who grew up in their hospital. His technique runs in the family. Jacqueline suggested that they stop joking. She couldn't believe that there was anyone who passed on the Mtang technique as an inheritance. Juan chuckled at how stupid that assumption was, earning Selena's wrath once again. The girl apologized for her partner's words, asking the directors to continue their conversation. Josh said as far as he knows, Their department's deputy director Pan often invited MTang technique experts to their hospital. About 4 years ago, he was their assistant and memorized everything during the training process. Deputy Pan studied this technique for more than 4 years, but still went to Japan for training. He added that Lin was not such a weirdo, Headmistress Jacqueline could prove it, so shouldn't the money saved by old Pan and young Lin be used to conduct an MRI? At least it should be enough to install an operating room and a recovery room. Selena said that it should be done immediately. Nowadays, hiring a freelance surgeon is very expensive, with the minimum cost being 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, not to mention the need to arrange transportation, accommodation, and seminars. Jacqueline replied that the situation with Old Man Pan was a little different. It wasn't like he only knew the M-Tang technique. Jacqueline was in favor of a rehabilitation room and also didn't rule out the presence of an operating room. But the hospital couldn't just take and re-equip the department for them. Josh said he would soon bring up the topic of adding an operating room to the orthopedic department, and he didn't care at all what Pan thought, even if he was negative. Using M-Tang technique to rupture the tendon can be considered as an advanced technique in the whole country and even in the whole world. First, a plan needs to be developed. The man asked Jacqueline to come next year to see their result. The woman agreed, chewed the men's success. She suggested that Lin drink another glass to celebrate and end the evening. Juan said that he would take the wine left on the table for himself. He heard that headmistresses like to drink wine, so he took a bottle and drank it down. Jacqueline told Selena that she should get an MRI done on the guy she brought with her. Meanwhile, something happened at the hospital. Larry was looking for Lin because today he was on duty. Vanessa said he was in the duty room now. Larry went there, saying that he had brought him a patient with a torn scrotum just like Lin himself wanted. The hero immediately rose from his seat and went to the patient. At the moment, he was very interested in patients with testicular trauma. The system told Lin the recipe he should use to treat the patient. Soon the hero came to the ward where the injured man was already lying. The senior doctor, Patrick, informed him that the man was in shock. He asked what information Lin could deduce from his appearance. The hero said that the rupture of the right side of the scrotum exposed the testicle. Obvious contamination could be seen on the surface of the scrotum and soft tissues. The wound reached the vaginal membrane, but it was not damaged. Patrick asked Lin to examine the patient and tell him what he planned to do with him. The hero said that there were no critical wounds, but there was a non-linear wound, and it was definitely contaminated, and the guy was also worried about how exactly everything happened. Patrick said he asked him on the street. He got injured while skateboarding. Doing different tricks, he jumped on a metal handrail and fell down. He landed on the railing and the skateboard flew away. He ended up riding on this handrail and it wasn't even round. Lin decided that he should consider the possibility of tetanus and get a shot. The bleeding was not too serious, so Lin tried to imagine what a normal testicle looked like. He would be able to find out if he was allowed to work cutting open a man's scrotum and checking if it was normal. But this situation was quite atypical. Lin would not be able to draw a conclusion so quickly, since he was not familiar with its anatomical structure. Patrick said that if it was not normal, they might consider testicular torsion. At this point, the doctors were interrupted by a nurse who asked what medications they would be administering. The patient was noticeably nervous, since it was his reproductive organ that was being discussed. So Patrick said that they shouldn't quarrel with patients and asked Lin to explain to him what a spermatic cord was. The hero said that the spermatic cord is a structure that holds the testicle in place and provides it with nutrition. It includes arteries, veins, lymphatic vessels, nerves. And now they need to check whether the cord is working properly. And if there are problems with it, they will have to do an operation. They may have to remove the testicle, in which case stitches won't even be needed. Patrick examined the patient, saying that there was no torsion. This position of the seed cord is quite rare. He asked Lin to continue to debride and suture the wound, and to make sure that he did not touch the wound while debridement. The patient burst into tears of grief, saying that his future was in the hands of Dr. Lin. The hero put on a medical cap and mask and prepared to stitch up the wound. Having to be extremely careful to ensure that everything went well, Lin decided to use the intermittent vertical stitch technique. After a fairly short time, he reported that he had finished applying the stitches. The system informed him that he had completed the task of treating patients, and as a reward, it gave him the ability to incise at a professional level. 2 days later, Patrick approached Lin and said that the patient had recovered quickly because Lin had performed an excellent operation. The man asked where the intern practiced. The hero replied that he trained in his family clinic. Patrick was surprised that Lin was able to learn this, since there are not so many patients with ruptured testicles. And then the hero replied that he often used the Limber technique to sew up the stomachs of elderly people. At that moment, Larry entered the office and announced that the patient with the tumor in room 5 had recovered. Lynn said goodbye to Patrick and headed towards the exit. Larry informed him that the patient in room 5 was recovering quite quickly, but they would not talk about that now. The thing is, Larry hadn't practiced with Dr. Lin for a long time and he couldn't wait for another joint operation. However, the hero said that he had an operation tomorrow, so he needed to gain strength. Larry thought to himself, despite his immense talent, Lin still had some flaws, and if he had time to freshen up, why not make a few cuts? The man wondered if the doctor didn't want to practice the incision. It would be nice if he handed the task over to him. Larry chuckled, confident that the time would come when Dr. Lin would come running to him. The next day, the scheduled surgery came. Josh reported that the patient was Li Xingguo, 21 years old. He had an open wound. The tendons of the index and middle fingers were torn. The deep tendons of the fingers and the superficial tendons of the middle finger were torn. The situation was complicated. However, Lin was confident that they could handle it. Josh thought this was the only patient they could find today. Lin noted that the injury site is known as a lumbrical tendon injury because the tendons in that area are so tightly packed together. Both flexors are connected by narrow tendon sheaths. Strong adhesion is an ideal situation for restoring hand function. The fact that the flexor digitorum profundus and flexor superficialis were injured means they were very stressed, further increasing the likelihood of fusion. But this is not the problem. For a master in the MTAN technique, it is enough to deal with both deep and shallow tendons at the same time. Lin was about to rupture the flexor tendon in zone 2 and needed a handle. Vanessa gave it to him before he even finished speaking. Apparently, she practices coordination very well. Josh watched closely as Lin performed the surgery, wanting to help him, but still remaining silent. He understood that he couldn't always help him after all. He had to practice. He decided to let Larry make the incision himself. Because he had been training for 3 years, the child was doing very well after the operation, and he was also attentive to the patient's prognosis. Larry was surprised that the director was worried about him. He thought he was more worried about Lin's technique. He thought it would have been better if Dr. Lin had left the incision to him. However, he knew that he shouldn't expect to take Dr. Lin's job. Besides, the doctor had problems with incisions before, and he didn't practice them yesterday, so he wouldn't do it. He had problems with incision technique, and he was bad at this area, so the doctor would refuse him. However, Lin asked to tighten the skin. Larry could not believe his ears. The doctor did not hesitate at all, as if he had thought about it in advance. Moreover, Lin chose a good position for the cut. Lin picked up the knife, preparing to begin the operation. Larry watched the doctor in amazement. The level of his incision was truly the work of a high-level doctor. But how did Dr. Lin, who had only performed surgery twice, become a master in the blink of an eye? Josh asked Lin if he had practiced making cuts, and the hero replied in the affirmative. The director thought about it. He always knew he was smart, but he didn't expect his knowledge base to be so vast. If someone told him that a person could become the best at cutting in just a few days, he would definitely shower that person with choice insults. However, he didn't understand what had happened to him. Maybe he hadn't given it his all last time. But as far as Josh remembered, the last time his movements didn't look like he was faking it. Then Lin asked to remove the skin. Larry watched the doctor's hands closely, feeling ashamed of his thoughts about Lin John being arrogant, and also about how he should have made the incision instead. He said that some uninformed people might think that Lin was using some secret technique. However, John said it didn't matter what others thought. He then asked Lin if he really bought pig's feet to practice his skills. The hero said that he bought them from time to time. The director said that this wouldn't work, since he was still an intern, and the allowance of several hundred yen a month was not enough to buy pig's feet. Lin does not have to pay for training materials out of pocket. Even though the emergency department cannot afford to build a practice room, they must act according to the circumstances and provide an environment in which their staff can improve their skills. One of the doctors present at the operation understood what the director was hinting at and took note. Josh continued by saying that Lin should apply for compensation for the purchase of pig's feet, and since he does not yet have a certificate of qualification of a doctor, it is possible to do this. Even if he is the chief surgeon, the official reports will have Josh's or Larry's name. The director promised the hero to transfer the cost of the operation after it was transferred to his account, because Lin deserves to be paid for the work. Larry looked at Lin with enthusiasm, wanting to learn the M-Tang technique like him. Meanwhile, the operation continued for another 2.5 hours. After that, Lin announced its completion, Josh was extremely surprised that it took so little time. The hero said that he checked the medical equipment and can now return. Josh left Larry to monitor the patient's condition after the anesthesia and headed towards the exit of the operating room. The man looked after Lin, dreaming of becoming like him, but first they needed to somehow get closer. Meanwhile, the hero went to the bathroom to take a hot shower. Chandler waited for him to be free and was already beginning to fall asleep. He said he came to tell Lin about dividing the money. He said that the director of the department would soon come to visit them, and how much he would give Lin for the operation was up to him to decide, so the guy didn't have to worry about that. Director Josh was worried that there might be a misunderstanding because the money would be transferred to his card. So he asked Dr. Chandler to explain everything to Lin. The man explained that their hospital complies with the standards. The cost of the operation is determined by the Bureau and is not subject to change. The first allocation is determined by the hospital and the second by their department. For example, Lin performed flexor tendon reconstruction surgery. It follows that the surgery fee is 1210 yuan in second-class hospitals and 1344 yuan in third-class hospitals. Their hospital is a specialized hospital, so they will get 1344 yuan. In addition, 210 yuan is added to the amount for each extra finger. The total surgery fee today is 1554 yuan, and the emergency room will get 777 yuan because the chief surgeons get 2/3 of the surgery fee and Lin will get 518 yuan. So Lin gets 518 yuan every time he uses the M-Tang technique. But Chandler added that the amount he gets does not only belong to him, but also to the senior department. Lin thought, if he performs 3 operations a day, it will cost 15,000 yen per month. Chandler decided that he was crazy, 20 operations a day is too much. The guy will simply die from overwork. No country can do 90 operations every 2 months. At this moment, the system sent Lin a notification with another task. He had to complete 10 operations using the M-Tang technique. The guy's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. A little later, Josh brought Lin several folders with documents. This is news from different regions of pharmaceutical sales representatives, former colleagues, subordinates, and associates after a month of waiting. Lin said he would take them all and also asked Josh to make sure they got here as soon as possible. The director said he didn't have to worry about running out of patients. He had to choose the patients he would prefer to treat today, and on other days, Josh didn't know the M-Tang technique well, but primary wound closure should be more patient-friendly. He noted that the suture was so perfect that the patient was able to perform passive arm movements in just 24 hours and achieve the desired result in all respects. And he thought to himself that everyone who was sutured by Lin recovers quite quickly. Lin thought about it. Now he could say that he had completely mastered the M-Tang technique at the master level. He said he didn't want to pile up patients and hoped Josh could arrange for all 5 of them for him today. The director thought that this boy was not the type to joke. He asked the hero why he didn't take 1 patient a day. It would be more professional. Then Lin said that he was not able to operate constantly. Josh wondered if Chandler had told him about the payment and that Lin had become so obsessed with money because he needed it. He offered the guy financial assistance, but Lin said that he did not need money. The director said that the most important thing to do right now is to hone his skills. Lin shouldn't think about money and other useless things. But the hero didn't understand. Didn't his skills depend on the number of operations? Josh asked him to choose 2 patients so that he would have priority. If Lin was in good condition after the first surgery, the man would allow him to treat the second patient after resting. Otherwise, he would transfer the patients to the hand surgery department. Lin agreed, and soon the patient was brought into the operating room. The hero said that Director Josh would arrive a little later, and in the meantime, they would begin the operation. 2 hours later, the director arrived in the operating room, apologizing for being late. Lin asked him if the second patient had arrived at the hospital. Josh said he was already here, but he didn't understand why the guy asked that question, since it had only been 2.5 hours. Lin said that he had already completed the operation, but the director did not believe him. However, when he looked at the patient's hand with perfect stitches, he immediately took his words back. The man said that the second patient was in the next operating room. Larry put his arm around Lin, telling him that the director could rely on him. Meanwhile, the second operation began, and it was even faster than the first. The longer Larry worked with Dr. Lin, the more he learned. Soon the hero announced that the operation was complete. Josh was shocked. This time it took Lin less than 2 hours. When the men left the operating room, the director announced that the next patient was already on the way, and if there were no traffic jams, he would be here soon. Happiness lit up Lin's eyes. He was ready to accept the next patient. Soon the operation began. Larry was quite tired as they were doing their third operation in a row for the first time. However, he was confident that if he followed Lin, he would be able to improve and challenge himself even more. Larry spent 7 hours operating on people without food, water, or toilet. But why wasn't the doctor tired after all those surgeries? Seeing the assistant's face, Lin asked Vanessa to help Larry and wipe his sweat. It was also hard for her to undergo 3 operations in a row, but she tried to hold on. Lin asked to be patient a little longer. They would finish very soon. Soon the third operation was completed and everyone left the operating room. Larry asked Vanessa how she felt after 3 surgeries in a row. The girl said that she kept up with the doctor perfectly and was not at all tired. Suddenly, Larry and Vanessa heard Dr. Lin talking to someone around the corner and decided to eavesdrop. It was Josh. He asked the guy where he got such a desire to operate. Even the director at his age did not want to perform so many operations in a row. As much as Lin would like to perform a few more surgeries, there are no more patients, so they will talk about it tomorrow. Lin agreed, but added that he would perform 5 operations tomorrow. Larry looked at the doctor in amazement. If he wanted to perform 5 operations on him, then he needed to prepare something. Suddenly he saw a nurse and another doctor approaching the men. They were medical intern Marty and nurse intern Cheryl. They brought the doctor fruits and special products from another province. Lin looked at the bag of food. There were 2 salted fish, but the men did not know how to eat them. Marty explained that they simply need to be stewed, although you can also steam them with nuts or tomatoes or with tofu or even with soybeans, and it will be even tastier if you eat the fish together with pork stomach. Lin interrupted the man, asking what they wanted from him. Marty said he watched all the videos of Lin performing surgery using the M-Tang technique and decided to offer his help and assist him. Moreover, using this technique takes a lot of time, and Larry's assistant looks like he's about to die of exhaustion. The young man became incredibly angry and could no longer remain silent. He came flying out from around the corner, screaming that he wasn't tired at all, and then began threatening Marty. Then Larry thought about it. He caught himself thinking that he was jealous of Marty, and that was not good. The man decided to calm down and then said that the doctor could take the salted fish back to his home and cook pork legs with it, which was his favorite dish. Then Josh decided to intervene. They didn't have time to argue, since they had 5 surgeries to perform tomorrow. The next day, Larry brought a whole pot of delicious food to the hospital. All the doctors immediately surrounded the guy, wanting to taste the most delicious treat. Larry said that he had bought and cooked some pig's feet and suggested that Lin try them, since they had to perform as many as 5 operations. Chandler noted that the dish turned out simply wonderful. Larry said that they are not difficult to cook at all. After you cook them, you need to fish them out and strain the broth. Put the stew in the refrigerator and stew again after a few days. The broth can be used again to cook the meat. It will be very tasty. It does not matter what meat you choose, it will still be great. You can also add pork ribs or mushrooms. Chandler asked the boy to come to him after dinner so that he could give him money for the food. Larry was soon surrounded by a crowd of doctors, asking him to cook other delicious dishes for them. They decided to simply create a group on social networks where everyone could order from Larry whatever they wanted. The guy's eyes were wide open. Orders kept coming his way. Their conversation was interrupted by Lin, because they needed to prepare for the operation. Soon, everyone went to the operating room. The patient's condition was stable, so Lin began the operation, after covering the patient with a surgical drape. He said that this patient had 3 damaged fingers, which made the surgery much more difficult than the previous ones. Larry thought that Dr. Lin would be in terrible shape, but he was ready for anything today. The team was determined they had to carry out 5 operations. The first operation went as usual. Time passed. Soon the third operation was completed, and then Vanessa decided to see a doctor. She said that she had been operating for several days already. Yesterday she had performed 3 more operations. This morning 2 more. Her strength was running out. The girl wanted someone to replace her. Lin agreed, thinking that although a nurse's job is less grueling than a chief surgeon's, it is much more, especially for operating room nurses. They need to be completely focused on the operation. It is a huge test for the body and mind. Vanessa added that the new nurse was not as familiar with the M-Tang technique, so they would have to slow down and would not be able to perform the surgery as quickly. Lin said he knew about it and promised to slow down. Vanessa was upset when she realized that Dr. Lin had seen her dark circles under her eyes. She promised herself that when she returned, she would go straight to bed to get rid of the bags under her eyes, do a mask, put on some makeup, and go back to work. She was also worried that the doctor might fall asleep during the operation, but Lin said that would not happen. The hero thought, There were still 2 operations ahead. He needed to save his strength for the next one. Moreover, he hadn't heard Larry's voice for a long time. When the guy looked at his assistant, he saw that he was already asleep. Lin walked up to him and told him to rest if he was tired. Larry immediately opened his eyes, saying that he was not tired at all and was ready to perform all 5 operations. However, Lin told him that in this condition he would not be able to perform 2 more operations. The hero said that the guy could sleep. He should set an alarm and come back a little later, Larry thought. When he was a student, he only needed 10 minutes of sleep to gain energy. Soon the alarm went off. Larry got up and went to get ready for surgery. When he arrived at the operating room, Dr. Lin was already working on the patient. The hero asked what delayed Larry, since all 5 operations had already been completed. As it turned out, he was replaced by Marty. There was a gleam of anger in his eyes. Now he was here. And even though the operation was almost over, he had to learn from the doctor's experience. At this time, nurses were passing by the operating room. They were surprised that Dr. Lin was still operating. He had not left the office since early morning. One of the girls admired how much energy the doctor had. However, she soon realized that her words had been misinterpreted and hurried to run away. Soon Lin announced the completion of the operation. The system reported the mission was completed and presented the hero with a basic treasure chest. The man was sure that there was energy serum in it again. However, instead, there was another chip that gave him the diagnostic skill. The hero was pleasantly surprised by such a gift. After this, Lin left the hospital and called himself a taxi. A medical examination is an assessment of the patient's condition, during which the doctor checks touch, smell, sensitivity, hearing, and also conducts percussion. A medical examination is one of the 4 skills of basic diagnostics. A diagnosis is necessary for a doctor to understand whether it is possible to cure a patient and prevent the suspected disease. Even doctors who spend all their time in the operating room need basic diagnostic skills. While Lin was driving in the car, he decided to inquire about the rank of his medical examination skills. The system reported that the medical examination skill that Lin had mastered was ranked 1,128th in Manhwa City. The rank would increase after conducting 30 medical examinations. However, this was not considered a mission. It was necessary in order to gain experience. Then Lin decided to examine himself while he was still in the car. He began to touch his body parts one by one, and the system informed him about the diseases found and not found. Soon the hero checked his entire body. No diseases were found. The system reported that medical examination is based on early diagnosis and early treatment. Subjective judgments cannot be applied. Scientific approach is mandatory. These are reasons for the interest of the patient himself and his family in particular, and the country and people in general. The taxi driver looked at Lin with bewilderment as he groped himself in the back seat. Something was wrong with this guy. The man wanted to stop, but the hero asked him to drive a little further. Then the taxi driver lied that his tank was almost empty, so the guy would have to walk a bit. Lin got out of the car and reached into his pocket to pay the taxi driver for the ride. However, the man did not wait for him to find the money and immediately drove away. After coming home, Lin again decided to repeat the skills of self-medical examination. This examination skill should be considered masterful because everything depends on its application in practice. Soon morning came and Lina was awakened by a phone call. It was a call from the hospital. They told him that all the beds were occupied. Today's operations were postponed to tomorrow, so Lin could rest today. The hero decided that it would be better not just to not go to work, but to help his family with patients. He went downstairs and told his father that he was not working today, so he could help with a couple of examinations. Robert was surprised because he had already invited Dr. Milton to the clinic. Soon, a car pulled up to the clinic. It was Dr. Milton. He works for supplies and specializes in suturing and cosmetic injections. He said he spoke to the doctor on the phone this morning. Behind him were today's patients. Dr. Felice and Zan came to help. Dr. Stanley said that Lin would be helping them with the examinations today, and Robert was indignant at this time. Inviting Dr. Milton cost 200 yuan a day. He spent it in vain. The hero put on a white coat. He was very pleased that today there were so many patients on whom he could practice his examination skill. After being examined by Dr. Lin, the girls were to see Dr. Milton. Lin decided to ask the system if his survey skill had increased. As it turned out, it had increased by 1 level. Lin was pulled out of his thoughts by the girls. They also wanted to undergo a medical examination with the hero. Robert watched proudly as his son improved every day, because it meant that more and more city residents would come to see them. Milton offered to replace Lin and examine the girls. Thinking that the guy was already tired for today, Hearing this, the girls immediately rushed to come up with ridiculous excuses and leave the clinic. Lin looked after them in bewilderment. The next day, the hero returned to the hospital. Early in the morning, he immediately went to the patient to conduct an examination and assess how he was recovering. The man was surprised that the examination was taking place so early. Lin said that he wanted to conduct a detailed medical examination. The hero reported that the man has a lot of sedentary work and gastritis. Today, he will check the condition of his chest, abdomen, head, and neck. The nurse noted that the doctor was too serious. The hero said that before there was no need to carry out examinations, but now that she appeared, he must carry them out. The girl objected, because Dr. Lin rested only once, and that was yesterday. He even came today a few hours earlier. At this rate, he will be very tired by dinner, and he will not have time and energy left for his girl. Then the hero said that he doesn't have a girlfriend. All his energy goes to operations. After the examination, Lin went to Larry's office, who informed him that they had 3 patients today. Lin decided to deal with them, and then it would become clear whether new patients would come or not. At that moment, Marty approached the men and said that he would contact other hospitals because the M-Tang technology works so well that many hospitals would be happy to refer patients to their department. Lin said the more hospitals he called, the better. But Larry was adamant that it was quality, not quantity, that mattered. Marty added that he recently saw a new issue of Chinese intensive care medicine, and Lin's name was in it, and his work entitled Controlling Bleeding with Bare Hands, without surgical preparation by precisely applying pressure. During Glissen's capsule, sutures was simply amazing. At this point, the system informed the hero that the task of writing a dissertation had been completed, and he was to receive a medium-sized treasure chest as a reward. Inside the chest was a chip that granted Lin the experience of dissecting 3,000 upper limbs. Lin thought, "This is a process of regional anatomical concealment." These monotonous, repetitive, uninteresting dissections provided so much information. Performing dissections of 3,000 upper limbs is comparable only to the ability to control bleeding with bare hands to perfection. This is the knowledge that doctors devote their entire lives to studying. Now, even when Lin just looks at his hands, the information that pops up in his brain becomes the perfect metacarpus, the perfect phalanx, the perfect thenar, the perfect hypothenar, the perfect lumbrical, the perfect transverse palmar crease, the perfect distal carpal crease of the perfect human body. At that moment, Vanessa entered the office. She grinned, thinking that the doctor was doing palmistry. Then the hero replied that he was thinking about the anatomical diagram of the hand. The girl grinned. This guy was charming, but it was impossible to talk to him. Then she decided to offer her palm to Lin to tell her fortune. The hero thought, "You can't get much information just by looking at your own hands, so why not look at someone else's and compare them to his?" The man looked closely at Vanessa's palm. The dorsal palmar crease was not noticeable. The metacarpus was pleasant to the touch, slightly smaller than usual, nothing special. While the nurse was worried about the fact that she and the doctor were holding hands right now, Lin thought, compared to the experience of hiding 3,000 upper limbs, Vanessa's hand was not deformed. There was nothing special, so there was no point in studying it. Lin silently let go of her hand, sighing thoughtfully. Vanessa didn't understand why he reacted that way. The hero said that he found that her little finger was shorter than usual and assumed that the middle part was also miniature. He carefully felt her hand and could notice that it was not quite standard from an anatomical point of view. Vanessa sighed resignedly. She clearly did not expect such an answer. Their conversation was interrupted by Larry. He said that the operating room was ready. The patient had a laceration on one finger. Soon everyone arrived in the operating room. Now Lin will perform the operation to restore the finger. All those present were also ready. Lin began to analyze the situation. The skin on the patient's palm is rough, but it becomes thinner towards the thenar. There is a thickening at the intersection of the palm and hypothenar. If you cut it and open the skin, then you need to apply pressure sequentially. The hero noted that the experience of 3,000 upper limb dissections had a huge effect on the operation. Larry noted that Lin made a wonderful cut. Suddenly, the operating room opened and Josh walked inside. He asked the doctors to continue their work and he brought some friends to demonstrate Dr. Lin's skills to them. Behind the man stood Bernard, director of the Changxi Provincial Maternal and Child Health Center. He didn't believe that this child actually performed an operation with the M-Tang technique in just 2 hours. Josh introduced the men to the Manhua Hospital Emergency Department's M-Tang technique. the best method for suturing difficult areas. Lin worked for only a short time and then reported that the operation was complete. Everyone present was in shock. Then the director invited Bernard to watch the next operation. Marty reported that the patient had already arrived and was now being prepared for surgery, which would take place in the second operating room. Josh asked if Lin wanted to have the surgery now or if he would rest first. The hero said that since the patient in the second operating room had a laceration on one finger, it was worth operating on him now. It would take about half an hour. Bernard chuckled. Apparently, Principal Josh had prepared quite a show for them. Josh said they worked hard behind the scenes to put on such a world-class show, and if Bernard watched a few more surgeries, he'd see the full power of their emergency department. Soon the next operation began, and the guests noted that the speed of Dr. Lin's hands was simply incredible. Bernard thought it was a joke at first, but he actually completed the operation in 30 minutes. The main difference between conventional tendon anastomosis and the M-Tang technique is the different suturing strength. The double Kessler suture is looped and requires inserting a thread from one part of the torn tendon and connecting it to the other. M-Tang technique is a 3-strand suture to avoid excessive damage to the tendon. The main focus is on how to pull out the 3 main threads of the suture. This technique requires 3 times less time than the Kessler suturing technique, but the complexity of the operation is 3 times higher. 30 minutes for one phalangeal suturing speaks of the doctor's professionalism. If an hour is spent on a single phalangeal suturing using the M-Tang technique, then the operation is performed quickly. Taking into account all the possible complications during the operation, it is quite logical to expect that the process will take 1.5 or even 2 hours. Before Bernard could finish his thought, Lin asked Vanessa to check and count the bandages. Those present could not believe their eyes. Was the operation really already over? Bernard suggested that this was a fake doctor, and the nurses were just actors. Josh immediately became indignant, promising to eat the entire operating table if it turned out to be a performance. Lin Jiang reported that the operation was completed, and he managed to complete it in 21 minutes. Bernard then asked if the director had any more operations today. He still thought that the speed of this operation was just a coincidence. Josh visibly tensed as he looked at Lin. However, the hero assured him that he would be able to continue and perform more operations. He left the rest of the stitching to Dr. Larry. Then, Josh gathered everyone and led them into the third operating room for the next operation. Soon, Lin performed several more operations. Bernard was in shock. To make a tendon cut, the doctor would need 20 to 30 minutes just to prepare. And Lin performed the entire operation in that time and did not even bat an eyelid. Something was clearly wrong here. When Lin got the tendon out, he placed it correctly and then adjusted its position. That was the most frightening thing. The man was soon informed that the operation was almost complete and had only taken 10 minutes. Bernard suggested to Josh that he allow this brilliant doctor to take part in the conference. The director chuckled, asking if Lin was not qualified enough. Bernard shouted, "This technique is equipped with more than enough. It's just that there are a lot of pretty female doctors at the conference, and Lin is an attractive guy. It's wrong to hide such a doctor in the operating room. Josh should show him to the whole world." Soon the hero reported that the operation was completed. As Josh walked outside, he thought about Bernard's words. It was decided that Lin needed to be transferred to a new level. Thanks to Director Josh's visit, there were now plenty of patients. For Lin, this was an excellent opportunity to perform as many operations as possible. So the patients ran out only by 4 a.m. the next day. Larry was incredibly tired, and Marty was wondering what was wrong with Dr. Lin. The thing is that the hero just looked at the ceiling. The men decided that geniuses have their own oddities. But in fact, Lin was looking at the system notification. It reported the completion. To practice the M-Tang technique on 50 patients, as a reward the hero received an energy serum. When he lowered his head, Marty decided to address him. He said that Director Josh wanted to disturb Lin during the operation, but he asked me to tell him that after work he needed to get a good night's sleep, get up early, and get ready. Go to the Wyndham Hotel before noon and wait for him there. The International Medical Conference of Manhwa Hospital Emergency Department, held in Wyndham Department every year, has been developed and organized for several years and is now the medical conference of Jiangxi Province. The poster showed all the doctors involved in emergency medical care, including a doctor from the emergency department of Manhua Hospital. This doctor has performed M-Tang surgeries many times, and he is only an intern at Manhua Hospital. One of the visitors took a photo of Lin and sent it to some girl, saying that this handsome guy meets her high standards. Perhaps he could be lured to work at the Wyndham Hotel. This girl turned out to be Selena. She thought about the fact that this year the conference coincided with the announcement of the project of the Emergency Medicine Center. Every hospital wanted to participate. Since there are so many professional and large emergency departments of the Urgent Care Center, the Urgent Care Center's bills should not decrease after the end, which means there is an incredible opportunity for their company, which is why everything must be top-notch. Juan reported that there were 160 people at the event, of which almost 30 held a position higher than assistant director, and another 80 attending physicians. Selena thought that such numbers did not guarantee anything. They had to work hard to find real talent. At that moment, one of the workers approached the girl and said that they didn't have enough brochures. Selena yelled at her and ordered her to get more brochures from the warehouse instead of messing around, but that wasn't the problem. As it turned out, there were no brochures in the warehouse. Many girls were extremely interested in the new doctor of Manhwa Hospital. They took everything apart in an instant. Selena was shocked. All 300 brochures were taken apart. This Dr. Lin turned out to be more effective than the entire advertising department. At that moment, Selena received a call from Bella, an oncologist from a provincial cancer hospital, who said it was a great idea to set up a blind date. Selena listened to her friend in bewilderment, not understanding what she was talking about. Meanwhile, Juan arrived in the hall. He announced that director Josh would arrive in the afternoon. He was performing today and had a lot of things to do, and then offered Lin some snacks. However, Lin decided to choose what he liked. At that moment, Madeline approached the hero. She introduced herself as the head of the emergency department of the provincial children's hospital. She watched the video where Lin controlled the bleeding with his bare hands and would like to know where he learned to do this. The hero replied that he learned this at his family's clinic. Madeline suddenly started asking him strange questions, like how many people were in his family. Then the woman called a young girl, Yasmin, to her. She was her daughter. Lin Dan was her age. Madeline asked the guy to share his experience with the girl. Yasmin graduated from Xiamen University this year. She is still very naive. She does not know whether to start working or go to graduate school. The other women looked with undisguised envy at how brazenly Madeline tried to matchmake her daughter. Madeline held a management position in a children's hospital. Her husband was the director of a construction company. Her daughter was an incredibly beautiful graduate of a prestigious university, so she wanted to get such a profitable son-in-law. With such a son-in-law, her life plan will be fulfilled, and then this young couple will have beautiful, obedient twins. The boy will become a politician or a businessman, and the girl will do what she likes. It would be nice if she also married a doctor. That would be ideal. The woman was distracted from her thoughts by Layla, who seemed to appear out of nowhere. Madeline immediately tensed up. This scoundrel was seducing her future son-in-law right before her eyes. Layla walked unceremoniously towards Lin, pushing Yasmin aside. Madeline turned to the girl, asking which hospital she was from. Layla said that she came from the Golden Deer Hospital, and then asked if this grandmother knew Lin. The woman pretended not to notice that she was called Grandma, and then asked if paramedics were also participating in this conference. Layla immediately saw through Madeline. This old woman clearly wanted to get her out of here. At the fish store, the girl was always most irritated by old ladies like these, but she still had an ace up her sleeve. Madeline said it was the Manhua International Conference for Emergency Room Physicians, and Layla's company was an ambulance. Layla said that she knew that this was Manhua's International Emergency Medical Conference, and she also knew that their company was an ambulance. However, they were the sponsors of this very conference. Layla was confident that she would not lose this fight, especially with Lin by her side. The hero, meanwhile, went to the table because he was very hungry. At that moment, a young brunette approached him. It was Rose. She liked Lin at first sight. She suggested that he try dried pork, confident that the guy would definitely like this dish. At that moment, a red-haired girl, Bliss, came up to them. She also really liked Lin. She asked if he wanted to give a speech today, because he had performed many operations on hard-to-reach areas of his hand. The hero said that he had such an experience, but he would not give a speech. He came here for the company of the head of his department. Bliss immediately noted that she had met with the head of the emergency department at Manhua Hospital several times, and he was quite serious. Rose was very angry that this girl had interrupted their conversation. Moreover, she was dressed like a schoolgirl. Bliss tried to stay close to Lin. She promised that she would ask her director to support Manhua Hospital. The hero thanked her for her support. Then Rose decided to join the conversation and said that their hospital had received 3 spots during the committee meeting. Bliss saw an expensive pendant on the girl's neck, and this really infuriated her. A real war was starting between the girls. Rose whispered that she had gotten there first, But Bliss insisted that it didn't matter because there were no rules in love. While the girls were piercing each other with murderous glances, Lin finally decided to eat. Meanwhile, Madeline accepted her defeat, took Yasmin and went with her to another part of the hall. Layla turned around addressing Lin, but the guy was no longer there. She began to look for him with her eyes and became furious when she saw him in the company of two girls. As soon as she became slightly distracted, all sorts of girls immediately began to flock around him. But Layla was not going to back down either. She squeezed between Rose and Bliss to Lin, asking him why he didn't tell her where he went. The girls stared at the stranger with incomprehension. She was speaking to the doctor quite frivolously. Apparently, they were close. Then Layla handed Lin a fork with a piece of the dish, intending to feed him. She smiled slyly, turning to the girl. Victory was already in her pocket because Lin chose the food offered to her. Rose and Bliss realized that they were in the same boat now. They needed to get this upstart out of here. The girls pounced on the guy, offering him a variety of dishes. Lin looked at everything that was happening in amazement, not knowing how to react. The hospital directors watched all this from the balcony, laughing merrily. Soon the evening came to an end, and a conference began in the hand surgery department of Manhua Hospital. Manhwa, the director of the hand surgery department at Manhua Hospital, who unexpectedly returned, said that Professor Hashimoto had been studying the treatment of the hard-to-reach part of the hand for many years. The head of the department, Jin Shi, was also present at the meeting. Professor Hashimoto Shiro, a professor at the orthopedic department at Japan's Keio University Hospital, said he had heard that there was a young doctor at the hospital who had performed dozens of operations using the M-Tang technique and wanted to know more about it. Jin said he could make arrangements if the man wanted to see the surgeries in the emergency room. Hashimoto said that would be great. He would like to look at patients who have already had the surgery because the best way to understand the surgery is to look at the results. Jin replied that the emergency department was independent from the hand surgery department. They had no right to interfere with their work, much less to make rounds of the department's wards. Pan objected because there was no need to go round the wards. They could invite patients and examine them here in the hand surgery department. Jin asked Pan not to create unnecessary problems, but the man did not calm down. He said he heard that some patients were recovering in their department, which was just ridiculous. If they had any problems, the emergency room would have them too. Hashimoto said what Jin was doing was detrimental to the practice of suturing the flexor tendon in a hard-to-reach area of the hand. Suturing the flexor tendons in a hard-to-reach area of the hand requires a lot of medical skill. The doctor must concentrate only on the operation for several hours. In Japan, they have long discussions before such operations, but they do dozens of operations without careful planning. The advancement of hand surgery in China is based on their numbers, and Hashimoto did not think this was right. Such an approach does not contribute to the development of skill in this surgical direction. If they have a strategy, they will not only reduce the workload on the medical staff, but also increase the success and effectiveness of the operation. They should all work in this direction, and not just for the sake of performing operations. Jin said the situation in China is different. They have a lot of patients who need surgery and they can't ignore them. But Hashimoto didn't stop. He said that if there were a lot of patients, the surgeon would have to remain calm and perform countless amputations on those who couldn't have their severed fingers moved and stitch up the deep tendons. This would save medical resources and allow them to help those who needed it more. For example, smokers would be better off having their fingers amputated rather than stitched up. The fact is that nicotine accelerates the speed of signals between the body and the brain. Nicotine will cause a spasm of blood vessels and lead to tissue necrosis of the transplanted finger. Amputation and transplantation were previously taboo, but Jean was still shocked by such a statement. Pan said that the fact that they are treating people, saving their lives, means that they should give them a chance. If the patient agrees and meets the criteria for a transplant, then they should at least give him a chance. Hashimoto said that quitting smoking was hard, but getting the patient to follow instructions was much harder. And then the man suggested changing the subject. He wanted to see how surgery on a hard-to-reach area of the hand was performed using the M-Tang technique in the emergency room of a Chinese hospital. The men headed to the room where Lin's patients were being treated, and he had used this technique to treat them. Hashimoto examined the hands of each of them. He then stated that at least half of the patients would not be able to fully regain hand function. Jin tried to calm the worried patients, and Pan asked the Japanese man how he came to such a conclusion without conducting a single test. Hashimoto said that testing would not change anything, but doctors may try to convince him otherwise with the test results. Pan wanted to pounce on the impudent Japanese, but Jin stopped him. He said that this was not the first time Pan had participated in this, and knew very well how doctors from departments in different countries interacted with each other, and he had to contain his emotions. He then looked at Hashimoto and thought, based on the motionless state of the hand, they can determine what stage the patient is in. Moreover, based on the recent presentation, this is a replacement for the usual test. In other words, this Hashimoto hero is a very unusual person. The man said that bilateral relations in China are the main trend now. If they follow the main trends in the world by increasing the number of amputations, they will be able to increase the satisfaction of their patients. Pan shouted, "For a patient to have body parts is as important as being able to use them. There is something more important than the functionality of a body part. Besides, just because the number of their amputations is small, does not mean that their success is small." Hashimoto replied that the doctor's energy was limited, and instead of spending 6 hours performing 2 unsuccessful flexor tendon suturing surgeries, he could spend 4 hours performing a successful flexor tendon suturing surgery. And then he asked if all the patients here had been operated on by that young doctor. Pan said there are currently 2 patients in the recovery room from the emergency department, the rest from the hand surgery unit. Then, Hashimoto decided to demonstrate his pickiness and guess which of the patients arrived from the emergency room. Although he is a doctor, he is also a famous medical detective due to his accurate intuition. Hashimoto pointed his finger at 2 patients, saying that these 2 should be removed first. The man heard that an expert whose skills were comparable to Pan's had performed the operations, and he guessed that it was the department head, Jin Shi. Hearing this, the men chuckled. Hashimoto looked at them in surprise. Was he wrong? Jin explained that these 2 were Lin Jiang's patients from the emergency room, the patients that the young doctor had operated on while he was the chief surgeon, and he would be happy to hear the Japanese doctor's praise. Hashimoto was upset by his miss and needed to push himself and become first again. He then asked Pan to test the patients using a simple test to determine hand function. This is a method invented by the Japanese Kaneko Tsubasa. It is used to evaluate the movement of the patient's upper limbs. It includes 10 movements and allows for a detailed assessment of hand motor skills. Seeing that all the patients had full motor control and were rated above excellent, Hashimoto cursed in anger. Meanwhile, Director Josh was giving a speech at the conference. Chandler noted that this year their department head is the final and easiest one. He said that Lin's female fans helped him a lot. The man then looked at his phone and said that they needed to wait until the principal finished his speech, and then said that when Principal Pan returned, he brought with him a Japanese professor who wanted to spite them. The men soon returned to the hospital. They were met by Jin, Pan, and Hashimoto. Noticing Lin, the Japanese man wondered if this was the same young chief surgeon of the emergency department. He couldn't believe that he had the same level of skills as Jin and Pan. He urgently needed to visit this guy. The man then asked if this was the same Dr. Lin Jian who possessed the M-Tang technique. Hashimoto walked up to Larry thinking that it was Lin. However, Jin told him that there was no point in playing the guessing game and pointed to the real Dr. Lin. Hashimoto was shocked. This was a doctor with good medical skills and a cute face. People like him usually only appear in TV series, but how did he manage to meet such a person in real life? Usually all famous doctors, especially such handsome ones, turn out to be fake because they only care about fame and its advantages. A handsome doctor appears in the hospital who treats wonderfully. He immediately attracts the attention of patients. For example, a patient will first think of the Mayo Clinic. Those with heart problems will go to the Cleveland Clinic. Those diagnosed with cancer will go to MD Anderson Cancer Center. But what should a hospital in China do if it wants a famous doctor? It is impossible to rely on a doctor's medical skills alone, but how good can a Chinese doctor's skills be? But if a doctor looks like a model and has basic medical skills, he can easily become a famous doctor at the regional level, and the information on social media determines the reputation of Manhua hospitals, making it the best in the region. Hashimoto looked at Pan angrily. Does he really want to use him? For the past few months, he pretended to hate Manhua Hospital and tried to charm it for his own benefit. Eventually, he meets a young famous doctor in Manhua who immediately wins him over. And then, surprisingly, they get the opportunity to gradually increase the popularity of this celebrity. Hashimoto then approached Lin and said that if there was a chance, he would like to see Dr. Lin perform surgery using the M-Tang technique. The man chuckled to himself, thinking that he had caught the guy off guard. The technique was very complicated. Everything would depend only on how the doctor performed the operation. Pan thought that this Hashimoto was too suspicious, but he didn't want to take the side of this boy from the emergency room. He then approached Josh. asking if they could arrange for the surgery to be performed so Hashimoto could observe. Seeing the irritation on Josh's face, Jin intervened in the conversation, saying that he too would like to see how Dr. Lin performs surgery using the M-Tang technique. Pan explained that Dr. Hashimoto has a very busy schedule. If the surgery is done as soon as possible, it will be much easier for them to organize their day. Mr. Hashimoto still needs to go to the provincial hospital. Moreover, Dr. Lin is said to perform several surgeries. How does he even find so much time? Hashimoto then took a deep breath, bowed, and said that he would be very happy if the men could arrange an operation so that he could observe Lin at work. Josh considered that they could refuse him, but that probably wouldn't be the best decision right now. Hashimoto was right. Their hospital would soon acquire its own famous doctor. The only thing Josh was afraid of was that Lin, due to his inexperience, would screw up because he would probably be worried, being under the close supervision of an experienced doctor. The man then said that the Japanese man would have to wait until they arranged an operation for Lin. Chandler could tell Josh was nervous, so he said they also had a bunch of videos from previous surgeries in case there were no patients available. Josh immediately breathed a sigh of relief, saying that they actually had a lot of video footage. The men soon went to the conference room to watch a recording of the operation. Larry demonstrated surgery on a patient with a monophalangeal laceration, the same one Hashimoto had recently tested. Based on the statistics in the video, it was clear to everyone that the surgeon was in complete control of what was happening. Suddenly, the man noticed a nurse in the video. He immediately noted that she was very beautiful, unlike the Japanese ones. But as soon as he noticed that the girl in the video laughed, he immediately screamed, because at that moment the operation was going on, and she was chatting about something with the surgeon. Lin explained that the girl simply wanted to wipe his forehead. Hashimoto blushed, seeing something more intimate in this action than wiping his forehead. By evening, only Hashimoto and Pan remained in the conference room. The Japanese was indignant. Pan had been watching the recordings of the operations for several hours in a row. Then the man shouted that he had to continue. He had to find Lin's shortcomings. Pan spent the whole night reviewing the surgical records. As an expert in M-Tang technique, he could guess 80% of Lin's actions. Closing the incision is a precaution. The best thing to do is to choose suturing. There are so many nuances that doctors do not see without mastering the M-Tang technique. This Lin John is almost always good. And even if he accidentally finds new problems, he can make new calculations to solve them. Every time he encounters difficulties, this guy only gets better. If Pan hadn't had the video, he wouldn't have believed that anyone could learn so quickly and effectively. Although he didn't want to admit it, he wasn't as good as Lin. There is an American proverb, if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, then it probably is a duck. If the doctor's skills during surgery were better than yours, his judgment was better than yours, and his prognosis was more accurate than yours, then he is a better doctor than you. Previously, Pan was the only one who owned the M-Tang technique. But now, it is obvious that Lin John is held in high esteem by everyone. Pan returned from Japan in a hurry because he was afraid that he would take his place, but he was still late. The man then said he wanted to stay in the country for a little while longer and asked Hashimoto to delay his return. He accepted the request because he would also be nervous if he found himself in such a situation. When people panic, they often make wrong decisions. Hashimoto assumed that Pan wanted to stay in the hospital to compete with Lin. Pan said he wanted to stay, and instead of grabbing patients later, it would be better to do it much earlier, but Hashimoto disagreed with him. Pan could see very well that he was inferior to Lin in terms of prognosis when it came to suturing the flexor tendons, in which case there was no point in staying. Lin would simply leave him behind. The best thing Pan can do is take advantage of the training opportunities that will help him improve his technique. He must learn new methods and then return to China, use his absolute superiority to eventually crush Lin. Meanwhile, 2 patients with finger wounds arrived at the hospital. Chandler sighed. If they had arrived earlier, old Pan would have seen Lin's operation live. Over the next 3 days, Hashimoto, Shiro, and Manhua joined the Taiwanese joint transplant operation at Changshi Orthopedic Hospital, where they received widespread approval. Although Pan operated as Hashimoto's first assistant, there were still some things he could not do. But now he is recognized by the leaders of the National Healthcare and Family Planning System in Changshi Province. The man understood that it was important to build relationships, and considering that Lin Zhan only knew how to operate using the M-Tang technique, he was just a good specialist. Pan would allow him to remain at the top for a few more days. The man then stated that tomorrow he would be going to Japan to continue his studies, and he was sure that upon arrival he would be met by a whole bunch of patients. His colleagues were sure that they would not survive the end of his studies and his departure. Pan then asked how many flexor tendon suturing surgeries Lin had performed so far. Everyone suddenly went silent, and then one of the men said that there had been about 24 operations performed. Pan was shocked. It turns out he performed at least 6 operations a day. In Pan's understanding, a good chief surgeon performs 3 operations a day. If he operates 4 times a day, then he is already putting in much more effort. 5 operations a day are perceived by Pan exclusively as work to the point of exhaustion, and in the end it turned out that he was not afraid of Lin's mastery of technology, but the speed of his development. Then the man jumped up and called everyone into the operating room to watch Lin at work. Soon the man arrived in the operating room. Lin's technique was now even better than in the video. The coherence of the medical team working with him also improved. Lin Jian is the most furious one in the emergency room. If Pan doesn't do anything, he will lose as soon as he relaxes even for a moment. Soon, Headmaster Pan left for Japan for half a month for further training. And with the emergency room not having enough rooms for all the patients, Lin continued to practice his technique and the number of surgeries per day increased to 5. However, for all the missions he was given only an energy serum, so the hero considered the system a little unreasonable. However, he was already tired of so many operations and decided to play on the phone a little. At that moment, Vanessa walked past him and felt sorry for Lin, who was sitting on the floor out of fatigue. The girl asked him if everything was okay, since he had been operating tirelessly all this time. Larry noted that he worked in shifts with Marty, but even so they could barely stand on their feet. Lin ran from one operating room to another. He did not even have time to eat. Even if there was some kind of delay, Lin would immediately start wailing. Vanessa continued to look at Lin. He looked so exhausted that she wanted to feed him soup. At this point, the system sent the hero a notification with a new mission. He had to cure 2 patients using the technique of stopping bleeding with his bare hands. Lin chuckled. This system was getting more and more interesting. And now that he had a new mission, he was ready to start operations again. Vanessa said that if he quit the game he had just been playing now, he would lose. Then Lin handed her his phone, offering to play for him. Meanwhile, the hero headed to the reception desk. He asked the nurses to let him know if any patients with blood loss arrived at the hospital. Judging by the description of the task, the blood loss should be less than 1.5 liters. And if a person loses that much blood, then he will definitely come to the hospital. However, 2 hours passed, but Lin still had not found anyone on whom he could use the technique of stopping bleeding with bare hands. At that moment, Chandler approached him, and the hero said that he was expecting some kind of operation. However, the doctor told him to stop waiting. He had several interesting cases and Lin's help would be useful. The doctor had patients with very unusual injuries, but then the cases became more and more surprising. There was another operation, the most difficult of all. Dr. Chandler informed Lin that CPR was needed for the patient who had heat stroke, as other medications had not helped him, and the man had not been breathing for about 3 minutes. As it turned out, sometimes patients died, even if Lin Jiang was involved in saving them. Deaths in the emergency room are the hardest to accept. But for the hero, this was the first such experience. Chandler tried to reassure Lin, realizing that this was his first time dealing with a patient's death. The man asked him not to think about it too much. Death is a common occurrence. Doctors here just open and close doors. If they manage to close the door leading to death, then they are lucky, but they cannot barricade the entrance to the afterlife. Lin continued to stand his ground. He was sure that if Chandler had performed the resuscitation instead of him, everything would have been different. Then the man said, the patient was dying when he was brought in. His heartbeat was going down for more than 7 minutes. So even if he survived, which was a 1 in a million chance, he would still be in a vegetable state. Even if he came out of the coma, which was even less likely, his life would be the same. He would not be able to live a normal life. He said that Lin did the CPR right, Chandler would have done it the same way, so nothing would have changed. And besides, the head nurse, Josh, always says that you have to get rid of the disease if you want to save someone's life. He says this because many lives will not be saved. Chandler then put his arm around Lin and suggested that they go to the Shao family restaurant after work and have a few drinks before bed. In the evening, the street food district was always crowded with people for a night out before bed. However, this time something terrible was about to happen, because among the vacationers there was a man with a knife. He decided that since he was destined to die today, it would be a good idea to take a few more lives with him. Soon Chandler and Lin arrived at the Shao family's restaurant. They were met by a man with an unhealthy skin color. He immediately recognized Chandler's voice. He had already managed to miss the doctor. The man said he had been very busy, and then decided to introduce his partner, Lin, a young and promising doctor. Xiao handed the hero a discount card as a gift, and then seated the guests at a free table. Chandler ordered a large portion of food from the man, and Xiao went to the kitchen to quickly serve the men. When he left, Lin noted that he looked sick, and Chandler then said that Xiao was indeed their patient. Xiao was born with a ventricular septal defect, one of the most common congenital heart conditions. When he was in elementary school, he competed in a long jump competition and broke his ankle when he landed awkwardly. One day he got into a fight, and as a result he had to have his kidney removed. He may be the first person to have his kidney removed in the nephrology department. When the rheumatology department was created, he was immediately diagnosed with acute compound rheumatism. After the MRI machine was installed, he was diagnosed with a tumor, but fortunately it turned out to be benign. Moreover, he survived appendicitis, vascular endoprosthesis, arteriosclerosis, liver cysts, and gallstones. Old Xiao is a model patient of MANHUA Hospital. Even though he has suffered from an unimaginable number of illnesses, he still smiles and does not hang his head. When he gets sick, he goes to the hospital, and after treatment he continues to work as if nothing happened. Soon Xiao brought the men their beef dish. The men had just started eating when suddenly shouts were heard from the street. People ran away and called for help. The man with the knife tried to attack everyone who got in his way. A policeman rushed to stop him and ordered the man to put down the knife. However, instead, the criminal plunged the blade straight into the policeman's stomach. The man fell to the ground bleeding, and the attacker ran away, hoping to escape the scene of the crime. Lin and Chandler immediately ran out of the hospital. They tried to help the man. The policeman said in a hoarse voice that there was another wounded person, a teenage boy. Chandler said he would help him, and Lin stayed with the policeman. He asked Xiao for something with a high concentration of alcohol, but the man said that it would not help, but he did have iodophor. As a person who gets sick very often, he had a huge first aid kit with all possible medicines. Lin noted that Xiao's strange physiology came in very handy. The hero noted that the wound was located in the abdominal cavity, which made it difficult to see, and this needed to be dealt with immediately. Emergency room doctors use a lot of things when they can't figure out the specifics to avoid infection, and the same goes for the general public who aren't prepared for such situations. Internal bleeding is not only difficult to control, but it is also very dangerous. As it can cause secondary injuries, the injured person can only pray for them to not happen. But for Lin, things are a little easier. The policeman wanted to say something to Lin, but he couldn't decide. Apparently, he was embarrassed by the fact that such a young guy was saving him. Xiao then said that it was Dr. Lin, Dr. Chandler's colleague, a doctor in the emergency department of MANHUA Hospital, so the man had nothing to worry about. Hearing the familiar name of the hospital, the policeman asked to be taken to MANHUA. Xiao said that even if he was there, he would still be treated by Doctors Lin and Chandler, so they would just be wasting their time. But the man stood his ground. It seemed to him that Dr. Lin was simply examining his wound, and he needed the help of practicing doctors. The hero thought about it. He suspected a ruptured spleen, and it could not be postponed any longer. He then inserted his palm into the man's wound, intending to stop the bleeding. The policeman screamed in incredible pain, and everyone around him was shocked by what Lin was doing. As it turned out, the hero pressed on the spleen sprout to stop the bleeding. Soon everyone noticed that the bleeding from the wound had indeed stopped. Xiao noted that Dr. Lin was simply incredible. At that moment, someone from the crowd ran up to the men. He said, "Doctor." Chandler said he couldn't find the bleeding. He needed to open the stomach. He also said he needed Dr. Lin to stop the bleeding. Lin said that he would help him immediately and asked Xiao to find a car to transport the people and him along with the patient. Those present were in shock. Would they really not even call an ambulance? Then Xiao brought a vegetable cart for Lin. That was all he could find. The hero said that they had little time, they needed to urgently place the patient. Passers-by helped them, and the wounded policeman was placed on a cart. Lin's hands were confidently controlling the bleeding despite the shaking of the cart. But he knew Chandler couldn't do the same. He needed help. Meanwhile, Chandler tried to save the young boy, who had already lost consciousness. The man screamed. He urgently needed either an ambulance or Lin Zhan. The victim quietly said that there was no need to fuss, because it was just a knife wound, people had survived with more terrible injuries. He would get to the hospital himself, and they would help him there. Chandler understood that he wouldn't last long. He had lost a lot of blood. He needed to somehow brighten up his last minutes. Meanwhile, the man with the scratch was indignant. He also wanted to get help, and the doctor was still fiddling with the wounded man. Chandler said he saw the injuries to the others, and this boy's injury was the most serious of all. If he let him go, it would get even worse. Soon the boy began to rave, and the doctor became afraid that he was about to die. Chandler then asked for a knife, 2 bottles of premium alcohol, and 2 towels. Soon, the man brought the doctor everything he needed. Chandler thought everything was very bad now. He didn't know how to stop the bleeding. Now only laparotomy could help him. If he makes an abdominal incision, he will break the law. But if the boy's parents are adequate, there will be no problems. But otherwise, they will skin him alive. The man cursed himself. He shouldn't have thought about all these formalities. After all, he was a doctor and he had little time left. Chandler then said he needed to treat the wound and asked to open a bottle of wine for him. The man opened a bottle that cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, but it didn't matter at all now because a person's life was at stake. Chandler took the bottle and poured it on the boy's wound, but he needed another bottle. The doctor prepared to hide the abdominal cavity and extended the knife towards the victim. At that moment, Lin came running to him and asked him to give him some wine so that he could wash his hands. Chandler was incredibly happy to see the guy and immediately put the knife away. Soon the victims were laid on the ground. Lin poured iodophor on the teenage boy's wound. The hero disinfected his hands and then examined his wound. His liver was damaged and he had lost a lot of blood. Lin then picked up a knife preparing to operate on the boy. Passers-by filmed everything on their phones. They admired the fact that doctors were performing the operation in such conditions. The next moment, Lin made a quick, precise strike. He needed to make a cut. If it is not possible to operate on the spot with both hands, then such an incision will be enough, and it will be more convenient to stitch. But Lin only had one free hand. He simply would not have enough time. However, he was going to figure out the rest as he went along. Now he only needed to do the necessary manipulations, and he began to widen the wound. Chandler washed Lin's hands with the remaining alcohol, and Lin inserted his free hand into the boy's wound. The man was horrified. He thought that Lin had widened the wound to see where the bleeding was, but he reached in there with his hand to control the blood loss with his bare hands. Passers-by filmed everything on their phones, admiring the hero's incredible abilities. Chandler was puzzled. Such wounds are usually deeper, therefore the incision should be smaller. But deeper, Lin tries to control the bleeding with his bare hands. But how will he operate? The hero noted that it was difficult to search for the liver with one hand in this position. However, he soon felt it, and then the victim suddenly screamed in pain. Passers-by immediately rushed towards the boy to keep him in one place. Chandler noted that Lin was all sweaty, as if he had been caught in the rain. Nothing else could be expected because it was very labor-intensive work. The man said that the ambulance was already on the way and that he didn't have long to wait. Lin thought, no matter how well his skill was developed now, he could only estimate the blood loss and reduce it slightly. He needed equipment, and the sooner the better. Then, passers-by said that there were traffic jams on the streets now and the ambulance would take a very long time to arrive. Lin shouted, asking who had a car. They urgently needed to go to the hospital, otherwise the victims would not survive. One of the passers-by said that she had a car, and soon the victims were loaded into it. The wounded were taken to the hospital, and there Lin handed them over to the safe hands of doctors. He wanted to perform a laparotomy, but he had no strength. He was not even able to raise his arms, let alone perform an operation. Now even the energy serum did not help him. He would be useless in the operating room. Then the hero washed himself, put on his jacket, and headed for the exit. He said he would take the next day off, and the nurse wished him a good rest. Then Lin thought, he doesn't want to keep the patients waiting, and that he should still come tomorrow. The woman immediately objected to him. The guy needed a rest. Today, he had already saved 2 patients without any equipment. But if he continued to strain himself like this, he would hardly be able to last long. The other nurses agreed with the woman, saying that the doctor was too hardworking and needed rest. The head nurse said that Lin's shift the day after tomorrow is still in effect, so it would be better for him to stay home and rest tomorrow, and one of the nurses, Olivia, would also be helping him the day after tomorrow. The girl gave Lin traditional Roman chamomile tea with citrus oils. It helps him sleep. Lin soon returned to his home clinic. The parents were incredibly happy to see their son home. They had already heard that Lin had saved people today and were very proud of him. Robert even called all the neighbors. Tanya said that her son deserves a gift in the form of 2 new cars. The hero thought that his parents were happier about this incident than he was. He was too tired to feel any emotions. Lin's mother didn't push it and sent the boy to his room so that he could get some proper rest. The hero took a shower and sat down on his bed. The system informed him about the completed task. The hero opened his gift, a basic treasure chest, expecting to receive another serum. However, this time the system granted him mastery of MRI reading and analysis skills. As soon as Lin touched the chip, he felt new knowledge filling his brain. With his early understanding of the anatomy of the upper limb, the information he could read increased significantly. Even when scanning, he could see that the magnetic field of his brachial plexus was uneven. He could see high and low contrast. The hero realized that he could clearly understand the structure of any problem. It was as if he had gained insight. He thought that the directors would definitely ask him where he learned this, but he was too tired to think about it for too long, so he fell asleep. In the morning, Lena was woken up by his mother. The boy was so tired that he didn't want to get out of bed at all. Soon the parents brought the hero to the garage, where the car was parked, covered with cloth. Robert said that even though the car was used, Lin should follow all the rules for its use. The man then removed the cloth from the car, saying that this black car was quite nice. Then Lin said that it was a red car, and what's more, it didn't look used at all. Robert was embarrassed. Apparently, he put it in the wrong garage. It was Tanya's car because she was uncomfortable without personal transport. Lin's parents told him that his car was right outside the door, and they jumped into the red car to try it out. The hero went out to the door and immediately saw a black car there. He smiled. She really was not bad. The next day, Lin arrived at the hospital in his new car, noting that it worked quite well for a used one. The nurses were surprised that Lin arrived in his own car. They took some photos and sent them to the general chat where all of Lin's fans had gathered. Arriving at the reception, the hero asked to schedule 5 operations for him today. The nurses immediately began to talk among themselves, surprised that Lin was taking on so many surgeries. They also noted that he got a car at such a young age, which means that his family is rich and has a good background. Vanessa overheard the girls' conversation and was clearly unhappy that the other girls were talking about Lena, as if they were dating him. Vanessa knew that Lin was working today, so she was extremely attentive. The girl approached the nurses and suggested that they organize some kind of event and spend time together. While the girls discussed the place they should visit, Vanessa watched Lin, hoping that she would be lucky enough to spend more time with him today. After some time, the girl came to the doctor's office, but Marty asked her not to make noise since Lin was busy. The hero studied the images. After a careful examination of the patient's MRI, he realized that it shows the external characteristics of all tendons, and even the internal state of the tendons. He could see a 3-dimensional image of each tendon. It looked very clear and distinct, and so he could come up with the best outcomes for the surgeries. Soon Lin went into the operating room. He said the patient needed to have an incision made on the side, which was quite unusual. Marty decided to keep up with Dr. Lin and read a lot of information about MTang, and although there are similar cases and practices, it was not the same. He noted out loud that this direction of the cut was rather unusual. Lin explained that based on the MRI, the force would be greater if the suture was placed on the palmar area. Marty thought that the doctor was strange today. He was a very disciplined surgeon, and his operations were carried out in stages according to the method. But today, his style had changed a little. Then Lin made another side cut. Marty was afraid. What if something goes wrong? The hero noted that everything was exactly the same as on the MRI. The palmar tendon was indeed weak and showed signs of rupture. With MRI, the opened skin looks great. As with a regular operation, the operation takes a long time, and the prognosis for safe suturing will be slightly different. Vanessa noted that the doctor began to operate better. Marty realized that everything was perfectly clear. He just needed to look more closely. Lin said that practice will greatly improve skills. He thought that before he didn't understand what MRI was, he could only imagine the patient's condition based on the description he received in the medical department and made the decision after making the incision. Now, everything is different. At the master level, it has become much easier for him to make plans for the operation. Marty said he was almost finished and would hand over the rest to Dr. Larry. Suddenly, Vanessa asked if Lin could give them a ride when she finished. The thing is that he and his colleagues want to go to Heidelau to eat some stewed meat. It's not that far from the clinic, and it's too difficult to catch a taxi during the day. The hero agreed, and the girl was incredibly happy about it. After work, Vanessa changed her clothes faster than anyone else to go to a restaurant with Lin and the other doctors. Suddenly, one of the nurses came into the locker room and said that there was a surgery in the emergency room, and Dr. Lin couldn't leave, so he apologized to the girl. Tears immediately welled up in Vanessa's eyes. Her plans to charm the handsome prince had failed. Lin also planned to devote the next day to work, because he was an intern and therefore had to work hard. Soon the time came for new operations, and the hero began to work even more diligently. He noted that the tendon rupture was consistent with the MRI data. As a result, Lin underwent several operations in a row. All the tendons were perfectly sutured. Marty noted that over time, Dr. Lin would accumulate amazing surgical experience. Once everyone had left the operating room, Vanessa announced that they had completed all of their work for the day. Then the hero said that he should go and examine the patients. Now that he has had experience cutting the arm and limbs, the time it takes to perform the surgery has been reduced. And since he now has enough of it, Lin has to make his rounds himself. After all, tendon injury surgery is important, but rehabilitation is also necessary. One of the patients said he wanted to show the doctor something. He picked up the berries and began to juggle them, thanking Lena for the excellent operation. Soon the system informed him of another sincere thank you from a patient. Lin noted that the previous sincere thank you was received after the director came on stage to make a statement. Now it can be obtained independently, and patients have always been grateful to Lin for the operation. The guy thought to himself, patients recover and are discharged during rounds. Apparently he's missed a few hundred. It seems his previous practice of transferring to hospital was a bit frivolous for him. One of the patients approached the hero, saying that he had done an analysis of the functioning of his hand, and they were simply amazing. Now he could lift 10-kilogram boxes. Lin said his arm looked good and the man would be discharged soon. Then other patients began to approach the doctor. They wanted Lin to examine them too. The nurse tried to stop the large flow of patients by saying that they should trust Dr. Lin because the stitches he made were widely recognized in the hospital. Then the girl gave the men a photo of the stitch of a previous patient in the recovery room and said that they should understand that this was rare. The patients looked at the photo with horror. The difference was indeed too great. But Lin's stitches were beautiful. Lin noted that he really just doesn't like the curves of the seams, the difficult angles, and the way the seams are positioned differently. Suddenly, the system notified the hero of new achievements. Apparently, they are accumulating. Lin then decided that he should stock up on extra chests. The next day, Lin also performed all the necessary operations, and when there were no patients left, he decided to go to the recovery room. Larry wondered why the doctor was coming into this room for the second day in a row. Vanessa began to suspect that he was visiting some nurse. Meanwhile, Lin had already headed to the right place, thinking that perhaps his patient would recover today. One of the nurses was surprised to see the guy here again. She thought he just liked getting praise from the patients, and then decided that this would be a great chance to try to charm Lin. The girl then raised the doctor's work up and shouted that Dr. Lin's suturing technique was well known in their hospital, so if patients had any problems in the future, they should contact Dr. Lin. Suddenly, one of the patients decided to ask why her stitches were different from the others. The nurse said that your position is a little unfortunate, but Dr. Lin is very good at what he does. One part of the wound runs along the lines of the palm, and the other crosses between the fingers, and the part where the suture crosses looks just fine, as if the woman drew it with eyeliner. The suture is very good. Dr. Lin chose a thin thread. The woman was pleased with this answer. The other patients also noted the doctor's high professionalism, and then Lin smiled. The nurse was very happy that she had raised the spirits of both the doctor and the patients. At this point, the system informed Lin of a bunch of new commendations, each of which awarded a basic treasure chest. Not counting yesterday's, there should be 10 of them. So Lin decided to find a deserted place to open all the chests. With these thoughts, he left the office. Soon the nurse finished talking to the patients and now intended to talk to her handsome prince. However, when she turned around, she realized that he was no longer there. When Lin found himself alone, he thought about it and used the M-Tang technique 100 times to get 10 chests. He was in the recovery room for 2 days in a row and there were 10 chests. In other words, if he wants more chests, he needs to put more stitches. If you think about it in that direction, it's not that difficult. Then the hero decided to open all the chests. Inside, there was a lot of energy serum, as well as a chip. He gave Lin masterful experience in microscopic paraneural anastomosis. The hero was distracted from his thoughts by Larry, who entered the office. He reported that a patient, a 31-year-old woman, had arrived to see them. She had fallen and injured her palm with a hard object. Lin immediately noted that it was the ulnar nerve. Larry was surprised. Was the doctor really starting to pay attention to nerve damage? The man replied that it was indeed him. Then Lin thought about it. He learned a new method that would be perfect for this operation, and he only needed to do it 3 times. The M-Tang technique was a fixed surgical method without any unnecessary steps. But now, there is paraneural anastomosis. It is basically the same as building a bridge. Only there are many details to consider, so he needs to start practicing. The hero asked his assistant to prepare everything for the operation. Soon, Lin was ready to proceed with the flexor tendon surgery with ulnar nerve anastomosis. Larry noted that Boss Lin always pays great attention to the incision, but now he made a really huge incision. It seems that this operation is much more difficult than the previous ones. The larger the incision made by the surgeon, the more difficult the operation will be. Lin does everything carefully. There are 3 types of nerve anastomosis: epineurium anastomosis, perineurium anastomosis, and simultaneous epineurium and perineurium anastomosis. Epineurium anastomosis is widely used, and perineurium anastomosis is quite difficult to perform. Although doctors could often perform a perineurium anastomosis with the naked eye, this is completely impossible. Without a microscope, it is impossible to see anything. Moreover, it is impossible to see how the 10-0 thread moves. This is the most difficult operation for Lin. Larry couldn't even tell if everything was going well. He had absolutely no idea what was happening now and what he should do. Lin noted that the perineurium is indeed very strong, just like the skin on a pig's thigh. Then Larry thought, Lin has enough time to talk, which means he is in complete control of the operation. And even though this is their most difficult operation, everything is going smoothly. Lin applied his new skill, and overall the operation went well. Soon he reported that he had finished stitching. Lin then said that he would leave the rest to the assistants and headed for the exit. Larry thought that there was very little work left. He had a lot to learn from the boss. After the surgery, Lin went to the office to get a drink. Chandler was surprised that he had already finished. Lin said if the nerve recovers well, the result will be good. Chandler decided to leave him, since the guy was confident in his success. Later, Director Josh would ask him about this. Dr. Chandler and Director Josh were interested in Lin's operations, not only because of the 3 types of anastomoses, but because the perineurium was the most difficult. Previously, the operations were only performed on the tendon in the first zone, and every time there were patients with an associated injury or fracture, the emergency department immediately refused it because no one in the hospital was capable of doing the most difficult anastomosis. Patients could get treatment out of province, or the director of hand surgery could provide them with care if they were not comfortable with these options. They could refuse the nerve anastomosis and just ask for the wounds to be sutured, and for more complex situations, there was amputation. If a doctor can perform anastomosis, then the scope and level of surgery increases. Doctors who can perform nerve and tendon anastomosis become a step above those who can only perform tendon anastomosis. Soon, Josh ran into the office and happily asked if Lin had really performed the perineural anastomosis. The hero answered in the affirmative. Then Josh grabbed his arm and pulled him out of the office, intending to look at the patient with him. The rest of those present in the office looked at the men with surprised glances. The patient slowly came to, and when she opened her eyes, several doctors and a nurse were standing over her. The woman snorted with displeasure. Josh was puzzled by this reaction. The nurse asked the woman, whose name was Louise, what was wrong with her, and the woman screamed that she wanted to be transferred to another room. Everyone present was perplexed, but the nurse promised to find out what the problem was. She asked why Louise wanted to transfer. The woman replied that she couldn't stand the green color of the walls in this ward. Among the 5 basic elements, the element of wood stands out the most for her, so she cannot wear green clothes. The woman was sure that she would not be able to recover in a room with green walls and would not be discharged from here. Josh and Lin exchanged glances. At first, they thought there was a problem with the department's equipment. But was it really just the green color? Josh smiled at Louise, saying that they had green walls in every room. Then the woman said that it wouldn't be difficult for them to repaint a couple of walls. She liked pink the most. Josh was already starting to flare up with irritation, throwing angry glances at the woman. Having calmed down, he asked Lin to perform an electromyography on the patient and analyze the recovery of the ulnar nerve. At this moment, the man wondered, did Lin John fail? Soon Louise was taken for an examination. They were met by a woman. She said that now she would take care of everything herself. It was Alicia, an electromyography specialist in the neurology department. Larry asked if she needed help, but the woman asked everyone to wait outside. Lin mentioned that the patient had some peculiarities, but Alicia didn't let him finish. She said that she had seen a lot of patients, so she wouldn't see anything new here. Then Louise asked her if her nerves were recovering. Alicia said they hadn't tested it yet, but for now, the woman needed to lie still. Then Louise screamed. She thought the doctor was lying to her. She said she asked her family, but they didn't answer. They were all hiding something from her. Suddenly, Alicia noticed a strange element of clothing on the woman. Louise said that she made this clothing herself. The old people said that the fabric should be red to resemble something pleasant, but its 5 main elements are pink, so Louise made the embroidery pink. The woman screamed again. She asked how long the doctor would test her nerves, and if she had problems with her head, she would just jump off the roof so as not to cause problems for her family. After this, Alicia immediately left the office, asking Lynn and Larry for help. An hour later, everyone arrived in the room, including Director Josh. Alicia said that she checked the patient. The test results were excellent. As it turned out, Dr. Lynn was right. The woman would be able to begin early rehabilitation. Then Josh suggested that the hero take a short walk. He said that Lynn could now perform such operations, but another doctor objected because the patient had just recovered. It was too early to make such decisions. Josh said that it is not uncommon for patients to need to have their damaged nerves fused, and as far as he knows, in Jiangxi province, it is possible to suture flexor tendons on your own. The number of doctors who practice perineural anastomosis can be counted on one hand. In a regular hospital, those who could suture flexor tendons, perform nerve anastomoses, and even perform orthopedic bone surgery would have to replant fingers all day long. Many of them were able to perform nerve anastomosis on their own, but most of them were specialized in the neurosurgery department. They had to perform a lot of cranial surgeries. They usually work all night. Many patients with flexor tendon ruptures associated with nerve injury are treated with good techniques and proper perineurium anastomosis alone, and the prognosis is largely up to them. Typically, large hospitals ask patients about amputation, but after Lena is checked for neurological damage, they will be close to becoming the largest emergency center. The doctor said he didn't mind, but the recovery period for patients with flexor tendon injuries was too long, and the recovery period for nerve injuries was even longer. They didn't have enough wards, so Josh ordered that their number be increased. The woman said that there were many patients with damaged nerves, and they would not let Lin overexert himself. Young people should not rush. Josh countered that everyone needed to take care of their health, and if the data on nerve damage was added up, the number of surgeries would not increase. At that moment, the director received a call and was told that the boss's daughter had been burned. The man asked to inform the team so that they could get ready. The doctor objected that the girl should have gone to the hospital since she had been burned, but Josh replied that she had burned her leg when she was pouring water. Soon, Josh and Lin arrived at the ward, where Chief Hao was already there with his daughter. Hao was the head of the health system. He apologized for the urgency, but his daughter Barbara had a problem. The man wanted to ask Dr. Lin to hospitalize the girl, but Josh said that he did not specialize in burns. Barbara said she didn't care. She just wanted to take a photo with Dr. Lin. Lin whispered that this girl didn't look like she was hurt at all. However, Josh said that she was the boss's daughter, so she had to do as she asked. Lin began to work on Barbara's leg, and she filmed his every move on her phone. The girl took photos in front of the doctor, as if she wasn't at all worried about her leg. Then Lin said that he had completed all the basic procedures, so he would come back a little later. Barbara was upset. She wanted the doctor to stay with her in case she got sick. The nurse said that Dr. Lin had other patients, but she was ready to help the girl at any time. Barbara turned away from the woman, starting to write on social media about how she had met the most handsome doctor in the hospital. The next day, the girl left the ward on crutches, holding a cup of tea with milk in her hands. She bought it especially for Dr. Lin. However, contrary to her expectations, the hero said that he did not want to drink tea with milk today and promised to return the girl's money for the glass. Barbara was extremely unhappy because the doctor did not drink the tea, so she did not need the money. Lin said that Nurse Marissa recently bought them lunch, so he was just repeating her kind gesture. Barbara visibly tensed up. This same Marissa was now standing right in front of her. She seemed much sweeter and more attractive to the patient. Then the girl angrily squeezed the glass of tea. She said that she came here because Lin had an enemy. She knew that Director Pan and Dr. Lin were using the M-Tang technique and even competing with each other. Barbara reported that Pan would soon complete his studies, and rumor had it that another Japanese man with a doctorate would return with him. And then he will work in this hospital. However, Lin replied that the number of patients who require the M-Tang technique is much larger than one could imagine, and he and Pan are not competing with each other. Barbara tried to object, because Pan was the deputy head doctor and Lin was just an intern. Patients would definitely choose the deputy head doctor over the intern. The hero assured her that their current patient coverage was huge. If Deputy Director Pan did not complete all the operations, he would hand over the remaining ones to him. Some patients were sent to other provinces or for amputation. So it's good that Deputy Director Pan is returning after training, Not to mention that the number of patients who need a certain operation is growing. Barbara stood her ground. She was sure that a Japanese man with a doctorate would definitely be good at using the M-Tang technique. Lin thought, this Japanese guy won't be as formidable as Shiro Hashimoto. They have to work efficiently, operate on average 1 finger per hour. If they succeed, then we will lose 18 healthy fingers every day. But a doctoral student from the renowned Keio University Hospital can operate on 1 finger for about 30 minutes. And if Deputy Pan invites another team to perform the operation for more than 10 hours, he can complete 20 or even 30 finger suturing operations. No matter how large the number of patients in Yunhai Hospital was, 60 to 70 fingers would be healthy. In other words, Lin would not have done anything anyway. Then the hero thanked Barbara for informing him and said goodbye to her. When Lin came into the operating room, he announced that he would increase the number of operations from tomorrow. He asked Larry to call Marty. They would start the operation at 3 a.m. and would also add a couple of hours to their shifts. So Lin Jiang will operate on Larry and Vanessa, and on the second one on Marty and Marisa. Soon Lin had collected 20 more chests and gained the skills of a specialist in cutting. Thus, he had excellent command of 7 techniques. The system reported that his M-Tang technique was ranked first in Yunhua City, first in Jiangxi Province, and 78th in China. And for every 200 to 300 operations, Lin would move up 1 rank, so he needed to try even harder. Soon Pan arrived in Yunhua, and with him, Hayato Ida, a medical doctor from Keio University in Japan, will be an exchange student in Yunhua for 2 to 3 years. The guy immediately noticed that the air here was quite dirty. Pan frowned. Yunhua is close to the sea. The air here can't be bad. And then said that if Hayato is always in the operating room, he will always have to wear a mask, but he will still have to breathe this air for 3 years. The guy said that it would be better to stay in the operating room. His respiratory system had not yet adapted to the local air. Then Pan said that for his own safety he should go to the operating room right now. The man thought, surgery in Japan is carried out in field conditions, but the results of intensive training are quite good, and now it's time to show his achievements to his colleagues. No matter what anyone says, the doctors in the operating room are like on a battlefield. The hospital prepared a whole celebration for the return of Director Pan. However, the man said that they could prepare some patients for him instead. Eugene, one of the best doctors in the hand department, chuckled, saying that the director was right as always. Pan asked the man to show Hayato the hospital. Eugene told the student that their department's operating room was one of the first-class operating rooms in Asia, and that Yunhua Hospital also had a floor where several departments shared operating rooms, and the wards were usually overcrowded. But that only showed how respected their hospital was. Pan explained that the recovery room is the most important component of the department. Suddenly, the man noticed that there were too many people in the room. Eugene explained that they were all from the emergency room. All of these patients were operated on by Lin Jiang some time ago. Pan said that he was quite good at handling the M-Tang equipment, but he was still an intern, only able to perform complex operations. Then he asked how many operations a day Lin performed. When he left, the number was 5 or so. However, Eugene said that things have changed now. Pan remembered that in the emergency room they were starting to anastomose the nerves, in which case Lin would easily die of exhaustion if he performed the flexor tendon anastomosis nerve. Then Eugene said that Lin now performs an average of 8 to 10 operations a day. Hayato couldn't believe his ears. No doctor can perform 10 operations without rest. Pan's face darkened. He decided that tomorrow he and Lin would definitely fight, and this guy would either have to cut down on the number of operations or fade into the background. Soon, Hayato and Pan organized a consultation. It lasted 10 minutes and cost 500 yen. People have commented that Director Pan and Dr. Ida are amazing, and the treatment is better than other hospitals. They are experts in their field. Pan asked Hayato if he was convinced of the effectiveness of joint consultation, but the student was dissatisfied. They would not be able to have so many patients. Pan thought that the student was going to perform about 200, 300 operations in China. But Hayato said that there would be inpatient consultations and meetings. If he went in that direction, he would be able to perform less than 150 operations, and his goal was to perform 600 operations in 3 years. The man frowned. 600 surgeries is not that big of a deal for China. They handpick patients and do the surgeries they like and leave the ones they don't like to Lena, because Pan wants to be known as a legend and then go to Beijing and Shanghai. And since he and Ida will be going hand in hand for these 3 years, he better do as many surgeries as possible if he wants the terms to remain in force. Hayato was very happy with this proposal and promised to begin the operation soon. Soon the guy arrived in the operating room. There were operations on the flexor tendon. At this level, for him it is rare serious operation. He has to take it very seriously. After some time the operation was completed, Hayato thanked everyone for their work. Pan was pleased. Ida used the M-Tang technique and the result was excellent. Dr. Sid sighed wearily. The operation was planned to be completed in 4 hours, but it was unexpectedly delayed by another half hour. Hayato then approached the man, asking if he could get an assistant for the next operation. Sid sighed resignedly, but still agreed. Ida was very happy and headed off to the next operation. Sid thought. He liked Lin John better. He could do 2 surgeries in an hour and also get big fees for 10 surgeries a day. Pan said they would work overtime until the patients ran out. Suddenly the man heard the nurses whispering among themselves. They were saying that performing operations every 4 hours was tiring. These surgeons were far from Lin. Pan and Hayato performed operations all night, and in the morning Eugene asked them how it went. The director couldn't guarantee anything, but he was confident in himself. Ida said that Director Pan did a good job. The guy was amazed at how quickly he put in the stitches. He did a very good job. Then Eugene whispered that Lin John had done more than the director. The thing is, he was still working and had no intention of stopping. Pan got angry and decided to pay him a visit. Meanwhile, Lin was in the midst of an operation. Larry asked him why they were doing this every day. The hero said that he would not be able to work when the number of patients was reduced. Larry was perplexed because the number of patients was actually increasing. The number of outpatients has increased. Yesterday, he received a call from the hand surgery department asking if they could accept a patient with a tendon injury and a torn nerve. Larry also heard that Director Pan doesn't do many surgeries. Lin asked why the number was increasing then. Larry explained that because of the reputation of Keio University Hospital, many patients from other provinces came here just to get diagnosed by a Japanese person. They don't have time to perform so many operations. Then, the hero said that he wanted to take all the patients that they did not have time to treat. At that moment, Pan and Hayato entered the operating room. Vanessa heard that Director Pan heard that Lin was still working, so he came to check out the situation. Pan thought that Lin looked like he was just starting out, and yet he was working with the M-Tang technique. The director thought about it. He remembered the times when Lin's stitches were much better than his. But this time, everything is different. The techniques he uses. Even the best doctors cannot achieve in a lifetime, it seems. It seems Lin has become more experienced. Then Pan decided to text Eugene. He asked how many transactions Lin had carried out in total. The answer shocked him to the core. In this short period of time, Lin John had performed 482 operations. Pan remembered Hayato's words about how he was going to perform 600 operations in 3 years, and now he couldn't understand how Lin was able to perform so many operations in that time. Through these operations, he acquired a great deal of knowledge about the anatomy of the hand. Soon, Lin reported that the perineural anastomosis was complete, and they needed to continue healing the flexor tendons of the middle finger. Pan asked Hayato what he thought of Lina. The guy replied that his skills were identical to those of the leading doctors in Asia. He was much better than Ida. Then Pan shouted, "Lin now prioritizes quality and beauty. Patients who come to the hospital with a hand injury will definitely prefer their department because they are professional orthopedists, and their experience plays a huge role. And surgeons like Lin Zhang, who are fixated on one thing, develop very slowly." Hayato squeezed the man's hand, saying that he agreed with him. The president of the hospital did exactly the same thing one day, and then the man realized that this was a sign of success. He would not let Lin surpass him. At that moment, Eugene ran up to the director and said that his sister had called. There was a fight at the construction site. They say that someone cut off the hand of Dr. Pan's son-in-law. His right hand is seriously injured, and he has almost reached their hospital. The man cursed. His son-in-law's small company had finally started making a profit after 10 years. Moreover, he was a designer. If his hand stopped functioning, he would not be able to work. He then ordered Eugene to think of a way to get Lin to operate on his son-in-law, but he must not mention the name to him. He must find a way to control the operation on his behalf. Eugene went to Chandler. He said that the patient was his relative. He started working at a construction site, and it so happened that a collector came there. Chandler said the patient was basically stable, had some minor blood loss. The main problem was a cut on his fingers. He asked if he should transfer the patient directly to the hand surgery unit. Eugene said he didn't mean it that way. He was hoping the patient, Justin, would transfer treatment to the ER. The surgery department is very busy today. There are two special patients waiting and it would be unethical to do so. But if they don't, the treatment will be delayed. The man replied that if he were sent to Director Pan, the treatment effect would definitely be better. But if he were left in the emergency room, Lin Zhan would be the only one who could operate on him. But it should be noted that he was still young, so he had little experience. Eugene said that he had already thought it all over. If Chandler would allow it, he would like to be present in the operating room. Soon the man arrived at the operating room. Director Pan often stayed with his son-in-law when his wife threw him out, so they had an exceptionally good relationship. He is afraid of his decision, which could negatively affect the operation, so he left it to Lin. The hero said that they would begin the operation any minute. Eugene noted that Lin's team works in a coordinated manner. He did not see any signs that they perform 10 operations a day. The chief surgeon is careful. Accuracy and caution are the foundations when performing complex operations. Suddenly, Eugene saw Lin just rip out a patient's tendon. He seemed to be pulling a piece of fatty meat out of a braised pork bun with chopsticks. However, Eugene should not be surprised by the tendon being torn out because it is later sutured. Soon, Lin announced that the first tendon was ready. It took him only 2 minutes. Usually it takes 20 minutes, but it took him only 2 minutes. Suddenly, the hero said that he could see almost nothing. He asked Marissa to wipe the sweat from his forehead. To everyone's surprise, Lin said that he wasn't feeling very well. Everyone present was stunned, especially Eugene. He was worried that something would happen to the doctor during the operation, and then it would be the end for Pan's son-in-law. Someone suggested that Lin had been poisoned by the pork trotters Larry had cooked, but the man replied that he personally bought them in the morning at the Donghu market, and no matter how tired he was, he always cleaned out everything inside to make the stew clean. Lin said that he had eaten little, and perhaps this led to a decrease in blood sugar, so Marissa suggested that the doctor drink dextrose. The operation continued. Lin asked to widen the surgical field, perform aspiration, and apply pressure on the gauze. Eugene cursed. It was a disgusting and irritating process, and they were all so calm. If the operation is going smoothly, the first and second assistants assist the chief surgeon. But when there are any difficulties, they become punching bags. After all, the punching bag plays an important role. It is the most important moment for maintaining safety in the operating room. Lin said there was something wrong with the needle and asked for a smaller thread. Eugene realized that the chief surgeon was back to normal. Lin was excellent at running the operations, and Larry and Marissa were there to help him. Eugene noted that his posture had changed. Now he could tell that he was quite qualified. The man looked closely at what the doctor was doing. He saw a paraneural anastomosis. Eugene had heard that he could only perform the M-Tang technique. He didn't know that Lin was also good at applying a paraneural suture. The more he thought about his seam, the more interesting and terrifying it seemed to him. A few minutes ago, Lin was playing around, but immediately became responsible. He is young and smart. Was it really just because he was his son-in-law that Vice Director Pan asked Lin to carry out this operation? Soon, Lin reported that his work was finished and invited Larry to continue. Eugene tried to stop him. He wanted Lin to finish the operation himself. He said that his relative was a businessman, so he really needed a healthy hand. The hero agreed and asked if Eugene wanted him to make a small or a large scar. After the surgery, Larry went to investigate. Looking at Dr. Pan's previous performance, he thought that something was wrong. At that moment, Eugene approached him and said that the rehabilitation center was under strict surveillance and that you couldn't just walk in there. Larry offered the man 2 pig's trotters in exchange for information, but Eugene said he went to the bathroom and didn't see anything. Soon, Larry entered the room where the newly operated patient Justin was lying. He asked where Pan was now. Justin thought he was operating on him. Larry then asked if he knew the department's deputy director, Pan. Justin said he was his wife's younger brother and asked to call both him and his wife here. Larry said he would have someone send Justin to a regular room. As soon as he left the office, he decided to call Director Josh to tell him something interesting. After some time, Director Pan's sister, Patricia, arrived at the hospital. She was unhappy. Her husband had been stitched up only 12 hours ago. He definitely needed to do rehabilitation exercises. She also doubted the reliability of the doctor who operated on Justin. The gentleman asked her to remain silent. He asked the woman not to mention his name in this department. The man understood that if Lin had not been a good surgeon, he would have had to operate on him himself. He didn't want to admit it, but this bastard was clearly better than him. Patricia screamed. Her husband, he did not sleep yesterday because of terrible pain. He got up for rehabilitation today before dawn. Pan replied that if he started rehabilitation now, there could be bad consequences. The chief surgeon understands this better than he does. Justin suggested listening to his doctor. Pan left the office. Josh and Lin were already waiting for him at the door. The director asked if he was visiting his relatives here. Pan had to answer that he was really there because of his relative. Josh replied that he was fine. He then called Lin to go with him to check on the patients. The hero went to Justin. Patricia began to bombard the guy with questions. She was interested in whether her husband would be able to function with his hand like a normal person. Lin replied that the problem of tendon fusion had been largely resolved, but that restoring full function to a seriously injured arm was quite difficult. Justin was confused because some patients had a similar situation, and everything was fine with them. The hero explained that getting an excellent grade is quite easy. Most of his patients get excellent grades after recovery, 98% in total. Under normal conditions, even if the patient received an excellent grade, this does not mean that his hand has recovered. It means that the patient is able to perform simple tasks and take care of himself. For example, he will not be able to move heavy objects. Tactility of the fingers may also not be restored. Justin then asked if he would be able to write, eat, shower, and use a computer. And Lin said that if rehabilitation was successful, the man would be able to do all of these things. Justin and Patricia were very happy with this answer and thanked the doctor for the operation. Soon, the system informed Lin that it had received another sincere thank you from a patient. There were 2 new skills in the chest: osteopathic manipulation and manipulation of the cervical spine. They were related to massage, and Lin really wanted to try it out. Osteopathic massage technique is the most commonly used non-surgical method of treating cervical spondylosis. Orthopedic manipulations of tendons are performed by pressing, rubbing, pressing, pulling, kneading, tapping, hitting, rolling, and pushing to relax the muscles. When combined with the technique of isometric relaxation from the sagittal plane, the clinical therapeutic effect will be so powerful that it will amount to more than 95%. Larry looked at Lin with bewilderment as he massaged his neck and shoulders. At that moment, Josh entered the office and said that he had wonderful news. He said they were running out of space in the recovery room. Tomorrow, there will be a group of sanitary inspections organized by the city administration personnel. Josh fought for a place for Lin. The hero became interested in what they would do. The director said that they were going to a sanatorium for veterans to conduct a medical examination for the elderly, and that they could have a good rest in a pleasant group. However, Lena was not particularly impressed by this prospect. Josh was really angry because he fought for a spot for him, so he had to go. The next day, Lin and Chandler went to the Central Beach Resort. The man said he was tired after the medical examination. The hero noted that the structure of Dr. Chandler's cervical vertebrae had changed and massage would not help him. The man saw Lin reaching out his hands to him and asked what he was doing. However, the hero did not notice anything. He simply decided to silently use his cervical manipulation skills. At first, Chandler screamed in surprise, and then he realized that it was very relaxing. This pain had been tormenting him for 2 months, but now it was gone. Lin explained that this was a masterful manipulation of the cervical spine. Chandler couldn't help but express his admiration. In his eyes, Lin was the best in MANHUA. At that moment, one of the nurses from the sanatorium came into the office. She said that her cervical vertebrae were not in order and asked Lin to look at them. The hero sat the girl down on a chair and began to massage her neck. The girl liked the massage so much that she couldn't hold back a satisfied sigh. The stiffness in her neck disappeared in an instant. After this, a whole line of visitors and employees of the sanatorium lined up to see Lin. Everyone wanted to get a magical massage. At that moment, the director of the sanatorium, Tony, entered the room. He was unhappy with what was happening here. One of the patients said that Master Lin gives a really cool massage. She suggested to the director to try it too. Tony was puzzled. The patients in their hospital were quite weak. The treatment was focused on rest, and this was an incomprehensible type of treatment. The man didn't want to hear anything. These people were breaking the rules in his sanatorium. Then Chandler and the nurse joined the conversation. They also offered Tony to get a massage from Lin, and the man agreed. As soon as Tony sat down on the chair, the hero's hand touched his neck, and then the man felt something strange. He felt like he was sitting with his family on a comfortable sofa. Tony could barely hold back his contented sighs. The sensations were so good. Soon Lin finished. He said that the director had hyperplasia of the bones on his vertebrae. That is, nothing unusual. Tony said that the hero really had good technique. He allowed him to massage patients if they did not make noise. All the visitors to the sanatorium immediately ran to see Dr. Lin, so Chandler was forced to make them stand in line. Among the visitors was a green-eyed girl. She thought about how she could finally find such a precious young man in such a place. She couldn't wait to get her hands on him. Soon it was time for the girls to go to Lin. Chandler pointed her in the direction, but she didn't even look at the man. Lin looked over his shoulder at the girl and asked her to sit down. The woman introduced herself as Lana, an agent for the Blue Star Entertainment Company, and asked if Lin had ever wanted to be famous. However, the hero ignored her. He gave the girl some ointment and asked her to apply it to her neck and shoulders. Lana wondered if he hadn't answered, relying on his handsome face, but she decided to sit down. She said that Lin looks great. With such skin, he doesn't need to use makeup, just a little foundation, blush, powder, highlighter, and eyeshadow, and he will look just perfect on stage. Chandler looked at the woman in bewilderment. She was clearly pulling the wool over the great doctor's eyes. Lana wanted to ask Lin about what programs he watches, but the hero answered in monosyllables and with disinterest. The girl realized that it would be difficult to persuade him, so she decided to move on to plan B. Lin noted that the girl was shaking as if her cervical vertebra was hurting. He then proceeded to massage using cervical spine manipulation techniques. The hero was sure that Lana suffered from spondylotic radiculopathy. She must be working in one position. Soon, Lana realized that Dr. Lin had created such a comfortable environment that she forgot about Plan B. Then she said that she had never seen anything like it. The doctor's technique was simply mesmerizing. Then Chandler intervened in the conversation. He said that this was an excellent reason for Lin to remain a doctor. Lana continued. She said that they had organized a concert tour for the day after tomorrow and gave Lin tickets for front row seats. She then left the office, asking Lin to be sure to attend the concert. Looking at the tickets, the hero noted that Mariabella was the star his mother used to listen to. 2 days later, Lin came to Manhwa Stadium with his mother. Tanya never thought that she would ever be able to attend Mariabella's live concert. The security guards at the entrance checked their tickets and let them inside, informing them that VIP guests had arrived. Tanya said that if she had known about the concert earlier, she would have brought Robert here. Lin and Matthew were preparing to take their places when suddenly they were called. It was Lana. She greeted Lin and his mother. The hero was surprised that the girl was waiting for him. Lana said that she called him herself. She then leaned towards him and whispered that if the doctor joined the Blue Star Company, she would guarantee that he would become as popular as Mariabella in about 2 years. Suddenly, one of the security guards approached Lena and said that Mariabella and her dancers had suffered cramps during the warm-up. The girl didn't know what to do. The concert was about to start any minute, and then an idea came into her head. She asked if Lin could use his massage technique during cramps, and the hero answered in the affirmative. Soon, Lana brought the doctor to the dressing room where the dancers were sitting. Mariabella and her dancer Sheila groaned in pain and rubbed their legs. Lin said he would have to massage his entire leg. Then Lana pulled the guy forward. First, it was necessary to cure Mariabella, and then to deal with the dancers. However, Lin did not go after the girl. He said that he would cure them all. It's not too difficult. It would be nice if Lana sat them together and let him massage them at the same time. Lana was not used to seeing this. Lin really did not divide people into celebrities and ordinary citizens. The girls were seated on a chair, and their gaze immediately turned to the handsome doctor. Lin did not waste time and immediately began the massage. Lana watched the guy with admiration. He had a look of high responsibility, love for his work, and a natural healer. It seems that no matter how much she tries to persuade him, she will not be able to make a star out of him, so she should give up this idea. Soon Lin finished. The girls thanked him for his help. The cramps passed. Their legs no longer hurt. Then Lana finally decided to give up on Lin and give him the opportunity to do what he liked. At that moment, the system gave the hero a new gift. Moreover, it itself opened the chest without Lin's permission. Inside was a reward for the finger replantation, which seemed very generous to Lin. At that moment, a man ran into the dressing room. He said that a man had fallen outside. His whole face was covered in blood. Lana was forced to ask Lin to help them again. Everyone ran outside, but the hero was perplexed because such a big concert was taking place here, and there was no doctor here. The worker said they brought in a doctor with quite a long medical history, but he couldn't even stop the bleeding. Hearing about the big medical history, Lin immediately remembered Xiao, the owner of the restaurant they went to recently. When he ran to the victim, it turned out that it was indeed Boss Xiao. The man smiled when he saw a familiar face. However, Lin asked him to be quiet. First, he needed to stop his bleeding. Xiao smiled and said that Lin was a very good doctor. Then he stood up and said that he was already feeling well. He would like to go to the concert because the tickets were quite expensive. Lin was surprised because the man looked worse since their last meeting. The hero knelt down and touched Xiao's stomach to conduct an abdominal examination. He then said that he shouldn't go to the concert today because he might have internal bleeding. Lin wouldn't be able to operate on the man without a scalpel, so they would go to the hospital now. Soon, Boss Xiao was sent to the Manhua operating room. Lin had already put on his white coat when Josh suddenly grabbed his hand. He told Lin to take a rest for the next few days. They had other reliable doctors in the hospital. Lin replied that he simply wanted to perform the operation. Josh stood his ground. He made the guy take a rest because now he has achieved perineural anastomosis. Most people think that he is a godsend for surgery. In the end, they talked and decided that Lin will do the finger replantation, and they sent him on rest so that Josh would have time to find a suitable patient for him. The hero smiled and said that he had thought about it. Then Josh asked Lin to listen to him and rest, and when he found a patient, they would work together again. At that moment, Vincent ran up to the men. He was pleasantly surprised to see Lin here, since he wanted to call him here himself. Josh guessed that the hand surgery department seemed to need some help. Vincent said the situation was urgent. The patient was a child. 8 of his fingers were completely torn off and needed to be restored. But the problem was that all the elite doctors were in the provinces or abroad. Lin thought, it will take 4 hours for each finger. It will take 32 hours to perform the operation. Moreover, the time for replantation of fingers should not exceed 25 hours. While the doctor performs the operation, it is recommended to cut the limb. Vincent said the plan is to open 4 groups at once to collaborate on finger planting. If Lin agrees, he will suture the tendons and perform perineural and non-neural anastomoses. Josh was sure the hero would do it. Lin changed his clothes and thought that he didn't have time to study the finger replantation to perfection. The first test would be in hell mode, but it was very exciting, and he liked it. Soon the men arrived in the operating room. Josh said that Lin would handle the stitches and anastomosis, and the rest of them should keep order and follow the plan. The hero decided to look at the MRI and X-ray. He soon came to the conclusion that he fully understood the condition of the nerves and the finger. But the most difficult thing remained. All the doctors were nervous. Someone made an incision in the wrong place. Josh called Lin over to him. The hero asked to put on him all the necessary items for the operation. He was ready to save the child. Marty was very nervous during the operation. Lin tried to reassure him. He needed to keep working as they were starting to treat the wound. The junior doctor of the hand surgery department, Felix, was present at the operation. He needed time to prepare mentally. He asked the second and fourth groups to report on their progress. The junior doctor in the hand surgery department, Howard, was finishing cleaning the wound. Lin was in the fourth group. He was already finishing with the bones and preparing for internal fixation. Felix was shocked. Lin Jian worked much faster than he thought. They were still treating the wound, and he had already finished. The man praised everyone for their excellent work and asked them to continue. So the operation continued. All the doctors worked tirelessly. For Lin, everything was completely familiar, and after a fairly short time, he announced that he would allow his assistants to stitch up the skin. Everyone was extremely shocked by the speed of the doctor's work. Marty felt like he was back in the emergency room. Felix was amazed. He had just finished the anastomosis of the blood vessels. In Lena, it only remained to put stitches. Apparently, he was good not only in the processing and restoration of bones. Their boss usually spends 20 minutes on stitches, and this kid from the emergency room has already done everything and is ahead of everyone. This is not right. One of the doctors asked Felix why no one was checking Lin from the fourth group. Marty shook with fear. He felt the man's gaze on him. However, Lin asked him not to be distracted during the operation, and then asked Felix how he could help. The man understood that now was not the time to sort things out. The other 2 groups needed help. They have only reached halfway, and the most important part, the blood vessel anastomosis, is still not completed, and the neural anastomosis, which is even more problematic, will take them at least an hour or more to complete. The patient is only 5 years old, and if they want him to be able to use all his fingers normally, they must take into account that every second counts. Lin doesn't lose to other doctors. Moreover, he is better than them. He is unstoppable. Then Felix asked him to continue with his left ring finger. The hero asked to bring him an MRI scan of this finger. Lin looked at the picture carefully. The stitches, blood vessels, and nerves match the last finger. But the fingers are broken in the middle. The bone should be shortened. The shortening of the finger bone will be about 0.5 centimeters shorter than usual. Marty soon reported that he had completed the suturing. Lin then asked him to perform surgical treatment on the ring finger of his left hand. The hero adjusted the position of the microscope and began further work. Soon they, together with Marty, announced their readiness. The ring finger was ready. Everyone present looked at the guy in amazement, not believing that he had already succeeded. Josh sighed and asked the men if they could continue. Lin said he was ready to work some more. Vincent said he would leave him the thumb on his left hand that was assigned to Dr. Felix. The man prayed to himself that speed meant nothing. Quality was the main thing. Lin thought, after the operation on 2 fingers, he adapted and now he can fully use his techniques. He asked Marty to finish treating the finger. The hero thought that he wouldn't be tired if he hadn't used the M-Tang technique 3 times. But today, he was a little tired. And the finger transplant was not finished yet. Marty noted that he had never seen Dr. Lin tired during surgery, but today seemed to be more difficult. The hero understood that the operation was important, and therefore decided to take the energy serum. Marty noticed that Lin's energy seemed to have been restored. It even seemed to him as if tongues of flame were swirling around him. Meanwhile, Felix had just started with the middle finger of his right hand. However, he was curious about what Lin Jian was doing. As expected, he couldn't see the details, but he saw his calm expression, his precise movements, and the absence of problems, which meant the operation was going well. The surgical process looks like an elegant dance. Soon, Lin announced that he was going to perform a neural anastomosis and also needed to do a skin graft. Felix asked the boy to come help him as soon as he finished his procedures. As the man returned to his work, he thought, "This operation seems easy because of Lin." Meanwhile, half an hour had passed. Felix felt that he had already lost his former strength, since he could not finish even 2 fingers. Then he asked Lin to go and stitch up the artery. The hero thought, he can analyze how much time he spent to try to increase the speed of the process. The replantation of the severed finger went perfectly, and soon the artery was ready. The whole team looked at the doctor with admiration. After some time, Lin announced the completion of the operation. The system opened up several new achievements for the hero. All of them were associated with praise from colleagues. Lin himself was very satisfied with this operation. When it was all over, the hero was walking through the hospital corridors and suddenly met Josh, who for some reason had not yet left. The man asked why Lin's mother didn't come home when the big star was waiting for him. The hero was surprised. He couldn't believe that his mother had been waiting for him all this time. Soon, Lin and Josh headed outside. As soon as the hero saw his mother, he asked why she waited in the office when she arrived. However, Tanya was too busy talking to some people. Lin looked at his mother in bewilderment. Apparently, she had arranged something for him, but without his permission. Tanya screamed in surprise. She didn't notice that her son had come here. Lana and Mariabella stood in front of Tanya. The girl asked why Lin never came to the concert. The hero said that he is a doctor, his patients are his priority, and he will not change his profession to that of an artist. Then Lana said that it was not she who wanted to find Lin. It was Mariabella's desire. The thing is that the girl wanted to ask for a repeat massage for her neck. Seeing the confusion on her son's face, Tanya pulled him towards her, smiling tensely. She asked to spend 20 minutes and help the girl with her neck. It was important. And then Lin agreed. He said goodbye to Josh. Tanya thanked the director for his hospitality and asked him to come visit them more often. Josh waved them off, thinking that he was glad he didn't get into any trouble with this big star in the end. Then the man thought that with such success, and even with successful operations, he could gain enormous popularity. The next morning, Lin went to meet Mariabella after returning to work in the middle of the night, having only slept a couple of hours. The nurses asked why Lin had come after such hard work, but the hero wanted to check on the patient. Then, one of the girls remembered that the head nurse had asked her to pass something on to the doctor. The girl said that Lin didn't have to go to work today. The boss asked him to go to the conference room. At that moment, another nurse ran up to them. She was looking for Lin, and as soon as she saw him, she immediately called Justin here. The man stood with a gift bag in his hands. He said that he had been looking for a doctor all over the hospital for quite a long time. As it turned out, the MRI showed that the suture was only 0.1 millimeters, and Dr. Lin's suture turned out just fine. The hero did not understand why the man was holding a bag in his hands, and Justin explained that he had bought a gift for the doctor. The nurse then reminded Lin that the manager was waiting for him in the conference room right now. The hero headed there with Justin and Patricia. Inside, everyone was getting ready for filming. Willow, the reporter, noted that this all sounded like the beginning of a good story, and she thought Dr. Lin was complicated. The girl introduced herself to the doctor, saying that she had come here for an interview. At that moment, Vincent approached Lin and said that they wanted to make a report about the operation they had carried out the other day. Willow realized that Lin didn't have the interview skills, so she positioned the men in the right positions in front of the camera to make them look good. When everything looked great, The girl turned on the camera and got ready for the interview. The other doctors were a little jealous. They also wanted to get into the newspapers and interviews. Willow asked Justin to clean the gift crayfish and give them to Dr. Lin, so the theme of the relationship between the patient would be much more meaningful and realistic. The hero was perplexed. In his opinion, this was already too much. Vincent was a little indignant. Lin looked like he didn't want to take part in all this, but this was all for the hand surgery department, so they had to agree on cooperation. The man told the boy that all this was needed for their hospital. Meanwhile, Justin managed to take a crayfish from the bag, which he was very happy about. Willow was busy filming and really enjoyed the scene where the patient feeds the doctor. At that moment, a doctor burst into the office and said that things were bad. The old smoker, Peter, who had a transplanted finger, had a deterioration in his blood circulation. Vincent was already prepared for the amputation, but Lin said that there was no need to rush. They all needed to get to the operating room. Luckily for Willow, she had managed to get a good report, so she did not object to the doctors leaving. Instead, the girl followed them. Vincent asked her where she was going to film her material. Willow asked if she could go into the observation room. The doctor stated that outsiders were not allowed there. Then he added in a whisper that if the girl wanted to film Lin, she would have to ask permission from the nurse at the counter or find Dr. Larry. Willow headed straight for the reception area where Larry had just left. The reporter showed the nurse her ID and said she was there to get an exclusive story with Dr. Lin. The nurse said that she didn't know the doctor very well, but the girl could find his good friend Layla in the garage. Willow was interested in this girl. Could it be that Lin had a secret relationship with her? At this time, Layla was directing the ambulances in the parking lot. They needed to urgently prepare for the next car. At that moment, Willow approached her, showed her her ID, and said that she came here for an exclusive interview with Dr. Lin. She asked Layla how Dr. Lin, while remaining an intern, was able to become the iron core of the entire hospital. And in the girl's opinion, the answer was simple. This guy was a genius. Willow was surprised by such a short answer. Everyone here was somehow mysterious. Then, Layla put her arm around the reporter's shoulder and said that when she first met Lin, he was treating her brother. Sometime later, the girl told the story from beginning to end. Willow could not believe that the doctor had such a huge impact on this hospital, and did not think that this story was worth publishing. The reporter decided that she should find Dr. Larry after all and return to the hospital. The man was sitting in one of the offices. He asked what Willow would like to know about Lena. The girl asked him to tell her everything he knew about the doctor. Larry said that Dr. Lin from their department is the man who does what none of them can do. He works hard and spends so much time on surgeries that Larry once brought a diaper into the operating room to avoid going to the toilet. At that moment, one of the doctors entered the office and asked Larry to get ready. Dr. Lin was tired after the finger replantation surgery, and the doctor wanted Larry to perform similar surgeries with him. The man was puzzled, because usually Marty specializes in this and he works with emergency services. The doctor explained that Marty was now in the hand department, so Larry was the only one who could help Dr. Lin. As the man put on his clothes for the operation, Willow thought that she had found a material that she could sell, but she had to wait for Lin. Meanwhile, Vincent was talking to the patient's relatives. He suggested that they go into the room and take care of the patient. He told Lin that he could do without amputation, and he would call him when they had similar operations. Willow filmed everything that was happening. She was sure that Dr. Lin was the backbone of this hospital, and this was very valuable material. Larry soon arrived on the scene. Lin asked him if he was ready to perform the finger replantation with him. The man said that the M-Tang technique was very complicated. A huge amount of time had passed since their last joint operation, so he was only glad about it. Then Lin said that they would do 50 operations to start. He noted to himself that since the patient's family had thanked them, the system had given him a new mission. He had received a skill book, and now he had to perform 50 finger replantation surgeries. It was the first time he had seen such a task, but he could not wait for the reward in the form of a medium treasure chest. A day passed since then, and Lin and Larry's shift came to an end. The man was very grateful to the doctor for teaching him the new technique. However, Lin stopped him and asked him to be quiet. Willow was in the office. For some reason, she stayed in the hospital, falling asleep on the couch. Josh was sitting across from her at the table. He was also asleep, but he opened his eyes as soon as he heard footsteps in the room. He immediately jumped up from his chair and declared that he was waiting for Lin. Since Marty was no longer with them, the man found a new assistant for Lin, an outstanding doctor, Unity. The man then gently woke up the petite girl sitting next to him, who was also sleeping. It was that same Unity, she greeted Dr. Lin and said that she specialized in colorectal surgery. She studied at Tunzi Medical College. The men looked at the girl in bewilderment. Could this really be their new assistant and also a pro in colorectal surgery? Unity was embarrassed by such intense gazes and immediately became embarrassed. Josh was surprised. He didn't know that she specialized in this type of surgery. Lynn and Larry were even more surprised. Did Josh not know who he brought? Unity said that when she was a student, she specialized in emergency medicine, but now she is more interested in colorectal surgeries. She studied similar issues while in college. She even wrote a paper on the topic of research on the analysis of female students' behavior. Josh then asked the girl if the lecturer had allowed her to finish her studies. They talked among themselves a little more, and then decided to say goodbye. Lynn asked what they should do with the sleeping reporter. Josh said she wouldn't sleep long because she had to clean up soon. Then he picked up a whole mountain of folders and went about his business. The next day was the start of the next surgeries. But Larry was haunted by the question of what Unity had gotten when she had conducted the analyses for her dissertation. The girl explained that 44% of the students were sick with colorectal diseases. Among them, 70% were sick with hemorrhoids. Basically, half of them had anal cryptitis and constipation. Further studies showed that some had anal fistula and polyp of the membrane. In conclusion, it is worth noting that training, breakfast, water, unhealthy food, and fasting have a huge impact on the development of colorectal diseases. The university has toilets with showers, but unfortunately, female students are not used to washing their anuses after defecating. Soon, Lynn announced the start of the operation. He said that Larry would be the first assistant and Unity would be the second. Then the girl asked the doctor to wait 1 minute. The men looked at her in bewilderment, and then she said that they were working on a bruise. If the soft tissue damage is severe, it will be very difficult to successfully perform replantation. And even if the patient recovers, it will be very difficult for the patient to regain finger functionality. Larry noted that this girl was very knowledgeable. Lynn said the patient and his family were strongly demanding replantation, and then asked if Unity had been to the orthopedic department. The girl said that she had read about it and also often met them in her department. But at that time, she was most focused on foot bruises. Common leg bruises occur as a result of industrial or construction accidents. Therefore, when treating a patient, they must understand how the accident occurred. They will know the mechanism of injury by paying attention to the patient's condition, namely the area of injury. First, it is necessary to palpate the pulse of the main artery of the back of the leg. Initial treatment includes debridement, drainage, micromanometer, facial compartment depression, and antibiotics to prevent infection. 4 megapascals. Pressure is critical as it can lead to muscle and nerve necrosis and secondary fibrosis. Larry was surprised at how clearly the girl explained everything. She's almost like Boss Lynn. She also doesn't show her weakness in front of others. The girl said that was all she knew. Lynn thought, even though he had an ideal level, even his knowledge was not comparable to Unity's knowledge. She's a quick learner, so it'll be pretty easy to cooperate with her. He then asked her if she had had a finger replantation performed before, but she replied in the negative. The hero said that she should take the tongs and begin. While the operation was going on, Unity said that Dr. Lin had loosened the tourniquet, which meant that he had sutured the arteries. But now it would be more logical to examine the veins. Lin noted that this girl was capable of many things and asked her to wet her hands. To prevent blood vessels from drying out due to prolonged exposure, they should be moistened with a heparin saline solution. However, Unity spilled the liquid past her hands, and Larry barely managed to close Lin's glasses. As soon as the girl saw the empty cup, tears appeared in her eyes. Larry was puzzled. Unity was acting like she was in some movie. The girl sobbed, asking her to forgive her for her clumsiness every now and then. Larry asked her to be a little more careful next time. Lin also asked Unity to pour some more liquid. The girl began to water the right place, but did not do it quickly enough, and then suddenly poured out the entire cup with all her might. She began to cry again, apologizing for her actions. Larry noted that this girl was not very good with her hands. Suddenly, Lin noticed that there was blood on her gloves. There are strict requirements, especially for details, and the main one is not to have blood on clothes, since it can easily stick to the thread. The girl wondered where it came from because it didn't touch anything. Lin asked Unity to change her gloves and get a new pair of tweezers. The girl knew that tweezers are used to hold blood vessels. They are made uneven and have small ends. This prevents damage to blood vessels and other fragile tissues, which could otherwise cause pressure even with minimal damage. And now, Lin asked her to hold the blood vessel with tweezers. Unity aimed the forceps, trying to hold the artery, but she was unsuccessful. Lin said there was no need to use extra force or grip too loosely. Unity was surprised. It turns out that this does not require additional strength. When the girl succeeded, the hero immediately stitched up the artery and ordered her to move on to the next one. Unity was surprised by the speed of the doctor's work, and therefore was not going to relax. Lin then suggested starting a paraneural anastomosis. Unity said the effect of paraneural anastomosis is much better than epidural anastomosis, but it also takes longer and is not usually used in finger replantation. When performing a paraneural anastomosis, it is very easy to choose the wrong method. The girl thought that an epidural anastomosis would be more suitable here. When it comes to finger replantation, the price-quality ratio is not high. Everyone present looked at the girl in bewilderment, thinking that she had just said some nonsense. The girl continued, "The ulnar nerve is much easier to suture compared to the nerve of a severed finger. It takes less time, and the level of difficulty is lower. It is impossible to suture the nerves of a severed finger in the same time as the ulnar nerve." So, paraneural anastomosis was not the best solution. Suddenly, Lin announced that he had finished putting in the stitches. Unity looked at him in surprise, not believing that he had already completed such a complex operation. Lin didn't answer. He just instructed Lin to stitch up the skin and headed out. Larry said he never thought Unity would turn out like this. Her personality doesn't match her appearance. He explained that Dr. Lin was the best, extremely professional and amazing when it came to anastomoses, and the girl was always instructive in explaining the theory. Unity tried to explain that she didn't mean it that way, but it didn't matter. Compared to other doctors, it was easier to participate in operations with Lin. And since everyone here was in groups, the girl should know something. Unity thought that there was a special taboo against Dr. Lin. Then Larry explained that this was 10,000 times more terrible than any taboo, because once Dr. Lin starts an operation, he cannot stop. Larry soon reported that he was finished with the stitches. Unity was happy. It was her first time as an assistant, so she would be able to build a good resume. Larry said that she needed to rest before the operation. She didn't fully know Boss Lin yet. He also said that she shouldn't write everything down, but rather develop muscle memory. At that moment, a nurse burst into the office and said that Dr. Lin was waiting for Dr. Larry and Unity in the second operating room. The girl was surprised because the operation was supposed to start an hour later. Then she began to understand Larry's words. Boss Lin is not a newbie, and being a professional does not mean he has a lot of surgeries. It literally means he performs surgery after surgery. Soon the doctors headed to the second operating room. Lin said that Dr. Vincent asked them to come urgently. They just received a patient who is missing his right thumb. He planned to restore the finger from his big toe. Unity said the thumb is responsible for 40% of manual work, and without the thumb, a person would not be able to do many everyday things, such as holding a cup, writing, or fishing. When restoring the thumb, it is necessary to restore the functions of grasping and holding. Restoring a finger is considered a brilliant operation, but is Dr. Lin capable of such a thing? The hero said that Dr. Vincent gave him important instructions for this operation, and Unity had to research something similar in medical college. Larry thought, theoretical operations can't do such a huge job. Besides, for Dr. Lin, it's also the first time. Unity said the second big toe was the best option for recovery. Lin added that the patient was a worker. His hands were bigger than those of ordinary people, but unexpectedly his feet were small, size 36 or 37. Thus, in the hero's opinion, the right toe was the most suitable, so the task was to amputate the right toe. He asked Larry and Unity to treat the patient, but the girl again missed the tweezers and did everything wrong. Lin asked the nurse to bring all the sizes of Kirschner needles and all the varieties of threads. Larry asked why the boss didn't let Unity do the treatment. Then the hero called the girl over, asked her to wash her hands and take care of the equipment. Larry soon concluded that the processing was complete. Lin then announced the start of the finger transplant operation. When the toe was severed, he asked Unity what she thought about the operation. The girl said that there is a deformation of the patient's big toe. Based on the MRI data, it would be better to perform arthrolysis and then osteotomy. Larry was unhappy. The boss keeps asking people who are bad at handling and suction, and even increase the complexity of the procedures. What does he think? Lin thought to himself, although the difficulty had increased, everything was fine, and then asked to loosen the soft tissue around his big toe. Soon the doctor finished the suturing and asked to prepare for connecting the blood vessels. Unity was delighted. Lin's operation did not match her knowledge from books. She had to participate even if the result was bad. An hour later, the restoration of the big toe of the right foot was complete. Unity asked what the doctor's next operation was. She wanted to follow him. The hero was surprised. This girl had a very strong desire to work. Unity said that she is well aware that her skills are very poor and that it reflects poorly on Dr. Lena. But even if she does nothing, she believes that she can figure out and write down surgical procedures. Lin replied that this was easier said than done. Brief reports usually required colorful description, extensive research, and careful discussions. Reports were not at all easy to write. He stated that the girl could write to him and teach him whenever she wanted, and could always join his operations. However, Larry needs to practice more with Dr. Unity and also spend time practicing his pig's leg suturing technique. After work, Larry practiced with Unity, and when new patients arrived, he returned to the operating room and worked on Lin's team. A few days later, everything was ready. Lin performed 15 finger transplants. The gift from the system felt a little different than the intermediate reward before, but the hero hoped that the intermediate reward couldn't drop an energy serum. Lin didn't mean that it was bad, but if the blue tube equaled 10 or 100 serums, then it meant that he wouldn't be able to sleep for the next 6 months. Inside the chest was another flask, but this time it was an unusual elixir that increased all of the hero's skills for 2 hours. The system meant all the skills that existed in the medical world, and the skills with the perfect level would be upgraded to the legendary level. Lin wanted to use the elixir right now. He was curious about what the effect would be. However, he then exhaled and thought that he might need it in the future, so it was better not to use it for now. Meanwhile, the operations were over for today, so Lin went to rest. The next day, the hero went to the reception to ask if there were any operations for him today. The nurse informed him that Director Josh had cleared his schedule not only for today, but for the next few days as well. Lin objected. He knew that the operations could be suspended, but he had spoken to the director before and knew that the recovery period for finger transplants was long, and there could be many complications. But the director had already submitted an application for new patients, and shouldn't it have been approved within 2 days? At that moment, Josh himself approached the reception desk. He was glad to see Lin, and then reported that there was a big difference between the supposed situation and the actual state of affairs. Seeing that there were already too many patients gathered in the corridor, he asked to give him a couple more days. He would do everything so that Lin could operate again. The nurses replied that Dr. Josh spoiled Lin so much and the boy deserved it. Larry heard that they had no operations for the next few days and suggested that they take a rest. Unity was unhappy. She was just beginning to understand everything, and this break would ruin everything. Lin then said that the assistants could rest, but they had to take daily tests. While Larry was happy, Unity was very sad. She was sure that all the results of her practice would simply evaporate. At that moment, Chandler entered the office and suggested that Lin have some fun since he had no operations. He asked how good the hero was at abdominal surgeries. Lin said she could do the stitches, but she knew nothing about special surgical techniques and didn't know how to use a laparoscope. Chandler chuckled. After all, he was able to find something that the guy didn't know. However, it was an opportunity for him to learn something new. The operation had not yet been scheduled, but there was always a patient in MANHUA, so the men headed to the reception desk. There they met a young boy with his mother. Chandler said that the boy was not doing well. The woman screamed her son was fine at home, but now he is in critical condition. Chandler said that nothing was clear yet and asked the resident to escort the patient to the doctor's office. He then called Lin along with him. Apparently, the patient was suffering from severe abdominal pain. Another woman was soon brought in by ambulance. Her daughter said that her mother had an appendicitis operation at Yunhua Hospital last week, but now she was feeling unwell. At first, she had regular bowel movements, but then she stopped. No one paid attention to it because she had mild constipation before. Chandler said that her abdominal sounds are hard to hear. The doctors will do a CT scan and see the results. After that, they will do a regular X-ray. They suspect a blockage in the intestines. It can lead to serious consequences, but first she needs to pass all the tests. It looks like an age-related bowel obstruction, so it may not be simple, but regardless of the situation, surgery is necessary. The man said that Lin could be the main assistant, and then the hero said that he had to call someone since it was a matter of intestinal obstruction. It was Unity, and upon hearing the diagnosis, she immediately ran to the men. She specialized in colorectal surgery, so Chandler was going to give her a chance to show off her skills. Lin was surprised. Hadn't the man seen her work before? Chandler growled sullenly that Lin had simply never seen a bowel operation before. It was soon decided that the patient should undergo stenting. The examination results showed that the woman had intestinal stenosis, a narrowing of the outlet of the stomach. as a result of which the normal movement of food from the stomach into the duodenum is disrupted. Chandler handed everyone masks. This was one of the most dangerous types of intestinal obstruction. Soon, everyone went to the operating room. Whether Unity will be the second assistant will be decided after the incision is made. It turned out that the patient had not had a bowel movement for several days. This woman is 64 years old. She managed to eat 2 large bowls in one sitting. Her family was very proud of her. When Chandler made the cut, it became clear to everyone why he asked everyone to wear masks. He said there were 2 pieces of news, good and bad. Lynn preferred to hear the good news first. Then Chandler said that the situation was actually very easy. But there was also bad news. If they did not get a consultation in the general surgery department, they would have to do it themselves. Unity didn't understand why this was bad news, so Lynn asked her if she knew what to do in such a situation. The girl replied that it was necessary to remove the excrement in the proximal part of the intestine. Chandler confirmed her words. The patient had not cleaned it for a week. There may even be previous feces that were not completely removed during defecation. Then Lynn understood what doctor Chandler was thinking when he invited Unity to the surgery. To everyone's surprise, the girl was only glad that she would have to undergo such a procedure. Chandler initially thought she didn't realize she was about to remove feces from a woman's intestines. However, Unity knew what she was in for. She had read a special research paper. When they remove the excrement, different areas become infected. So for this procedure, they use special plastic bags that are used to create surgical gloves. Then insert another plastic bag into the intestines before tying off the end of the intestines. So they push the material from the intestines into a plastic bag, and if there is too much space, they replace it with another one. Chandler then said that Unity should perform this procedure. The girl was very happy. She finally felt like a boss. Soon she began the procedure. More and more bags were dropped onto the nurse's tray. The girl was horrified by their number. Unity reported that these were only the overcooked portions, and that there would be more packets in the future. Soon the girl said that she was now in the lower part, and then she would move to the upper part and clean everything there. Time passed, and Unity was still going through this foul-smelling procedure, completely immersed in the process. Chandler was angry. The patient's stomach was open long enough. The girl should calm down after all. This is an operation, not research work. The man knew they needed a consultation with the general department, or they could simply be transferred to the department. If they were surgeons, they would be used for what was happening right in front of him. Soon, Unity finished the procedure and then the entire operation was completed. Everyone immediately hurried to leave the operating room and finally take a breath of fresh air. Chandler noted that the nurses and assistants were just a bunch of weaklings. They couldn't even resist Grandma. Lynn was surprised. He didn't understand what was good about this ability. The man thought, this child refuses to work with them. He remembered his school days. Every summer he went to the dissection room for self-development. There were a lot of corpses there, but they did not stop him. And now young people are too sensitive. Unity was surprised. Then the man said that in the past, many students used corpses to get rid of the heat in the classroom during the summer. Compared to what Unity just did, it was nothing. Unity said that they simply did not find anything interesting in that activity. Research in the colorectal field is very important. The girl remembered how she went to a subsidiary hospital to observe an operation. The patient she encountered had a fecal impaction. That is, this is the group that cannot be removed by defecation. Chandler said he knew what it meant. The girl wanted to continue and tell more about this incident. However, the man stopped her. He didn't want to talk about feces anymore. Unity apologized. She got too carried away and forgot that there were people who didn't like what she was interested in. Chandler replied that it was okay. Most people didn't like what doctors liked, and that was okay. When everyone left the operating room, Unity thanked Lynn for allowing her to participate in this operation. The hero said that everything was fine as long as she was interested. Then everyone decided to take a rest after a very exhausting operation. Unity decided to buy some pig's trotters for Dr. Chandler and eat them with him. When the man was sure that the girl had rinsed her hands before choosing food, he sat down and thanked her for the treat. He also invited Lynn to eat the trotters with them. The hero's face turned pale and he declared that he did not want to eat. He said he didn't like some of the ingredients. When everyone had finished eating, Chandler called Lynn along with him to wait for the next patient. The patient was said to have appendicitis, but the man knew that the guys had never removed an appendix before. The nurse brought the patient in on a gurney. Chandler immediately began examining. The pulse was not clear. The man suspected that it was the appendix. He said that he would do a scan. It was necessary to clearly diagnose the patient's condition. In any case, other symptoms would appear, and now they should go back and wait in the operating room. Soon, the scan results were ready and the nurse gave the folder to the doctor. Chandler examined the images but could not find the appendix. Lin noticed that the doctor was in a bad way and decided to help by using his MRI analysis skill. The system told the man that the patient had an intestinal obstruction and not an appendix at all. Unity came closer as soon as she heard the diagnosis. The men exchanged glances and then decided to suggest that the girl begin the operation. Unity was incredibly happy. She felt like God had blessed her today. After some time, the next day arrived. Charlie, Lin's classmate, was cleaning the hallways. New interns were coming soon, so he needed to work more and keep an eye on them as much as he could. He and Lin studied together. He and Charlie achieved nothing, but he became a professional. The guy decided to work harder so that he could catch up with him soon. Charlie was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't notice how he accidentally bumped into Larry. The guy quickly apologized, and the doctor immediately realized that he was an intern. Suddenly, Larry took Charlie by the hand and pulled him along, saying that now he would do everything as he said, and then they would do something else. As the doctor walked down the corridor, his patients came out to greet him and tell him how they were feeling. Charlie was pleasantly surprised. He never thought that this would happen to him. He finally met patients in real life, and it turned out to be much more interesting than described in textbooks. Larry soon became exhausted and found it very difficult to examine so many patients. But Larry was very happy. He had never seen patients, and when he met Larry, he finally met them. Larry realized that he couldn't miss this chance and led the guy further, saying that after the inspection they had some more things to do. Soon the doctor brought the boy into the office, where there were boxes of pork and chicken legs. He said Larry needed to wash them and brush them, and then trim their nails. The guy asked if they needed pork trotters and chicken legs for him. Larry said he would find out if he stayed in the hospital longer. He also asked the guy to take a microscope when he plucked and trimmed the claws. Charlie was immediately motivated. This was his first serious assignment at the hospital. 3 hours later, he had cleaned all the paws. Larry returned to the office and was pleased with the work done by the intern. While the doctor was thinking about how else he could use this boy, Charlie asked if he knew his classmate, Lin Jiang. Suddenly, Larry had the feeling that he was in trouble. He asked the intern in surprise if he knew Dr. Lin. Charlie said that they had known each other for a long time and that they had gotten along very well at university. Then Larry told him to stop cutting the chicken feet's nails. The intern was confused because he wasn't finished yet. He became upset, thinking that it was all because he was working too slowly. Larry was quick to justify himself. He said that he didn't want to force him to do this. He just had an important patient, but now he was free. Charlie didn't calm down. It seemed to him that the doctor didn't need him anymore. Many doctors don't like that interns are perceived as toys. The head doctors understood this even more. Interns can't even be allowed near them. This was the only way for interns to acquire at least some knowledge, working and developing their intellect. Charlie knew he couldn't live without the experience of a resident physician, so he couldn't let Dr. Larry drive him away. The boy started cleaning his paws again and said he wouldn't leave until he finished. Larry didn't know what to do, because this was Lin's friend. And what's more, he wasn't sure he had the right to use interns at all. He never imagined that his path would be to be a teacher for a trainee. He stopped Charlie again, saying that he didn't want anything more from him. But the guy didn't calm down. He asked Larry to take a walk while he finished his work. The doctor felt very awkward. He had never met such charming girls before. Larry let out a tired sigh and asked what Charlie most wanted to learn. The intern was delighted. He would finally experience the real life of an intern, and decided to take advantage of this chance. Then he said that he had never been in an operating room, but he really wanted to perform the operation. Larry thought that since he was the boss's friend, he should take care of him, but if he got into trouble, it would be bad for him. The doctor said that Charlie should start by treating the wounds, since he had never performed surgery before. Later, there will be trauma patients. The intern will take care of them, and Larry will ask for an isolation booth for him. The doctor asked the nurse to bring the patients here. He then explained to the guy that in their department, patients are classified according to the severity of the damage they have suffered. Level 1 patients are dying. Level 2 patients with critical injuries are treated in the recovery room. Level 3 and 4 patients with minor injuries. Then he asked the intern if he knew what level 3 and 4 meant. Charlie knew that level 3 patients needed emergency care. Larry added that level 4 patients did not need emergency care. They were transferred to the outpatient department. The intern asked whether it was worth moving such patients to the outpatient department. The doctor replied that if someone asked him, he would have answered that this was private information. But relying on the good relationship between the doctor and the patient, they should be sent to the outpatient department. If they quarrel, then let them wait their turn. they will have to be treated anyway. So Charlie is better off not creating unnecessary problems. The intern listened to the doctor, spellbound, noting that he was too kind to him. However, he understood that the only people who were caring without reason were rapists and thieves, and all this confused him. Suddenly, a nurse entered the office and said that a patient had arrived. Larry asked to leave it for him. He asked Charlie to watch his further actions and remember them. When the doctor began to treat the patient's wound, Charlie was horrified. At the university, they had been shown something completely different. Larry explained that the cadavers in the anatomy room are in formalin for a very long time, and their patient is still fresh. As soon as Charlie heard this, he immediately threw up. Larry managed to push him away at the last second so that he would not accidentally contaminate the patient and his wound. When it was all over, the intern apologized for what had happened. As it turned out, he had hemophobia, a fear of blood, and this meant that he would not be able to operate. Charlie got angry. He wanted to operate because surgeons were considered the coolest doctors, and he saw a lot of blood at the university and he didn't feel sick. Larry asked him what he felt when he saw the blood. Charlie explained that he was simply disgusted. He had seen a lot of blood. He had been in the medical research department when he was an intern and had helped draw blood from patients. He hadn't felt anything then, and when he and Lynn were studying, he had been one of the few who had taken apart bones. Larry suggested that today was just a coincidence. Perhaps the guy hadn't had a long rest. He should take a break and come back tomorrow. The next day, Charlie came to the hospital again. He waited for Larry to hand him the tray, but he was still not there. Suddenly, the guy noticed a familiar figure to his side. It was Lin John. Charlie couldn't get through to his classmate, and Lin said he was in the operating room. Unity and Vanessa were puzzled. This boy was behaving too frivolously with the doctor. Charlie was glad to find Lin at work. He said that he had been to many different departments, doing many different things to see how operations were carried out. The hero realized that his friend wanted to see the operation, and then asked another doctor to refer him to a patient from the hand surgery department who needed the M-Tang technique. Soon, Charlie found himself in the operating room, his eyes immediately lighting up with interest. Lin gave instructions to his assistants, and the intern watched carefully, still in pleasant shock from finally being here. The hero announced the start of the operation and made the first incision. Charlie watched the operation very carefully at first, but as soon as the patient's skin began to be pulled tight, he suddenly felt beads of sweat running down his face. Vanessa noticed in time that the guy felt ill. She pushed him away from the operating table to prevent his vomit from getting on the patient or the doctor. Lin calmly asked for the cleaners to come and then continued the operation. Vanessa yelled at Charlie. This guy had the nerve to come to surgery with hemophobia, so now he's going to have to clean up this place. When the operation was over, Lin went out to his friend who was in a terrible mental state. He didn't know what to do. In the future, he wouldn't be able to operate. He wouldn't be able to feel the whole atmosphere of the hospital. The hero said that Charlie threw up because he saw dry muscles and tendons. He needs to concentrate on the operation itself, and only then will he be able to get used to it. The guy didn't know if he could even close the wound. Lin offered him osteopathic massage. However, Charlie was not sure about that either. He was afraid that at this rate he would soon be kicked out of the hospital, and he wanted to be as happy as Lin. So the hero said that he would introduce his classmate to Dr. Unity. Soon the hero brought Charlie to the girl, explaining that he was in a slightly specific situation and asked Unity to take care of him. The girl was intrigued by this peculiar case. Her eyes lit up with interest. Suddenly, a doctor entered the office and said that Director Josh was calling Lin. Unity said the doctor could go and she would take care of Charlie. When Lin walked out into the hallway, he saw Josh and Larry. The guy was holding a phone. There was a video of a report that was recently filmed in their hospital. He made it onto the Daily News, which was quite popular on television. Josh confided that their department wasn't the only one paying. The hand surgery department also chipped in. He explained that these articles were intended for a large audience, so they were obliged to pay. Lin suggested making a new branch since they had so much money. Josh chuckled, thinking that this kid only thought about surgeries, and then said that they would be opening a new department very soon. He then entered the office where Vincent was waiting for him. The man noted that Josh seemed puzzled by something. The director asked to dispense with formalities, since Vincent was not really worried about him. Soon, Lin entered the office and asked if Dr. Vincent needed anything. The man replied that the guy had done a good job. His operation had been a huge success and had even been featured on the news, so he offered Lin to be his assistant in some things. Vincent decided to tell him in confidence that they were talking about freelance surgeons. Lin knew that they flew to other hospitals to perform surgeries. These doctors were renowned experts in their field and the best in their region. Logically, there are two reasons why a hospital would hire such a surgeon. Either the hospital wants to improve their skills with his help, or they simply need help due to the serious condition of the patient. But whatever the reason, it cannot be said that he was hired based on skills. If we take the first option, the hospital needs a surgeon with a high reputation. This can motivate other doctors or establish a long-term relationship between the hospital and the surgeon. And the second reason is that the patient will know who is treating him and will trust him completely. Lin said he knew Vincent wanted to help him, but in terms of market competitiveness, he was not yet someone outstanding. Compared to doctors in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, Lin had no advantage at all. The director thought. Lin is not afraid of difficult tasks. He is afraid of the doctor who will work with him. Then everything will be simpler. The man said that the hospital actually invited him, and since he had been to several places, he was tired, so he and Lin could go together. The operation was not complicated, just two-finger replantation. The fee would be 10,000 yuan. He had already bought the tickets, so they could split the fee. Lin asked why they didn't call someone close to them since the operation was not complicated, and Vincent replied that the patient was sent to the Yiwan County Hospital, which was a 5-hour drive away. But if they took the high-speed rail, it would take less than 2 hours. They would go straight there and be back in time for dinner. The hero was worried that he didn't have a license to do such things, but the man said that the most important thing was to be polite to the other doctors. Soon the men arrived at the right place. Killian, the director of the orthopedic department at Yiwan Hospital, was already waiting for them. Other doctors and nurses came out with him to meet the men. They wanted to see Lin in person. He was so young and already a specialist, he looked great despite the fact that he worked tirelessly. Vincent said, "Doctor, Lin is a specialist in finger replantation, having performed over 100 operations as chief surgeon, with a total of 300 operations." The director explained to the hero that good doctors, and especially good surgeons, must be actors. There was a 10,000-hour rule. After 10,000 hours in the operating room, doctors suddenly grow old, and others become freaks. Killian was surprised. Lin was so young and handsome with a good medical history. Vincent said that recently, Lin Zhan had performed 3 or 4 fingers at a time. The results were excellent. He had made a lot of effort to invite him here. Lin then asked if they needed to consult first. Then Killian smiled and led the men inside, and indeed, they had business matters to take care of first. The consultation soon began, and for half an hour Vincent explained the situation to the doctors at Yiwan Hospital. He said that lately he has felt like finger replantation surgeries are identical. The men smiled and agreed with the director. He then said that the plan remained the same. But doctor, Lin had something to add. None of the doctors expected this young guy to say anything sensible. Then Lin stood up and said that the patient's blood vessel was displaced. He may have a ruptured venous arch of the spinal cord. During the operation, they need to make an incision and repair it. All the men present were shocked. This guy not only has a great appearance, but he is also an excellent doctor. Killian was shocked. This vessel is not the most important in the context of finger replantation. How did this guy know it was torn? If he can do this, then his resume is not fake. He can even become higher than Vincent's boss. Then Killian decided to ask Lin how he understood this. The hero said that there were clear signs of a rupture of the venous arch of the spinal cord. They should not waste time chatting while the patient's condition worsened. And as for the surgical plan, if they deal with the venous arch of the spinal cord, they would either make an incision and stitch it up, or they could not stitch it up. Here the doctors realized that they wouldn't be able to pull this off. They don't even know how to read MRIs, and this guy is saying things that are completely incomprehensible to them. Vincent said that Dr. Lin is excellent at reading MRIs, so it wouldn't interfere with their plan. Killian then replied that he would not allow Lin to be the second assistant. He would make him the main one in this operation. Then he sent the men to change clothes and go to the operating room. In the locker room, Vincent whispered to Lin that there would be fewer of them than usual, so they needed to be careful and more diligent. Lin thought, this is the so-called low-risk plan for multi-vessel replantation. The core of the replantation is the blood circulation. If the blood circulation worked normally, the other finger could be saved. Blood is the main energy supplier for muscles. Without it, muscles suffer from necrosis. However, connecting multiple vessels means that the surgeon must either extend the operating time or save it. Replantation of one finger is much easier, but when it comes to more than 2 fingers, the surgeon must calculate the time spent on connecting the other fingers. Everything is planned down to the smallest detail, even rest. Soon, all the doctors arrived in the operating room. Killian was ready to begin. Lin and Vincent demonstrated perfect teamwork, with the director noting that he felt so comfortable with Lin during the operation, as if someone was giving him a foot massage and singing him tea. He felt like he was running a marathon, like he was being supported by thousands of people. There was a cool breeze and calm, a relaxing feeling of the weight of the bottle in his hands, and ahead of him was the finish line and glory. All the other doctors were in shock. They had never seen anything like this. This guy doesn't kiss other people's asses. It's his ass that gets kissed. He has excellent skills. He's the only one in the world who can perform surgeries with such ease. After 2 hours, Vincent said he was tired and suggested that Lin switch positions. Killian was shocked. Could it be that the specialist had accepted his patronage? Dr. Lin will work in the place of Wang's boss. And if such a practice ends in failure, the hospital will be held responsible and they will have to pay financial compensation. Vincent shouldn't let Dean practice, but what purpose does he serve by giving his place to this guy? He decided that it was not worth asking the boss this question. He would rather ask Lin himself. He approached the guy and asked what he was going to do. Then the hero said that he had no strategy. Killian then asked what he knew about this patient, and instead Lin turned to the nurse and asked her to pour the heparin solution into the vessel. He then explained to Killian that the patient's vessels were now slightly fixed and he would carefully stitch him up. Killian thought that Vincent should have known that such vessels were difficult to stitch up, and yet he refused his position, which meant that he was not confident in himself and gave the job into Lin's hands. This means that Dr. Lin is much better and stronger than Vincent, and he is the real boss in their hospital. Killian was so shocked that he was speechless. Vincent knew he had called Lin here to test his abilities. He said the guy was stitching up arteries much faster, and then said he needed 4 more stitches. This patient has the blood vessels of a 70-year-old. If Vincent had to resuture the blood vessels, he would do a great job. But it would take quite a lot of time and effort. The operation could last an hour, or even more. If Lin accepts the challenge, he won't have to stitch up the old vessels. Killian watched Lin work in silence, as if the guy had grown extra arms. Soon the hero said that he had finished stitching up and could now stitch up the nerves. Vincent said he would leave it to him even if the outcome was not successful. Killian stood there in confusion, not fully understanding that the operation was already over. Then Lin asked him if he wanted to stitch up the skin. The man noted that Dr. Lin was a good team player, and since he couldn't understand what the men were talking about, he would have to lower himself so that he wouldn't get into trouble later. When Killian looked through the microscope, he was stunned with amazement. The blood vessel was in place. There was an excellent nerve anastomosis and an excellent position of the broken wrist. The operation was indeed over. All that was left was to stitch up the skin. Surgeons at large hospitals don't always have the opportunity to stitch up the skin, so the man agreed to do it. Soon the suturing was finished and the operation was completed. Killian quickly apologized to Chief Vincent and Dr. Lin for the inconvenience. When everyone left the operating room, he caught up with Vincent and invited him to eat together. The man thought, usually everyone leaves immediately after the operation. If they stayed, it means they will perform a second operation. Usually only the head doctors can perform 3 operations at once. The doctors from the hand surgery department were not able to do this, and he probably wants to detain him to ask questions. Vincent then suggested to Lin that they all eat together and then go home. When the men arrived in the dining room, Killian asked them if they thought the patient would get an A on the test. Vincent decided to ask Lin what he thought about this. The hero said that there is a chance of getting an excellent grade, but it is not high. You can count on a good grade, and there is also a chance of developing finger necrosis. Killian was in shock. He thought everything would be fine since Lin was such a good surgeon. He deceived Vincent by turning down the position of chief surgeon. Vincent asked Lin if it was because he didn't use the machine. The hero said that everything was fine, only the quality of the patient's vessels and nerves was very poor. They should check it based on an elderly patient after finger replantation. Vincent tensed. He didn't know that the patient had bad blood vessels. It would be problematic if the operation failed. While he was thinking about not finishing this operation, Killian decided that he would invite Vincent to take the place of chief surgeon. A few more seconds passed. Killian calmed down. This problem didn't seem so big anymore, and he decided to plan his next steps. He asked Lin what grade he thought the patient would receive, and he thought to himself that excellent and good grades were satisfactory results. If the score is lower, there will be many consequences. The functionality of this finger will be slightly better than amputation. We can say that the finger will not function at all. In other words, when the patient went to a famous doctor, it meant that the patient hoped to be cured. This is not just a passing level. If the surgeon does not reach, then the patient does not agree, and their hospital does not accept such. Killian also decided to ask what the chances of necrosis were, but Lin simply ate his food in silence. The man started to get angry. He wanted Lin to stop and answer his question. The operation could fail, and at this time he was eating calmly. Lin then said that the chance of getting an excellent grade was 90%. Killian was puzzled, because he had just said that the grade would be low, and necrosis could also develop. Lin explained that he didn't say exactly, but the probability of a good evaluation was relatively high. Besides, the probability of necrosis was almost always high. No one would be surprised if the old man had it. And didn't they want to be a little modest when explaining the situation to the patient's family? Vincent chuckled. This guy had caught him off guard at first, but now he understood what he meant. Killian was surprised. It turns out the operation wasn't a failure, and the probability of necrosis is only 10%. Lin was worried that the patient's family would be inspired by unrealistic promises, but Killian finally understood and thanked the doctor. Vincent said that at their hospital, Lin's patients receive an excellent rating 95% of the time. Killian laughed and asked to bring Dr. Lin with him next time. It would be a great privilege for their hospital. Their doctors would learn from him. Meanwhile, the nurses at MANHUA Hospital were wondering where Lin Ran had gone. Someone said that the doctor went home and came back to perform the operation. Then, Vanessa said that she saw him in the same group with his classmate. It was Yiyuan Hospital, but the nurses were unhappy that Lin was in the background in this photo. They decided to take normal photos with him, so that the other nurses would admit defeat and stop bothering him. The next day, Lin returned to the hospital and was immediately greeted by a crowd of nurses. They asked Lin to take a photo with him, but the hero was not very interested in it, but still looked at the camera. He asked if there were any patients with missing fingers today. Vanessa reported that the worker had lost 2 fingers in an accident and would be arriving at the hospital soon. He was from the city. His family had already arrived at the hospital. They were a woman and a little girl. As soon as the woman saw Dean, she asked if her husband had arrived yet and who would perform the operation on him. Vanessa said that the ambulance was still on the way. Then the woman introduced herself as Helena, the victim's wife. Lin greeted her back and said that he had not seen the patient yet, so he did not know the whole situation. Helena started crying. She wanted to tell the man their story. Her husband Victor works hard for the family. Her father died 2 years ago from cancer, and with his death he left them a huge debt. Victor's father also died of cancer, and unfortunately, he also had debts. So Victor began to work day and night to pay off the debts. Even when he rests, he works. Her husband helps their family a lot. He is not afraid of difficult and hard work. And now he has lost his fingers, so Helena is left with a small daughter without a hard-working husband and money. Lin thought that their story was really very sad. If the patient is not cured, it will be very difficult for their family. Lin then asked everyone to prepare and perform an MRI scan as soon as the patient arrived. The system informed the hero of a new mission. He needed to make a perfect stitch in order to receive a medium treasure chest as a reward. Soon Larry reported that the patient had arrived at the hospital, and Lin sent the man to prepare for surgery. Vanessa soon reported that the MRI was ready. Lin looked at the picture and thought about what kind of seam is considered ideal. It is impossible not to leave a seam. No one even paid attention to this, since it is impossible. People are not able to restore a finger to perfection. After all, they are not transformers. And from an aesthetic point of view, it is impossible to create an ideal seam. Lin decided to call a spade a spade. He hoped that he would succeed with the help of the serum. All you have to do is perform the operation perfectly. This potion will level up to legendary, so it's not worth wasting. When Lin came into the operating room, Larry announced that he had gathered all the best doctors. Everyone was ready to begin. The hero said that the patient is a worker. It is very important to successfully complete the operation. Everything needs to be done at the highest level. They will also conduct a short consultation before the operation. Everyone present was horrified. If Dr. Lin wanted to conduct a consultation, it meant the operation was very complicated. Lin tried to calm them down. He said he just wanted everything to be top-notch. The doctors decided to take another look at the MRI results. Lin noted that the wound was not complicated. The change was minor, and that surgeons had often made mistakes in the past and were not resilient enough. They were careless. He could use better medical materials and equipment, thereby possibly increasing the chances of perfect surgery. Soon, all possible preparations were completed. Lin decided to finally begin the perfect finger replantation. Suddenly, the hero felt as if he had missed something. The hero asked Vanessa to call pharmaceutical sales representative Juan from his phone. As soon as the girl dialed his number, the man immediately asked what happened to Dr. Lin. The hero said that he needed the best materials and instruments for microsurgery, in particular for finger replantation, and he needed them right now. Huang said that the Changxi Medical Company provides the best materials and instruments for microsurgery. Then Lin said that he didn't care about the price. He wanted the best materials and equipment within an hour. Huan said that there would be no problem with this. If Lin wants to try it right now, he can recommend Medtronic. They have a fairly large variety of materials and tools, and the price is not high. However, Lin didn't have time to figure it out. He said that he was currently conducting an operation. Juan immediately jumped up from his seat and ran to get the equipment. However, Lin had one problem. He had no money at all. And Juan stumbled and fell to the floor at these words. After that, he stood up, sighed, and said that it was no problem. He would arrive in an hour. After that, Vanessa hung up. The job was done. Lin was glad that he remembered this in time. The so-called ideal suture is not only in surgical procedures, medical equipment, and materials are very important for effective work. Mainly, the problem is their price, which is faced by the patient's family. Although the patient does not decide anything, but all this is absolutely necessary for the operation. Companies were at a complete disadvantage selling drugs or medical equipment, but their huge capital allowed them to promote the products. When a company promotes a new product, it gives doctors a lot of concessions. This is a common occurrence for doctors. Vanessa asked if they could continue, and at that moment someone walked into the operating room. One of the nurses said that the equipment and instruments had already been delivered and were free. Juan said he would deliver it in an hour, but less than 20 minutes had passed and he was already here, which meant there would be no more problems with finger replantation. And then Lin began the operation. Helena and her daughter sat near the operating room. The woman cried without stopping. She didn't know what to do if Victor became disabled. Then he wouldn't be able to work, and they wouldn't be able to pay off the debt. She was very worried about her family. Rumors will soon spread throughout the village. It will be good if they only come for her and her husband. But what if, because of the debts, they do something to their daughter? After some time, the doors of the operating room opened, the patient was taken out, and the operation was completed. Helena immediately ran up to Lin to ask how everything went. At that moment, Josh came up to them and said that everything went great. Both Lin and Helena were surprised to see the director here. Josh smiled widely and said that he saw everything. The operation was successful. Helena couldn't believe her ears. She asked again if her husband's fingers were okay. Josh repeated that everything went great. Now they need to concentrate on rehabilitation. If it goes well, then Victor will be able to work. Helena cried with happiness. Thanking the director, she asked her daughter to bow to the man as a sign of gratitude. Josh said there was no need. They were just saving lives and now they needed to let the patient rest. Helena said goodbye to the director and headed towards the exit with her daughter. Josh told Larry that Lin was too worried about the patient. He even thought that they were related. But Larry said that the doctor was more worried about the terrible financial situation. The director said that if the patient understands the costs, then everything is fine. Besides, he can use trial products. How could he use so many products at one time? Larry understood what the director was worried about. He was afraid that Lin might use imported equipment. Then, he said that the doctor was not yet accustomed, and Larry could not yet say whether he preferred domestic or imported equipment. Josh said he shouldn't get used to it or he won't be able to fully recoup his expenses. The director also said that this patient needs more attention. They should see how he feels after the procedures. Larry didn't understand why he had to tell Lin about the consequences. Now they would have to worry about being hated. If he were in Lin's place, he wouldn't say anything about money. Larry was annoyed. He didn't even touch the equipment. But all the questions were asked of him. Only Lin used the products and made decisions, and he was the one left holding the bag. Soon the man went to the patient's room where Unity was already there, checking the patients in the book, checking all the smallest details, such as the color of the fingers and the amount of blood. Larry didn't understand why she was checking patients so aggressively. She had already gone through many rooms. When the girl noticed Larry, she said it was his turn. The guy laughed it off, saying he just dropped by to see how things were going. Unity said she wanted to write a research paper comparing imported products. Larry saw the girl writing papers, and her latest work was published in an English magazine. Unity said that she didn't need to publish in an English journal, a Chinese one would do. Then Larry realized that he was the only one who needed to write a research paper to become a physician, and he hadn't done anything yet. A week later, an announcement came from the emergency department that academician Tobias and his colleagues from the Chinese Academy of Engineering would be visiting Manhua Hospital. All the major departments suddenly took up this. Academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering is the highest level a Chinese doctor can reach. Jacqueline spoke at the conference and she said that it was a very difficult goal to achieve, but they still hoped that the academician would help them improve the reputation of their hospital. Josh understood, simply put, anyone who showed up with this academician would become a popular doctor in the hospital. If he secured the support of the academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering, he would be able to realize the dream of creating a large emergency department. Their department was worthy of it. When the day of the academician's visit came, Clyde got up early in the morning to wash all the tables in the office. The academician arrived that morning and met with all the heads of departments, visited the hand surgery department, the oncology department, then the orthopedic department, the surgical department, and will soon visit them too. The man thought that he had to start performing operations at 9 o'clock. On the one hand, it was good. On the other hand, it was bad, because his lunch would be delayed, which meant that he would not have the opportunity to meet this gorgeous academician. Then Clyde decided to turn to Dr. Chandler for help. He asked if it was possible to split the operations between today and tomorrow. The man lied that he had back problems and was unable to perform 2 operations at once. Then Chandler said that in that case, Clyde would take 4 of his shifts tomorrow. Clyde asked to be allowed to meet with the academic since the doctor didn't want it. But Chandler asked him to stop bargaining. Some people agree even when he offers 5 shifts. As it turned out, only doctors and chief physicians were allowed to meet with the academician. Others were busy with other things. At that moment, Lynn was making rounds of patients. There was already a nurse inside the ward. She told the patient that keeping the finger comfortable is the most important thing. It is very important not to panic and not to smoke. When the girl saw Lynn, she said that he did a great job. Helena and her daughter thanked the doctor for saving Victor. Lynn said it was just his job and then decided to look at the patient's fingers. At that moment, a man approached him and said that the restoration was going very well. The man said it would be better if they showed him the material, so Lynn asked the nurse to bring it here. When the girl brought the pictures, the man began to examine them with surprise. He asked Lynn to tell how he carried out the operation as the chief surgeon. At that moment, Josh entered the office and asked why boss Tobias was still here. They had been waiting for him for a long time. The hero was surprised. Could this really be the same academician Tobias? The academic said he had heard that the emergency department had begun to practice finger replantation operations, and he would like to see it. Josh was glad that Tobias noticed them. But Clyde was unhappy. It seemed to him that the man was spending too much time in this department. Everyone around was saying that Lynn's progress in finger replantation operations was simply excellent. Clyde chuckled in displeasure. He was sure that there were simply no suitable patients today. In fact, he was also not bad at orthopedic operations. When everyone gathered in the conference room, Tobias was shown the materials on the operations. The man noted that the operation performed 7 days ago looked great. The patient's fingers were recovering quite well. He would like to hear how it all happened. Josh asked Lynn to tell him how it all happened. The hero said that he spent more time than usual. The patient had severe vascular thrombosis. Josh noted that this kid doesn't know most of the surgical techniques, but he has a lot of great professionals around him. If he makes a mistake, he will immediately get advice, and everything will be fine. Lin Jiang talked with academician Tobias for more than 10 minutes, and the man found out that it was a routine finger replantation operation. So, thanks to his capable hands and excellent skills, the hero did a quality job. Josh thought to himself that Lin was just an angel. He would go far. Then he looked at Tobias. He looked incredibly pleased. Then Josh said that Lin Jiang is the backbone of their hospital. Of course, his skills are top-notch. Tobias said his skills were too good. Then he asked if it was true that they had so many patients in the department. Josh said that's true. There are more and more patients, so they are planning to expand. After applying for more rooms, they were out of luck because there are only beautiful hospitals left. The project has just started, and based on their statistics, patients stay between 40 and 50 days. Tobias thought that these patients needed a long period of time for rehabilitation, but basically all the big hospitals wanted success and popularity. He said these guys had an advantage because the emergency room is the only place where patients have to stay for a long time. And with those skills and advantages, they can solve problems for free. Then he told Lin that they had one patient, he had a sports injury. They didn't go to the main surgeon because they needed someone more qualified for this operation, so he decided to offer Lin a try. The hero and Josh looked at the man in bewilderment. not knowing what to answer. At this point, the system informed Lin that the task of creating a perfect seam had been completed and gave him a medium treasure chest. Josh thought it was best to ask questions like these as clearly as possible. Then he asked Tobias to tell him more about the operation. The man said that the operation plan was almost ready. They just needed a chief surgeon. Josh sighed. Lin had never been involved in anything like this before. He doubted the boy would be able to adapt. Then, Tobias said that it was easy to adapt. The whole problem was in skills. He had heard about the M-Tang technique that Lin used. Their Center for Orthopedic and Sports Medicine was preparing to perform tendon surgeries, and the man suggested that the hero try. Josh was surprised. Tobias knows about Lin's technique. It's just a miracle that he went to their department first. However, the hero said that he only worked with the tendons on his hands. Tobias said the guy has a good foundation. If he increases the intensity of his training, it will only take a few months to get used to the leg surgeries. He will be quite comfortable at his research institute. They have a lot of patience and excellent equipment. Then Josh realized everything. Tobias was openly trying to lure Lin to his side. Yunhua Hospital is considered the best in Jiangxi province, but it is still far from the whole country. They have a lot of patience, but the Tobias Center has even more. Joshu could only hope that Lin would not give in to temptation. Then the hero said that he liked practicing in Yunhua. It was comfortable, familiar, and usual for him, so he didn't want to go anywhere. At this moment, the system granted Lin a new skill, the technique of suturing the Achilles tendon at a perfect level. For a second, the hero felt new data being introduced into his brain. He felt like he had mastered the technique of suturing the Achilles tendon. Tobias continued. He said that their center practices some of the most advanced technology in the country. Their surgery is always in demand, so only famous athletes visit them. Lin could come to them for a few months. The hero said that he was able to restore the Achilles tendon. They didn't need him as the chief surgeon. He would practice in Yunhua, and he needed Tobias's help. He asked to provide him with patients with various types of Achilles tendon ruptures. The doctors present in the office were perplexed. This guy dared to just make a deal with such a great man. He became so confident in such a short time. It seemed to them that this kid didn't know the rules at all. How could he be so irresponsible? And why did this academic remember him so much? Tobias suggested that Lin first visit his institute, and then he could decide where it would be more convenient for him to practice. Josh was seriously excited. Lena was being offered something that everyone in their hospital dreams of. However, the hero only shook his head. Josh was deeply touched that Lin had chosen him no matter what. The man said that it would be better for Lena not to go. He should take someone with him. Josh pointed to Larry. He would follow Lin to Shanghai and coordinate all matters with him. The man was incredibly surprised that he was chosen. Tobias said their original plan was to find a professional doctor. Josh said they would cover all of Larry's expenses, and after a brief pause, Tobias agreed. All the doctors present were pleasantly shocked. Lin Zhan was a professional, which meant that soon their department would be on the front page of all the magazines. Tobias asked to settle all matters before leaving. They will fly to Shanghai the day after tomorrow. Josh said that Lin could go and not worry about her family. In the evening, while Lin was packing his suitcase, Tanya gave him instructions on how he should eat and what to do in emergency situations. And although the hero said that he was no longer a child, the woman said that for her, he would always remain a baby, and that it would be better for him to get a good rest and sleep before the trip. She suggested that Robert take his son there, but the man began to explain all the details, which caused a small argument between the spouses. After some time, Lin and Larry flew to Shanghai, where they were met by a certain man. It was Samuel, a student at Ju Institute with excellent skills, who greeted the men and said that the teacher had asked him to meet them. Samuel introduced the doctors to the famous Fuan Stadium in Shanghai, where their national football, basketball, badminton, and baseball teams like to train, and their research institute was also responsible for sports health. He also said that he could get an autograph from Lin's favorite athlete, but the hero refused. Samuel said that if the doctors stayed longer, they would see that popular sportsmen were people like them. When they were free, they would give autographs to the students. And then he pointed his finger at the star player of their badminton team. Lin noted that the man looked healthy. Samuel said that he was always healthy and it would be better not to jinx him. Lin wondered why he had to look at him if he was already healthy. The man asked the doctors to rest first. The hero objected. He can rest at any time, but he was not sent here to rest. Larry supported Samuel, because if the doctor wants to do a great job, he must first rest. This is far from Yunhua. Lin nevertheless agreed to take a rest, but even after several days he did not see any work for himself. while Larry, meanwhile, was jogging at full speed in a large stadium. Then the hero couldn't stand it anymore. They had been on vacation for a very long time. He asked Larry to go to the institute and ask about the surgery schedule, or he would do it himself. Larry said they were sent here for further training. Even if they don't do anything, they will still be qualified doctors. Everything will be fine. Lin looked at his comrade gloomily. He hadn't had any operations for a long time and he couldn't bear it. Larry soon went to the reception to ask Samuel when they would start the operation, since he was only allowed 2 days of rest. They only arrive for 4 days, and if the doctors don't hurry, Lin's boss will have to return to Manhua. Suddenly, Dr. Roland, a surgeon at the research center, approached the man. He was outraged by such arrogance, because Lin Zhan was just an intern, not a boss. Samuel wanted to stop the man, but he pushed him away. Roland had nothing to hide. In recent days, he had spent more time on research than on clinical practice. Larry tensed, his fists clenched in anger, ready to defend Dr. Lin's honor. Samuel asked the doctor if he had watched the video he had sent him 2 days ago. Roland said he had glanced at it. As he had expected, it was not at all interesting. Samuel reported that the teacher thought that Lin Zhan would perform the operation. Roland said that this was absurd. Lenny didn't need a normal Achilles tendon, he just needed to run 100 to 200 meters. Lin's plan was very dangerous and Roland didn't agree with it, since it was a big risk. He admitted that the intern's technique was indeed good, but he had never performed leg surgery. Then Samuel realized that the doctor had already seen everything, which meant he must have known about Lin's incredible success. Larry said that the finger replantation is his first microsurgery, and it will only get easier from here. The success of his boss is no joke. Samuel added that Lin was assigned as a teacher, and they can't guarantee when he will come back, doctor. Roland should just tell Lin about the operations. The man had no choice but to agree. Soon Lin arrived at the building and asked where the operating room was. Roland decided that he would now test his abilities because this guy was not in Manhua at all right now. Lin froze for a second. Not knowing what to answer, Roland thought he was scared. Meanwhile, the hero was thinking that the director allowed him to choose whatever he wanted, but the number was limited to 1 or 2 cases. But it turned out that you could choose anything, and this was great news. Then he asked if everyone was ready for the operation, and Roland panicked. He didn't expect Lin to act like that. The hero thought about it. Since everything here is new to him, he first needs to adapt to each aspect and create stability. He then asked to be given the simplest medical case. Roland thought it was a good choice. The man suggested doing a test before the operation. Their goal is an excellent grade, and a good grade is a disgrace. Their center wants doctors to perform operations according to the standard. Then these operations are criticized. Roland did not want them to use any habits, and he does not need to explain anything during the operation. However, Lin did not listen to his speech. He was immersed in analysis. Roland continued. He said that when they reach a certain level, they become the chief surgeon. If they are incompetent, it is within his rights to replace them whenever he wants. When that happens, they have no right to complain, because everything is based only on facts. Samuel asked Lin why he was silent. The hero replied that he had nothing to say. Larry thought, the boss never speaks when he does something, and he needs him to explain what he means. Then Larry said that Dr. Lin agreed with what Dr. Roland was saying. His opinion was based on using standard principles and striving for excellence. Replacing people was fair. Samuel wondered if Lin had done this on purpose. He couldn't believe that he didn't understand that this was a hardship, especially for him. The hero said that everything was fine as long as he could perform operations. Roland was going to see how he would handle the first operation. He said that today they will perform an Achilles tendon repair surgery. The patient is a 38-year-old woman. She has an Achilles tendon rupture. The examination shows that she has multiple ruptures. First, they will conduct an examination and then make a surgical plan. Lin was very happy that after a few days he would finally be able to work. Soon the operation began and the men set to work. Roland watched Lin's movements carefully. There was nothing unusual about them. The hero did all the procedures even before Roland asked him to. All the nurses got along with him very quickly. Lin worked so carefully and confidently, it was strange for Roland. He could not do anything about it before the operation, and now he didn't even think about scolding anyone. He had a strange feeling. The operation was going faster than usual. When the doctor just started thinking about something, Lin was already finishing it. The pace was too fast for Roland. He couldn't keep up when he was performing operations. He liked the feeling of completion and achieving something. He expected that the operation would seem difficult to Lin, and that he would make a mistake. The chief surgeon's authority over young doctors was to improve on the mistakes made by the trainees. The intern at the small-town hospital had never performed leg surgery before, and it was soon time for the next step. And the man wondered if Lin would make a mistake. He said it was time to stitch up the patient. Roland thought about it. In order to do this procedure, he needed an assistant, and now he wanted to see what Lin would do. He carefully watched his position. It seemed he was going to pinch the tendon. Then the man decided to change the operation plan. Then this child would definitely make a mistake due to incomplete adaptation. He really wanted to see the mistake and scold him. But then he could put the patient's life at risk. Then Roland told Lin to take out the tendon. The hero did as he was asked, thinking to himself that Dr. Roland had used a modified Kessler method. The man couldn't believe his eyes. Everything was going well. He then took out a tendon stripper and asked Lin if he knew what it was. The hero said what kind of item it was, and also that he had already used it. Then Roland handed the boy the tool and told him to use it. Lin took the stripper in his hands and used it on the tendon. Roland was seriously surprised. Even if this guy read 4 or 5 pages about this procedure, basically it takes a few minutes to fully understand, and he does this. Lin soon reported that he had completed the removal of the tendon. Roland noted that the result was not bad and then asked for a size 20 thread. Now it's time to stitch the Achilles tendon. In the orthopedic and sports departments, keeping up with the chief surgeon but predicting future steps is relatively normal. But now Roland wanted to see if he could predict his next move. It feels like he's in a marathon. No matter how hard he tries, he'll always be running behind, and Lin will be bringing him bread. It feels like he's never had such a stable operation before. Roland couldn't believe it. Would he really not be able to break Lin? The man continued. He deliberately made the operation more difficult for the guy, but he was the only one who eventually got tired. When they were preparing and discussing every step of the chief surgeon, he must always be ahead and pay attention to details. Any chief surgeon will fall in love with this feeling. Soon the operation was completed. Roland noted that Lin's stitches were perfect, much better than those the man himself had applied. It looks like all his hard work at this center is going down the drain right now. But it was very good work. Then the man suddenly realized that this was all a lie. The operation was so successful only because of their excellent cooperation. Soon, Roland announced the end of the operation and left the office, colliding with Samuel at the door. The guy said that the operation was recorded on video. He will send copies of it to Lin and academician Tobias. In the evening, Lin went to the training ground to get some fresh air. It was his first operation to put stitches on his Achilles tendon. As it turned out, the technique can be applied the same. Compared to the simple tendon, the Achilles tendon is much thicker. The Achilles tendon can be sutured without the aid of a microscope, with the naked eye. The Achilles tendon is subjected to a lot of stress, especially during running. And the main problem with rehabilitating the tendon is that it has to bear a lot of weight. This is quite a complicated operation, especially for ordinary people. If you follow the doctor's instructions, everything will be fine. But athletes are a completely different case. Athletes did not strive for a normal life. The better the flight, the more he brought his body to the limit. Lin's level is impeccable, so he can handle it. But if it comes to the best athletes, he is not sure that will be enough. Experience and training are needed. At this moment, the hero received a call and was told that academician Tobias had returned, so he needed to come. Together, they would draw up an operation plan. Larry told him that he would be the head doctor, and then their problems would finally evaporate. However, Lin was puzzled as to why they were suddenly having problems. They traveled 1,000 miles, all the way from Manhwa to Shanghai. No one knows them, and they had to go through a lot of hardships. Larry didn't cook stew for several days. Then he asked Lin to bring him a robe. It's at the nurse's station. Larry went there, but they refused him, saying they didn't have his size. At that moment, a nurse came out of the office. Lin asked if they had gowns. The girl immediately rushed for the robe and handed it to the doctor. She was very happy to do him a favor. When everything was ready, the men went to the right place. Tobias was already waiting for them. He was ready to start since everyone was gathered. The man said that the patient is 32 years old, single, works as a traffic inspector, was injured a few hours ago. His right heel is swollen, therefore he cannot move it. Terrible pain, he is unconscious. Does not suffer from any memory loss. He is not sick. There is no urge to vomit. His breathing is fine, there is no heart problem, no urinary tract infection. He then introduced Lin Terrence, a popular orthopedist who graduated from Shanghai Fudan University Medical College. Tobias also said that he gave him the right to stop Lin's operation. He wanted to ask the guy if he agreed with this, but the hero was perplexed. Would he really be the chief surgeon? The academician said that this is what he had planned. Terrence wanted to show Lin the patient's medical history and his test results. But the hero said that he wanted to check everything himself since he would be performing the operation. He said that he would look at the MRI scan transcripts himself. Lin thought, each specialist interprets MRI images differently depending on his specialty. The level of analysis of the hero's MRI should be no worse than others, especially since there are only images of limbs. Lin is responsible for this operation and does not want to make any mistakes. Terrence doubted that this guy could read MRI scans, but decided to give him a chance. Lin thought about it. He hadn't seen so many pictures since he first started using this skill. Then he decided to apply his MRI analysis skills. He found out that the injury was somewhere between the first and second level. Surgery was only needed for the Achilles tendon. A standard suture could be applied. Terrence was shocked. Everything he said was absolutely correct. His plan would be perfect for the upcoming operation. The director was right. Dr. Lin really is very unusual. Then Tobias said that Dr. Terrence would be Lin's chief assistant today. The hero called Larry along with him. They needed to change clothes for the operation. Terrence looked after the young doctor in surprise. Tobias grinned. He really was completely confident in himself. Then the academician said that he would go to the observation room, and he would leave today's operation to the men. The doctors were discussing the news that Lin Jian would be the lead surgeon today. Apparently, new blood was needed for development. Talent was certainly valuable, but trained skills were no less important. Then, one of the men suggested going to watch him work from the observation room. Roland followed the men, curious to see if Lin could pass the director's next test. Meanwhile, preparations for the operation were underway in the operating room, and nurses were helping Lin put on his surgical suit. They carefully checked the doctor's list of instruments and clarified all the details with him. The doctors watching the operation were shocked. They had never seen nurses so kind. Roland wondered if this was also part of Lin's skills. Soon Terrence asked the hero where they should start. The hero said that first he needed to draw surgical lines. Larry wondered if there was any difference between the lines. The hero explained that the black line is the cut line, and the white one shows the torn tendons. Terrence thought about it. Now he understood why Lin didn't want to look at the MRI report and looked at all the images himself. He wouldn't have been able to get this information from the report. Now the man understood that he underestimated the guy. He was simply amazing. Lin noticed that Larry was still confused, and Dr. Terrence was sweating, needing to explain everything and calm the men down. He said that on the MRI images he noticed a high signal intensity in the area of the tendon. This tendon is harder and irregular. This is typical for injuries. This can be seen on the second MRI image with this signal. The rupture of the tendon becomes obvious. Now that everything should be clear to the assistants, Lin decided to begin the operation and made an incision. Terrence was surprised. The cut was made too quickly, and in the meantime, the hero began his first major case. It took Terrence a few more seconds to even register that the surgery had begun. Larry knew the doctor wasn't used to this pace. The boss was a typical solo surgeon. Usually, he already had a detailed plan for all his operations. Sometimes when the assistants failed or were distracted, the boss did not say a word and did all the work himself. Of course, Larry was the second assistant. He was better suited to Lin's style. Then, the hero said that it was necessary to put a through suture. This is a modified Kessler method, recently used by Dr. Terrence for quickly suturing a wound. The man understood that he had to read the MRI report. Then, he would be able to assess the correctness of the placement. Now, he would not be able to follow all of Lin's actions. He couldn't disgrace himself. He needed to work with Dr. Lin. It all started with the simplest seam, a through one. The doctors were watching the operation closely from the observation room and thought their screen had frozen. But Roland knew it wasn't a hang-up. It was exactly what made Lena so terrifying. The man even used this modified Kessler method to scare Lin, but he never expected that he would be able to repeat it. Soon the hero asked to prepare 10 surgical silk threads. Terrence was scared. These surgical threads, although considered thick, are still 3 times thinner than the 4 threads that Lin had not used before. But why did he decide to use them now? Lin explained that the rupture areas are not smooth enough. If they use 4 thread, then after the stitches are removed, there will be defects. If all the thin threads are used on only one of the segments, then a lot of stress will be applied to it, however. If they scatter the threads over the entire area, then the stress will be distributed much better. Although all tendons are elastic, it is the Achilles tendon that is the most flexible. This flexibility is very annoying during surgery when the surgeon tries to suture, and the Achilles tendon just gives in and stretches. But when the surgery is over, this tendon will be able to return to its previous elasticity, and at the same time it will begin to pull the sutures even more. But there is a fairly simple solution. The threads of different thicknesses should complement the strength of the tendon. This way you can ensure that the tendon will be strained evenly. Such a detailed and ingenious explanation shocked everyone. At that moment, Tobias entered the observation room and asked what was going on here. The men began to say that they had all seen those jagged ends on the patient's wound. There was so much blood, you couldn't even see the cut site. You could only see the ends of the hair on the skin, but that was the most. Tobias suggested that the doctor is completely guided by the MRI images. If you look at the location of the vessels, then this is possible, but then everything is much more complicated. Roland clicked his tongue in displeasure. This was already something out of the ordinary. He meant that Lin had done it all very quickly. His view simply couldn't be better than theirs. But even if he could see the uneven ends, how could he know what threads he would need to use? Tobias said that if they didn't fully understand his actions, they should just ask him. For educational purposes, of course. The man then turned on the microphone and asked Lin how he had determined the structure of the ends of the tear and what kind of threads he would need. The hero replied that he simply felt it when he took out the tendon. Tobias chuckled. Did this guy rely on his feelings during the operation? Lin then said that he was constantly massaging people's tendons, fascia, and muscles. He could roughly estimate the muscle tension using his hands. It shouldn't be much different. Terrence thought the guy was joking, but Lin was serious. The man understood that if this was true, then it was simply incredible. Then Lin asked to serve him the 3-0 thread. Terrence had been worried when he had performed his own Achilles tendon surgeries, and he had also relied on his own feelings. And now, as he watched Dr. Lin work, it seemed to him that he was doing everything correctly. Suddenly, Roland grabbed the microphone and shouted that Lin had to remember his duties, so he had to stop the operation right now. Then Terrence approached the man and told him to just watch and learn. Roland was furious at such an impudent answer, and meanwhile the operation continued. Terrence realized that without their influence, he would not have seen Lin's real talent. This man was simply amazing. Suddenly the man was interested in something. The suture on the tendon sheath is so flat and does not bleed. Did Lin always use such sutures, or was it just an accident? The hero thought that even though he was a master at the technique of applying sutures, apposition sutures were not the best option. But when it came to the Achilles tendon, he had a head start, so he replied that he always did that. The doctor thought that Dr. Lin was very straightforward. Terrence then decided to be honest with the man and asked him how he practiced to learn it. Lin replied that he practiced on bananas. Terrence couldn't believe his ears. Was this really true? Larry thought that Lin was difficult to understand, but he had more outstanding skills. Soon, Lin reported that all the stitches were in. He asked his assistants to prepare the plaster. Then Terrence thought that something was wrong here. Why was he, a doctor, acting like a student and thinking that putting on a plaster cast was a reward? The men in the observation room watched in awe as the surgery was completed. Dr. Lin was incredible. He was a true example for the next generations. Tobias asked Roland what he thought of Dr. Lin's work, whether it exceeded his expectations. The man was angry. At the most crucial moment, Farley's treatment should not go to another, but he could not lie in front of everyone. The man then said he needed to watch several surgeries, but Tobias said Farley's surgery needed to be done as soon as possible. They couldn't watch surgeries forever. Roland thought that Farley would also want to see his chief surgeon at work. It would be worth calling him here, Tobias agreed. It was decided to call the man here. Soon a man in a wheelchair arrived at the office. It was Farley, the star athlete. Roland greeted the man and introduced him to Dr. Lin, then said that they needed to talk. He said that Dr. Lin was specially invited by the director to their research center to be the athlete's surgeon, and even today, he did an excellent job with the operation. Farley said he was pleased to meet the doctor, and Lin responded in kind. Then Roland said that he was Farley's attending physician. He should have said that Lin's operation today was excellent. But the difficulty of Farley's operation was completely different. It was much more difficult. The athlete decided to say it straight out. He was afraid of getting new tendon ruptures, so at the slightest doubt he would ask to change the doctor. After all, it could be very dangerous for him. Roland hoped that Lin would perform a few more surgeries identical to today's so that they could make a final decision. And if Lin met their standards, he would become Farley's surgeon, but if he didn't, they would be forced to consider other options. Farley liked the idea. Roland said that they would like to observe Lin's working style to be completely sure of the results of his operations. So it would be better if he performed about 10 operations. Lin replied that he could start now, when the patients arrived. Roland was surprised, but still said that he would organize it right now, but Lin needed an hour and a half. He wanted to have a snack. Roland tried to stop him, because Lin still needed to know the specific requirements for permission to carry out Farley's operation. However, Lin replied that he did not want this. It doesn't matter to him. It was academician Tobias who invited him to take the place of chief surgeon for this operation. But if the patient does not agree to the operation, he is not going to force him. After all, he is not his attending physician. Roland was shocked. He felt like Lin didn't understand that he would need to perform 10 more surgeries before he would be cleared to Farley. Lin replied that everything was fine. He could handle even more than 10 operations. Farley thought, after injuring his leg, he had visited many doctors, but no one had been as indifferent as this guy. Roland asked the hero again if he would agree to any operations. The guy answered in the affirmative. Then the man shouted, if the news that Lin would be performing the operation on Farley leaked out, everyone would immediately want to be treated by them. If the hero really wanted to be the athlete's doctor, he should think more about his work. Lin said that was stupid, they wouldn't have enough beds anyway. The hospital can do 3 to 5 finger transplants every day, but it rarely does 5 in a day. But patients need about 40 days to recover, and the hospital has about 70 beds, possibly 100 if they are brought in from other departments. Roland was shocked to hear about 3 surgeries a day. But Tobias explained to him that at MANHUA Hospital, Dr. Lin could perform an average of 10 to 12 finger transplants a day. Now Roland understood why there were not enough hospital beds. He was angry. The director should not lie to him. But he also worked as a surgeon, and performing 10 operations a day is too much. No normal doctor would agree to this. Anyone would simply die from such an amount of work. An ordinary microsurgeon will need 2 hours to operate on one finger, but a person is not a machine. With each operation, the surgeon will get more and more tired, and the transplantation will take even more time. Transplanting 7 fingers in one operation is already a challenge for any microsurgeon, and transplanting 10 or 12 fingers is something impossible. Roland then asked Lin why he joined their research institute. The hero said he wanted to watch the development of the Orthopedic and Sports Medical Center and understand their method of performing surgery. Roland sighed wearily. They saw them off like all normal people, but he didn't say it out loud. Farley then asked how long it would take for Lin to start. The hero decided to ask what Dr. Roland thought about it, since he himself didn't care about it. The man asked him to make sure that he had completed all the operations, and that was it. Soon it was night, and Farley dreamed of Lin saying that he didn't care about the operation. The man woke up in a cold sweat after all. It was an operation on his leg, and he definitely cares about it. At the Sports Medicine Center, Dr. Roland fulfilled all his wishes, even the completely senseless ones. They even renovated the room to suit him, but Lin was different. Farley hadn't thought about it before, but no clinic, even the best one in the world, could simply return him to the stadium. These are just half measures. A year of rehabilitation and an Achilles tendon that will work for a maximum of 6 months, or a short-term recovery and a tendon that will work for no more than 3 months before a new injury. Farley didn't want this, so he decided to meet with Dr. Lin. Soon it was morning, and Roland was enjoying his breakfast at the rehabilitation center. Then one of the doctors told him that Lin Jiang had already performed 6 operations on his Achilles tendon. It was said that he spent the whole night on it. Hearing this, Roland stood up and walked out of the dining room. He couldn't believe that this guy hadn't stopped operating since yesterday. It felt like he was being made fun of. The man opened the doors of the observation room, where doctors had already gathered. They watched Lin's operation and were very interested in watching him work, as everyone said that it was normal for him to operate on patients at 3 a.m. Roland was furious. All the nurses should be mad at him by now, but instead, they gave him a hospital cap with rabbits on it. He wondered when Lin was going to finish and how many patients he had. His colleagues explained to him that he put all incoming patients on a waiting list. Apparently, he was going to operate on them all. Roland was shocked. He asked him to do 10 surgeries, and this guy was going to do them all in one go. Doctors reported that Lin's assistant was so tired that he simply could not move, so other workers decided to help him. Meanwhile, Lin worked tirelessly on the patients. He thought that before he came to Shanghai, he could only do 1 to 2 operations a day. There were too few patients, but now there was so much work that he could do at once, and it was incredible. At that moment, a nurse entered the observation room and said that Farley was waiting for Roland in the office. When the man arrived at the office, the patient, Tobias, and Terence were already there. Farley said that Lin worked all night and he was watching him. He wanted him to be the one to perform his operation. Roland asked him not to rush. If he decided everything so quickly, then a lot of rumors would spread. But Farley said he didn't care. He wanted Dr. Lin to operate on him. A day later, before Farley's surgery, his fans gathered in front of the clinic, trying to give him moral support. Some were against the man being treated here, although this center is one of the best sports medicine institutions in the country. But there are many hospitals abroad that are much better than this one. Health is too important. Farley should not take risks, even if someone's reputation depends on it. Harry, a bespectacled man watching the fans from the hospital, thought Farley should have warned them first. They could have talked it out and done a pre-release news story, but it could have been worse. They just need to give a couple of interviews and they can turn the situation around in their favor. Farley asked if Dr. Lin was ready, and when they could start the surgery, Roland said that there was no problem with that. The clinic was ready, but they still needed to confirm all the details with the man's sports team. Harry said that everything was happening too fast. They should inform the heads of the team. Farley thought they knew he was in Dr. Tobias's clinic, but the man explained that they still had to report every action to them because Farley was one of the main members of the team. Everything depended on him, so it was logical that they needed to notify his team about every detail of the treatment. Farley said he can choose his own doctor and doesn't need anyone's permission. Then he asked when Dr. Lin would come to them. Roland said that he was still in surgery. He had already called him twice. Harry was surprised. Farley's operation was about to begin, and the doctor was performing other operations. Roland decided not to argue. Tobias would come here soon and explain everything to them. An hour later, there was a knock on the office door. It was Tobias. He said that Dr. Lin was still in surgery. They had so many new patients today, but the doctor remembered Farley's situation. He wanted to prepare everything for him in the best possible way. And for this, he was going to do all the surgeries at once today. The athlete said that after so many days of waiting, he could wait a little longer. Tobias added that if they want to perform the operation according to all the rules, then they need to prepare for everything. For example, Farley will have to eat a special diet the day before the operation. This will reduce the danger during the operation. The man decided to ask what the percentage of a successful recovery would be for his surgery. If Dr. Lin performed it, Tobias asked him a counter question. Does Farley want to continue playing sports, or has he decided to quit everything? The athlete thought for a moment and didn't know what to answer. He was distracted from his thoughts by the shouts of people from the street who had come to support Farley. Tobias continued that if Farley was going to retire, they could use a standard rehabilitation plan. Then they could guarantee that the risk of re-rupturing the tendon would be below 30% no matter who performed the surgery, after which the man would be back to full fitness. But if he wanted to continue his career, then a standard rehabilitation plan would not be an option. Farley understood this. He just couldn't calm down. At that moment, Lin entered the office. Farley smiled at the doctor and asked if he would operate on him in these clothes. The hero noted that the athlete was in a good mood today. The man said he still wanted Lin to be his surgeon. He also said that he understands and accepts all the risks associated with this decision. When the hero received full consent, he decided to check the patient's leg using his skill. At this point, information began to seep into his consciousness, and data about Farley became available to him. Then he said that everything was normal and the patient could be sent to the operating room. Harry was shocked. Was the operation really going to start right now? Because the head of the team wasn't here yet. There were so many fans on the street. Farley had to meet them. Moreover, the man's family had come here to get him some clean clothes. Lin said that he is fully prepared to perform the operation now. He will finish in 2 hours. At this point, the system sent a new mission for the hero, according to which he must gain recognition and restore Farley's Achilles tendon to its original state. He is entitled to 1 reward for every 5% of the restoration of the Achilles tendon. Soon the doctors and the patient arrived in the operating room. Lin asked to begin the anesthesia. However, something went wrong. After the anesthesia was administered, Farley heard someone asking a certain Dalen to get up and take his medication, and then he fell asleep. Tobias and the nurse chuckled as they looked at the patient. Soon everything was ready. The doctors began the operation. Lin made the cut. Terrence was shocked. He did it so quickly as if he was competing with someone in the speed of execution. When the patient's skin was pulled back, he thought it looked like the goat slaughter in his hometown. When doctors reached the tendon, Tobias noticed that the ends of the tear fit together like a puzzle. Terrence was horrified. It was not good. The shape was very complicated. Of all the types of breakups, this was one of the most difficult. The man asked Tobias what they should do next. The academician continued to work together with Lin. They performed all actions simultaneously. Terrence looked at the piece of severed tendon. If this were a normal situation, the jagged ends would be fine. Some might even use them as a base to reinforce the suture. But now the patient is Farley, an athlete whose Achilles tendon is under strain that is not comparable to normal people. After a standard operation, his tendon simply would not be able to withstand this load. Now his tendon was a centimeter shorter than it had been. The anesthesiologist then asked if the man would be able to run at all after this. Tobias said if they do everything right, there shouldn't be any problems. Doctors and nurses watched the operation closely in the observation room. They did not understand what was happening, apparently. Something happened during the operation, and the doctors decided to act according to the original plan. The thing is, Doctor, Tobias's initial plan is to maintain the blood supply to make sure the tendon is intact. Blood supply to the medial side of the Achilles tendon occurs via the posterior tibial artery. Then it divides into 3 or 4 small arteries that are not visible to the naked eye, and the vessels on the sides of the tendon are not much different from this one either. The only difference is that the blood supply there is on the back of the fibula, and you want to avoid hitting any of these veins. There are about 8 small vessels and a lot of different arteries, and Dr. Tobias is hoping that they can bypass all of those vessels to keep the Achilles tendon as safe as possible. If everything works out, the probability of full recovery will be much higher and the time frame will be shorter, which will reduce all undesirable consequences from open surgery to a minimum. But this is impossible even after 10 years of practice. It is impossible not to touch any of these vessels during such an operation. It is impossible, even if you use something like the Da Vinci operating system to mark all the actions. With a real incision, it still will not help. And the location of the vessels in each person is quite individual. It is difficult to bypass them. One of the doctors remembered the director saying that work on the vascular system would be done at the very end. But if they accidentally touched too much, nothing would work. Theoretically, small vessels perform a compensatory function, even if they are cut. After a while, the body will restore blood supply through new vessels. But Dr. Tobias believes that such a recovery would be too long, and the surgery itself would not be of such high quality. In Farley's case, the surgery was performed on the Achilles tendon, the part of the human body with the poorest blood supply. It is simply impossible to hope for a quality recovery under open surgery in such a place. Doctors are not magicians. While the doctors argued in the observation room, in the operating room, Lynn finished straightening out the Achilles tendon. Now their task was to stitch the tendon, so they had to begin their difficult work. Terrence said it was almost impossible, but Lynn replied that if we talk about working on vessels, it is very similar to this. They started practicing on rat tails immediately after arriving in MANHUA. But the difficulty of finger transplantation is higher because transplanting all 7 fingers requires a lot of work on the circulatory system. But even that complexity simply cannot compare to working on the vessels around the Achilles tendon. Dr. Tobias's plan was to reconstruct all the actions during the surgery on each side of the tendon. He wanted to make sure that all the vessels would be restored. Even if they could not restore a couple of vessels, the effect of the surgery would be significant. However, Lynn was determined to do everything to preserve all the vessels. He hasn't been working at full capacity for a long time. The man asked the nurse to change the thread to a thinner one. Previously, he had only had to work with 2 or 3 important blood vessels, but now he could work with a complete circulatory system. It felt like he was given the opportunity to play the most important part in a finger transplant operation. This feeling was very refreshing. Tobias asked Lynn to make sure homeostasis was achieved, and he wondered to himself, was the guy really planning to completely restore the circulatory system? He asked the hero to select a few of the most important vessels for stable functioning, but Lynn said that he wanted to make a spare channel for blood supply. They were planning to restore 30 to 40% of the circulatory system, but they can bypass a lot of small vessels, which will greatly help in restoring the blood supply. Tobias was surprised this kid wasn't even trying to follow the plan. Apparently, he is trying to improve it. It's good that he's so confident, but he shouldn't go too far. Then the man gave the go-ahead, but Lynn had to make sure of the quality of his work. The probability of vascular spasm was still too high, and the only useful vessel was a working vessel. Lynn thought, the reason why patients who had minimally invasive Achilles tendon repair recovered and were discharged faster is because the vascular system around the Achilles tendon is preserved. As long as the Achilles tendon is sutured and the adhesion works well, it can recover to its original state. In fact, the plan was to turn the Farley Achilles tendon repair into an operation to repair the Achilles tendon and the blood vessels around it. But it is 10 times more difficult. Tobias was confident in Lena, but still very worried. Roland was dissatisfied. In his opinion, the director did not have much faith in this plan. No doctor would believe in it. An argument broke out between the doctors again. Some agreed with the man, while others thought he was just making a mountain out of a molehill. One of the doctors said that this operation was not planned by Lin. He was just an executor, nothing more. One of the doctors was extremely surprised by such a statement. Lin's skills were incredible and his talent was simply unmatched. He was a first-class surgeon, and the man wanted to try to reach his level as soon as possible. However, no one could argue that the doctor worked very quickly. Terrence thought, this plan included maintaining the functioning of the vascular network and at the same time reducing the time of the operation itself, which meant the chief surgeon had to work not only with high speed, but also with high precision. Before that, he flew around the world to find the right surgeon. Operations of this level are fast and precise. They cannot be performed by ordinary 30-year-old doctors from some local clinic. They have too little experience for this. It turned out that doctors all over the world are about the same, perhaps only a little better. Terrence managed to meet with many famous surgeons, but they refused the operation which was planned by another doctor, especially since they had enough of their own work, and they did not need money. The director really made the right choice in choosing Dr. Lin. The hero said that if they finished this part, the vascular system would be ready. He has made the first of 2 vascular channels, and he only needs to make the second one. Suddenly, Lin felt a strange feeling. He asked Terrence to check the vessels while he changed his gloves and washed his hands. The doctor watched Lin leave, noting to himself that he paid so much attention to detail. The hero thought he had only recently read the research and therefore understood how much attention this operation required. The feeling he got when he touched the forceps indicates that the gloves are worn out. Studies show that when heart surgery takes less than 3 hours, gloves tear 30% of the time, and during 5-hour operations they tear 65% of the time. Also, if you do not wash your hands during this time, a huge amount of bacteria will accumulate on your hands, which can lead to undesirable consequences if the gloves are torn. Many hospitals want their surgeons and assistants to change gloves every 4 hours. But there are those clinics that require changing gloves every hour and a half, and they must avoid all possible risks. Soon, Lin returned. Terrence reported that he checked everything. The vessels were working fine apparently. Everything went quite well. Then Lin decided to remove the clamp and take a look at them. He saw that the blood was flowing well and the stitches were holding up well. Larry, along with the other doctors, were quick to praise Lin for a job well done. The system reported an increase in the level. The tendon can recover by about 75%. For an operation of such complexity, this is very good. And if the recovery and all procedures are carried out correctly, then this percentage will be even higher. But for Farley's level of stress, even this may not be enough. Then Lin said they needed to make another vascular channel. Everyone present was in shock. Terrence tried to stop him. The work done was enough, they could finish the operation earlier. It would be even better for Farley's body. He understood that if the operation was completed so early, it could be said to have been successful. But if he continued and made another vascular channel, the result could be disastrous. Lin wasn't sure if this was enough. The capacity of these vessels could be compared to the blood circulation in 2 fingers. Tobias wondered, in theory, if they continued to increase the strength of the tendon, it might impact how they deal with problems with the bones and muscles around them. It was like an army. A standard amount of supplies could ensure survival, but only an excess amount would give the ability to attack. Lin said they need to make sure there is enough blood flow. That's their top priority. So if doctors are worried about complications, they can worry about that later. At first, all the doctors were shocked by this statement, but Tobias announced that the operation was continuing. When the hero received consent, he immediately began to carry out his plan. Lin asked to wipe his sweat, but the nurse noticed that he wasn't even sweating. However, she realized that it was Lin's hair that had escaped from under his cap and was tickling his face. All the observing doctors were amazed. They didn't think that Dr. Lin was so stubborn. He even argued with Tobias. He had no doubts about himself at all. Then one of the doctors said that Lin was currently installing a second vascular channel. The men thought to themselves that they would have been sitting over this procedure until the next day, but Lin handled everything so quickly. Something was bothering the hero. Sweat kept appearing on his forehead. This had never happened before. Suddenly, the system alerted him to an alarm. The mission completion rate was falling percentage by percentage. Lin then asked to check the patient's physiological status. Terrence looked at the screen and said that everything was normal. The patient was fine. At first, Lin couldn't believe his ears and looked at the data on the screen himself. The indicators were indeed all right, but he had a bad feeling. Lin thought about whether he could stop the surgery right now to keep the regenerative capacity of the Achilles tendon at a higher level. Restoring 70% of its function would not allow the treatment to undergo high-intensity training. But it would be more than enough for everyday life. Lin could still change the plan to the one Tobias had made, but he had other goals. But Farley didn't want conservative surgery, otherwise he wouldn't have waited so long for it. Changing the original plan would mean that Lin had panicked. And besides, there was no evidence that other plans would be more effective. Then the hero said that they should continue. High-level Achilles tendon repair, or finger replantation, it doesn't matter. With his experience points, the most important thing is restoring blood circulation. Since there is a lack of information, he will have to rely only on his theoretical knowledge. Farley wants to return to the big sport. Lin could not let his dreams go up in smoke. Meanwhile, the function of the Achilles tendon has dropped to 55%. You can forget about intensive training and competitions. Farley will experience problems even in everyday life. For a sports center of medicine and orthopedics, such a result is simply a mockery. Then the hero decided to check the patient's indicators again. When Terrence said everything was fine, Lin thought, statistics don't prove anything. In situations where the system can't identify the problem, he could only trust his own judgment. Postponing the operation by 1 or 2 hours could not have greatly affected the outcome. The only possible misstep could be that the alternative vascular channel that Lin created caused harm to the patient. Since he has to guess, he is almost certain that it is all due to side effects of the vascular canal. Soon, Lin announced that the vascular canal was complete. At this point, the system announced that the mission's progress was increasing. Farley's Achilles tendon was severely damaged, and the part that had to be cut off was actually the size of a thumb. But with a tendon in that condition and so many old injuries, getting 85% function back would be an incredible achievement. If you look at the vascular capacity chart, 85% is great. But even so, there will still be a risk of re-rupture with excessive loads. But at least Farley will be able to return to the world of big-time sports. 85% is not the final result. The status of completion is still growing, so it's time to finish this operation. Lin reported that the second blood channel was ready, time to put in stitches. Terrence looked at the guy in surprise. He didn't seem to be worried at all. The hero replied that he felt that everything would be fine and that he would put in the stitches himself. Soon the stitching was completed. All that remained was to bandage the patient's leg. The hero then asked what Dr. Tobias's professional opinion was. At this point, Terrence asked Lin how he was feeling in general. The hero replied that he felt as if he had just been awarded a prize. The doctors in the observation room watched in amazement as the operation ended, and the nurse reported everything that was happening in a chat dedicated to Lin. Shortly after the operation, Tobias approached Lin and asked him not to relax, as he would later write a report to the director of the sports bureau. Lin replied that if it was still a long time, he would prefer to have another operation. Terrence was in shock. Was he really ready to work again after such a complicated operation? Farley's fans were still standing outside the hospital windows. Everyone was interested in how the operation went. At that moment, a black car drove up to the group of people. Journalists present at the fan meeting noted that this was a car from the sports bureau. Soon, Roland went to the car to meet the arrivals. As it turned out, it was the bureau administrator Malcolm and the bureau general director Vince. They were looking for Farley. Roland reported that he was inside in his room. The men soon found themselves in Farley's room, where the patient lay unconscious on his bed. Vince immediately started screaming, asking what happened to him. Tobias responded that the operation was successful, and they expect Tobias to return to training after a rest period of 3 to 4 months. Vince asked to wake the man up. He was interested in what he would say. Malcolm leaned over and began shaking Farley as hard as he could, trying to wake him up. Tobias immediately pushed him away. The anesthetics had not yet left the patient's blood. He would not be able to speak normally, and even if the anesthesia wore off, he still needed to rest. It would be better for them to talk outside. Vince looked at Farley with displeasure, but still agreed to leave the room. The men went to a more comfortable room. Malcolm asked why Professor Tobias had undertaken to operate on Farley without informing them. The man said that the athlete had been in their hospital for so many days. The media knew about it. The bureau should have known too. They didn't make a secret of it. Malcolm didn't like Tobias's prevarication. They had to wait for the bureau to give their approval for the operation, and the fact that they were doing it now was ruining all their long-term plans. And they also wanted the surgeon in charge to explain himself to them. Terrence said that he is operating now. He wants to finish all the operations scheduled for today. Vince was extremely annoyed, but agreed to wait. He asked Malcolm to call some reporters he knew and an expert. Half an hour later, reporter Kevin and the bureau's expert Hank arrived at the hospital. At that moment, Lin entered the office. As soon as Kevin saw the surgeon, his eyes immediately lit up. He saw the perfect model in this guy and immediately began to photograph him. But Hank was less positive. He didn't like the fact that the surgeon was such a young guy. In their business, everyone who wants to be called an expert and climb the career ladder must look down on others. So the man approached Lin and asked if he had operated on Farley. Tobias introduced Lin to the men, the heads of the sports bureau, general manager Vince and director Malcolm, as well as expert Hank and reporter Kevin. While Kevin was admiring Lin, Hank said that he does analysis and evaluation of all kinds of medical interventions for the sports bureau, so he wanted the doctor to describe the details of the operation. The hero decided to ask if this was really necessary. Hank shouted, of course it was necessary for them, since they wanted to evaluate his work from all sides. Lin should know that Farley was one of the most important athletes in their bureau. He was a sports star that the whole country was rooting for. Information about his physical condition should be available to them at any time. Lin said the man could ask academician Tobias about the patient's condition after the operation. Hank insisted that if they needed to ask academician Tobias, they would have done so, but they had questions regarding the operation that needed to be answered by a doctor. Lin asked Tobias if this was appropriate. The man replied that since Mr. Hank wanted to know all the details, it was worth enlightening him. The man then asked why Farley needed surgery in the first place. The hero was puzzled as to why the man was asking him about this. Hank's patience was wearing thin. Lin was the chief surgeon. Was he really saying he didn't know why Farley had gone under the knife? Then the hero said that, in his opinion, Farley decided to intervene because of a ruptured Achilles tendon. If Hank is interested in why he wanted this operation, it is better to ask him himself. It has nothing to do with medicine. Kevin chuckled at the way the young doctor had put the expert to bed so well. Then Hank shouted, saying that if Lin covered for Farley, he would only lose the bureau's trust, and their cooperation would end there. The man thought, many young doctors like Lin want to raise their prestige and become famous by operating on athletes, using athletes to make connections and increase their income. Lin thought that the most preferred target for Achilles tendon reconstruction surgery is athletes. But the main target audience is still ordinary people. At the same time, the total number of athletes who have suffered from Achilles tendon rupture is approaching 0, despite the fact that the need for Achilles tendon reconstruction surgery is still high. So it is impossible to operate on an athlete at full capacity without first earning a reputation among ordinary people. He is not training in Shanghai and has no plans to pursue a career as a sports doctor. Hank was getting angry. This guy had been silent for so long. Who did he think he was? Terrence intervened in the conversation. He said that his cooperation with the Bureau had been very fruitful, and in the case of Farley, the operation had also gone smoothly. Hank once again asked Lin to describe the operation in detail, and Lin replied that he had acted according to a plan developed by academician Tobias. It is a technique of Achilles tendon repair using a lateral midline incision. They made an access. Hank screamed. He wanted to hear the difference between his plan and the classic Achilles tendon repair technique. Lin then said they had recreated the vascular network in Farley's tendon. He showed the man in the picture the places where they had made the shunts. Hank was shocked. He didn't understand why they decided to take such a dangerous path. Malcolm and Vince were also surprised, wondering if it was really that dangerous and why Farley didn't need resuscitation. Terrence said that their plan was indeed risky, but the result was good. So far, the operation has justified itself. Hank replied that even if it was so, no doctor could guarantee that Farley would get better after the intervention. Obviously, he believed that doctors should not have used such dangerous methods. Lin replied that it was indeed a risky operation for Hank, but from their point of view, such a risk was appropriate. Hank screamed, this whole operation was one big risk. The hero decided to ask the man if he was an expert in Achilles tendon repair techniques. After all, if he is not a specialist in this field, then what is the reason for his interest? Hank couldn't believe his ears. Was this guy really challenging him? Lin said that a complicated and risky operation that can be done successfully. It is an interesting operation. Its algorithm seems risky to Hank because he does not know how to perform it. That is why it seems to him that success is impossible. It is absolutely normal to have such thoughts. Then Hank screamed. He's been a consultant to the Sports Bureau for 10 years. He doesn't need to be an expert to be privy to the operation plans. Lin chuckled. It really wasn't necessary. He knows that there are many people in the world who are not lucky enough to become doctors, let alone surgeons. Hank was unable to learn how to operate, so he switched to another medical specialty. This is a good opportunity for career growth, so he does not need to be shy. Hank was furious. He wanted the administration, doctors, and medical representatives to lick his boots to gain favor, and this guy is talking about embarrassment. Lin explained that becoming a good surgeon requires a lot of luck, and even some famous scientists, having realized their inability to operate or having difficulty developing their skills, have changed professions to forensic scientists, therapists, researchers, or rehabilitation specialists, and have achieved success in this field. At that moment, Hank felt that Lin had grabbed him by the quick. He had nothing to answer. Vince didn't understand what Hank was doing. Couldn't he talk to the young doctor? Then he decided to ask Tobias himself. He was interested in when Farley would recover and to what extent he would recover. Tobias said the surgery went very well and the chances of recovery are very high. But Vince was interested in the exact level of his recovery. The man knew that local competitions meant nothing, but Farley would only be able to compete in international races if he could train again. Tobias decided to find out what Lin thought about it. The system informed the hero that the mission's progress was 91%. Then he said that one could hope for a good result, but he could not confirm anything. Vince said his words meant nothing and that Hank needed to be given a full examination. However, Tobias objected. Even if they examined him now, they would not be able to draw any conclusions. While the men exchanged angry glances, Lin said that he had 2 more operations scheduled, so he wanted to go and get some work done. Hank wouldn't let up. He kept insisting that they needed to find out what was going on with Farley before they left. Lin then suggested showing the men a video recording of the operation. Soon a projector was brought into the room and the men were able to follow the progress of the operation. Hank asked why the cut was C-shaped. Tobias said it was necessary to speed up healing. The next shot left Hank furious as he saw doctors cutting out a huge chunk of Farley's tendon. Tobias said the torn fragments had become too thin to be used, as it would only delay healing, not to mention possible inflammation. He also reported that suturing the vessels took a long time. They were very thin. An 8-fold resolution was used on the microscope. Suddenly, Hank noticed that the shunt was made very carefully. Lin's posture during the operation was confident and his movements were fast. For such a surgeon, such a plan was really not bad. Then he asked if the continuous blood supply method really worked. Terrence said Farley's blood supply was now excellent, and his temperature and other parameters were normal. Hank could only admit that this was a very good thing. Apparently, Farley had a chance to become completely healthy. Lin then asked if he could go to his surgeries already. Tobias smiled and put the young doctor down. Kevin watched him go. Did this guy really enjoy operating that much? When the hero left, Tobias asked if the gentleman reporters would like to gather material for an interview and take a look at the demonstration room to see Dr. Lin in action. Soon the men came into the observation room to watch Lin at work. He performed the operation as gracefully as if he were playing the piano. Tobias said that if Hank had any questions for Dr. Lin, he could press the red button and ask them. He then asked if there were any other patients in the hospital with ruptured Achilles tendons who could be brought in for surgery. Lin said that they were done with Farley and now they had to go back to Manhwa. If there were no more Achilles tendon rupture patients left today, then he didn't know if he would have a chance to practice again. Tobias was a little surprised by Lin's words about his departure. When the men separated, the academic asked Terrence to contact other hospitals and find more Achilles tendon rupture patients for Lin. They needed to find at least a couple of people. Tobias was leaving for Beijing tomorrow for a conference, so Terrence would have to hold Lin in his place. They couldn't wait for another injured athlete to show up. By that time, Lin would no longer be here. The man thought that plan was originally created only for Farley, and he thought it would be difficult to carry out, but Lin coped with it and got a good result. And while the guy was busy with operations, the man could think through his plan in more detail. If he can turn it into a full-fledged surgical technique and call it the Tunya Achilles tendon repair technique, or simply the Tunya technique, that would be just great. And it would also be great to give a couple of lectures at a few universities on a book called the Tunya Surgical Strategy and Selective Methods of the Tunya Repair Technique. Then Tobias asked Terrence to keep an eye on Lin and make sure he stayed. He couldn't be let go to Manhua so easily. He had to stay in working condition, let him operate, but not to the point of harming himself. Terrence said that Lin wanted to have finger replantation surgery. However, Tobias said to only deal with Achilles tendon tears, he doesn't need all those fingers. If the plan can be proven to be effective in treating athletes, Lin could make a ton of money. There are still reporters here wanting to interview him. Lin doesn't want to talk to them anymore. Terrence needs to find a way to get him a meeting. He needs to tell him that this will get them more of the patients he needs. Terrence liked this plan. It was sure to work. The next day, Lin came to Terrence's office. He asked how many patients he would get in exchange for one interview. The man said that he would have to give 5 interviews. For each of them, he would give Lin 5 patients. The fee for them would be charged to the head surgeon, so he would get the same amount of money as he would have gotten in MANHUA. The hero said that he would allow them to take one more additional interview, and after each one, he would go and operate at least 4 times. Terrence said that in that case, he would go and arrange the first 2 meetings so that Lin would have time to prepare. The hero said there would be 8 surgeries, then they would need a break in the middle. He would need 1 anesthesiologist for each surgery, but at some point he would need to be replaced. They would need at least 2 teams of nurses or 5 nurses rotating. When the doctors and nurses heard the number of surgeries they would have to perform today, they immediately felt sick. Larry's eyes were already watering from fatigue and the desire to sleep. He told Lin that they hadn't had such intense shifts for a long time. He wasn't used to it. He wanted to eat. The hero let him go. He himself was going to perform one more operation, and then he and Larry would meet in the cafeteria. All the doctors and nurses who had been on the long shift were very happy to finally have something to eat. Terrence and Lin soon arrived in the dining room. Larry was busy preparing his favorite dish, stew. Terrence didn't understand what was going on, so Lin explained to him that Larry was making the stew he was used to eating in MANHUA. The man quickly scolded the doctors and nurses because they would not be able to operate on a full stomach. They would feel sick after eating pork ribs when they cut the muscles. Then the doctors unanimously declared that they would lay down their lives for Dr. Lin as long as they had this wonderful meat. Terrence let out a tired breath and hit the wall. These guys couldn't be fixed. Soon, Lin returned to operations, and without noticing, he had already collected 20 chests. Then he decided to open them all at once. Among a pile of energy serums, there was a chip with the skill of microscopic technique of epineural anastomosis at the master level. Lin told Larry that they would need to meet in the staff room tomorrow morning. The man thought he had misheard, and the doctor meant the day after tomorrow, since they had spent the entire day performing surgeries, and he needed rest. The hero understood that Larry and the nurses did not have the energy serum, which is why they were so exhausted. That's why he agreed to take a break, because there are not endless patients either. When Lin returned to his room, he found out that in all of Shanghai there were only 2 patients with Achilles tendon ruptures per day. If you add in patients from neighboring cities and counties, he can operate on about 20 to 33% of fresh ruptures per day. For a city that has dozens of level 3 hospitals, this is clearly not enough. As it turned out, Lin slept until noon. When he woke up, he headed to the hospital where Terrence was waiting for him. He said that Lin had worked all day yesterday, and the man was worried that he might overwork himself. Then the hero smiled and said that he was not tired at all. Terrence said that they had received a notice from the accounting department. The money for the operations had been credited to Lin's account in accordance with the rules of their center. 9 Achilles tendons would be about 1,000 yuan, but that was still a lot. Lin said he had not received any notice and now he would like to talk about the interview, but Terrence said he was in a sticky situation. The hero asked if this was connected with the debt in the form of patients he had not operated on yesterday. Terrence said that Lin was unlucky today, but Lin didn't let him finish. He said that in that case he would book a ticket to MANHUA and fly out tonight, and that he would like to make an informal round of patients before leaving. Terrence hurried to stop the guy, but the hero did not understand what he should do here. The man thought he had seen many doctors who reasoned logically. Usually they asked for a raise or a TV subscription, good food, good drinks, and good service. Some even demanded awards and publications, and usually they all left with nothing. But he had never met a doctor like this. He didn't just ask, he demanded more patients, but his threats were meaningless. The man stood up from his chair and said that today he could give Lin 5 new cases of Achilles tendon rupture. That was the limit of his capabilities. Lin agreed, saying that if there are no more Achilles tendon patients left, a man could look for those with finger or flexor tendon injuries and not necessarily limit himself to that. Terrence promised to make the calls, and so the work in the operating room was in full swing from morning until night. Lin said another operation had been completed. Larry asked why he had so little energy compared to him. Lin chuckled and said that there were no more patients left, so they needed to go on rounds. The men went up to the 15th floor, and suddenly Larry heard strange sounds. They came from the ward. He told Lin that it was suspicious because there was no one in that room. When the men opened the door, they saw a bunch of people in the room, drinking and having fun. Farley was behind them, with Harry standing next to him. Lin said that they showed up for a round. Farley said that his friends had come to visit him. They had been fooling around all this time. That's why they were late. All because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The system informed Lin that the mission was 91% complete. The hero was surprised. Could it really be that in a few days the progress of recovery had only increased by 1%? It seemed that neither the operation nor the care could affect this. The hero said that an MRI was needed to clarify Farley's condition. The man became worried because Dr. Terrence said that his recovery was going smoothly, so why did he need an MRI? Lin said the man was recovering faster than usual, and if things continue as usual, he should be able to return to high-intensity training soon. However, Harry shouted that this was not an answer. Lin then said he expected the recovery rate to be higher, so he wanted to get an MRI to know what was going on. Farley screamed because Dr. Lin had just told him that he was recovering faster than usual. The hero replied that the recovery progress was good, but he expected more. It should be excellent. Farley let out a sigh, apparently due to the fact that he hadn't been resting properly for the last couple of days. The athlete's guests immediately became tense. It seemed to them that the man did not want to celebrate with them at all. Lin replied that they, as doctors, just want to provide qualified medical care and peace to the patient. First, they will do an MRI and then draw conclusions. Farley then shouted at his friends to listen to the doctor and turn off the music. Soon, when the rounds were completed, Lin was about to head to Terrence to beg for more patients. Soon, the men came to the room of one of the patients. She soon had to go to surgery, but she decided to eat. Larry hastened to say that you can't eat before surgery. The patient was a discus thrower from the Beijing City team. Her name was Susan. She said she was just enjoying the aroma of the fruit, and she also asked Dr. Lin to examine her for other injuries. She said she constantly feels discomfort in her neck, and the doctor says it's all cervical spondylosis. Then the hero offered to stretch the woman's neck. He understood that Susan had to use her cervical spine a lot to throw the discus. After 3 minutes, the girl felt that her neck was completely fine, and now she was absolutely sure that Dr. Lin could handle her tendon. She said she needs to be as fit as a fiddle by the National Games next year, and if she doesn't win any awards, she'll have to quit the sport. But she didn't want to leave. She can't return to her hometown. She's already old and won't be able to get married. Susan even suggested simply cutting off her leg so that she could at least get to the Paralympic Games. Lin said the woman's Achilles tendon was only torn, so the damage was not too serious, and thanks to their strategy, she would only need 4 months to recover. If there are no problems, they will perform the operation tomorrow morning. The next day, Susan was taken into surgery where Terrence felt Lin had made the opening incision too long. The hero said the edges of the woman's tendon were a little nervous. It would be safer if they increased the access a little. The men saw that the tendon was not completely torn. Everything was fine. Lin said the Achilles tendon had to be cut first. Terrence wanted to help him, but the hero said he would do it himself. He remembered the previous location of the vessels so that he would be able to touch them as rarely as possible while he was cutting the tendon. Most of the vessels that were damaged last time could be saved. He could reduce the complexity of reconstructing the vascular network by avoiding small vessels. So this time, he would create a similarly complex vascular network, but with a larger number of vessels. Terrence was surprised that this guy really memorized the location of all the vessels. Lin said that was impossible. He only remembered the ones surrounding the Achilles tendon. After some time, the hero announced the end of the operation. He said the woman's progress would be better than Farley's. All the doctors were incredibly happy with such a good prognosis. Then Tobias thought, 2 consecutive cases of using the plan ended in victory. This will significantly increase Lin's value, but will he want to stay? 2 days passed since then. Larry asked Lin how he was not afraid to promise them that the woman would definitely recover. The hero replied that there were no problems with the operation. The prognosis was also not alarming. If the rehabilitation goes well, she will definitely be healthy. Since no problems are expected, it's time for them to pack their things and get ready to leave. Larry said he had bought tickets for 9 p.m. They would arrive home at 12. If they had time to sleep, they would be able to start work in MANHUA in the morning. Lin thought he was currently the only surgeon who had successfully used the Tobias plan. Toonie would always want the best as long as he practiced surgery, which meant he could leave the sports medicine and orthopedic center without fear of being replaced. Besides, all the beds here were over capacity. Lin was embarrassed to admit it, but he even reserved spare beds for patients. The trip to Shanghai was worth it. The hero gained experience and his skills improved beyond measure. Thanks to Farley, if there is another such athlete, he will be able to raise the patient's recovery progress by another 1%. Soon, the hero returned home to MANHUA. In the chat dedicated to Lin, They reported that the doctor had returned, and all the nurses dreamed about how they would like to greet him. Soon Lin came to the hospital. The girls told him that his work had already been published in the journal. The hero picked up the magazine to look at his dissertation in person. The nurse said that the doctor was simply amazing. He already had 2 publications. The other doctors were perplexed. This girl was clearly sucking up to Lin. Suddenly, the reception desk received a call, and the doctor said that a level 3 emergency had occurred and that the intensive care unit needed to be prepared. Lin immediately dropped the magazine and ran to the ward. He knew that emergencies were divided into levels. Level 1 was extremely dangerous cases, Level 2 was dangerous cases, and Level 3 was relatively serious cases in which at least 3 people were seriously injured or killed. When the hero entered the corridor, he saw Dr. Chandler on the floor. The man was very scared at first, not expecting to see the guy here. He then asked how much money Lin had received in total for his work in Shanghai. And the hero replied that he had received just under 200 yuan, and then asked what the emergency was. Chandler said that some robber was running away on the wrong side of the road and crashed into a sedan. 3 people died on the spot, and the robber himself was injured and will be here soon. Lin asked if there was anything they could do to help, but the man said he was definitely out. At that moment, Josh ran up to the hero and called Lin to him to see the patient. As the men walked towards the exit, Josh said that he had recently seen Lin on the Shanghai news. The hero said that they questioned him for 15 minutes but showed only 3 seconds. It was very boring. Then the director said that the patient they were transporting was a robber, but Lin already knew about it. Josh explained that he robbed an adult toy store and then killed the driver of a compact car along with his mother-in-law and father-in-law. The police were also on their way here. His leg was seriously injured, but his vital signs were normal. He asked if Lin really wanted to participate in this. The hero replied that he would definitely operate on the man. Josh was afraid that a young man like Lin would have a different opinion on the matter. Josh himself used to be a military doctor, and when they received an order to treat someone, even from the enemy side, they had to obey. Then one doctor said that treating enemies at least creates a good image in public, and it is better to shoot criminals on the spot and not waste medical resources on them. Josh chuckled. They wasted half their lives in universities to treat people, and if they wanted to judge someone, they could have gone into law. Soon an ambulance brought the man. Josh said they should all work together. The trauma team hadn't arrived yet, but when they did, they would go straight to the OR, and that included the trauma team. Soon, everyone arrived in the operating room. Josh said that the brain was fine, they could start general anesthesia. The abdominal organs were not damaged. It was necessary to make external fixation of the left arm and use a plaster cast, but the left leg will have to be amputated. The damage is too extensive, trying to save it is pointless. Josh suggested that Lin perform the amputation of the left leg together with the doctor from the traumatology department. The hero said that he had never had to perform an amputation above the knee. The director said that in this case it was a great opportunity to learn. Amputation is quite a broad field, especially when it comes to forming the stump. It needs to be made cylindrical, based on aesthetics, and also make sure that it is not subject to wear. One of the doctors said that there was no need to worry so much because they were just carpenters who had their saws out and were wondering which side to sand. He asked Lin to move closer, as he needed to see this stage of the operation. First, they were cutting the subcutaneous tissue and cutaneous fascia. Once the muscles are exposed, they will cut away the femoral muscle group and then remove the femoral artery and vein. Soon the men had almost finished sawing through the tibia and fibula, and the amputated end was ready. All that remained was to form the muscle flap. Lin asked the doctors to let him get stitches. Josh asked the guy if he remembered the course of the operation. The hero replied that he remembered almost everything. The man watched Lin work. He was glad that here in Manhua, the boy was able to gain new knowledge. Soon, when the operation was over, Larry asked Lin why half the beds were empty. The hero said that there had been none for more than 15 days, and all the patients who had been operated on using the M-Tang technique had already been discharged. The guy thought about it. He hadn't realized before how valuable the time spent at the patient's bedside was. He should have put more care into them. He wouldn't let that happen again. The hero headed to the ward of one of the patients. Apparently, he was already getting ready to leave the hospital. As soon as the man saw Lin, he said that his finger, which the doctor had operated on at the time, had healed perfectly, and he had been discharged yesterday. The man heard from the nurses that the doctor would be returning soon and decided to wait for him. He also said that a lot of patients leaving the hospital asked to thank the doctor. At this moment, Lin received a notification from the system. He received as many as 11 praises from patients. He received 2 skill books at once. Both skills relate to reducing scars on the skin. This is a cosmetic suture technique. Lin decided that the next time he did an amputation, he could use a continuous intradermal suture. Then the stump would look better than yesterday. Soon Larry approached Lin and asked how many surgeries the man planned to do today. Then the hero said that he planned to do only 2 operations today. Larry was amazed. Had operations really lost their charm for Lin? Lin said they need to use the wards more efficiently. They only have 40 beds. They will add more and get a maximum of 80. They can no longer operate on all the patients at once. Otherwise, there will be downtime. At that moment, Josh entered the office. He said that times were hard now, but he managed to get additional places for their department. This will be known soon. Other doctors were shocked, since they had only recently increased the number of beds. Then Lin said that Professor Tobias's department had 180 beds. They added 50 to 60 more, but for their production capacity, this is still not enough. Their department has something to strive for. The doctors were unhappy. If this Lin John wants more beds, then let him work as a farm laborer himself if he likes it so much. Josh advised Lin to focus not on the quantity of surgeries, but on their quality. He shouldn't worry about the rest. Moreover, the guy's reports came out pretty good. He should finish them and then go to the accounting department for his reward. And there were no interesting surgeries left for today, so he could safely go home and rest. Lin obediently rose from his chair and headed towards the exit of the office. One of the doctors was puzzled as to why Josh was giving him an unlimited number of beds, since no one else in their department had had such a privilege before. Then Josh smiled and said that Lin had called this department his own, and this meant that he considered it his home and was proud to be one of them. The doctor chuckled, but he knew that if Lin went into surgery mode again, there wouldn't be enough beds in the entire hospital. But Josh said that they should solve problems as they came up, because the hospital should be interested in hiring experienced doctors to perform more surgeries. After all, they could find their niche in the medical world and increase their influence. They shouldn't be afraid to take on more patients if they have such a talented surgeon. When Lin came home, the first thing he noticed was the smell coming from the kitchen. As it turned out, the parents were cooking meat today. Lin was surprised because his family only eats meat if something significant happened. And then Robert said that their clinic was opening its own acupuncture business in the beauty industry, all thanks to Dr. Marvin. The doctor said that it was all thanks to Lin's good friend who provided them with patients. As it turns out, even now they still have patients. Robert said that Lin could go and serve them right away, but Tanya silenced him. Her son needed to eat first. The man urged Lin to hurry because people needed him, and he needed money. Tanya yelled at her husband, saying that her son would eat slowly. Then Robert finally calmed down. Soon Lin finished eating, then put on his white coat and went to meet the patients. Camilla, Ashton's friend, came to the clinic. The girl was not very happy that she was brought to such a small clinic, since she was not sure that her wound could be cured here. But the guy hastened to assure her otherwise, saying that the doctor here was just a miracle. He said the girl could call him Dr. Lin. Ashton left Camilla with Lin and decided to leave the premises. Then the hero took the girl by the head, intending to conduct an examination. Marvin was watching all this, and as expected, as soon as Lin touched the wound, it immediately healed. Lin said that for a full examination, the girl needs to remove all her makeup. Marvin noted that the choice of ligature thread was ideal. And although the cosmetic suture technique is not particularly complicated, it still takes about 3 years to learn how to sew correctly. Suddenly, he noticed that Lin had already started stitching the wound without discussing it with the client or asking Marvin if the thread would suit her. Then Marvin was even more surprised. As it turned out, Lin finished the subcutaneous stitches in just 3 seconds. The hero decided to choose a different thread, since a thinner thread is needed for an intradermal suture. Marvin noted that now he works very smoothly, but at first he acted lightning fast. Everything was stitched without a hint of a scar. Robert walked into the room, proud of how well his son was doing. Marvin agreed. The work was indeed excellent, Doctor. Lin truly came from a family of doctors. Robert said that Dr. Marvin had been working so hard lately, so it was decided to call Lin to stitch up some of the man's patients when he was home, and Marvin would be able to go home early and get some proper rest. The man thought Lin's skills had long since gone beyond the ordinary, if only he could learn his technique. Then he said that he would stay here in case his help was needed, since he was not eager to go home early. He was not that tired, and extra shifts were not a problem for him. Robert was very happy with this answer, realizing that Marwan was willing to work overtime. Lin told the patient that she might feel tightness on her face. He had to create it to firmly match the edges of the wound. In this case, the scar would be smaller, but the girl still needed to be more careful when caring for her skin. Marvin added that Dr. Lin had just used a very special and extremely complex technique, and there was no doctor in Manhua who could do something like that. Lin wondered if he had done everything correctly. The skin surface would heal better under the mechanical scar. The variation in recovery progress could be about 31%. Marvin continued, saying that the method Lin used to hide the loss of the skin area seemed to be better than a transplant. Lin asked Camilla not to wet or touch the wound and to remove the threads in time. He then asked Edith to put a bandage on the girl. Once everything was ready, Camilla asked the doctor to add her as a friend on one social network so that they could more easily contact each other if something happened to the wound. However, Lin said he does not add regular patients as friends. The girl was offended, considering it discrimination, but Lin explained that there was no reason why ordinary patients should contact him. If he had transplanted 3 fingers to the girl, it would have been a different matter. The next day, Lin returned to the hospital. Larry and Unity prepared for him the duty reports and assignments for the last couple of days. Sitting down at the computer, Lin noted that Unity had very detailed reports. The girl said that while she was busy with reports, Larry was busy cooking. At that moment, Josh entered the office and said that an important patient was flying to them by helicopter and that it was time for them to go see him. The hero then got up from the table and headed towards the landing pad. Soon, Clyde also arrived there and asked which insurance company sent a helicopter to them this time. But Josh doubted it was the insurance company. Clyde said that such a pleasure costs from $30,000 to $40,000 per trip. Moreover, rich people always take insurance with full coverage of all expenses. But he was interested in what happened to the patient. Then Josh said that she had abdominal pain, as well as external injuries. Clyde wondered if it would be funny if it turned out to be just food poisoning or her period, but it was better than a volvulus or appendicitis, because the more advanced the case, the more dangerous. For those who can afford to arrive by helicopter, a misdiagnosis can be a great excuse to create a national scandal. But if it is just a fly blown out of proportion, the doctor can become a laughingstock in the eyes of management and senior colleagues. Soon a helicopter appeared over the men's heads, landed on the platform, and soon a patient emerged from there. It was Valerie, a young girl and the 7th daughter of a wealthy second-generation family. Her assistant, Ollie, immediately helped the girl onto the gurney. Clyde noted that the girl was dressed very richly. Her entire image consisted of things from famous expensive brands. The girl herself looks quite refined thanks to her facial features. Josh heard the man's words and ordered him to watch his language. He was extremely infuriated by such a dismissive attitude towards the patient. He spoke of her as if she were a commodity. Then Clyde hurried to approach Valerie, since he was her attending physician. He asked where exactly the girl was having pain. Valerie said that she had a severe stomach ache and that she had also injured her arm. Clyde chuckled, assuming that the girl had simply been cutting fruit with a knife and had hurt herself. Valerie replied that it was not a knife but a screwdriver. Then the man said that he would scan the wound a little later, and now he asked the girl to describe her stomach pain. She said that she felt bloated. She told me that I ate oysters in Paris. Then there were meat dumplings, red wine, dessert, more Italian cheese and fish. In Turkey, she ate meatballs with vegetable broth. In the evening, 5 or 6 portions of Bavarian sausages during the flight. They were very tasty. Clyde chuckled. So the girl visited 3 countries in 2 days and then returned to China. While the man was wheeling her around on a gurney, the girl noticed Lin standing nearby, and her cheeks immediately turned red. Valerie pointed her finger at the guy and said that she wanted this doctor to take care of her. The smile on Clyde's face immediately disappeared. He looked gloomily at Lin and said that he would debride the wound a little later. The girl looked at Lin lovingly and introduced herself, explaining the meaning of her name. Lin smiled and also introduced himself to the girl. Valerie approached him and began to recite romantic poems that she had recently read in one of the books. Clyde was shocked, even when he was trying to get his wife. He didn't use as many techniques as this girl is using now. He stated that the patient could not wait any longer. She needed to go to the procedures, and they would discuss poetry later. Valerie was soon taken to the hospital. Clyde still couldn't understand how Lin could get a girl in a Chanel dress to talk to him about Chinese poetry. And now, she wanted him to heal her. The man said that the doctors from the surgical department needed to conduct a consultation. Valerie's assistant didn't understand why this was necessary. Then Clyde said that the ultrasound machine was already turned on, but they were still not allowed to perform the diagnostics. Then Ollie asked to bring a female doctor to conduct the examination, because the girl would have to undress for the ultrasound. Clyde chuckled in displeasure, but still went to look for a female doctor, and at that time Lin decided to treat the girl's wound. Valerie smiled and extended her hand to the young man. Ollie ordered Lynn to be careful so that the girl wouldn't be left with any scars. But Valerie immediately cut her off, and the assistant had to go out the door. Soon the procedure was completed and the girl's finger was treated. Lynn then said that she should now wait for the female doctor the girl had asked for. Then Josh said that the girl's wound would be better stitched up, and Valerie was incredibly glad that she would spend some more time with the doctor. He was courageous, natural, and handsome, knew how to carry himself, and was naturally talented. Perhaps in ancient times they would have met under different circumstances. Soon Lynn said that he had put in the stitches and the nurse would take care of the rest. Valerie tried to stop the doctor, but he silently left the room. The girl chuckled to herself. He simply had to visit her later, and then they would see each other again. However, time passed, and Lynn still did not come to visit the girl. Ollie said that it had indeed been a long time. The girl could have asked the pilot to fly in earlier to pick them up from here. Valerie said her parents went to Australia to see green pastures, and now she wanted to learn all the languages in the world. Her desire to fly home had already evaporated. Ollie was surprised. Was Valerie really that eager to show off her intelligence in front of Dr. Lin? If it was necessary for her studies, she would have immediately obtained everything necessary and reported to the girl's parents, but instead, she sent people to find out everything about Lena. As it turned out, he was single, and all his qualities were top-notch. If you think about it, Dr. Lin is a handsome man, and even a doctor, he is not so bad, but still does not measure up to the lady. So Ollie decided not to report him for now. Otherwise, she would only ruin her relationship with Valerie. What if he becomes a rich heir and reminds his assistant of all her dirty deeds? Ollie then said that Valerie didn't have to communicate with the doctor in poetry, but the girl thought that he liked the poems she mentioned. Then the assistant said that the doctor, apparently, just liked talking to the girl. At first, Valerie was happy, but then she suddenly thought that there was no such thing as love at first sight. Lin clearly had a lot of fans, and he didn't even look at the girl after he finished work. Ollie said that his superiors were there at the time and he had no choice, which gave Valerie some hope, and she asked what the girl had learned from her investigation. Ollie said that Lin is quite a talented surgeon and has already appeared in several news broadcasts. His family owns a small clinic. Valerie was afraid that this meant she would have to live with her future mother-in-law, and what if she had a bad temper? Ollie felt uneasy. It was the first time she had seen the lady so agitated. She said that she hadn't figured it out yet, and besides, Valerie didn't have to live with her. She could buy a house and live separately, because the girl's family owned several houses in Manhwa. And anyway, it was too early for her to think about getting married. She suggested that they discuss everything thoroughly first. Lin's family bank account had about a couple $100,000. Lin's account had about 100,000 yuan. His monthly income had recently reached 50,000 yuan, and he also owned a used Volkswagen Jetta. Valerie was glad that 50,000 yuan was a lot for an intern. Lin was a great guy. It turns out that if Dr. Lin's car suddenly breaks down, he will only be able to afford a taxi or public transport, which is essentially the same thing. The girl grinned, plotting something evil. 4 hours later, Lin headed to his car to go run some errands. However, it didn't start. Lin knew that there were no taxis in the area at all, so he would have to wait. A few seconds later, a car drove up to the hero. Valerie was driving and she chuckled, saying that by a happy coincidence she was also going home. She invited the doctor to get into the car, and he had no choice but to agree. It is very difficult to catch a taxi at such a late hour, and there is also a patient waiting for him at the hospital with 3 injured fingers. Valerie learned that Lin was heading to the hospital in Manhua. She started the car and immediately drove to where the man needed to go. Lin asked the girl to slow down as she was almost going over the speed limit, but due to the noise of the fast driving, the girl could not hear anything. Then Lin leaned towards her ear and repeated his words about the girl driving too fast. Valerie noted that his voice sounded even more pleasant up close. The girl was so deep in her thoughts that she almost crashed into a pole, after which she immediately apologized. She said that she had already earned about 10 yuan from online searches trying to find out about Lena, and since she had recovered, they could go out to lunch with that money. She then asked if Lin took a taxi to the hospital every day. The guy said that he usually drives his own car, but today he couldn't start it. Valerie asked if he found out the reason why the car wouldn't start. The hero said that he didn't understand anything about it. He was used to the idea that fixing cars wasn't as interesting as fixing people. Soon they arrived at the hospital. Valerie was wondering when Lin would be free. He said that they only had one operation in the morning, so he would be free in 3 to 4 hours. Then Valerie said that she didn't need her car anyway, so Lin could take it and return it to its place by 6 o'clock. The hero said that the girl's kindness knows no bounds. Valerie smiled, realizing that she had completely different motives, and then asked Lin to add her on WeChat just in case. As soon as he puts the car in place, he will send her a message, and if she is free, then they can even go somewhere. She explained that during this time she would have to drive another car so that the company would pay her a lot of money. The hero didn't believe that it was really possible to make money on something like this, but Valerie replied that it didn't matter. In any case, she would gain experience in driving. Lin decided that, in this case, he would make an exception and add the girl on WeChat. When everything was ready, Valerie looked after Lena with love, happy that she had at least gotten a little closer to him. Soon, Lin arrived for the operation, assisted by Larry and Unity. 3 hours later, the operation was completed. The girl could not even imagine that one day she would participate in a finger transplant operation. However, the principle behind finger replantation, vessel suturing, and intestinal suturing was the same. Larry wanted to object that these were completely different things, and then a small argument began between them. One of the doctors tried to calm them down, since it was now time to take the patient out of the operating room and notify his relatives. He then asked Lin if he was going to stay late at the hospital today, but the hero replied that there were no more free beds, and if they continued operating, they would have nowhere to put the patients. Then everyone involved in the operation decided to go somewhere to eat barbecue after work. Larry suggested going to Xiao's restaurant, maybe even invite other doctors along. Lin asked how many people and vehicles they would have. The doctor said that if there were less than 10 people, he and Lin would be driving. But the hero said that his car had broken down, so he would call a taxi. Lin wrote Valerie a message that he was not going home yet. Instead, he was going to lunch with his colleagues, so he did not need a car, in response to which the girl asked him to wait for the driver. When everyone came out to the parking lot, an expensive car was already pulling in. Doctors were perplexed. Do taxi drivers really drive such beautiful cars now? When the car pulled up to the doctors, everyone saw that there was a girl sitting behind the wheel. It was Valerie. She asked everyone to get into the car. Lin was surprised. Could it really be her again? Valerie said she happened to be driving past the hospital, so she decided to stop by and take the boys to dinner. Suddenly, one of the doctors remembered that this girl had been taken to the hospital by helicopter yesterday. After some deliberation, it was decided that Dr. Lin would sit in the front and everyone else would sit in the back. The hero was wondering where the Rolls-Royce that the girl had driven in the morning had gone. Suddenly, Unity asked what this story was about the Rolls-Royce. Valerie chuckled and said it didn't matter at all. She then asked Lin if they were going to the barbecue restaurant because it was so popular. At that moment, Lin received a call from Dr. Chandler, who asked everyone to return to the hospital immediately. As it turned out, a public incident occurred, and there could be a big resonance. Valerie hurried to turn the car around and headed towards the hospital. She asked if she could join in and watch the operation, but Lin couldn't promise that. Then Valerie said it didn't matter. She just wanted to be close to Lin. She didn't need special treatment. She suggested just imagining that she went into the hospital to get a bandage. Soon, everyone returned to the hospital. The doctors hurried to put on their white coats, and Lin immediately asked Chandler what had happened this time. The man chuckled when he saw that the lovely Lady Lena, who had arrived by helicopter, could not bear the separation and came with him. He then said that there had been an attempted hijacking. There were casualties, the city's attention was now focused on the incident, and they could only wait for an ambulance and guess at the details. According to the latest news updates, at least one person was killed and 4 were injured. An ambulance from the district hospital has already arrived at the scene. They will provide first aid, but it will take a long time before the helicopter arrives. There are patients with serious bleeding. The head of the department hopes that Lin will take care of this. The hero asked if they had enough blood for transfusions. It will be able to limit blood loss, but patients with severe bleeding will still need transfusions if even 2 victims have the same blood type, and MANHUA may not have enough supplies for everyone. Chandler said they don't know the details of the hijacking, but the world around us is very dangerous. Anything can happen. Valerie understood this perfectly well. Her family holds anti-kidnapping training for her once every 6 months. If she doesn't pass it, she loses the right to walk alone. At that moment, Josh entered the office. He said that they had learned that among the victims, there was a seriously injured police officer and 3 carjackers. Another carjacker was killed. In addition, 2 teachers and at least 7 students were injured. All with minor injuries, the rest escaped with abrasive injuries. The criminals were sent to the People's Liberation Army Hospital, but the injured policeman occupies a central position in the Drug Enforcement Agency, so the leadership asks them to do everything possible to save him. They have already transfused about 20 bags of blood, mainly red blood cells, and their reserves are running low. Pressure control has not yet been achieved. Suddenly, Lin noticed that the patient was losing blood uncontrollably. So many bags were wasted. Seeing this, Josh immediately called Lin over to the gurney. The hero immediately jumped on the patient's chest to perform emergency resuscitation. He asked to prepare a diagnostic laparotomy. Soon everyone arrived at the operating room, where real chaos was taking place. It was necessary to do a blood gas analysis, monitor blood pressure and pulse, and also get a report from a CT scan. All the doctors worked hard to save the patient. Josh said that the lucid interval had long since passed and hemostasis was still far from ideal. Lin needed to try to stop the bleeding manually. He had to examine his lungs with his fingers to see if there was a rupture, and if there wasn't one, they would inflate the lungs with a ventilator and sew up the diaphragm. Lin soon reported that no breaks were found. Josh instructed the emergency room staff to intubate and inflate the lungs. The 9th and 10th ribs needed to be aligned. A drain needed to be placed in the closed chest cavity, and Lin needed to examine the abdominal cavity. Lin reported that the incision here is 1 centimeter. Josh said to backstitch. Then he asked how things were going with the bleeding. The anesthesiologist shook his head sadly. Josh said there was another source of bleeding and we need to keep looking. Lin reported that there was a hole in the right iliac region, but it was unlikely to be the source. It was not that kind of wound. The director said that they would sew up what Lin had just found. Then they needed to pass it on to the radiologist so that he could work with the images faster. They needed to find this source. Lin asked to give him a little more time. 2 hours later, the source of the bleeding had still not been found, but there was no time to waste. Now it was a matter of life and death. Lin needed to use the blue serum. He drank it, and all his skills were increased by 1 for 2 hours. Lin also obtained 3 legendary skills: stopping bleeding with bare hands, finger replantation, and Achilles tendon restoration. If the legendary level of stopping bleeding helps him accurately determine the source of blood loss in the abdominal cavity without using tools, then this technique is much more useful than he thought. The system then informed him that he was ranked 2nd in bleeding control, behind only Adam Lewis Davis. Lin then set about determining the source of the bleeding. Josh ordered the other doctors to clean out the abdominal cavity while Lin John worked. Soon, the hero announced that he had found the source of the bleeding. The wound was very small, so he would need a 7-0 thread. Doctors said the bleeding was still severe. Lin thought that if he couldn't eliminate the source in the area he had discovered, then he had to start working on the places he hadn't yet felt, such as the areas under the organs. He said he would check the area under the liver. Clyde was surprised. There were so many hidden spaces there. Lin had to be extremely careful while he was digging there. The hero said that the right lobe is fine, the left one needs to be examined. Clyde was indignant. The left side had just been stitched up. It could have been left alone. The man ran up and took Lin by the hand. He turned to Josh to help him leave the guy. However, the director gave Lin the go-ahead, asking him to be more careful. Then the hero began to check the left side, and soon the doctor saw that the blood loss had decreased. The source of the bleeding was found. Clyde was shocked. Was he really under the left lobe? Lin said he would stitch the wound and asked for a needle and thread, and he applied a matching stitch. Josh believed that they could make it work. Soon the bleeding was stopped. The integrity of the liver was restored, and the patient's life was saved. Josh asked Lin to check again and remove the blood from the abdomen and then perform the closure if there were no further problems. Suddenly, Lin noticed that the portal vein was now larger than it had been before. Could it be that the blood clots from the abdominal cavity were squeezing it, increasing the pressure? Josh realized that this was where the blood clots were multiplying. He asked Lin to stitch him up. The man thought that it was dangerous. If they had closed the abdominal cavity with such a defect, the patient would not have survived. Lin said he would check again to see if the portal vein was okay, and it turned out to be fine, so it was time to stitch it up. The main problem is solved. Only simple wounds remain. The hero asked to leave all this to him. Lin used the matching stitch technique as well as the simple interrupted stitch. When he was finished, Josh ordered the patient to be taken to the intensive care unit. All the doctors immediately rushed to hug Lin, praising him for a job well done. Now he could go to the staff room and sleep. After all, they had work to do again in the evening. Lin walked past the reception desk where Valerie was waiting for him. The girl waved at him and asked if he had finished. The hero asked how she ended up there. Valerie said that she came for a checkup and got off early, and was now ready to buy Lena a snack since he was tired. She also asked Marisa if she wanted something to eat too. At this moment, the system sent Lin a notification. This meant that he still had 28 minutes left until 3 skills were at legendary level. Lin had just tested the legendary bleeding control technique, and it had worked great, even if it hadn't worked on the finger injury. but losing the legendary Achilles tendon technique was sad. Then the hero decided to turn to Larry. Valerie was offended. The doctor ignored her again. Lynn said the guy should go to the elective surgery and see if there were any patients who needed Achilles tendon surgery. If there weren't any, then he should go to the hand surgery department and ask there, and Lynn would go get ready. They would start in 10 minutes. Valerie decided to ask when the doctor would be free. The hero said that there was only half an hour left. Valerie and the nurses blushed with emotion. Lynn was so touchingly tragic. Soon, Larry said he found a patient with a torn Achilles in the trauma department. When Lynn arrived in the operating room, the doctor asked him if he really had operated on Farley. The hero answered in the affirmative. Then the MRI results were handed to him. He studied them, using the skill of perfect analysis. The patient asked if his tendon was worse than Farley's. Lynn said his tendon was twice the normal length, while the patient's tendon was only 2/3 the average size. The patient was upset. Even though the doctor answered his question, he still wasn't happy. Lynn said the patient appeared to be confused and asked Larry to check on him. The man began asking him basic questions about his name and age, and the patient answered normally. Then he asked if he remembered how he got the tendon injury. The man said that he was being chased by debt collectors. They cut him. The bride demanded a ransom of 300,000 yen, and he went to quick money. After he paid the ransom, they had no money left for the wedding or for life in general, so he had no choice but to continue living in debt. In the end, he was unable to pay off the debts. They came for him, they chased him, and he ran. In the end, he fell down the stairs right on his foot. Lynn then asked if his tendon was actually injured as a result of the fall and not the knife injury. He then said that the patient had deliberately given them false information. Now he was wondering if it was even possible to give him a general anesthetic. Maybe they should ask the neurologist to come and see if he had any contraindications. But the doctor said that there was no need for that. Instead, they should give him a regional anesthetic so that they could talk to him. However, Lynn said that general anesthesia was needed, the error in his information was too great, he could easily lead them in the wrong direction. He then used the legendary Achilles tendon repair technique, and 18 minutes later the suture was complete. All the doctors and nurses present were in shock. Could he really have done it in less than 20 minutes? Meanwhile, Valerie and the other nurses were discussing Lynn at the reception. The girl was happy about how wonderful the staff at this hospital was. Marissa said that not only is the staff great here, but even the medical representatives come to see Dr. Lin often, whether they have business with him or not. Then Valerie realized that this was the shortcut to the guy's heart. She picked up the phone and called someone. The girl asked to buy a pharmaceutical company with medical representatives. It would be better if she did business in Manhua City. Valerie chuckled. That way she wouldn't have to pretend to be a patient or a driver. Soon, at a meeting of medical workers, it was announced that from that day on, Ms. Valerie would be the new chairman of Yunli Medical Company. The girl asked who was responsible for running the business in the company. Everyone immediately looked at the girl with freckles, Elaine. She thought she was the top manager, but apparently she wasn't trying hard enough. Judging by the tone of the new boss, she was going to fire her. Elaine walked up to Valerie, bowed politely, and introduced herself. Then Valerie said that she had an important task for the girl. Then she said something in her ear. 2 days later, Elaine came to Valerie with a report. She reported that everything went well. She handed Valerie the phone, which had an open chat room with Lynn's fans. The girl was happy. Having first-hand information was an impressive step towards world domination. She thanked the girl for her excellent work and then sent her to the finance department to get money. She was going to buy her phone back and give her 13,000 yuan on top of its value. Valerie was very happy. Now the real fun would begin. For the next 2 weeks, Lynn tried to perform an average of 2 surgeries per day. The nurse said they were overloaded and had nowhere to put patients. Nurses also cannot take care of such a large number of patients, and doctors' rounds last for hours, and the emergency department requires that beds be kept as reserves. Lynn said that filling 101 beds was already a great result, so Larry suggested that he take a break. The hero said that if they don't discharge anyone today, then they will only operate on emergency patients, for example, within 1 day. Josh thought, they don't have a single bed yet. If their structure can't meet the needs of doctors, it's his failure as a leader. Then he turned to Larry, because he is not only Dr. Lin's assistant in operations, but also helps him in other aspects of life, such as mental health or a healthy lifestyle. There is no one else to help him. Lin gives himself entirely to surgery. He can easily neglect other things, and his support should help him cover these things. Larry said that Dr. Lin doesn't really need them. There are plenty of girls who are ready to shoulder this knife. Josh decided that it would be even better that way. At that moment, the man received a call. It was academician Tobias. He said he was calling to convey an invitation. The Sports Medicine Center is very grateful to Dr. Lin for helping him, which required him to rearrange his schedule. This time, they are organizing an international conference to exchange experiences. And Dr. Lin was chosen as a guest speaker, and Tobias hoped that Josh would allow him to come. Besides Farley's operation, 15 days ago a video was released of Lin, operating at MANHUA Hospital. Tobias watched it and was shocked. Lin is more than worthy of the position of speaker. Even questions from foreigners will not be a problem. Josh thought that even though traumatology was time-consuming, it would be nice if Lin participated in the conference. Then he gave his approval for the guy to go to Shanghai. Meanwhile, Lin was walking through the hospital corridors. Even after all this time, the operating room was still full of people. Suddenly, the system informed him of several awards at once. Lin wondered what such a gift was for, since no one had been discharged today. Lin's patients said that they had completely recovered in these 15 days, and everyone thanked the doctor for his excellent work. Lin decided to open all the chests at once. He suddenly noticed that their light was different from normal. But could an ordinary treasure chest unlock a rare skill? As it turned out, it was the skill of a perfect tracheotomy, one of the most useful skills in emergency surgery and resuscitation. However, there are not many chances for a young doctor to practice in China, so Lin decided to test his progress as a surgeon. The system reported that his scalpel skill is currently ranked 765th in Yunhua City, and his bow grip is ranked 558th. Lin knew he needed more practice, but since he had no patience, maybe he should practice on a piece of meat. Suddenly, a policewoman was brought into the hospital on a gurney. Her name was Chelsea. She was injured, but begged them to save her dog first. The nurse asked her not to move or she would lose more blood. The vet from the station was on the way. Chelsea insisted she was fine despite her leg wound. The girl screamed that her dog, Kashtan, was also injured. He's only 2 years old. But he has already saved 3 people. This time he smelled drugs and was attacked. Then Lin said that he would take care of the dog. The system informed him that for saving the police dog, he would receive 6 standard treasure chests. Suddenly, Chelsea passed out and her dog was almost in a coma. Lin asked to take the patient away and he would take care of the dog. He needed a tracheotomy. Soon the dog was brought into the operating room. Lin asked if they were sure they were using the right anesthetic. The doctor said that propofol could be used for animals too, thanks to industrial chemistry and Roger James, but it needed to be combined with another drug. The anesthesiologist who has a dog said it was midazolam, which is a mixture of sodium chloride, disodium edetate, benzyl alcohol, and sodium hydroxide, but first the dog needs to be examined and given oxygen. Lin performed auscultation and percussion on the dog. He soon reported that the dog was taking 14 breaths per minute, but he did not know what the norm was for dogs. The nurse looked it up on the internet and it said that the norm was between 10 and 30 breaths per minute. At this moment, Chandler, standing at the door, chuckled. Lin finally remembered that he was an intern and asked a question. Soon the doctors were ready to give the intramuscular injection, but the skin needed to be prepared. We need to shave off all the fur and quickly. The dog is already having difficulty breathing. The other doctors were surprised that the man was a veterinarian, but he said he was just friends with one of them. Soon, the nurse prepared the dog's skin for the injection. Lin announced the start of the operation. Chandler watched him closely. Respiratory failure and precoma are indications for emergency surgery, but emergency is when the ability to breathe independently is completely impaired. But was a tracheotomy really necessary? Such operations are fraught with complications, and even more so in the case of emergency surgery. He was afraid that Lin was hasty, but it seemed he was wrong. Soon the dog's breathing began to improve. Lin was good at everything, no matter how much others made fun of him. His skills were his main support. Then the hero said that the dog's life was out of danger and that the stitches had been applied. Chandler asked if Lin had done this before, and the hero said that he had just learned how to do it. The breathing problem is over, but there are still lacerations on the paws. Plus, the anatomically dangerous area behind the ears is damaged. Soon, Lin had taken care of all the problematic aspects. Chandler patted him on the shoulder and said that he would go and rest for now. The nurses were in despair. All the asepsis had gone down the drain. The head nurse would definitely scold them. Lin then decided to ask the system what the progress of his cutting skills was now. As it turned out, since the last query, the scalpel rank in Yunhua City has not changed. The bow grip has been moved down 1 position. Lin was dissatisfied. Did his rank actually fall after the successful operation? Once both Chelsea and Chestnut were cured, the girl and her police partner visited the doctors to express their immense gratitude. The man represented their patrol unit and wanted to express his deepest gratitude to Manhwa Hospital and its emergency surgery department. The doctors worked selflessly for the common good. Without complaining about the difficulties and proving their concern for people in trouble, they not only helped Officer Chelsea, but also saved the life of the officer's police dog, Chestnut. At that moment, journalists were photographing their meeting. Josh thought that this was a chance for Lin to show off, but the guy was so gloomy. If he doesn't like this kind of work, we'll have to let him go to Shanghai for good. When the meeting was over, Josh called Lin and Unity to his office. He wanted the girl to accompany the doctor to Tobis's conference. The hero was not against it, but he was worried about the number of invitations. Josh said their department would cover all the costs of the flight. It was not safe for Lin to go alone. Unity sat silently, looking depressed. Josh said her job was to follow Lin to the International Sports Orthopedics Conference and bring him back safely. Unity must not let anyone fool him. She must make sure that Lin returns. Then her task will be completed, but if he does not return, then the girl may not return either. Soon, Lin and Unity arrived at the bus stop, where a car soon pulled up. Farley came out from there. He was glad to finally meet Dr. Lin. The man offered to take the doctor to the hotel. Unity immediately stood in front of Lin. Covering him with her body, she asked what organization Farley worked for. The man took a few seconds to process the girl's question. He said that he was a track and field athlete. Lin decided to break the awkward situation and said that he could take them to the hotel. When the men arrived at the room, Lin asked Farley what business he had with him. The athlete said he had recently completed a rehabilitation program and was even able to run on the track again. He wanted to take part in the upcoming competitions, but did not know what the consequences would be if he ran at full strength. He was also interested in Tobias's opinion, but what Dr. Lin had to say was much more important to him. The hero said that he had not done much research in the field of sports medicine, and all his assumptions could only be based on MRI images. Farley said he had brought them with him and offered to let the doctor look at them. Lin thought about it. Even though it happened at the moment of using perfect skills, he still remembered the details. He said that if Farley wants to give his best in the future, it would be better to postpone the next competition. His tendon is generally healthy, but the recovery process is not yet complete. The risk of injury still remains, so the risk of rupture is still significant. All Farley needs to do is not to overload his Achilles tendon with intense training. If it ruptures again, the damage will be much more serious. It will mean the end of his sports career. Farley thanked the doctor for the explanation and shook his hand. He said he didn't need the car yet. Lin could keep it and the driver if he wanted, but first he should rest from the road. After the man left, Lin thought that it was still early enough that he should visit the sports medicine center. Soon, he and Unity arrived at the right place. The hero said that the girl did not have to go with him. However, the girl did not want to leave him alone, even though she was already tired. At that moment, the nurses informed Lin that Dr. Terrence had invited him into the operating room. The hero headed to the right office despite Unity trying to stop him. When Lin came into the operating room, Terrence said the chief was out today, but he knew the guy would be there. Today they will be dealing with hip replacement. He invited Lin to take part in the operation. Lin was very happy. Hip replacement in traumatology is the pinnacle of art. The surgical access must be very large, the prosthesis is huge, and the surgical period is long, so the surgeon needs all his skill. In Manhwa, such operations are rare. Terrence knew that Lin had never performed such operations before, so he offered to be his assistant. The hero was incredibly happy that he could take part in such an operation, even as an assistant. Terrence was pleasantly surprised. This was so unlike the all-powerful Dr. Lin. But then he calmed down and said that he needed to use a suction device for the fluid first. Soon the operation began, Terrence thought. Even though Lin was acting as an assistant, he was not relaxed at all. He was very dedicated to the cause. Soon the doctor said that they were finished. Lin wanted to say that only half of the operation was done, but the doctor replied that he did not want all the doctors to get exhausted because they still had to speak at the conference. When Lin left the operating room, he decided to look at the schedule of operations. There were very few of them. At that moment, a nurse walked past him. She couldn't believe that it was really Dr. Lin. Then the girl wrote about the doctor's arrival in the general chat, and soon all the nurses came running to greet him. The man said that he had only arrived today. The nurses tried to find out from him why he had arrived. While Unity was watching everything that was happening, she saw a threat in all this and decided to intervene. She stood between the nurses and Lin and said that this was confidential information. The nurses were clearly unhappy to see this strange girl here. Then Unity took Lin by the arm and led him away, saying that he had worked too hard today and they still had to write reports, so they needed to go. The nurses were clearly upset that the doctor left so soon. When Lin was alone with Unity, he asked if Director Josh had asked him to write the report. The girl didn't know what to answer, and then said that she was just going to write it herself, and Lin could just scribble a few lines. The hero asked to wait for him, as he wanted to buy a can of cola. At that moment, a dog approached him. It was Chestnut, the same police dog he had recently operated on. Chelsea soon approached him, unaware that the doctor was also in Shanghai. She was very glad to see Lin. Now that all the problems were behind her, he seemed very nice to her. The hero asked if her wound had never healed. The girl said that it was almost over. Only running was a little painful, but if you slow down, then everything is fine. They were lucky to get to their hospital. Chestnut recovered even better than the girl. Chelsea thanked the man from the bottom of her heart for saving her and the dog. At this moment, Unity again sensed danger and rushed to protect Lin. She stood between him and Chelsea, frowning at the girl. Chelsea decided not to escalate the conflict, so she said that it was time for her to go to her shift and said goodbye to the doctor. Unity suggested that Lin return to the hotel. When Lin got to his room, he decided to order delivery because he was hungry. However, before he even had time to call there, a man came to his room and said that Lin's order had arrived. He said that his choice was included in the gift system from their store. All that was left for Lin to do was sign. As it turned out, the order included a whole box of the most delicious food. Unity was surprised. Did Dr. Lin really order that much? Lin invited the girl to eat with him. Unity really liked all the dishes. Then the hero said that he apparently won some kind of prize. Apparently, fortune smiled on him today. The girl noted that she felt as if she had experienced a sense of déjà vu. At that moment, she heard someone approaching their room. Unity immediately remembered Josh's words about her not having to return without Lin. And now, when she saw the silhouette of the girl in the blue suit, she was really scared. She couldn't let the stranger take Lin away. As it turned out, it was Valerie, and by another coincidence, she ended up in the same hotel as Lin. Unity immediately covered Lin with herself to protect him from the girl. Valerie said that they had already met at the hospital, so the girl could relax. Lena was curious about what brought the girl here. She said that she was helping a family with one of the businesses. When she learned that an order had come from Mr. Lena, she decided to check if the stars had aligned. The hero said that he never managed to place an order, but the girl somehow found out his number. Then Valerie replied that they had been running a delivery service for a long time. She just checked Lin's phone number. Then she decided to ask what the doctor's schedule was today. He said the sports medicine center had nothing planned today, so he was just planning on playing mobile games. Valerie decided to ask him what he was playing. Lin said that he often plays Kings of Glory now, and then asked what her rank was. The girl immediately jumped up from her chair, saying that she had not played very much, but now she remembered urgent matters and decided to leave. Standing near the elevator, she thought that games were her Achilles' heel. She didn't have time to play, but Lena must be interested in something else. Valerie then decided to call the mysterious Dr. X, as she needed advice on a medical matter. The next day, the girl came to the hotel to meet Dr. Lin. She said that she wanted to give him something very necessary. She followed the advice of her friends and asked the man not to be afraid. Valerie said that the Educational Foundation had allocated funds to several universities, and she had applied for Lin to obtain a qualification that would give him the right to engage in educational research activities. But everything had to be under the auspices of institutes and healthcare institutions that met the requirements. Lin didn't understand what was going on here, and then the girl opened the doors of the room and invited him to see for himself. Inside, there was a table covered with a thick white cloth. Lin and Unity couldn't believe their eyes. Was it really a corpse? Valerie said she had made arrangements with someone at the sports medicine center to reserve the dissection room, and now Lin could use it. Unity was incredibly happy with such a gift. Only every 10th clinic in China can afford to dissect corpses, and human bodies as a teaching aid are much more useful for understanding. Even the first 100 operations cannot compare with this. Soon the doctors started the operation. They were very happy because they would finally be able to learn how to work with a corpse. Lin thought about it. He had a poor understanding of the anatomy of the lower limb. His work on the Achilles tendon, according to Tobias's plan, could have been even better if he had at least a few dissections under his belt beforehand. There is no need to talk about knowledge of anatomy in general. The structure of the circulatory system and nervous system of the whole body is something that he has yet to study. Unity said she would focus on a specific area, and so the doctor spent the entire night dissecting. The next morning, Tobias returned from Beijing. Roland met him. The international conference was already open, and the academician asked if Lin Zhang was ready. Roland said the guy went into the dissection room last night and never came out. Tobias wondered if he really had a corpse with him. He needed to call him urgently so that he would come here faster to prepare for the conference. Roland went to the dissection room to report the academician's return and that he was already waiting for Lin. The hero opened the door. His entire robe was covered in blood. He said that the man had come here just in time. Lin grabbed Roland's hand and pulled him inside, asking if he could lend him his body for a while. The man agreed, but was puzzled as to why Lin had asked him to stay. The hero placed his hands on the man's neck and after a while, declared that his cervical vertebrae were fine. Then Unity suggested giving another example for comparison. Lin continued his work, examining key areas of the corpse's neck, trachea, and thyroid gland. Roland knew that the conference had already started, so he had to hurry Lin up. He said that the academician had arrived, and with him were the patients with Achilles tendon ruptures. They were waiting for Lin to operate on them on camera. They were part of the conference, so he should prepare. However, the hero said that the patients should wait until he finished with the corpse. He thought to himself that the man clearly didn't understand the value of corpses. When everything was ready, Lin headed to the operating room. Terrence said the patient is a 27-year-old competitive fencer who was injured while walking his dog when attacked by a neighbor's husky and has limited mobility in his lower limb and pain in his right Achilles tendon. An MRI confirmed a ruptured right Achilles tendon. There was no information in the records about the presence of old injuries. Then Lin decided to proceed with the operation. Everyone present at the conference was amazed by the extraordinary speed and precision of the doctor's work. Terrence knew that Dr. Lin was beyond competition. In such a short time, he had become much more confident and faster. Dr. Brandon from the UK decided to record the operation on video. He was interested in the fact that the academician himself was not performing the operation. Apparently, not many Chinese doctors are capable of this. Soon, Lin announced the completion of the operation. Terrence was shocked. The operation took much less time than the last time. It seemed to him that Lin was a complete star, but his progress was terrifying. When the hero came out of the operating room, he saw Brandon, the same blonde guy, taking pictures of him. Suddenly, Chelsea appeared in the hallway and said that filming was prohibited in this area. Brandon immediately put his phone down and Lin asked what the girl was doing here. Chelsea said she was sent to patrol the area. The next moment, Tobias came out of the conference room with the rest of the people. He needed to introduce Lin to them. He introduced the hero to Dr. Gayford, Dr. Cadilla, and Dr. Brandon. He then introduced Lin to them, saying that he was one of the most outstanding young doctors in China and that he was very talented in finger transplants and Achilles tendon surgery. Tobias deliberately didn't mention his experience at MANHUA because he doesn't have a formal contract with them yet, meaning he's still an intern, so he can work at any hospital in the future. At that moment, Brandon burst forward, pushing aside everyone in his path. However, Dr. Cadilla from the Mayo Clinic's trauma department was faster, taking Lin's hands in greeting. She handed him her business card. The girl hoped that the doctor would one day be able to visit their clinic, where he would be able to learn a lot. Everyone else looked at Lin in amazement. Did he really just get an invitation to the very Mayo Clinic, which is the leader in modern traumatology? Lin looked at the business card with confusion but thanked the woman. Chelsea was watching all this happen. She thought that this foreigner was trying to seduce Lin, and the policewoman intended to stop it. She whispered to Chestnut, ordering him to distract the doctor. The dog barked loudly, attracting Lin's attention, who immediately began to pet the animal. Looking at the angry Cadilla, Chelsea smirked. Her plan had worked. Brandon then approached Lin, remarking that the guy was truly a master of his craft, and then asked if he would honor them with another demonstration of the technique while the conference was in progress. But Lin said there was no need since they already had the recording. Brandon said it would be a shame if they never got to see Lin operate here and now. Then Tobias intervened. He said that surgery is not a show. He thought that a live broadcast on the big screens would let everyone understand what Lin Zhang was capable of. But at the same time, nothing would stop experts from studying and using his technique for their own purposes. Maybe Brandon wanted Lin to train a group of foreign experts. Then Tobias invited everyone to go into the hall. Chelsea asked Lin to be careful with Cadilla. Her motives are clearly not that simple. Chelsea, being a policewoman, was sure that foreign women at that age were very dangerous. At that moment, Brandon ran up to them. He said that his handler Brent Wallace was very interested in Lin's operation. He asked if he had any medical records of patients, including preoperative ones, so that they could study them. Lin said that academician Tobias was looking into this. so they'd better ask him. Brandon insisted because it was Lin who was the performer, and Tobias allowed the man to find out everything from the doctor. Then the hero said that he operated on several athletes using the academician's plan. Brandon asked if he had any who had recovered enough from their injury to compete again, and Lin said yes. The man then asked for their names, saying that one of the reasons they attended the conference was to understand the patient's needs depending on their condition. Lin said that if the man wanted, he could contact one of them. He then decided to call one of his patients, Susan, and ask her to come to the sports medicine center. The woman said she had just won bronze at the National Track and Field Championships and was just thinking of calling her doctor to tell her the big news. Soon Susan arrived at the center, but she was unhappy that she was being met by some foreigner. She said that she was in the middle of a training session, so the man should hurry up with the questions that interested him. Brandon said he needed to check the woman's tendon recovery, which she could consider a post-op checkup. Susan was scared. Was there something wrong with the tendon? Brandon said that everything was possible, but he just wanted to fix the problem if there was one. Detailed results would be available after a series of tests, and now they needed to do an MRI. The woman asked where Dr. Lin was now, to which Brandon chuckled, saying that he would join them later. They then went to the hospital where the woman had an MRI. Brandon thought that the retest was the curator's idea. In the field of sports medicine, Achilles injuries are the most problematic and controversial. You can't be sure of anything. You need to know more about Tobias's plan. Soon, the results of the examination were ready. Looking at them, Brandon was shocked. This was no longer just a good recovery, the degree of healing was surprisingly great. He then asked Terrence if it was true that Susan no longer competed. The doctor said that as far as he knew, the National Track and Field Championship that Susan mentioned was considered the largest competition in China. Brandon thought, in that case, the result is simply brilliant. But maybe it was the patient's physiology. Then he decided to find out about Lin's other patients. Terrence gave him MRI scans of 3 other athletes Lin had operated on, with the exception of Farley. And Brandon noted that these results corresponded to the same degree of recovery, and that it was paradoxically good. At this moment, Lin received a system notification. He received recognition from a colleague. He decided to open the treasure chest right away. Inside were the skills, branch arthroscopic surgery, specialist level, and branch arthroscopic meniscoplasty, advanced level. Lin thought about it. The last operation was related to hip replacement. The skills from the system, surprisingly, have nothing to do with it. If he had the appropriate skill, it would make sense to go to Mayo to train it. At this point, Brandon approached Lin. The hero said that he was thinking about where he could get a chance to have arthroscopic surgery. Brandon said that he had had this opportunity many times in the UK, and Lin could work with him if he wanted, and it would be a joint development. The man has performed arthroscopic procedures on all types of joints, but his best work is on the hip and knee, including meniscoplasty and meniscectomy. Meniscus injuries are not uncommon in sports, and if Lin was in his country, he should pay attention to this. But now Brandon understood that a fruitful collaboration was brewing between them. Terrence, who was watching all this, noted that this did not look good. This man was sent here by his teacher to lure Lin to him. He then decided to intervene in the conversation, reminding Lin that he wanted to do hip replacement surgery. The hero said that it was too complicated and he had not yet mastered it completely. Terrence said that it is complicated, but once the doctor understands the basics, he will be in demand everywhere. At the moment, hip diseases are very common. If Lin learns to perform endoprosthetics, then this will play into his hands in the future. It is worth spending a couple of years on training. The man thought that the trauma department was also known as the rich man's department, due to the huge funding for hip replacement surgery, but he couldn't say it outright with this foreigner hanging around. Lin replied that he wanted to learn arthroscopy, or at least tracheotomy first. He really needed the opportunity to try them out, and he thought to himself that MANHUA Hospital would be the best place for arthroscopy. He also said that the conference lasts only 3 days and no more operations are planned for it. Terrence said they don't have any patients for tracheostomies right now, but they can still find someone for Lena to do arthroscopy. Brandon asked if he could join in the surgery. Lin said he could also do the meniscoplasty. Terrence said he would find suitable patients for him from other hospitals and refer them here. And Brandon had a couple of patients with Achilles tendon injuries in mind. Terrence asked the man if he really wanted to send Lin to the UK to operate on someone there too, to which Brandon replied that if the doctor was not comfortable changing locations, it did not mean that the patients could not come themselves. Mr. Wallace performed extra high-quality Achilles tendon surgeries. but he was also amazed to see the progress of the athlete's recovery. If Lin could prove a high success rate of the technique, it would give him a good opportunity. Terrence knew this man knew how to make an impression, but he couldn't give up. He then asked Lin not to worry. He would be able to find 2 Achilles tendon injury patients for him within the country. Brandon offered to help with the live broadcast. Soon, everyone arrived in the operating room. The broadcast had already begun. The patient needed an Achilles tendon repair, and in such a short time, that was all Terrence could find. Brandon, meanwhile, was talking to the camera about how he was broadcasting live from Shanghai. He had received permission from the local hospital, as well as the consent of the patient and his family. The man showed all the documents directly to the camera. Then he said that they are now going to perform surgery on a Chinese weightlifter. He was previously the national champion. He is probably now the champion of his province. The lead surgeon will be Dr. Lin, a new generation of Chinese doctors who recently graduated from medical school, and he will perform the Achilles tendon reconstruction today. The man said Lin preferred to make such large incisions to access the wound. He then stated that the patient was primarily interested in the health of the tendon, so he would not worry about the length of the scar. Although this is not so important, small incisions are preferable. Many of my patients have not been bothered by this before. Suddenly, the man received a text message. It was Mr. Wallace. He asked to move the camera to the surgical field. Apparently, Brandon was talking too much. The man obediently turned the camera to the patient. Wallace then asked to see the surgeon's face. He couldn't believe that China really had such high standards. Brandon pointed the camera at Lin, saying that the doctor had now begun working on the lateral head of the tendon, paying a lot of attention to the nearby vessels, handling them with extreme care. Wallace then asked the man to hold the camera steady and stop making comments about every little thing. At the request of the curator, the man decided to ask Lin if there was any research to support the effectiveness of the technique the doctor had just used, making an end-to-end suture and throwing the tendon flap over the lower part. The hero said that someone did the same thing, experimenting on rabbits. Meanwhile, a whole crowd of doctors gathered in the conference room, wanting to see the operation. The center's staff member said it was an Achilles tendon operation recommended by Dr. Wallace from the UK. All the doctors observing her noted its complexity. Some have suggested that the operation is being performed by Tobias Thune himself. However, Cadilla said that the surgeon now is Dr. Lin, a representative of the new generation. The doctors were surprised. They did not understand where such a talented doctor came from, and they wanted to meet him. The end of the operation was soon announced. One of the doctors said that they should go and find this Dr. Lin right now. Soon, everyone came out into the corridor and met the same doctor. The men were quick to note that the operation was amazing. Suddenly, Morris, a South African doctor, came out from the back rows and said that he had a patient who had a ruptured Achilles tendon. He was also an athlete and was very worried about the operation. The man offered Lin to look at his medical records. However, Lin wanted to see his MRI results first. He said the best option for the patient would be surgery. They can use Plan A, and it will take him about 3 to 4 months to recover. The risks will be higher compared to a normal Achilles tendon repair. Morris was wondering if Lin could arrange things so that his recovery period would only last 3 months, and he could go on the field right after that. The hero said that the probability of recovery in 4 months is higher. 3 months is too short a period. He just started working on Plan A, so he does not have enough data to answer such questions. He then said that he had performed about 100 operations, and if they were taken into account by standard criteria, they were all considered excellent. Morris asked if Lin's patients had had any serious complications, but the hero said that he had not had any such cases to date. The man then asked him if he was willing to undergo the operation. It can be done in China. He will discuss the details with the patient. At that moment, 2 young girls ran out from the crowd of doctors. They hugged the hero and asked him to let them bring a patient with Achilles tendon injuries to Lin, because there is no difference in the Achilles tendons of foreigners and Chinese people. And Lin's skills are so good that he even received recognition from foreign doctors, which is really rare. At that moment, Terrence and Unity came out of the operating room. As soon as the girl saw the women standing near Lin and hugging him, she immediately rushed towards him. Unity pushed the girls away from the hero and covered him with her body. The girls were upset. All their plans were disrupted by some strange girl. Terrence advised Lin to agree. The operation could be performed at their center or at MANHUA Hospital. Then, Lin said that if the patient arrived in China before the end of the conference, he would perform the operation here, otherwise he would go to MANHUA. Morris promised to arrange everything immediately. Terrence also asked Lin to talk to Tobias and let him break the news for him. This way, everyone will know that foreigners have traveled many miles to seek medical help from Lin, and after this, the doctor will gain real fame. Lin understood that after this he would be able to use the hospital beds left by academician Tobias. Soon the patient from South Africa was brought to China. Lin was surprised at how quickly he was brought here, but it was good news. It would allow them to conduct the consultation faster. Roland said it was a classic Achilles tendon rupture, and there was some muscle atrophy as well. Based on the data provided, the patient was healthy and had no other illnesses, so Lin asked if they would really publish the news after they cured this patient. Terrence said that the hero can be sure of that. Roland whispered to him something about a plan of operation for Damon. Then Lin stood up from his chair, saying that they would work according to the usual scenario. The man was soon taken into surgery, but he cried constantly. The doctors looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening. Terrence tried to calm Damon down, saying it was a simple operation and they were the best tendon repair team in the world. But the man himself didn't understand why he was crying. Lin assured the patient that his body would be fine, the suture would be strong, there was a risk, but it was all temporary. He could use other methods to treat his Achilles tendon. Damon said that any method would work for him if his tendon healed, and then thanked the doctor. Suddenly, the system sent him a notification. Lin had not even started the operation yet, but he received a treasure chest for the patient's sincere gratitude. Inside was the experience of 100 feet dissection and the experience of regional anatomical dissection. It was the simplest, sincere thanks Lin had ever received. He asked Damon to lie down. They would use general anesthesia, the man would fall asleep, and when he came to consciousness, the operation would already be over. The man was nervous. He wanted to play professionally, earn money, and take care of his family. Suddenly, Lin received another chest, but he did not understand what it was in honor of. Inside was a 100-foot cutting experience. Now he had the experience of a full 200 feet, and he felt that his horizons had expanded. Then Lin told everyone that he had an idea. They needed to change the plan. The hero said that he should wash himself first and went to the shower. While he was washing his hands, he thought that he would be able to go around even more veins than usual. Soon the hero returned to the operating room. He said that he wanted to move an inch to the right. Terrence was surprised because that way Lin wouldn't see the Achilles tendon. The hero said that they would enlarge the cut and then he would see everything. Terrence thought that Lin Zhan was the only one who could implement Plan A to restore the Achilles tendon. Even academician Tobias only proposed an idea but did not implement it. He was calm and confident, but even so, today's consultation was completely unacceptable for an experimental operation. Terrence suggested that Lin should work on it for the next surgery, but the hero said that based on Damon's MRI, the location of the vessels required a change in the approach to the surgery. Then the man agreed and soon everyone got to work. Doctors began to expose the Achilles tendon. Blood loss was 45 milliliters, which was less than that of the previous patient. Everyone watching the operation was surprised. The blood loss from the incision with the traditional method is from 5 to 6.7 ounces. And now the blood loss from the limited incision is 2.4 ounces. Cadilla said that compared to the traditional method, the blood loss allowed was minimal. Was this really the theoretical basis for Plan A? To reduce blood loss and increase the suture strength on the Achilles tendon. Lin suggested that the patient be given a reinforced suture. Unity noted that the speed and smoothness of the operation was beyond words. Terrence couldn't believe that Lin had actually preserved so many blood vessels, a level that only doctors with 50 years of surgical practice could achieve. Soon, Lin announced the end of the operation. Everyone present was amazed at how well the operation went. After some time, Damon came to in his room. Morris informed him that the operation was successful. The man was incredibly happy that he would be able to play and earn money again. At that moment, the system sent Lin a notification. He received 3 chests at once for one person. The hero said that they would determine the exact condition of the tendon during rehabilitation sessions. Suddenly, he received another chest. Lin did not understand what was happening. Although Plan A is an academic's research, since Lin changed the operational approach, it can be considered an improvement. But can he write his own paper? Or is it better for him to continue further study with academician Tobias before jointly publishing the paper? Unity entered Lin's office and said that another doctor had given the hero a patient. It was a Chinese guy. His Achilles tendon was completely torn. He's an athlete, a long-distance jumper. Lin wanted to go and prepare for the operation immediately, but Unity stopped him. She timidly said that she wanted to learn Achilles tendon repair from a man. She also wanted to become a surgeon. and although her operating skills were not so good, she would try to improve and study hard. The hero smiled and gave the girl the go-ahead. But first they had to go and have surgery. After the operation was completed, Morris gave interviews to several media outlets. Journalists wondered why people would travel so many miles just to get medical care in China. They wanted to know how men would rate the skill of Chinese doctors. Morris and Damon both agreed that Dr. Lin could always be trusted. This statement caused crowds of people to start rushing to the sports medicine center, all of whom wanted to be operated on by Dr. Lin. Among the crowd was the medical representative Huang. Fortunately, he didn't need Lin as much as these people did. When he visited academician Tobias and told him that he knew Dr. Lin, he asked Juan to stay with him, and now he had to go to the hero's hotel. Lin was in the room. He opened the door for the guy, but was surprised why Juan was there at all. The hero said that he could actually go straight to director Josh since he couldn't help him in Shanghai. However, Juan said he came here to deliver a minimally invasive surgical stapler for the Achilles tendon. Lin initially thought he was joking, but the man said that academician Tobias had asked him to give him an important document. When the hero opened the letter, he couldn't believe his eyes. Did Tobias really write this? Juan said that with the help of a minimally invasive surgical stapler, the results of his surgery will be improved. But the hero did not listen to him. He was thinking about the letter. 3/4 of its content was devoted to Tobias's plan, and the remaining quarter to Lin's improved version. The content was very detailed and well written, and the most valuable thing was that he managed to write the important points of the improvised version of the Achilles tendon restoration technique without Lin's help. Then, Huang said that he heard that the academician was going to publish an article in a Chinese orthopedic journal, and Lin would be an author along with him. He congratulated the young doctor on having such a great opportunity to make his name known. At that moment, Terrence entered the room. He knew that Lin had not yet left, and brought him good news. The hero asked if this was another scheduled patient. Juan realized that he was out of place here, so he apologized to the doctors and hurried out of the room. Terrence then handed Lin a paper, saying that they were not rushing into the operation this time. This was Lin's payroll that Terrence had taken specifically for him from the finance department. This was his income for the last month. There should be 5 things in a month: wages including donations, health insurance, unemployment insurance, and so on. But his current status has not yet been confirmed, so the finance department cannot report on it. Then Lin said that he couldn't be transferred here. He was going to work at Manhua Hospital. Terrence wanted to say that there was no need to rush into a decision, but the hero stood his ground. The orthopedic and sports training center was not right for him. The diagnoses of patients coming here were too uniform, and he didn't like it. Terrence continued to say that he made the decision too quickly. They should not rush. Moreover, from today, the number of patients has increased sharply, and a significant number of patients are asking for a beautiful appearance. Now it is better to give preference to plastic surgery. Lin wondered what they were doing. And then Terrence said that since Lin had successfully performed surgeries on Farley and Damon, who were both athletes, the rest of the patients were also mostly athletes. The hero said that the key point is to reduce the impact of the operation on the appearance of the legs, pay attention to blood loss, further reduce the impact on muscle tissue. The main thing is to see the MRI before making a plan. Terrence was shocked when Lin heard about a specific case. It was like he was in another world, so the doctor decided that it was better for him to leave so as not to worry him. He said goodbye to Lin and said that he would return to the Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Center. They would see Dr. Lin when he was ready. Soon after, Lin got ready and headed out into the street. And as soon as he had taken just a few steps, a joyful chestnut immediately rushed at him. Shortly after, Chelsea ran up to them and apologized for the dog pestering Lin. The dog runs away as soon as it is let off the leash. Suddenly, she received an alert on her phone. Someone was approaching them very quickly, and she would have to block their actions. The girl called her dog so that he would not delay the doctor. But suddenly, Chelsea hit a rock and fell, flying straight towards Lin. Suddenly, a male silhouette appeared in front of the hero. The man intercepted the girl, preventing her from falling. As it turned out, it was Josh. Lin did not expect to see him here at all. The man said he was attending a conference and decided to take a look at his intern in the meantime. Lin was glad to see him. Josh could come to the conference as an independent surgeon. It was quite consistent with his level. He then asked what kind of meeting it was. Josh looked at his notebook and said it was the annual Gynecology and Pelvic Floor Conference. Lin said that he had planned to return to Manhua the day after tomorrow, but due to the new patients arriving, he would only be able to do so next week. Josh was glad to hear this. He knew he could rely on this kid. He then decided to continue on his way. saying that the conference would just be over by then, and after that he was going to meet Lin to go to Manhua with him. The hero soon returned to the clinic to examine the test results of new patients. 2 patients had a fractured upper pelvis, and the injury was too serious for him to operate on them. But another patient had arthritis, so they couldn't do an endoprosthesis on him. But there would be no problem with the rest of the patients. They also had a shortage of patients needing Achilles tendon surgery. Lin had planned to stay late today, but it would be inconvenient if at some point they simply ran out of patients to operate on. Josh said he would look for more patients who needed Achilles tendon surgery and then asked if it was true that Josh was here. Lin said he was in a hurry to get to a conference. Terrence said he missed the opportunity to meet him again, but doesn't he have other things to do here besides attending the conference? Then Lin said that he only asked to accompany him to Manhua next week. Terrence frowned in displeasure. He knew that this old man would not be so kind. He then said that Lin didn't have to obey Joshu because Manhua could never compare to their medical center. Lin said that it was true. Even if you combine the medicine from Manhua, Changsha Province, and the People's Liberation Army Central Hospital, it would still be incomparable to the first-class hospital in Shanghai. Terrence decided to stand his ground. He said that staying in Shanghai would be the best decision. 8 or 10 years, and Lin would become the first surgeon in the country. And if he returned to Manhua, then he would need a lot of time just to stand out from the others. If Terrence were in his place, he would say that you need to think not only about yourself but also about the reputation of the country's medicine in the world. You need to weigh all the pros and cons. Then Lin said that he had his own plans. The hospital would be full next week, just in time for his departure. Terrence and Roland looked at the guy silently. Did he really just want to do all the work at once and leave? The man asked if Lin would stay longer if they had free space. And the hero said that if they couldn't find patients, it would be pointless even if some rooms were empty. Terrence exclaimed that they would definitely be able to find patients. They had enough patients to meet the quota. They would not settle for less. He believed that they still had enough offices that could be converted into wards. And if Lin made it so that the hospital beds ran out, then they would simply put in new ones, as many as possible. Lin felt embarrassed. Since they still had some free seats, he could stay a little longer. Suddenly, the system sent him a new task. Lin needs to become famous and fill all the hospital beds in the Orthopedic Sports Medicine Center. As a reward, he will receive a medium treasure chest. Then the hero said that he would carry out operations as long as they had space. Day and night after that, arthroscopic surgeries, Achilles tendon surgeries, and various other surgical procedures were performed. A lot of time passed. Lin was very tired. He needed to have breakfast and rest. Suddenly, Josh appeared out of nowhere in the hallway. Lin was surprised to see him there because the man had a conference today. Josh said it was still going on, but he would be okay with missing one of the meetings. So he suggested to Lin that they go get something to eat. When the men came to the cafe, the director decided to show him something cool. The directors gave Josh this thing at the conference, but it will be more useful to Lin. It's a complete tracheotomy kit. From the instruments to the disinfectors, all from Germany. These instruments are of incredible quality. But Josh hasn't performed tracheotomy surgeries for a long time, so he wanted to give them to Lin. The hero was surprised. Was a tracheotomy kit really given out at a conference on gynecology and pelvic problems? Josh decided not to answer. He just needed Lin to take the kit, and he would return to the conference. The hero noticed that the man hadn't even finished his breakfast. Back at the hospital, Lin was determined not to let Josh down. No matter how many surgeries he had to perform, he would finish this week. Thus, Lin performed 44 operations in one day. Then, he said he was going on a break right now. At that moment, the doctor entered the office and was surprised to see Lin and Terrence here so early. The hero said that the man arrived on time. He had a good rest and was ready to return to the operating table. Soon operations resumed, with Lin's team hard at work. Thus, in 2 days, they performed 80 operations. When Lin left, the center's employees came to complain to the head doctor. Lin Jiang had performed 80 operations in 2 days and had no plans to stop. Such a pace frightened them. The man himself thought that his limit was 40 operations. He never suspected that he was still working. All the wards that were designed for 2 or 3 people now contain from 4 to 6 beds. At this rate, they won't have enough space even with the new hospital beds. The nurse told the man that all of their nurses had been working a lot of overtime lately, and that this would need to be taken into account in their bonuses. Otherwise, they would stop caring for new patients if management started increasing the number of beds again. The head doctor said he wouldn't forget. They would definitely pay for everything. And he also asked if they could add a few more beds. The girl said that their storage rooms were starting to empty. But they could do what other hospitals do, that is, put beds in the corridors, increasing the number of beds by 200. That would give them 400 beds. And if the man remembered correctly, the doctors only needed 50 beds to sleep in each day, so they could let Lin fill the other 350. The nurse said that 400 beds were too many. They wouldn't have enough patients for even 300 of them. Once the new rooms are ready, they will be able to increase the number of beds to 500, which will be enough for their hospital to rise in the overall ranking of clinics. Then the man asked the girl to take care of it. They needed to hire someone to organize their empty storage rooms. Soon, a girl came to Terrence. It was Elaine. She is a representative of the medical company Yunli, selling pharmaceuticals. She asked what their expansion requirements were. Terrence said they wanted new, high-quality premises, the sooner the better, and he hoped the price would be reasonable. Elaine said that they would provide them with fast and quality service at a fair price. 3 days later, everything was ready. Terrence was shocked. The quality was amazing, and despite the tight deadlines, it was clear that a decent amount of investment had been made in the equipment. The nurse said that they checked the materials for waterproofness, took some of them for verification, everything matches. But such materials cannot be bought for the money they paid. But this is not their problem. Terrence was sure that now that they had 500 seats, Lin had to stay. The hero was pleasantly surprised by the head doctor's abilities. He was able to add so many new places. But then he will have to be serious and work hard. All of Lin's assistants noted that it became even more difficult for them to work than it was before the renovation. One of them decided to give up and fell asleep standing right next to the operating room. Everyone was shocked. Did Lin really not care what would happen to his assistants? He just didn't notice them, completely immersed in the process. On the 6th day of operations, Lin has only 15% of the mission left to complete, and he only has 1 day left to do so, and then the week will be over. After all, it wasn't just about the mission, but also about his promise to Director Josh. As it turned out, Lin managed to complete all the operations in 1 day. The beds were filled to the brim, and he received his medium chest. The nurse at the center said that they had used all the beds they had, and that 400 nurses were needed to serve 500 patients 24 hours a day. Otherwise, secondary care would be out of the question, and even replacing saline would be nearly impossible. Terrence asked Lin if he could reduce the number of new arrivals for the next 2 days. Lin was a little upset by this proposal. Then the man told him not to be upset. They have very complicated surgical cases. In 2 days, more patients will arrive. They will quickly set up another storage room for Lin, and they will have additional space. The nurse listened in horror to what the head doctor was saying. At that moment, Josh appeared in the hallway, pushed Terrence aside, and said that if they had patients for whom there was no room, they could always send them to Manhua Clinic for help. Lin was very happy to see the director. The man said that their emergency department was counting on the guy. They definitely had enough space for his patients. Josh said that he had a meeting with the conference organizers nearby, so he decided to drop in on Lin. The hero himself had just finished with all the planned operations, so they would have no problems returning to Manhua. So they will meet Josh at the hospital tomorrow. The hero decided to open the treasure chest. Inside was the X-ray analysis skill at the ideal level. And since it is an ideal skill, it is not limited to 4 limbs like MRI scanning. This is an evolved form of a weak skill. Lying in his bed, Lin was thinking that it would be great to get some interesting but professional skill. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of his room. It was Terrence and Unity. The man said he came to look at Lin's living conditions, and this girl helped him find his way. As soon as the hero opened the door, Terrence again began to convince him to stay with them. Then he asked if Lin was really leaving tomorrow. The hero said that he will definitely leave, he just talked about it with Director Josh. Terrence said they had just finished setting up the new wards and Professor Tobias was still contacting patients. Then Lin said that after some time their wards would be empty, and new patients would appear, someone would have to take care of them, and Lin would return. He wouldn't want to waste the new premises. He promised that he would come here again, and Terrence was very pleased with this answer. Soon the hero came back to Manhua. Josh said the guy spent a whole week in surgery and should have rested at home first and then returned to work. But the hero said that he had already rested on the way, so everything was fine. He could head to the hospital right now. The director chuckled and said that there was no need to rush, and they hadn't prepared the wards for his patients yet. Lin said he didn't need a lot of space. He was going to do finger replantation for patients. His parents were away, and there were people at the clinic who would look after his things. Then Josh said he would call Vanessa and ask her to prepare the operating room. Soon, all the nurses knew that Lin had finally returned. He went straight to the operating room, so the girls didn't even get to see him. The operation was already in full swing. Lin said that the patient has several fractures at the base of the palm, which are connected to the middle finger and little finger. The main fracture is a particularly severe case. They need to focus on treating the bones. Lin said he learned knee arthroscopy during his time in Shanghai. The doctor smiled happily. Since their last meeting, this boy had grown a lot and learned a lot of new things. Meanwhile, the emergency room was inundated with calls from a ton of people wanting to get into Lin's surgery. Josh realized that he did the right thing by helping Tobias. Now even foreigners are lining up for Lin. Suddenly, he thought that before opening the emergency medical center, he needed to take care of Lin's special forces team. He soon announced that Unity, Larry, and Marty would be on the team. They will not be required to do anything other than help Lin. The other doctors were discussing it, some saying that being on this team was suicide. And although Lin's assistant Larry had recently been able to buy himself a car and a house, the hair on his head was turning gray. At that moment, Josh entered the office. He said that the assignment team was a specialized group of workers who were entitled to the same special treatment. They would discuss all the details next time. Then he said they had a few spots left and all the doctors immediately raised their hands. Josh looked carefully at all the applicants and chose 4 more people. Clyde was also among them. The next day, the first patients, athletes from Kenya, arrived in Manhwa. Also arriving at the hospital was reporter Kevin, who asked Josh to tell him when the big thing would start. The man chuckled. This was proof that Lin, the surgeon at their emergency center, had already reached the world level, something that needed to be immortalized. Soon, Lin and his team were ready to operate. Kevin was filming the whole thing, and Lin was truly amazing at his job. The newcomers to the heroes team were puzzled as to why the doctor liked such huge incisions. Vanessa and Larry explained that this is the Tobias and Lin method of operating on the Achilles tendon. Thanks to such incisions, it is possible to avoid blood loss. One of the doctors said that the ends of the patient's tendon were completely flat and they needed to use a reinforced suture. Marty said it was worth a try. Larry added that the reinforced suture will affect the stretchability at both ends of the tendon. Lin then said that they would use a regular suture, but with fewer threads so that the tissue would not react as strongly to the foreign body. Then everyone understood what the doctor's plan was. Josh said the real deal was starting. Kevin should have caught it. The reporter took several photographs and recorded the important moment on video. Soon, Lin reported that the operation was completed. When Josh came out of the operating room, he went to the orthopedic department. Everyone else should be there. At that moment, Larry ran up to him and said that the orthopedic department said that from now on, they will not perform operations on the Achilles tendon. Josh wondered, it was good that the photographer left, otherwise they would have been laughed at. Were they really afraid that they wouldn't be able to match Lin's level? Then it was decided that they would simply do these operations instead of them. There were still several foreign patients ahead of them. They could attract a lot of attention with this. Soon, Lin caused a fire that never stopped, successfully completing surgeries on foreign patients. Jacqueline reported that Lin Ran had cured foreign athletes one after another, which attracted the attention of not only Manhua but also the entire Jiangxi province. Josh was about to show everyone their spirit and speak freely, and then he saw his enemy from the orthopedic department. Jacqueline said that Josh needed to learn to forgive, but the man was outraged. He didn't think that they would see each other today right after he refused them. There were a lot of people here today, so he would listen to him, but he wouldn't say anything. Josh's colleagues laughed when they heard this. The director asked them not to laugh at him. They started performing surgeries on foreigners. Now they have the right to hang the sign of the emergency medical center outside. Jacqueline said that was right. The board of directors agreed with their way of going international. Josh and his clinic were very lucky to have someone like Lin. He hadn't signed a contract yet. They had to take care of him. Then Josh said that he was negotiating with him to sign a contract after the new year, but he needed a few more months. The man also wanted to talk to Jacqueline about Lena's special forces team. Marty is a worker in the hand surgery department, and Josh wondered if something could be done about transferring him to them. Then the director of hand surgery screamed, Josh was going too far. He couldn't give him someone who was already at the limit. Josh said he too wondered if he was good enough for them. He then turned to Jacqueline again, saying that they would then need someone else on the team. Everyone who worked with him was a professional in their field. Once they had this team together, it would be quite difficult for him to leave. Jacqueline replied that now everyone only talks about how they lack manpower. It is easy to find new doctors, but their professionalism remains a mystery. Then the woman decided to help old man Josh. He could transfer someone from his department to Lin's team. Josh said that Marty had accidentally ended up with Lin and began assisting. but that this was not his main job. When they worked, they should give him as few tasks as possible. Otherwise, they would have to talk to their superiors again. And although Marty was the most important person in the operating room, Josh promised Lin that he would resolve this issue. He called someone inside. It was Sid. He was 42 years old. He was the new assistant that Josh had found for Lin. The director said that Sid had been transferred to them from the hospital, and most of the cases he had worked on were a good fit for Lin's team. Sid said he was a quick learner and took his job seriously. Lin could rely on him. No matter how difficult it was, he would do his best. He could also take overtime. He had to go through a divorce this year, so he needed the money. He could work all night to make his colleagues work easier. Lin said that in that case he could go and look at their equipment now. They would meet in the operating room at 3 o'clock at night. Sid said the doctor could count on him. Lin said Marty can work a normal schedule until 7 or 8 p.m. Larry said a normal schedule usually runs until 6 p.m. Then Sid thought that this small boss did not look reliable. Lin smiled and said that in that case, Marty could work until 6. Sid chuckled. What kind of young leader is this who doesn't even know what time the workday ends? Is it all because he's rich? However, the more unreliable, the better. Since Sid was not far from promotion, he was very lucky to get here. Soon, the next work shift began. Sid thought that starting it at 3 o'clock was very early. Suddenly, he noticed a Rolls-Royce in the parking lot. Such expensive cars could only be owned by the richest people in the city. And when he saw Lin getting out of it, he realized that his guess was right. This Lin was from a wealthy family. The hero said that the man arrived on time, and that was good. Then Sid handed him the bag. He said he was busy making steamed gyoza. He didn't know which ones the doctor would like, so he made a little bit of everything. Lin said that he ate in the car so Sid could eat it himself and then come to the operating room, but he shouldn't be too late. Sid exhaled tiredly. That's right, a rich man won't eat ordinary people's food. Soon, everyone arrived in the operating room. The newbie was here too. Lin said that Sid would be in charge of the retractor and Larry would hold the thread. Sid began to get ready for work. The retractor is not difficult. He tried to convince himself of this. However, time passed and he couldn't do anything. It was harder than he thought. He lacked experience. His old body couldn't compare to the young one. Sid couldn't cope. The man underestimated Lin, but he must cope. This is his last chance, because he is already 40 years old. Previously, he had to stand for hours outside the office just to treat his boss to lunch. But in the end, his wife cheated on him with his own boss. Sid had vowed to be a different person after the divorce, so now he had a choice. All or nothing. Soon the man succeeded, and the operation was almost complete. Lin asked Larry to do the suturing and called Sid along. The man said he could give the doctor a massage. He was certainly not a professional, but at the city hospital he had learned about several traditional Chinese medicine methods, but Lin said they didn't have time for that. They were already behind schedule, they had to wash their hands, they had another nose job. He said that they would be performing 4 operations in just the morning, so there was no point in wasting their efforts. Meanwhile, Lin's team completed 3 more operations. Sid was very tired. He couldn't hold out until the end and missed the opportunity again. At that moment, Chandler came up to him and asked if he wasn't interested in assisting Lin. Sid said that it was good. They had 4 surgeries that morning, Sid helping with 3 of them. Chandler said that Lin was full of energy. Sometimes he could work 20 or 30 hours straight. Sid wondered how these guys even had time to eat. Chandler said they were ordering delivery and didn't have time for anything else. Then Sid thought that God had not abandoned him. Maybe he had not been able to show himself this morning, but he still had a chance. After a while, he ran up to Lin again with a package, because the doctor was obviously very tired, so the man ordered delivery for him. However, Lin said that he had already ordered food for himself, and soon a courier in yellow clothes appeared at the door. Sid wondered, is this really what a rich man's order looks like? Following the courier, Valerie entered the office. She was also wearing a yellow courier uniform. She said she decided to work as a courier as an intern. Lin smiled. She brought so much food, so he invited the girl and Sid to eat with him. Soon, Larry and Unity entered the office. The hero invited them to join him for dinner. Sid thought, these guys are easy to get along with. Lin even invited the delivery girl to the table, and when the man thought about it, his excitement receded. Dr. Lin is completely different from other rich people, and Sid is blessed to have him as his boss. Meanwhile, 2 weeks have passed since Sid was transferred to MANHUA Clinic. Vincent was telling someone on the phone that Dr. Lin was in high demand right now. He couldn't go to other hospitals just for 1 patient. He needed at least 5 or 6. Then Dr. Lin would come and do them all at once. Sid overheard his conversation. Vincent said that 3 patients would be fine. Not necessarily chronic ones, Dr. Lin doesn't want to deal with chronic cases right now, if it's about Achilles tendon surgery. His main method is Tobias and Lin's method, which only applies to recent injuries, but they can discuss that later. When the man hung up, he said he now understood why people were afraid of fame, just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. And he had never realized there were so many Achilles tendon injuries in China. Soon, Lin and Unity entered the office. Vincent said they have 3 or 4 patients in Yiyang County who want Lin to operate on them tomorrow. The hero said that in that case they would be done for today. They needed to rest, and Unity could go with him tomorrow. Then Sid asked the doctor if he could join in too, not as an assistant, but just as an observer. Vincent looked at Lin and said that there would be no problem with that. Then the hero said that now they would go round the patients together and go to rest. All the patients were very happy to see their doctor, and so the hero received chests again and again for his sincere gratitude. Sid thought that it was really a blessing to follow a leader like Dr. Lin. It should help him to be in a good condition tomorrow. The next morning, the man came straight to Dr. Lin's home. He introduced himself to Tanya as her son's colleague and said he would like to make breakfast for Lin. Tanya wondered when her son had managed to get such a colleague, but it would help her save her strength. He seemed like a good person. After a while, the food was almost ready. The woman was pleasantly surprised by how well Sid cooked. Soon Lin came into the kitchen. He did not expect to see his assistant here and asked what he was doing here. The man said that they had a business trip coming up, so he decided to get some work done while they were still there. Sid showed everyone a whole pot of hot food. It was time for breakfast. Robert was very pleased when he saw the steamed lamb buns. Sid said that Dr. Lin liked his meat fattier, so he made these buns for him. He was used to cooking. People from the city hospital really found the steamed buns helpful for hangovers. Lin said that Sid didn't have to fuss so much. He should eat with the others. Moreover, he cooked all night. He needed to regain his strength for the trip. Sid said there was no need to worry so much. He had breakfast before leaving the house, and now he was full of strength and energy. Apparently, he was just very excited about the upcoming business trip. Lin said that when they finished breakfast, they would go to the airport, where they would meet Doctors Unity and Vincent. Soon, all the doctors met in one place. Unity noted that Dr. Sid seemed very kind, so she asked him to help with Dr. Lin's tracheotomy kit, which the principal had given him. Sid thought about it. He hadn't thought about it. They were such a close-knit group. When everything was ready, the doctors went to Shuchen. After some time, they arrived at their destination. They were met at the airport by Wilbur, director of the orthopedic department of the Shuchen People's Hospital. Vincent said that his presence was not as important as Dr. Lin's. Wilbur then quickly apologized and came over to shake Lin's hand. However, he didn't understand how he could communicate with someone who was 30 years younger than him. Sid thought, "Doctor?" Wilbur is so polite to his elders, but he can't find anything to talk about with Dr. Lin. Then he decided to say that they should head to the operating room, because the patients were already waiting for Lin. Soon the operation began, and the staff at Shuken Hospital were surprised by the large incisions Dr. Lin was making. They didn't understand how he was going to sew it up. Meanwhile, 5 hours had passed. The operations were completed. Wilbur said that he did not believe it until he saw it with his own eyes. Lin's skill was truly impressive. Everyone watching was shocked. Lin carefully monitored his every action. If he performs an operation of this level on the Achilles tendon, then it is not difficult to believe that he is one of the best surgeons in the world. After everyone left the operating room, Wilbur invited Lin to have dinner together. Then the hero asked if they perform knee arthroscopy here. The director said that it really was going to start soon. Lin asked if he could watch her, a question that left Wilbur stunned. Sid said that it was against the rules. Even if he wanted to practice, he could do so after returning to Manhua. Lin whispered that there were no vacancies in Manhua, but in Sid's opinion, that was still no reason to interrupt the progress of other people's operations. Then Wilbur said that if Dr. Lin wanted to see it, they could do so after dinner. Soon it was time for the operation. Everyone was assembled. The surgeon asked Lin to secure the tourniquet on the patient's leg. While the hero was working, the man asked him how he felt. Lin said that everything will work if you work through the anterior medial area of the thigh. The surgeon said the patient had a problem with the anterior horn of the lateral meniscus. Lin thought, it doesn't matter what area the doctor works through, he can still come up with a plan that will work. Meanwhile, the operation continued. The surgeon was shocked, Doctor. Lin predicted his every move. It was just amazing to work with him. Then he said that thanks to Dr. Lin, the operation was over much earlier. Wilbur added that Lin's arthroscopic skills were simply amazing, and if he had known he was so capable, he might have scheduled 2 or 3 more surgeries for him. Then Lin said that he could still do it. They could finish what they had left together. Soon, a new patient was brought into the operating room, and Lin's entire team also arrived for the operation. Lin asked Wilbur to tighten the tourniquet and check the patient's condition. The doctors thought, even if it is just a lancing device, it requires a lot of experience and a full understanding of the anatomy of the knee. During the operation, it is necessary to precisely control the pressure and understand how deep the lancing device goes. If the force is more or less than necessary, then it will be necessary to try again, which usually leads to a bad outcome. But Dr. Lin's methods are better than they suspected. The surgeon soon reported that the patient was unstable. The hero said they could save about 0.7 centimeters of his natural meniscus. 15 minutes later, the forecast was still not good. However, Lin announced that the operation was complete, which left everyone shocked. When everyone left the operating room, Wilbur began to reason, "Doctor, Lin works very quickly. They will focus on such operations and contact him so that he can perform them." And the man was also interested in how much a doctor gets for arthroscopy. Sid thought that this was a control question for him. Maybe Dr. Lina didn't care about the price for his work, but as his subordinate, he couldn't just decide how much his work was worth. The price for the operation speaks about the status and professionalism of the surgeon. He couldn't name a price that was too low. He would rather have a higher price tag. But what if he made it so that Dr. Lin couldn't make any money at all? Who would bear the consequences then? Then Sid decided to let Lin answer the question himself. He asked Wilbur if he wanted the doctor to continue performing arthroscopic surgeries for them, and the man said they would like to collaborate. Sid decided to tell them that Dr. Lin would be free for a couple more days because there were no vacancies in Manhua. He said that someone else recently invited Dr. Lin to their place to perform some operations, but the doctor refused, all because they have more patients to offer. Perhaps Wilbur thought that Dr. Lin was still so young, and that was true. He wanted to gain experience. The number of patients was what worried him most. Then the director understood everything. Apparently, quantity matters. He promised to contact the patients, and then he and Dr. Lin would discuss the price personally. Sid exhaled. He managed to get out of this situation, but he hoped that next time the man would not put him in such a difficult position. After Sid followed Dr. Lin, he not only received money for his work, but also gifts, along with good treatment from other clinics. He felt like he was promoted. It was a happiness to be alive, to be a doctor. It was incomparable to working in a city hospital. Sid's life was becoming more and more interesting. After Lin finished with the patients at Shuchen Clinic, he returned to Yunhua. Sid managed to get to his shift on time. Dr. Lin is an employee, so he is always on the go. His workday starts in the middle of the night. He is so hardworking. He definitely had no appetite when he came back. He also had to work in the clinic, so he was definitely hungry. It seems he will need a nutritious breakfast. When Larry arrived at the hospital, Sid was already hard at work preparing Lena for the next day. The man chuckled. He knew Larry went shopping in the middle of the night. He must have become a regular customer by now. But why shouldn't he send a messenger for these pig hooves? Why do everything himself? Larry said that the hooves had to be carefully selected. If he trusted someone else to do it, even a very good batch might have a couple of bad ones. In any case, he didn't feel much stress while doing it. At that moment, Lin entered the office and the men hurried to greet the doctor. Sid said he made an omelet for him. Since Lin hadn't had breakfast, he happily ate the man's dish. The omelet turned out great. He immediately wanted more. Larry asked the doctor not to overeat. He needed to leave room in his stomach for the pig's trotters. Several days passed since then. Something strange was happening in Shuken Hospital. One of the patients who had recently undergone surgery decided to walk down the corridor by himself. The doctor immediately ran up to him to stop him. He asked who gave him permission to get out of bed. The patient was surprised that he needed permission. He didn't just get out of bed, but had already managed to visit the toilet. The doctor was shocked, because the man had undergone arthroscopy a few days ago, but the patient thought it was a minimally invasive operation. Couldn't he have recovered in a couple of days? The doctor asked the man to sit down. He needed to check his condition. It seemed there were no problems, but it would be better to do an X-ray to make sure. An hour later, the doctor came into Director Wilbur's office to look at the X-ray results. The patient was expected to return to normal within 3 or 4 days. It was the meniscus that Dr. Lin was working on, and it turned out that there was almost no pressure and the border was smoothed out. The doctor also brought with him the patient's previous X-rays. Wilbur said it looked like the meniscus was completely deformed. Then the director became interested in what happened to the rest of Lin's patients. The doctor said that he had already collected the information in one folder. Wilbur looked at the information. It was amazing. Lin is really a professional. It was such a great job. His operations are like art. Then the director wondered if it was possible to cure the meniscus of the previous head physician with the skills of Dr. Lin. After some time, the man was sent to the pond where the previous head doctor was fishing. He said that he did not want to be treated by foreigners, so Wilbur looked for a suitable doctor for him in China. And now he is here to say that he found someone. The old man said that he only fell once. It was nothing serious. Wilbur insisted that the head doctor William needed to take his health seriously. Maybe his knees weren't so badly damaged now, but he couldn't let it go. Otherwise, the consequences would be irreversible. The man had found an excellent doctor for him, but he was very young, so Wilbur wasn't sure that the head doctor would like it. William said there was nothing wrong with being young. He himself started working when he was 15. Wilbur said that this man had recently operated on Farley and had a report on foreigners who had been treated in the country recently. After looking at the pictures, William noted that this young man had great potential. Then the doctor said that there was another problem. He was 23 and still an intern, but William said that it didn't matter as long as he had the skills. There was no need to follow rules or regulations. But didn't he do finger replants and Achilles tendon surgeries? Wilbur said he may also perform arthroscopy on the meniscus. Then William finally agreed. He said we should ask Lin to come and examine him. Wilbur said he would send an invitation to the doctor immediately. However, William replied that there was no need for that. He would personally go to MANHUA clinic. An ambulance soon arrived at the hospital. Josh wondered what kind of patient was this that required the attention of all the leaders immediately after an emergency was declared. William was wheeled out of the car in a wheelchair and smiled at the doctors who greeted him. Jacqueline hurried to greet the man. When Josh recognized the man as the CEO, he immediately smiled. William said he heard that Dr. Lin was very good at knee arthroscopy, so that's why he came. Josh shook the man's hand, saying that Lin had performed over 100 knee arthroscopic surgeries, and the success rate was very high. Jacqueline suggested doing an examination first. As far as she knew, Lin was very good at reading MRI images. William smiled and agreed to go along with the plan. Josh decided to tell Lin everything while the CEO was conducting an examination. At this time, the hero was busy with the operation. He asked the man what was the matter. Josh said that there was a patient at the VIP clinic. He asked the guy to do an arthroscopy of his knee joint. The hero immediately got ready to go to the right place. However, Josh stopped him. First, he had to pay extra attention to this patient. For example, he can make the process longer so that the patient feels valued. He can't just say that he will perform the operation immediately after meeting the patient. When everything was ready, Lin went to the patient. Many doctors had already gathered in his room. William noted that Dr. Lin was very young, and then said that he could stand up, but his knees hurt when he stood up. And after the flight, he felt even more uncomfortable, so he would have to use Lin's skills. The hero smiled and said that he needed to examine the man first. William said that he suddenly remembered a storyteller he had listened to in his youth. The characters always like to say, "Please forgive me for not greeting you properly because of the armor I'm wearing." And now, William understood why they said that. The hero touched the man, and information about his condition immediately appeared before his eyes. The result of some indicators was quite high. Then Lin said he wanted to see the patient's result. When the photographs were brought to the hero, he examined them silently for 10 minutes. All the doctors who were in the room looked at the guy in bewilderment. William asked the doctor why he didn't say anything. Lin replied that he was paying attention to the patient. All the doctors were confused, and then Josh intervened in the conversation. He chuckled in confusion and asked Lin to show his professional side. William laughed and asked Lin not to worry about everyone present and to do everything he could. The hero said that the man's meniscus was worn out from old age. There were several displaced fragments and cracks along the edge. He suspected that there were cracks in the meniscus. If the man underwent arthroscopy, he would get better results in terms of treatment. The doctors looked at each other in bewilderment. The hero asked if it was worth performing the operation right now. There was just enough time to pay attention to complete the operation. Everyone present was surprised. Are they really going to do this right now? Lin was surprised because the man had come here for the operation. Josh then said that Dr. Lin's previous patients had used the Lies-Holm knee grading scale to assess their recovery. Most had scored 90 or higher, and only 2 had scored below 80, which was a really good result. William thought this boy looked very much like himself in his youth. The man said he came for the surgery and thought they would need a few days to prepare, stabilize, do a blood transfusion or something. But now he agrees to have the surgery today. So the surgery only took 15 minutes. Josh asked how it went. Lin said that the VIP patient would have some special medical conditions or something, but in reality, it's just a regular patient having knee arthroscopy. Josh got the impression that the guy was not happy that he didn't have any particular illness. Then the hero said that no unforeseen problems arose during the operation, so tomorrow the man would even be able to walk. Josh looked at the doctor happily and then decided to go with him and report this to the authorities. When the men arrived at the reception area, Jacqueline announced that a family member of the patient had arrived. It was Worth, William's son, who immediately ran up to the doctor to ask how the operation had gone. Lin said everything went smoothly, but the man was interested in details. Then, the hero said that, provided that the meniscus was preserved, he restored it, the anterior and posterior processes, as well as the shape of the body of the meniscus are now in good condition. He also returned the meniscus to its original thickness. The edges are also very stable. Worth had absolutely no idea what the doctor was talking about, but his flow of words was unstoppable. Then he asked him to slow down a little. Jacqueline intervened in the conversation. She said that all of his father's indicators were normal, so he shouldn't worry too much. It would be better to wait until tomorrow and see all the details. She then turned to Lin, telling him that he had nothing to worry about for the next few days. Josh said he was solely responsible for Chief William's recovery. After some time, the doctor came to the man, who had already regained consciousness. He said it was time for them to start rehabilitating. Lin asked me to do 10 simple knee-bending exercises. He then said that William should rest on the first day after the operation, not go for walks and avoid fatty, spicy foods, and follow a diet high in calcium and protein. At that moment, Worth entered the room, bringing breakfast for his father. The man said that the doctor could rest assured that he was only eating light food. On the fourth day after the operation, Lin came to the man again. He said that the recovery effect over the past few days was very good, and this indicated that it was in line with the norms. William smiled. It seemed his recovery was in full swing. Then Lin said that the man could start using crutches. There was no problem. It was already the fourth day after the operation, so he didn't need to worry. The man was surprised. He felt good, but did he really recover so quickly? Worth then said that over the past few days he had learned from other people that the recovery of Dr. Lin's patients was completely different from that of other doctors, with those doctors taking weeks to recover and Dr. Lin only taking a few days. The man had already brought crutches for his father. The doctors wanted to help him get up, but William decided to try to do it himself. Everyone watched the man's movements with a little fear, expecting something to go wrong. But William stood up on crutches and said that it didn't hurt at all. Worth even cried. He was very glad to see that his father was not in pain. William was truly grateful to Dr. Lin for the excellent surgery. The hero said he was just doing his job and that the man's knee was currently recovering normally, but he could have another MRI if he was not happy with it. Worth then asked if there were any side effects to having another MRI. Was there any radiation? Lin replied that MRI does not involve radiation. The only side effect is cost. Then Worth said that they could live with this side effect. It would be better to do another MRI to be completely calm. Soon after, news of Chief William's successful treatment spread throughout Jiangxi province and reached the leaders. The director came to Manhua Hospital. He saw that everyone was going to see Dr. Lin, and then Josh decided to say that they really needed an emergency medical center. The other doctors were not very happy with the fact that so many resources were being devoted to this department. However, the director said that this issue could indeed be included on the agenda. The directors of other departments were shocked. They now have limited funds, and even the rehabilitation wards in their departments are occupied. Josh said that he didn't want to take over their recovery room, but Lin Zhan had been looking for an operating room all day. If he didn't give him that room, he would make a fuss. The man asked not to use Lin as an excuse, and Josh said he wasn't doing that. Look at it this way. Lin had been in the VIP building for a week and hadn't performed any surgeries. Wasn't their recovery room free right now? Another doctor said he couldn't use Chief William as a shield. It was nothing more than a knee arthroscopy. They could just find someone in the department who could do the surgery. They were just lucky. Josh chuckled. William walked to the door and looked specifically for Lin. How about the orthopedic department getting a patient like the chief and working with him? The man was seriously angry. Then the director decided to end this quarrel. He said that if they take advantage of this opportunity and create an emergency medical center, it will benefit them. He asked Josh to bring Lin's documents in 2 days. Even if there is no place for it, they will create it. The director said that the doctor's qualification certificate must be obtained in advance. There will always be special treatment for those who are especially gifted. If they allocate a place for him on the list, it will not be a guarantee. Josh must keep an eye on him. The man was incredibly happy with such a wise decision on the part of the hospital director. Josh then went to William's room and was very surprised when the patient himself opened the door for him. By all appearances, his recovery was well underway. He said that his knee no longer hurts, his whole body is completely fine. Lin was sitting at a table nearby, busy writing a research paper, and then Josh said that he had some business for him. As they left the room, the director asked Lin if he had any thoughts about the emergency medical center when they would finish building it. The hero was very happy that permission to build the center had been received, but Josh said that it was impossible to say for sure yet, but the chances were high, which is why he asked his opinion. There will definitely be 200 hospital beds. If they want more, they can make 220 or 230 beds. But Josh wondered what Lin would do if they really asked him to lead the treatment team. The hero said he would give everyone 2 alcohol-based hand sanitizers, one they could use at any time, and the other would be a spare, so they could strive for complete sterility during the treatment process. Josh noted that this was a very good idea. There have been many changes in the emergency center in the past month, with only Lin Zhang in charge of the left ward. The nurses did their job well and did not allow anyone in who had not disinfected their hands. Dr. Lin said every doctor must wash their hands when entering or leaving a room. Even senior doctors are not exempt from this duty. You need to wash your hands very thoroughly from fingers to wrists. All nurses were very careful about this. Everyone entering had to wash their hands with an alcohol-based sanitizer. Some were concerned that the product would damage their skin if they applied too much. The nurses immediately stood up for Lin, saying that he certainly would not have given any good advice. Larry tried to calm the girls down, saying that their boss never makes mistakes, and that they were just getting some fresh air. Soon a man tried to enter the department. Vanessa stopped him, asking him to wash his hands. The man smirked and asked her if she knew who he was, and the girl replied that she knew he was Hong, the department director of the respiratory hospital. But even his position does not give him the right to enter the department with germs on his hands. Hong noted that the young woman was quite an interesting person. Then he asked if Chief William had been discharged and how well his recovery had gone. Vanessa said he scored 92 and was able to walk with support from a wall by the time he was discharged. Then Hong said that he hadn't seen Lin at all lately, and old man Josh said that he was on duty here today. Then the nurse asked why he was looking for him. The man said that he had an aunt who had problems with her knees. She had gone to the hospital for consultations and was thinking about having knee arthroscopy. When Vanessa realized that he was not trying to find someone to blame, she immediately smiled and decided to help the man, saying that during the renovation, most people really can't find Lin. She will invite him on behalf of Hong. Meanwhile, Lin was explaining to his team the new rules of the department when a doctor comes to the operating room. The first thing he should do is change his slippers. After a while, dirt accumulates on the slippers, so he believed that slippers should be changed regularly. Sid, Larry, and Unity listened attentively to the doctor and even took notes. At this moment, Hong entered the office. Lin asked what brought the director here. The man said he wanted to introduce him to a patient with a meniscus, but he couldn't find one anywhere, and thanks to Vanessa, he's here now. The hero replied that the office had been temporarily moved here during construction, but that it had not affected the progress of the operation. He asked when the patient would arrive, but Hong asked him not to rush. As long as Lin was able to do it, they could line up. The hero said that there weren't many surgeries these days, so she could be scheduled in 2 days. Hong agreed and left the office, as he didn't want to disturb these busy guys. Lin then returned to his team and asked if they had any ideas for a separation policy. Unity and Larry said their goal is to have 0 bacteria and to constantly inspect medical equipment. Sid also said that they need an infectious diseases ward. In other words, they need to tighten up the policy. Lin then said that they should implement these rules and see how they work. A few days later, Dr. Tianren visited the department and noted that the policy of Lin's treatment group had been implemented quite well. The man also noted that the nurse washed her hands with an alcohol-based hand sanitizer before entering the room. At that moment, Lin came out into the corridor and said that everyone was in a cooperative mood. Even the patient's family members, they also followed all the rules. Tian noted that it is rare to hear about cooperation in their department these days. At this moment, Olivia approached Lin and said that she had bought a pack of alcohol-based hand sanitizer with a wolfberry flavor. The hero noted that wolfberries smelled very nice. Tian noted that the doctor was really good at handling interpersonal relationships. Unity chuckled. It was the first time she had heard anyone praise Lin for his interpersonal relationships. Tian was surprised, he wondered. Since when this girl was standing here, Unity replied that she had been here all this time. With such observation skills as the man, It was no wonder that infections were breaking out in their hospital every now and then. The last time the infection occurred was in March in the gynecological department. Tian then said that nosocomial infections occurred from time to time. It was almost impossible to completely get rid of them. Most often they were airborne diseases, such as those caused by lung bacteria in large, high-class hospitals. It was a constant problem, and no matter the hospital's rating, they could not completely prevent the spread of bacteria. He then asked Dr. Lin if he knew that a pneumonia infection rate below 10% was considered normal, and the hero replied in the affirmative. Then Tian suggested that they work together. He said his team could be involved in fighting the infection in Lin's group. The hero remembered Sid's words that they needed an infectious diseases ward. Tian continued. He said that Dr. Lin's standards for infection control are obviously higher than those of ordinary departments, and they can help the emergency department improve its standards for infection control. Let it be an experiment, and both sides can benefit from it. Since their infection control criteria differ, the medical supplies they use also differ. Then Sid ran up to the men, asked Dr. Lin to give him a minute, and asked Tian if they really wanted to work in Lin's treatment group. In that case, they should listen to what Dr. Lin says. Sid approached the boss and said that their infection control measures were very good, and they didn't need the infection control department. It was impossible to let them take over. The most appropriate method of cooperation would be to ask the infection control department to listen to what they were telling them. Then Tian shouted. He said that nosocomial infections are the responsibility of the infection control department. How is it possible for them to listen to the treatment group? Sid said that the infection control department listened to the treatment teams all along. What they did was procedural work at most, and when policy was implemented, none of the doctors and nurses listened. He told Tian not to try to control them, Doctor. Lin was just an intern who didn't understand such things. Tian asked who the man himself was. Sid gave his name and said that he was a member of Lin's treatment group. At this moment, Tian's colleague whispered to him to talk about cooperation, and everyone unanimously declared that they would listen to Dr. Lin. Sid chuckled and asked what Lin himself thought about it. The hero thought there are only a few people in their treatment group, which means they cannot spend money on fighting nosocomial infections in the long term. In addition to hand washing and disinfection, infection control also includes managing the closed cycle of drug use, problems associated with storage, logistics, transportation, and others. There are people who can help the hospital, but they cannot ask for it. Then Lin said that everything was decided. Sid said he thought they should write a document, similar to a joint statement, and it would be evidence in the future. Following the implementation of the policies of Dr. Lin and others, the construction of the emergency medical center was completed. Soon there was a real crowd of interns standing outside the hospital. Josh asked everyone to come up one by one. Their emergency center had 5 treatment groups, but after the center expanded, that number increased to 7, with the 7th row students following Josh and the 6th row students following Junior Department Director Du. One of the interns whispered to another, if it was possible to change groups, he was not feeling well and did not want to be in the most tired group. Then Josh shouted that changing groups is not allowed. No matter if their group is good or bad, no one is allowed to change it on their own after the distribution is over. Changing groups is allowed only if the group leader wants it. Then the man continued. He said that the 2nd row would follow the head Dr. Leo, and the rest would follow Dr. Lin. One of the interns, Gwen, couldn't believe she was assigned to Lin's group. Josh said that the group leaders would lead their group, and now everyone needed to go and get ready for the ceremony. Soon, the man announced that the Manhua Emergency Medical Center had officially opened for business. All the doctors and directors present congratulated Josh and Lin on such a significant day. They all wanted to see Dr. Lin in person. After all, the news that Josh was opening his own urgent care center with his best student was surprising to everyone. Josh turned to Lin and asked him not to tire himself out by standing for too long and to go do his job. At that moment, the hero received a call. It was Mariabella. She said that she would like to make an appointment with a man for a massage. Lin didn't understand at first who he was talking to, but he still said that he didn't plan to take massage requests. Mariabella insisted. It took her 3 hours to get here. The girl was already standing near the hospital, so after a few moments Lin came face to face with her. However, she asked him not to speak too loudly. Her visit here was a secret. The doctors and directors couldn't figure out what this girl was doing there, but she seemed familiar to them. Mariabella grabbed Lin's hand and pulled him inside the hospital, and once they were alone, she pushed him onto the couch and closed the door behind her. The guy asked her, confused, what she was going to do with him. The girl said that she did not intend to do anything bad to the doctor. When Lin stood up and dusted himself off, he chuckled, saying that the girl had pushed him to get a massage, and then he said that he no longer did massages in the hospital. The next time the girl wanted to make an appointment, he could go to the Nizhnyaya Kanavka clinic, and if Lin was not there, others would do the massage. Mariabella said another massage was far from pleasant. When she recorded the show, her neck felt like it was bursting. Lin sighed tiredly and still agreed to help. He sat the girl down on a chair and gave her a massage. Mariabella was very pleased. Lin saved her again, just like a true knight. At that moment, Vanessa entered the office and saw Lin giving the girl a massage. She said someone took a photo of Mariabella, and the crowd got out of control. They were pushing, resulting in many injuries. At that moment, Josh came up to the office and told the girl to leave it to him. He then looked into the office and greeted Mariabella, saying that he was also a fan of hers and that it was an honor for him to have her in his urgent care center. The girl smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to react to this. Then Josh said that everything was okay. Although the incident was unpleasant, the injuries inflicted were still manageable. Moreover, they are located in an emergency medical center and specialize in such cases, Mariabella thought. So the accident that happened because of her was his plan. And since Lin was already done with the girl, he needed to hurry up and deal with this incident. Vanessa said they would definitely handle it. Lin soon went to his group, and as a result, more than 70 people injured in the accident received medical assistance. Josh smiled. This is what an emergency room should be like. The next day, Lin led a treatment team around the wards. His team members were amazed at how hard the doctor worked. As a result, the hero received 129 treasure chests and decided to open them all at once. There were a total of 8 skill books inside. The 50 experience in anatomical dissection of the lower limbs and the 300 experience in anatomical dissection of the legs were undoubtedly useful to Lin. But unfortunately, he could not use them at the moment. Yesterday, an accident took up most of the beds and he was unable to perform the operation today. Suddenly, Sid asked Lin if he had Chief William's phone number. The hero said that he did, but his knee joint did not need surgery. Sid said that wasn't the reason. He was offering to conduct a consultation for Chief William, then briefly mention his desire to get a patient and see how he reacts. At his age, William probably knows a lot of people who need knee surgery. If you contact him and give him the opportunity to contact others, he will be able to bring many patients to them. And people who manage to establish contact with the boss through any indirect methods will definitely get a hospital bed when they come to Yunhua Hospital. Then Lin understood everything. They would be able to use the VIP wards. There were not enough beds here, but there were some in those wards, so he decided to contact him right away. He proposed to follow up all his patients who had undergone knee arthroscopy with meniscus. William soon arrived at the hospital, but Lena was not there. The director was a little unhappy. The doctor himself asked the chief to come for a checkup. But why he didn't come, Josh said that Lin didn't quite understand this whole situation. The director asked the man to call him immediately. William didn't understand what was going on because he had just come for a checkup. Soon Lin came. The man said that he came for a follow-up examination and did not expect that the doctor would actually take care of him. The hero said this time was a little special, with a little exploration. William smiled. He had done a lot of research and knew there were a lot of things that needed attention. Very few doctors these days were willing to do follow-up tests. The hero said the meniscus repair was going great. No problems with it. Then William said that this time he brought a friend. He also wanted to examine his knee. After a while, a man came out of the crowd. It was the retired head of the personnel department, Chen. He looked exhausted. The hero said that he only knows how to do meniscoplasty. Then Chen said that his meniscus was damaged. He had already consulted a doctor about this. Lin said that in that case they would do some scans first, and Chen was indignant. Didn't the doctor want to look at his previous scans? They were only taken 3 months ago. Lin said the man would have to undergo surgery and he could not make a decision based solely on the images taken 3 months ago. Chen was not happy. He said that they would be able to do a scan as soon as he decided to have the operation. After all, radiation is harmful to health. The doctor tried to calm the man down. He said that Dr. Lin was just worried about his health. But Chen stood his ground. He said that the MRI took too much time and he didn't like it. The doctor said that it was actually not that long. They could give Chen priority and he wouldn't have to wait. Then he handed over his business card and said that if the man had any requests, he could call the number on it right away. His phone was always on. After the scan, Lin Zhan returned to the man. He said that he had knee effusion and inflammation. This is an indication for meniscoplasty, but meniscectomy can also be chosen. Chen stated that they had cured William, and that was all they needed to do for the man. And now they needed to go and help him register at the hospital. Lin looked at the patient in bewilderment. Then, Sid intervened in the conversation and asked the doctor to leave it to him. He turned to the chief, saying that he would first take him to the examination room and try to organize a better ward. Chen said he retired as an active division leader and deserved to be treated like a district leader. Lin chuckled. This patient was interesting and he hoped the operation would be the same. Soon, Section Chief Chen was placed in the ward. From the first minute he was there, he was unhappy. He said that all the nurses here were clearly inexperienced. The fixing needle was in the wrong position, and he was very uncomfortable. He demanded that someone experienced be sent to give him another injection and quickly change the medicine. He also said that the food in their buffet was complete crap. There shouldn't be such a kitchen in this branch, otherwise he would deduct the money. The nurse decided to remain silent and then headed to the reception desk to meet her colleagues. She was told that this patient was passed on through Chief William, so all nurses needed to be more vigilant. The girl was indignant because it didn't depend on them. If the food in the canteen wasn't tasty, what could they do? Suddenly, the girl remembered something. He was going to have an operation tomorrow, and he asked to be operated on first. The nurses were surprised. Did he really ask to have his first operation on the day of Lingjiang? The girls immediately burst out laughing. This patient is a real joker. The next day, Chen was woken up at 2 a.m. The man was unhappy. He didn't want to get up and get ready. He can choose when he sleeps, and he doesn't like that the nurse is with him all night, and he just fell asleep. Then the girl asked if he really asked to be the first to operate, and Chen replied that he had. As it turned out, his operation was scheduled for 2:30 in the morning, and the man needed to get up and get ready. Chen jumped out of bed. He couldn't believe that the operation was scheduled so early. Then the nurse asked, "Wasn't he notified yesterday?" Chen remembered Sid telling him that the hospitalization procedure was complete. The operation the man wanted to perform tomorrow would also start at 2:30 in the morning. It would be the very first one, apparently. Chen either didn't listen to him or didn't take it as something serious. The nurse said that since there were no other problems, she would go and prepare the operating room. Soon the man was brought into the operating room, Sid thought. No matter how arrogant a person was, when the time came to do the operation, he would stop being so. Lin said that it was time for them to get started. Chen would be in a bit of pain, so he would have to be patient. The director thought, this doctor is performing the first operation of the day in the most energetic and best condition, and since Chen was sent into retirement, it was worth it. Soon Lin began performing knee arthroscopy. 15 minutes later, the operation was completed. Chen couldn't believe it. Was this all? Lin thought about it. He thought that it would be an interesting operation, but it turned out to be the most ordinary meniscus operation, which he had been looking forward to yesterday. Then the hero asked Dr. Sid to quickly go to operating room number 2. Sid said it was one of the easiest surgeries he'd had to date, a bit enjoyable and relaxing, even though he hadn't done much of anything. But he wanted the doctor to be sure he would be watching his work and learning from him. When Chen was left alone, he thought, Dr. Lin really is one of those who are called geniuses. When his leg gets better, he will show it to Chief William and everyone else. Thus, Lin's team was busy until 10 p.m. The task was completed for today. He asked Sid to schedule tomorrow's surgeries and make a special note to patients who brought their own hospital beds. Sid said that if these people could bring their own bed, it would be like choosing one after another in a machine nest. But the nurse was upset. She thought she would not last even a few days. The problem was whether it could be solved. A few days after the surgery, a nurse informed Dr. Lin that they were running out of space. The emergency medical center is only half complete, and most patients are hospitalized for long periods, so the turnover rate of available hospital beds is low. Unity sighed. Everything was as she expected. Larry suggested taking a temporary leave and waiting for hospital beds. However, Lin said there will be no rest. The current solution is to reduce the patient's recovery time. Sid was surprised. Isn't it against policy to reduce the length of hospital stay? Lin responded that they would stick with the long-term hospitalization system, but they might consider reducing the time it takes for patients to recover while they are undergoing surgery. Everyone was shocked by this decision. Is this really possible? The hero continued. He said that they can reduce blood loss, reduce the operating time, perform simpler and more precise operations. Thanks to these 3 factors, they will be able to reduce the average hospital stay by 1 day and save many beds for every 100 patients. Lin's team was surprised to hear this decision. They were glad that Dr. Lin always found a solution in his own way, so they became determined. Then Lin said that it was time for them to stop chatting. They needed to check on the patient. Unity came to bed 42 and told the man that his surgery was scheduled for tomorrow evening. But the patient said that yesterday the nurse said that blood needed to be taken and today the surgery would take place. How could everything have changed so much? At this point, Sid intervened in the conversation. He said that the blood was taken at noon, and they received the report only recently, so the operation could only be postponed until tomorrow. The man was unhappy. He shouted that he was a patient of Dr. Lin. He enjoyed the best conditions of the hospital, which meant that the operation could be scheduled for any day he wanted, and he wanted the operation today. Lin looked at the patient in bewilderment. He was talking nonsense, but the man did not calm down. He says that he works like this with all patients. Old man Chen from the neighboring building wanted to be the first, and he was given the operation on first request. The hero was surprised at how this information spread, but Sid tried to calm him down, telling him not to pay attention to people who like to talk wind from their mouths. Then Lin said that Senior Chief Chen was waiting for his turn, so the man could drop in to see him. The patients here were all the same. There was no one special. The patient began to calm down. He said that it was very difficult for him to get a sick leave. He did not want to put it off any longer. The pain in his knee was killing him. Lin sighed wearily and said that in that case he would take action as soon as possible. Unity and Sid understood that the doctors had deceived them. Lin asked his team to go to the medical laboratory department and asked them to expedite the results. Soon the man was brought in for surgery and asked to prepare. At that moment, Sid ran into the operating room. He said that everyone needed to stop immediately. The fact is that he received the results of Mr. Selby's morning blood draw. They show that the man is HIV positive. The whole team was shocked. Lin stopped for a moment to study the results. He then asked Selby if he understood that the surgical risk would be significantly increased by his HIV status, and the man did. The hero explained that HIV-positive patients have a much weaker ability to recover than ordinary patients. So after arthroscopic knee surgery, the recovery of the nervous system in a man can also be very slow, and perhaps it will not even be able to recover. The heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, and other internal organs may be in a state of perioperative organ failure. The likelihood of spontaneous cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases is significantly higher than in ordinary people, and the possibility of developing cardiac and respiratory failure cannot be ruled out. Lin then asked again if the man was sure he wanted to continue the operation. Selby burst into tears and said other doctors at other hospitals had refused to perform the surgery on him, but Dr. Lin was still willing to do it for him. The hero said that the man had his own difficulties, but the doctor must adhere to professional ethics. For the operation, they will put on a full set of protective clothing. He will also schedule a consultation with surgical infectious disease specialists. This will lead to the fact that the patient's medical expenses will be higher than for an ordinary person. But Selby understood this and agreed. Lin's team was hesitant. Shouldn't they refuse such operations? The hero said that if they wore protective clothing properly, the chances of getting AIDS would be very low. He asked Dr. Sid to contact the pharmaceutical department representative, Huang Maoshi, and ask him to send protective clothing immediately. Immediately after that, the protective clothing arrived. Unity said that Dr. Lin would be back soon, and the others needed to practice putting on and taking off their protective clothing. The interns did not have to observe the operation. Gwen reached for her protective clothing. However, she forgot to wash her face first. Unity noticed this and grabbed the girl's hand, asking her to put the clothes back. Gwen snorted in displeasure and dismissively threw the suit. Unity asked her not to throw a tantrum in the operating room if she didn't want to do it, then let her go and throw a tantrum at her boyfriend. But here she needed to behave adequately. Gwen turned away silently, tears welling up in her eyes. Unity said there was no point in crying. The girl had dared to pollute the operating room, and that deserved to be sent back to school immediately. Today they had to treat a patient with AIDS. Tomorrow it might be a patient with bird flu. The emergency room was full of patients who couldn't even undergo the 4 classic transfusion transmission infections before operating on them. Now they at least have a choice of protective clothing. The development of protective clothing has taken a lot of blood, sweat, and tears from medical staff, as well as the lessons they have learned. During the SARS epidemic, a large number of local and foreign medical workers were infected at work. However, they didn't have time to think about something like that right now, so Unity called everyone over to teach them how to wear protective clothing. Soon Lin returned to the operating room and put on his suit. He was ready to begin. He said that Larry would be his first assistant, Unity should be ready, and Sid could go out first. Then he asked for a frame to fix his hip. The operation began. The old man happily thanked Dr. Lin, but the doctor said that there was no need to thank him. The old man remembered the process of visiting other hospitals, being sent away and told that they would not treat him here. And now the old man was moved to tears. He really wanted to thank Lin. Lin said it was his responsibility, given the patient's condition. He agreed to use local anesthesia. Lin ordered Larry to use a frame to fix the hip and avoid slipping. Josh stood outside the operating room, thinking anxiously, hoping that Lin would be a little more careful when dealing with patients like this. And then the man walked inside. The man was shocked. This child was still as fast as usual, but this time he didn't dare to speak. If he scared him, he might cause an accident. 4 or 5 minutes later, Dr. Lena asked Josh why he was there. Dr. Josh was angry. This is the first time they have done an infectious surgery like this. How could I not come and watch? He also pointed to Larry and asked why Lin didn't find a second assistant. Unity raised her hand, saying that she was here too. And behind the girl stood the interns. Josh said she was in charge of the interns, so she wasn't counted. Josh looked at Lin, who continued the operation. He asked him to slow down a little. Lin said he thought it was better to use a normal rhythm, as it made work easier and there was less chance of accidents. Josh thought that was a good option too, to reduce the exposure time. One of the doctors raised his hand and asked if he should bring a set of protective clothing for the director. But the director didn't care. He had been in this business for decades. There was no battle he hadn't fought before. HIV was not Ebola. He didn't need to be completely isolated. Josh said the boys were very lucky that Dr. Lin was willing to give them a chance, but do they know what the most important thing is when being monitored in the operating room? He said that since Dr. Lin had given them permission to watch the operation, they all better keep their mouths shut and take advantage of the opportunity. Interns do not have the ability to remind others what they need to do, especially doctors and directors. Then Lin said that Josh's voice was too loud. The director became embarrassed and apologized. It was rude of him. Meanwhile, the operation continued. Director Josh was amazed. The side was well restored. Unity also said that all the edges were still fresh and not painful. The grasping forceps, hook scissors, reverse knife probe, and hook probe worked well. The arthroscope, which was not flexible in the hands of others, became flexible in the hands of Dr. Lin. 25 minutes later, Lin said everything was ready. Larry reached out to wipe away the sweat, but Unity quickly stopped him. He couldn't wipe away the sweat now. Lin said all surgical staff should memorize the sequence of putting on and taking off protective clothing. After taking off surgical clothing, they need to wet their hands with disinfectant solution and then change into another pair of clean slippers. Soon, everyone left the operating room. Lin said that he had wasted too much time today. The usual rhythm is not fast, but it can still be improved a little. Dr. Josh asked how Lin was feeling after the surgery was completed. Lin expressed helplessness, saying that the operating room's efficiency was too low. Dr. Josh chuckled and noted that he had never even thought about buying a new operating room for people with infectious diseases. But the fact that he dared to operate on a person with an infectious disease exceeded all his expectations. He said that Unity was also great. He saw how hard she tried before the operation, and after a comprehensive review at the hospital, from today she is now the senior resident in the department. The girl was incredibly surprised by this decision, but at the same time very happy. The man put his hand on Lin's shoulder and said that the patient room had already been set up separately, so they would work as usual at night. But for now, they needed to go home and rest. He said that the operation would not be necessary tomorrow morning. Lin wanted to object. However, Josh insisted that they needed to rest after the major surgery. Soon, Lin went to the parking lot. Suddenly, a man flew into him. Lin looked at the stranger with displeasure and asked who he was. It was Juan. He said he heard that the doctor had just performed surgery on a patient with AIDS, and he wanted to know if it was true. He said that he would like to recommend their cleaning product because disinfectants are essential supplies in the operating room, and their company is currently also acting as an agent for some brands. The guy understood that getting an order from Dr. Lin was the biggest victory. The hero then said that the protective clothing they provided was of very poor quality. Juan was shocked. At that moment, he was thinking about liquidating the stock. They are kept in the warehouse because they are of good quality, but he promised to immediately report this to the factory and ask Lena to give him an explanation. The doctor said he didn't need their explanations or cleaning products. Before Juan could answer, the hero started his car and drove away. The next day, Lin came to the hospital. Larry noted that the boss rarely came at such a time. The hero said that the director did not allow him to come. The guy noted that he always felt uneasy when Lin performed surgery here. He said that with the doctor he feels like he can speed up. The hero thought that Larry had grown a lot, and their patients were becoming more and more complex. Larry wondered if the boss had lost his mind during the operation. but that wasn't like him. When the operation was completed, Lin thought that despite the development of modern medical technology to the point that AIDS patients can live for a long time, their immunodeficiency caused by HIV always remains a time bomb, and there is nothing a surgeon can do to defuse this bomb. At that moment, Valerie entered the office and asked if the operation had gone well, and the hero answered in the affirmative. The girl said that she had just returned to Manhwa and invited Lin to have dinner together. The hero agreed, but sounded completely emotionless. Valerie noted that the doctor did not look well today. Then she took his hand and decided to take him out to eat. She said they could eat in her car and they would go somewhere with beautiful scenery. Lin noted that the girl had a very advanced vehicle. Soon the car set off. Valerie noted that the landscape of Goosefeather Mountain was beautiful. Then she asked Lin what he wanted to eat, but the hero had no particular preference. The girl smiled and headed towards the refrigerator. However, when she opened it, she found that there was only pizza in it. Valerie was rushing to meet the doctor after getting off the plane and completely forgot to buy elite ingredients. However, to her surprise, Lin smiled and said that they could eat that too. When the food was ready, Valerie decided to ask what happened to Lin, why he was in such a bad mood. The guy said he worked hard to treat and save lives, but just 2 days ago he discovered that some patients could not be cured. The girl said that he shouldn't think like that. She suggested that he listen to a story from her childhood. When Valerie was little, she always wanted to have a deer like Bambi, but her father said deer were too dangerous and gave her a horse, which she named Bambi. When the girl was 16 years old, Bambi had an accident. Her father helped bury her in a mountain stream on their family ranch. It was very hard and sad. And then one day Valerie ran out into the street and started playing. Then she went to a mountain stream and saw a deer in front of the horse's grave. She made friends with him. Valerie didn't know if it was Bambi's reincarnation, but at that moment she felt very calm. Now the girl wanted to say that life goes on in different ways. Lena should not take too much responsibility on her shoulders. Even the best veterinarians and zoologists could not save Bambi. Her father said that there is always a limit to human capabilities. At this moment, Lin thought about her words, because it was true that a person had opportunities, but they were limited. Then he stroked the girl on the head and thanked her for her support. Valerie looked at Lin lovingly. Had he finally touched her? The next day, Lin came to the hospital. Chandler was looking for him. He said that Lin was looking for patients with appendicitis, and today they had a patient with this disease. Lin reflected that the advent of full appendectomies signified the creation of modern scientific surgery, and the development of appendectomy was the result of advances in research in the field of modern scientific surgery. In fact, for surgeons, appendectomy was practically a sign and a good omen. When the men arrived at the room, Chandler said that the young couple had appendicitis and both needed surgery. The young people lay in the same bed and looked at each other lovingly. They could not decide who would go to the operation first. After all, pain in one's body is pain for another's heart. The doctors and nurses looked at the couple with bewilderment. They were acting too dramatic. Lin asked which of them was more seriously ill. Chandler said that the girl was more ill. She could tolerate pain and her appendix needed to be removed, and the boy could theoretically receive a conservative solution. The hero asked if he wanted to take on another operation, since each of them had to operate on their own. Chandler said the couple believes that an incision and stitches made by the same doctor will be the same. So they want the same doctor to perform the appendectomy so they can have matching incisions. Lin then said that he would perform the surgeries and promised to make the same incision for them. Soon, the hero arrived in the operating room. He decided to start with the girl. He needed to give her anesthesia. The hero took a scalpel and made an incision. Chandler noted that this guy has always been known for his fast hands, but why is he so slow today? Lin thought that abdominal surgery could not be performed with a sharp scalpel. It was more convenient to close it later, because the abdominal cavity would have to be stitched together in parts. Lin's movements were very smooth and precise, but the speed was relatively slow, so the overall operation had no advantage. Now came the difficult moment. Appendectomy. Searching for the appendix was like playing hide and seek. If the incision was small, there was a possibility that the doctor would not be able to find it. For an unlucky and inexperienced doctor, it was completely normal to spend half an hour searching for the appendix. Many small doctors spent 2-3 hours searching for it during their first operation. However, Lin found it in a split second. Chandler just thought that he had no advantages for this kind of operation, but the guy proved him wrong. Soon Lin said that the wound was sutured with a bursa suture, the rest was closed, he and Dr. Chandler should do it again. When both the girl and the boy underwent surgery, They noted that their stitches were absolutely identical. Lin removed both of their appendixes. The couple noted that this is proof of their love. Lin confirmed the examination of the surgical scars and delegated the rest to Dr. Chandler, and the hero had a plan to perform the surgery using the transverse suture technique and arthroscopic joint repair in the operating room. The nurse immediately informed Director Josh about Dr. Lin's night visit and the shortage of beds, which prompted Director Josh to expedite the completion of the hospital renovation. The nurse noted with surprise that this time the hospital had a new ward and a new bed. Lin happily added that the entire floor belonged to their team, and he discussed the possibility of getting another floor if the number of patients increased. At this point, Sid informed Lin that someone had brought a silk banner to express gratitude. Selby was being discharged and decided to give the doctor a parting gift. The old man expressed his deep gratitude. He praised Lin for his excellent medical skills and noble medical ethics, and the photographer captured this moment. Lin's treatment of AIDS patients was recognized by major hospitals in Chengxi, and his admirers claimed that Dr. Lin could do what others could not, and stressed the need to learn from him. As a result, these doctors visited the emergency department of Manhua Hospital, learned the procedures, and spoke highly of Dr. Lin's skills and reputation. Larry warned them not to talk loudly in the operating room. Tian soon joined them. He expressed his intention to discuss the treatment of infectious diseases with Dr. Lin. Larry questioned the need for change, suggesting using a sodium hypochlorite generator for disinfection. Tian, stressing that this requires a lot of money, mentioned the change in priorities after the SARS epidemic. He also spoke about the delicate situation of the Department of Infectious Disease Management. Larry insisted on maintaining previous standards, emphasizing his boss's concern for infectious disease management. Tian said that Dr. Lin is the only doctor who carries 2 bottles of antiseptic with him at all times. During their discussion, they noticed a patient in a hospital bed. Tian expressed surprise that there was an American in Manhua Hospital. Larry explained that Americans come to Manhua Hospital for treatment, especially if they want to be treated by Dr. Lin. In the operating room, Lin handed over the remaining tasks to the team, announcing his transfer to operating room number 2. After the operation, observers praised Lin for bypassing all the blood vessels and asked whether he had used the famous method of suturing the tendons. Tian asked how many surgeries Dr. Lin performed on a regular basis, and Larry proudly stated the number of people waiting for the boss to perform an operation. Tian expressed concern and suggested waiting until Dr. Lin finished his work. Larry repeated the idea of waiting until Dr. Lin finished his work, but asked about the late hour and whether they had confidence in waiting. He mentioned that Dr. Lin was assisting in an operation at hospital number 3. Tian noticed that Dr. Lin was the busiest doctor he had ever seen. The next morning, Principal Josh handed Lin the medicine. It was called Lamivudine. Josh said that hospital number 3 was an infectious disease hospital, so he advised Lin to take medicine if he felt unwell and downplayed the possible side effects. After this, a group photo was taken. The purpose was to show Manhua Emergency Center's support for the number 3 hospital. Then, everyone got into the car to go to People's Hospital number 3. Lin got out of the car first, and an older man, Donald, expressed his joy at his arrival, mentioning patients who had suffered from osteoarthritis of the knee for many years. Lin has directly stated that he is capable of performing meniscus repair surgery. The man said that his mere presence here was a blessing. Soon, all the doctors were inside the hospital. An elderly woman approached them, arousing the suspicion of strangers. The old man hurriedly asked for protection for Dr. Lin, but the hero remained calm and reassured them. The old woman quietly left, and Donald, doubting her motives, shouted for the head doctor to be called. Lin thought that some infectious diseases could cause mental disorders. Donald apologized and asked if he had scared Dr. Lin. The hero suggested giving priority to visiting patients rather than inspecting the operating room. He instructed the rest to check the equipment. Unity instructed Juan to check the instruments and equipment in the operating room. The old man considered it unnecessary for the hospital equipment to be checked by an outsider. He expressed concerns about cross-contamination. Lin didn't know what to answer. Donald looked strange, as if he was mocking the guy for not answering. Sid was watching all this. He noticed that this old man was making Lin angry. And this was bad, since Lin was leading a team for the first time. And if he was guided by Donald's impulse, he would easily make a mistake. He approached the two of them and stated that they had their own standards, and Manhua had hers. He questioned the invitation, wondering why they would be invited to a hospital that boasted of its perfection. In response, Donald mentioned the glory of his standards in Manhua. Sid disputed this by comparing the surgical standards of their resident surgeon and Dr. Lin, and found no basis for the old man's claim. He pointed out that other hospitals had invited Dr. Lin, and each operation cost between 5,000 and 10,000 yuan, with additional costs for air tickets. Lin, expressing his disinterest in the argument, asked Dr. Sid about the purpose of such discussions. The man stressed the importance of following the rules before starting work. Donald supported his opinion, noting the rarity of Dr. Lin. Sid said that even Director Josh hesitates to seek treatment at their hospital, emphasizing the exceptional presence of Dr. Lin. Not interested in the verbal exchange, Lin prepared to head to the clinic. The hero, having seriously examined the images together with Dr. Sid, activated the master-level magnetic resonance imaging technique. He suggested sending these two people for an MRI first. He said their symptoms were not suitable for arthroscopic meniscus repair surgery. Donald agreed that the specialist had quickly determined a treatment plan and expressed hope for the upcoming surgery. Meanwhile, at Manhua Emergency Center, Director Josh reported that Lin could not return due to the support of the No. 3 hospital, so he suggested that Larry perform the surgery for the patient with the flexor tendon injury. Larry was initially extremely surprised. Was he really going to perform the M-Tang technique on his own? Then, Director Josh encouraged him by citing his experience overseeing 300 cases of flexor tendon repair. At that moment, Larry's determination was ignited. Meanwhile, in another operating room, Dr. Lin was trying to keep each case under 30 minutes, focusing on clearing out the old patients that had accumulated in hospital number. Moondrams. Sid acknowledged that the pace of work was challenging, but stressed the need to overcome difficulties, especially since Dr. Lin was leading a team for the first time at another hospital. Larry became nervous, fearing that he would have to work hard without his boss present, but his colleague assured him that the processing was ready. This boosted Larry's confidence, and he said that he had to work even better in his boss's absence. Soon, Lin began the operation. Sid watched him and noted Dr. Lin's excellent condition during the procedure. The first surgery took less than 30 minutes, but Unity felt some difficulty cooperating with Dr. Lin that day. The hero thought about the numerous patients at Hospital No. 3 and calculated that about 11 operations needed to be performed daily, and he believed that the speed of work should be increased in the coming days. During the surgery, Larry mentioned using a skin retractor, surgical loop, and tweezers. The assistant next to him noticed that all of Larry's instructions were similar to Dr. Lin's. Larry thought. At the very beginning, the boss taught him only to do a hook jerk. And in the end, Lin turned from a teacher and boss into a support and backbone of the treatment team. Larry recalled Lin's explanation of the cross-suture method, also known as the multiple tendon suturing method. He emphasized the use of 3 sets of nylon sutures to suture the tendons, stating that this method was superior in strength to the Kessler method and the double suture method, and that it did not cut off the blood supply to the back of the tendon. Larry, reflecting on the key points conveyed by the boss, described the latter suturing method as a technique and as a suturing method. It was used specifically for the flexor tendons of zone 2 of the hand. It had a narrow scope of application, affecting only 15% of the area of the hand. But it showed remarkable results. Therefore, the difficulty was significant. All these thoughts were in Larry's head even before he picked up the needle. Then he asked to be given a new set of tools. Larry went on to mention that his boss always advised avoiding blood vessels when doing nerve sheath anastomoses, emphasizing that it was important not to damage blood vessels during surgery. Finally, the operation was completed. Larry himself was amazed that he was able to perform the operation on his own with the M-Tang technicians. The intern chuckled, expressing surprise at Larry performing the operation on his own. Suddenly, a new achievement table appeared in front of Lin. The hero noted that these were Larry's achievements. He successfully completed the last method of suturing. Then Lin asked the system to open the treasure chest. Artificial respiration, considered an essential technique in modern emergency medicine, was now among Lin's skills. In the past, if a doctor saved patients with respiratory or cardiac arrest using artificial respiration, he was considered divine, demonstrating true life-saving skill. Lin expressed a desire to return to the emergency center as soon as possible. Suddenly, the speed of the operation unexpectedly increased. Sid was surprised and tried to keep up with the doctor. After 4 days, Dr. Lin had cured 45 patients. Donald expressed gratitude on behalf of patients and their families, acknowledging the challenges of emergency medicine. The director noted that no problems had arisen during the 40 operations, adding that if he had not known that Dr. Lin was an emergency doctor in Manhua, He would have thought that he was a professional infectious disease specialist. All three of them laughed loudly, after which Lin got into the car and drove away. Following the doctor, men ran out with gifts for Lin, but the hero had already left. The man suggested finding a courier company to send the gift to Dr. Lin. Soon the courier arrived at the location. The man expressed dissatisfaction, asking why the courier arrived alone. Despite the fact that he was informed about the many things that needed to be sent, the courier confidently replied that he could handle any number of items. He did not agree, emphasizing that he would not be able to carry all the gifts, which weighed a total of 2 tons. The courier got scared and quickly suggested calling a car. Soon the courier van was filled with luggage. The employee expressed disbelief about the 2 tons of gifts, suggesting that the doctor only wanted money. Soon all the gifts were delivered to Manhua Hospital. Larry and Vanessa praised the boss, saying that he becomes famous wherever he goes. Director Josh, impressed with Lin, noted that he could no longer be an intern. He advised him to take the medical examination in the current period when there would be fewer operations. Soon, everyone started talking about how Lin was also preparing to take the medical examination, and everyone was wondering if he would fail that day. The hero had been performing operations since early morning, and his tired mind was causing him to worry about possible failure in the exam. Another doctor said that a person like Lin did not need their concern. He continued by saying that Lin had already performed 4 scheduled surgeries, and Director John, concerned about his punctuality, had sent a private car for him. As it turned out, the hero was indeed sitting in a separate car. The doctors sighed. A man who could do almost anything deserved such treatment. Soon Lin arrived at the provincial hospital. A nurse called out to him at the reception desk. She directed him to the examination room. Soon Lin found himself at the right office. There were 3 examiners sitting inside. Department Director Kong expressed distrust over Dr. Lin's presence. The hero, not at all embarrassed, greeted Director Kong and suggested that the exam begin. Kong noted that the doctor seemed to be just playing games with them, but said nothing. The man explained that the practical exam consists of 3 parts: a medical history, a physical examination, and a multimedia test that includes reading scans. The medical history taking is a written exam that either Lin fills out or Kong could fill it out for him. The other 2 examiners were surprised. Lin suggested to Director Kong that the exams be conducted in the usual manner. Director Kong chuckled. Apparently Lin wanted to play seriously. Then he began to describe the medical history. It was a 54-year-old woman, severe pain in the right knee, has been working for 3 years. Lin wrote down the answer without hesitation. When finished, the 3 examiners examined the written answer and came to the conclusion that it was impeccable and did not raise any questions. Director Kong then moved on to the second point, technical operations, explaining how to choose a tracheotomy technique. Lin got to work very quickly. Director Kong and the other examiners were incredibly surprised by the speed of his work. It seemed like it was a science fiction movie. Soon, the hero announced that he was finished. The final subject involved reading scans, with Lin providing a transcript of the image while 3 examiners listened and took notes. One of the examiners made an awkward comment about Lin's exceptional reading abilities, suggesting that taking notes was a waste of time. Director Kong concluded the practical exam, assuring Dr. Lin that he did not need to strain himself. He said he would visit him in 2 days. The female examiner expressed surprise as to why an expert like Lin would take this test, and Director Kong replied that he had no answers to that question. Lin passed the exam successfully, receiving universal congratulations. Principal Josh congratulated him on successfully passing the qualifying exam. As a gift, he provided a list of patients in need of arthroscopic surgery in the city's districts and regions. The list was handed over to the emergency center, and the hero happily studied it. A nurse commented on the efficiency of the appointment system with Dr. Lin, with people queuing up to get his attention and presenting their medical records. A group of people asked where Dr. Lin's office was, and a nurse cautiously advised them to go up the stairs on the other side and turn left. The girls breathed a sigh of relief that in the end there were no problems. They were glad that Lin chose them for the job. They saw some hints in this. Meanwhile, Lin began performing 2 to 3 surgeries and then returned to his office to check on patients who had made appointments. This made the work quite stressful. However, people felt better because of it. Time passed quickly, and Valerie realized that she had not seen Dr. Lin for a long time. She excitedly made plans for the day. Soon the door opened and the hero greeted the girl. She said with a smile that she was not sick, did not deliver food or drive a car. She just came to wait for her boyfriend to come home from work. Valerie pointed out a popular restaurant nearby, but Lin's attention was drawn to a sudden scream in the hallway. He looked up and noticed an elderly man and woman asking for help. Lin noted that the patient was breathing too quickly. The woman was seated on a gurney, and the hero watched her closely. Valerie continued talking about the restaurant, but Lin, busy thinking about the patient showing weakness and lack of strength, did not pay attention to her question. Instead, he ran to the woman. He had to examine her. The nurse, having worriedly asked about the patient's condition, informed Lin that the patient complained of pain and discomfort in the abdomen after lunch, experienced constant dull pain and vomited once, raising gastric juice, and had a history of chronic gastritis. The hero asked when the patient last experienced abdominal pain and placed a stethoscope on the patient's chest. The elderly woman answered awkwardly, mentioning that she had not taken any stomach medication for several years, suspecting that the disease had returned. Lin immediately ordered an ECG and a call to the cardiology department for consultation. The woman was soon brought into the office and given ECG electrodes and a blood pressure cuff. The nurse panicked and told the hero that the patient had atrial fibrillation and shock and asked him to give her recommendations. Lin administered asynchronous defibrillation at 150 joules and applied conductive gel. He ordered everyone to stand back before beginning chest compressions and intubation. He soon began the process of cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The hero thought about the importance of high-quality cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Chest compressions are to keep the heart pumping, and rescue breathing is to keep the oxygen supply up. Theoretically, rescue breathing can provide 30% of the normal supply needed, but that is a very low limit. Since the patient was still unresponsive, Lin called for preparations for defibrillation. The man used his perfect resuscitation skills. Valerie watched Lin's focused and calm demeanor. She felt his dedication was worth it. The extremely long cardiopulmonary resuscitation never ended. The nurse noted that a lot of time had passed. The doctor suggested that it was an acute myocardial infarction, or acute posterior myocardial infarction. Valerie understood that the situation was not very good. The doctor advised that they should consider transferring the patient for interventional cardiology. Lin ran, without losing his persistence, asked for more time and continued external cardiac compressions. The doctor doubted the effectiveness of such persistence, but suddenly movement appeared on the electrocardiogram, and the nurse excitedly shouted about the resumption of heartbeat and breathing. Valerie rushed towards the hero, acknowledging his amazing abilities, but Lin, looking exhausted, began to fall to the floor. The girl barely managed to catch him. She was worried about his condition, but the hero said that he was simply exhausted. However, he stressed that the feeling of saving a life can overcome any fatigue. Lin found himself in the duty room in the middle of the night lying on his bed and asked where he was. The doctor told him that after the end of the extra-long CPR, he fell asleep. The doctor, after talking with Valerie, carried him to the bed. The girl watched him for a while and left dinner. The hero expressed surprise at the fatigue caused by the extremely long CPR and suggested that he might miss moments due to physical exhaustion. He decided to take energy medications earlier, in case of unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, an emergency was announced over the loudspeaker. All on-duty personnel were ordered to immediately go to the emergency room lobby, at which point Chandler approached Link and informed him of the collapse of the building, which contained more than 50 people. The hero immediately jumped out of bed and ran out of the office. Chandler told everyone he didn't know exactly how many people would arrive, but they said the collapsed building affected mobile homes at the construction site, and the total number of victims varied widely. In the first group of wounded sent to the hospital, there were 12 people, 4 of them were seriously injured, and 8 were seriously injured. Everyone urgently needs to put on surgical gowns, gloves, and protective clothing. They don't have time to wait for the results of the 4 classic tests for transfusion-transmitted infections. They couldn't wait for the others to arrive. Time depended on them. The hero understood that this was the largest public appearance since the emergency center was founded. Then he decided to open all his treasure chests at once. As a result, he received 5 new skills. In the emergency room, a nurse rushed to report a patient with a head injury sustained when a brick fell on him. Chandler said he would give him first aid. There was also a patient who fell from a crane, with multiple injuries and shock. Lin thought the wounded man who was brought here first was very bad, and in the main zone it would probably only get worse. Another nurse referred a patient with a broken arm, a crushed finger, and multiple injuries to Dr. Lin for treatment. The hero took hold of the handles of the gurney and quickly moved into the procedure room and assessed the patient's condition. Finding the injury not very serious, he ordered that the patient be closely monitored and, if there were no problems, that he be transferred to the plaster room. Soon, Dr. Chandler announced a patient with a ruptured spleen. Lin volunteered to take care of it. Dr. Chandler agreed, asking him to stop the bleeding manually and assuring him that someone would be available to perform the splenectomy. The hero expressed his seriousness of intentions and stated that he would be able to perform a splenectomy. After this, the patient was transferred to the emergency room. Lin, observing the patient's condition, felt panic due to the ongoing bleeding. Chandler abruptly demanded to slow down. He explained that the situation was different from usual. He suggested that Lin first manually stop the bleeding and act as an assistant in the operating room if the operation was performed later. The hero quickly followed the doctor's instructions, stopping the bleeding manually and demonstrating effective techniques. Chandler noted Lin's skill and told him to get ready in the operating room, and he soon joined him. The hero, preparing to assist, asked if Dr. Chandler would be the chief surgeon, to which the doctor explained that there was no one else. It turns out it was a level 3 injury and they had to perform a splenectomy. Upon examining the wound, Lin noted a partial rupture, rendering the splenic blood vessels unusable. Chandler praised the boy's anatomical skills and urged him to proceed with the operation. Lin, even as an assistant, decided to do his best by activating the total splenectomy technique. Chandler instructed him on the procedure, noting that the assistant's role was to completely expose the tissue and ligate the blood vessels. During the operation, the man noticed that his technique had become very smooth, and he wondered if this was the result of the years that had accumulated or the pressure caused by the important incident that day. After the surgery, Lin asked about the doctor's condition. Chandler said that everything was fine and that they could work faster. The hero appreciated the doctor's experience and recognized his talent. They could speed up the process, and that was exactly what Lin wanted. 30 minutes later, Dr. Chandler confirmed the success of the operation. He went to the emergency room and asked Lin to come see him when he was finished here. He soon completed the last procedure and told the nurse to take the patient to the recovery room while he returned to seeing patients at the clinic. The emergency department continued to fill up with patients with complex injuries. Ambulances kept arriving at the hospital and the cases were becoming more and more complicated. Soon, a patient was brought in with a ruptured intestine. Unity and Gwen immediately ran to help. The girl instructed the intern on anatomical positions. She stressed the need to clear the patient's abdominal cavity of fecal matter in the operating room. Unity told Gwen to hurry. They needed to take the patient to the operating room immediately. The girl immediately ran forward along the corridor. Meanwhile, one patient reported pain, describing discomfort and tightness in the chest. Larry asked about the pain in his chest. He then reassured the old man, saying that the pulse was stable, and decided to perform an electrocardiogram. Lin noted that the guy does his job well. Soon, the nurse reported that one of the patients had suffered a 5-minute cardiac arrest, cyanosis, dilated pupils, no aortic pulsation, and no autonomous breathing. Lin focused on the patient's critical condition, considering brain death as a possible cause. Realizing that the patient was in critical condition, Lin immediately ran to him. The nurse quickly brought the defibrillator, connected the finger electrodes, and charged the battery. Lin delivered a direct shock of 150 joules, but there was no reaction. The hero emphasized that the defibrillator is not a panacea. He then began performing perfect CPR. However, Lin soon noticed that there was still no reaction. There was not enough adrenaline. He instructed the nurse to administer 16 minimum doses of atropine and 811 minimum doses of lidocaine to the patient. At that moment, Chandler came up to them. He wanted to help. He intended to have a tracheotomy to ease his breathing, knowing that the recovery period would be prolonged. Lin understood that the key factor here was only high-quality resuscitation. Only it could save the patient's life. At this time, the patient's wife arrived at the hospital and became hysterical, realizing that her husband, the father of her 9-year-old son, was not regaining consciousness. The nurse advised the woman not to come close. The doctors resuscitated her husband, and she could only make the situation worse. Lin focused on administering adrenaline, atropine, and lidocaine every 5 minutes. But despite constant efforts, the patient was not responding. Olivia suggested changing doctors in 25 minutes. But the hero, given the tense situation and the lack of available doctors, continued emergency cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Lin explained that CPR lasting more than 20 minutes can determine whether to continue or abandon it. He said that 10 years ago, many hospitals considered prolonged CPR unnecessary, but it remained the only way to revive a patient on the verge of death. Lin decided not to stop there. Director Josh, upon learning of the prolonged resuscitation, approached Lin, noting that he had been selflessly performing CPR for almost an hour. The hero said the patient was only 32 years old and had no medical conditions, and he believed that continuing CPR could bring the greatest benefit to the patient. Director Josh replied that the boy could decide for himself. Larry looked at Lin Ran and noticed that his expression was the same as before he lost consciousness last time. So the guy decided to offer his help. Lin asked him to prepare a 200-joule electrode. After this, defibrillation was performed and Lin began cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Suddenly, the sound of an electrocardiogram was heard in the ward. Family members watching what was happening could not believe their ears. The nurse noted with amazement that the heart rhythm had begun to regulate itself. Larry noted that it was a QRS with a small amplitude. Lin, feeling tired, asked to touch the aorta because his hands were shaking. Olivia reported that she was very weak. Lin insisted that lidocaine and adrenaline needed to be administered again, and 15 milligrams of dexamethasone added. After the injection, the nurse quickly reported that the pulse was 130. The heartbeat was spontaneous. The blood pressure was 127/74. At this moment, Lin let go of his hands, and Director Josh anxiously asked how the guy was feeling. Lin was out of breath but still said that the patient had a clear heartbeat. The patient's wife burst into tears of happiness. She could not believe that her husband was saved. Lin said it wasn't certain yet. They had to continue the blood transfusion, apply ice packs, and administer sodium bicarbonate. The hero, feeling tired, sat down on a chair. He asked the nurse to quickly find blood plasma, ice packs, and sodium bicarbonate. Josh noticed that the patient had a slight reflex and ordered glucose. The nurse handed a bottle of glucose to Dr. Lin. The hero remembered that he forgot to take the energy potion. However, he realized that it was not too late to take advantage of it now. Feeling a sudden revival, he immediately felt good. Olivia, who was watching the guy, noted his rapid recovery after taking glucose. The director told Lin to go and rest, adding that the neurology department's counsel had sent the patient to the intensive care unit. Director Josh was surprised. He noted that the critical condition was declared, and Lin performed a miracle again. At 3 o'clock in the morning, after a midnight break, the hero noted that he felt much better after resting. He suggested that Dr. Chandler go and rest and he would take care of everything. At that moment, the phone rang again and the nurse announced that 3 more ambulances were on their way. 4 victims, seriously injured, 1 patient unconscious. The men decided to take 2 people each. Josh ordered the patients to be sent here, assigning each doctor to be responsible for 1 case. Lin, who had been performing CPR for a long time, was told that he was no longer up to surgery but would be doing CPR. The hero said that his group could take on the patients, but Josh knew that they needed to rest first. Lin's group was sent to a separate room. Larry complained that he couldn't sleep. Unity also noted that usually their team is the busiest, but today they are being treated in a special way, and it even seems wrong. In that case, Lin decided to offer them CPR training. He said they could practice in a group instead of doing chest compressions alone. CPR can be performed by 1 person, but it is more effective when performed by 2 people, increasing the patient's chances of survival and requiring a well-trained and highly skilled team. Lin held the model and Larry tried it first. He suggested to the others that they not stand still either, and eventually they were training together. Half an hour later, Larry asked about their results, and Lin was thinking about the need to maintain compression depth and minimize runtime. Dr. Sid asked Lin if they should take responsibility if another patient needed CPR. Lin replied that the director had not given such an order, but advised them to be prepared to carry out this task, expressing confidence that the director would not object. Unity suggested that Manhwa Hospital should take responsibility for establishing a specialized CPR team. She mentioned that the international CPR guidelines support the idea of establishing such a team to shorten resuscitation time. The hero noted that the work of a small team on cardiopulmonary resuscitation is much more difficult than that of a large team. They could use the free time for practice, and a team of 4 people would be enough. Sid suggested that information about the CPR team not be released to the public for now due to possible issues with poor quality supplies and medications. Lin agreed, saying that while they can't disclose anything at this time, the resuscitation team must adhere to strict standards. All 3 agreed with this opinion. Suddenly, a new task appeared in Lin's system. It implied that the hero had to perform a hepatectomy. Sid noticed that Dr. Lin had only spent a long time teaching them, and now he had developed a passion for surgery again. Larry and Unity exchanged sinister smiles, assuring the boss that they would immediately take care of the matter. The 3 of them giggled and made an excuse to slip out of the break room, saying they needed to go to the bathroom. Larry and Unity asked the doctors about the liver damage patients, and Dr. Sid went to the nurses. The nurse replied that one of them had pain in the right upper quadrant of the abdomen, intra-abdominal bleeding, but she was not sure if it was liver damage. Sid asked the girl to refer this patient to their team. The nurse felt a little awkward when she mentioned Director Josh's order that all emergency cases could only be assigned to junior chief physicians and above. Sid asked if there was any possibility of including Lynn in this group. Given the danger of a critically ill level 1 patient, only the director can decide this issue, but the woman can inform Lynn of the patient's arrival. Sid thought about it. Soon an ambulance arrived, and Lynn, having received a message from the nurse, hurried to it. Director Josh told him that he had arrived just in time and asked the doctor to update him on the patient's condition. The man presented the patient as having been dug out from under the ground, experiencing prolonged hypoxia, acute hemorrhage with multiple fractures and bruises. Lynn inquired about the condition of the head, and it turned out that there were no obvious wounds. Director Josh explained that they would first deal with hemorrhagic shock, then contusions and fractures. When the patient was brought into the operating room, Lynn was asked to help with the abdominal cavity, where the bleeding had already been stopped. Director Josh inquired about the location of the bleeding. One doctor diagnosed a ruptured spleen, and the second one diagnosed a ruptured liver. Lynn voiced his opinion that it was liver, earning Josh's praise. The director stressed that it was necessary to check the spleen for bleeding and examine the abdominal cavity for a detailed assessment. He asked Lynn to suggest a surgical method for liver injury. Lynn elaborated on the surgical method, emphasizing the incision through the rectus abdominis muscle or the midline incision. Director Josh praised Dr. Lynn for his skill in both surgery and theoretical knowledge. The disgruntled doctor asked why he had not been consulted, and the director then asked him a hypothetical question about the supposed location, length, and depth of the liver damage, which confused her. But the director demanded an answer from him. The man suggested that it might be the middle share. Principal Josh screamed, saying that this was nonsense and they couldn't say anything based on the information they had. Soon one of the doctors confirmed a liver injury with an uneven rupture and damage to the inferior vena cava. Director Josh was still unhappy with the doctor's behavior and responses. He noted the ruptures of the duodenum and gallbladder, suggesting their removal and emphasizing the severe damage to the right lobe. One of the doctors suggested clamping the liver notch, using a clamp to separate the liver, cutting the blood vessels and bile ducts. Josh asked Lynn what he thought about it. The hero said that laparoscopic surgery to remove the hepatic duct would be more appropriate. Another doctor criticized Lynn, saying his plan was contrary to the director's intentions. Director Josh demanded that he explain the advantages and disadvantages of a conventional liver resection and a debridement liver resection. The man looked at Lynn defiantly. He was sure that he would defeat him. He said that in standard hepatectomy, parts of the liver are removed depending on the region. In general, the area to be removed is larger. If the patient cannot withstand it, there will be post-operative complications and even death. Laparoscopic debridement of the liver area is not performed uniformly. Debridement is not carried out according to the liver segments or the distribution of the lobes. The operation requires continuous ligation of blood vessels and bile ducts. This can ensure significant preservation of liver tissue, but it is difficult because different parts of the liver will be affected differently. Josh said that there is another point. Standard hepatectomy requires a higher skill level. If the surgeon's skill is not very high, then mistakes are easy to make, and they need to compete with time, so they will use laparoscopic debridement of the liver area. In the end, Lynn was declared the winner and will be the second assistant director. Josh said to pay close attention to the pH level and remember to add sodium bicarbonate. They needed to hurry and perform an emergency hepatectomy. He said he would remove the liver tissue where there was no longer any blood circulation. Lynn said he had to tie off the blood vessels and the torn liver ligament. The director reminded him of the urgency of the emergency liver resection and noted that Lynn had completed everything fairly quickly. Soon, Lynn reported to the director about the completion of the resection and suturing. Asking about the ligation of all small blood vessels, Josh received confirmation from the hero. He explained that this was done to prevent relapses. The director expressed surprise at the successful washing of the liver wound. The man left the rest to Lynn's discretion, assigning another doctor to take Lynn's former place. With the director's approval, Lynn began the operation. He quickly stitched up the last hepatic portal vein, and the director nodded with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the phone rang in the operating room and Josh asked the nurse to pick it up. The caller, an elderly man, reported a 26-year-old patient with a ruptured liver who had already lost 10,000 milliliters of blood. Josh said it was too much, and that their blood bank would definitely run out of supplies, but Lin showed interest in the conversation. Director Josh has decided to accept the patient. They will coordinate. One of the doctors was unhappy. These lower-level hospitals are just reckless and disregard human lives. They sent the patient away when they can no longer handle him themselves. Josh asked Lin to come pick up the patient later. They would try to finish everything within 30 minutes. The hero began to hurry due to the patient's critical condition. Josh praised him for his promptness. He asked the others to go after the patient and he would contact them later. Lin noted that with a director-level assistant, the operation became even easier. 20 minutes later, Lin completed the surgery, saving the patient's liver thanks to his suturing technique. Josh then asked Lin to pick up a patient sent from another hospital. After the patient arrived in the emergency room, Director Josh checked with the nurse about the amount of blood loss, which was 371 ounces. In order not to delay the patient, Lin took him to the operating room, and Director Josh stayed behind to wait for the patient's relatives to obtain the necessary signatures. On the way to the operating room, Lin called all members of his team to help. After receiving the call, everyone came to the operating room, but instead of immediately preparing for the operation, Lin continued to wash his hands, which confused Larry. Unity said they couldn't do anything until the patient's family signed a consent form. Soon Lin came over and inquired about the patient's condition. The patient's condition was critical, but the bleeding in the abdominal cavity continued. The hero asked if the patient's family had signed, but there was no answer. Sid said he intended to call and check, and soon he reported that the patient's family had agreed to sign the form. Lin resolutely ordered the abdominal cavity to be opened, but as soon as the stomach was opened, blood immediately gushed out. Larry, who had never seen such a severe condition with so much blood, doubted whether it was worth sucking out the blood, so he ordered Unity to take gauze and then the blood. As soon as the hero took the gauze, Larry was amazed again. He saw that the patient's abdomen was filled with blood and his liver was ruptured. Despite the gauze application, it seemed ineffective, so Lin told Larry to increase the pressure and temperature in the drainage machine. The timely delivery of blood bags allayed Lin's fears, and he quickly inserted his hand into the abdominal cavity to find the bleeding site. While Lin was dealing with the bleeding, the door to the operating room opened again, and Director Josh entered to ask about the situation in the operating room. The hero said he had already used the Pringle maneuver to cut off the blood flow. The blood loss was decreasing, but the liver condition was now very bad. They would not have time for a regular right hemihepatectomy. Josh thought, right hemihepatectomy should not have been considered. The patient could not wait even 15 minutes. The director decided to assess the possible damage to the hepatic vein. But before he could finish his statement, Lin said that he would begin to separate the right half of the liver. He soon reported that the round and false ligaments of the liver had been separated. Josh began to discuss the next course of action, but Lin again did not wait for him to finish, forestalling his words. Lin soon reported that he had removed necrotic tissue from the patient's liver. Lin demonstrated a deep understanding of proper surgical procedures, leaving Director Josh amazed at the level of knowledge he had acquired at the university. Upon reaching the patient, Director Josh realized that the liver resection had been completed in less than 5 minutes. Lin called Unity to help stitch up the wound. He stressed the need to ligate all exposed internal structures to stop the bleeding. Josh, who was standing nearby, offered to help, and Lin asked him to prepare hemostatic gauze spikes. The director agreed with a smile. He thought that this was exactly the emergency medical center he had dreamed of. With a combined effort, the remaining procedures were quickly completed, with Larry monitoring the patient's condition, confirming stabilization. Lin instructed the director to stitch up the wound. The man noted that although the wound was significant, they had already stopped the bleeding as much as possible. Director Josh expressed confidence that the patient would certainly survive, and taking the clamp in his hands, he announced his intention to stitch the wound, emphasizing that this was at least what he could do. Larry leaned toward Lin's ear and quietly noted that Director Josh had been acting strangely for some time now. While they were whispering, Director Josh finished stitching up the patient's wound and then called Lin over to join him in explaining the surgery to the patient's family. When the operating room door opened, the patient's family, unable to hold back their tears, burst into uncontrollable sobs. The patient's father staggered toward Lin and Director Josh, who supported him and motioned for Lin to remain calm. Lin explained that if nothing unforeseen happened in the next 2 or 3 days, the patient had every chance of surviving. Before Lin could finish his speech, the patient's father's emotions overwhelmed him again, bringing him to tears. Lin, having regained his composure, became a little embarrassed and asked what else they wanted to know. He mentioned that if the patient recovered in 3 or 4 days, the gauze would be removed. After Lin's words, the man fell to his knees, but the hero quickly reacted and supported him, which meant the completion of the liver resection operation. After the operation was completed, the system generously opened an intermediate treasure chest. Lin didn't waste any time and immediately opened it. A skill book appeared in front of him, and the system displayed all the basic skills he had mastered, including the bleeding stop technique. Lin chose the skill of stopping hot bleeding because if he learned to stop bleeding using thermal hemostasis, his control on the operating table would be greatly enhanced. Although it had not reached the level of the so-called bloodless surgical field, it still meant that with these skills, Lin could already begin the bloodless surgical field. After he interacted with the system, Director Josh patted him on the shoulder. Lin, realizing that the patient's father had left, removed his surgical cap, smiled at the director, and asked if their team could continue with emergency surgeries. Director Josh, annoyed, reminded him that it was almost dawn and ordered him to rest. At that moment, a girl with a pleasant voice asked if Dr. Lin was busy, and it turned out to be Valerie. Director Josh couldn't help but suggest that the girl could determine Lin's employment. Valerie knew that Lin had been busy all night, so she brought food and drinks for him. Director Josh, feeling a twinge of jealousy, decided he should leave. But then suddenly Valerie decided to invite the man too. His face turned red and he immediately agreed.